The Yufeng continent, vast and boundless teems with myriad races and countless sects, where martial prowess reigns supreme, status determined by cultivation, life and death decided by strength. Lingfeng's sect lies in the eastern domain, a sect not among the top tier, but one with considerable heritage. Within the sect, mist swirls and spiritual energy flows. Halls and pavilions are scattered in perfect order. The outer sect, inner sect, core, and main peak each fulfill their roles. Thousands of disciples cultivate day and night, striving only for the path of immortality, to attain eternal life and to seize supreme status. Yet in the most inconspicuous, dirtiest, and poorest servants' courtyard of Lingfeng's sect lives a youth utterly out of place here. 3 years ago, Gao Chu crossed over from Earth and descended into this bizarre and dazzling world of cultivation. As a transmigrator, he once harbored dreams of defying fate and ruling the world. After all, having read countless fantasy novels on Earth, he knew that transmigrators were always children of destiny, blessed with extraordinary opportunities. But reality struck him hard. Over these 3 years, he had tried his utmost, secretly learning the basic qi induction art from the steward of the servants' courtyard. Yet no matter how hard he strove, he could not draw a single strand of spiritual energy into his body. 3 years had passed, and he remained an ordinary person, unable to even induce qi into his body. In this cruel cultivator world where the strong prey on the weak, he was no more than an ant. Most disciples in the servants' courtyard were poor commoners or those with inferior spiritual roots. Day in and day out, they performed the heaviest chores, chopping wood, carrying water, washing clothes, and sweeping courtyards. They barely survived on the meager spirit stone subsidy from the sect. A single mistake would bring the steward's scolding or even expulsion. Gao Chu understood clearly, with his talent, he would never set foot on the path of cultivation. 100 years hence, his lifespan exhausted, he would turn to dust, vanishing from the world, forgotten by all, noticed by none. He had once been in despair, wallowed in dejection, even thought of fleeing the sect. But the Yufeng continent was fraught with dangers. Beasts roamed the mountains, and without any cultivation, leaving the sect meant certain death. Helpless, he could only stay in the servants' courtyard, performing the same heavy chores day after day, living in a daze, waiting for the end of his life. But on this very day, the gears of fate turned silently. That morning, as dawn barely broke, Gao Chu, as usual, picked up his broom and came to the courtyard of the servants' courtyard to sweep. It had rained a little the night before, leaving the ground damp and scattered with fallen leaves. Gao Chu bowed his head silently, swaying his broom, his movements practiced yet numb. Other servant disciples had already risen, some rushing to work, others seizing the slightly denser morning qi to cultivate, clinging to the faint hope of becoming outer-sect disciples despite knowing their poor talent. Only Gao Chu appeared calm, even with a detachment that saw through everything. Just as he swept to the bluestone slab in the center of the courtyard, a cold, mechanical, yet piercingly clear voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected stable vital signs of the host soul compatibility 100. Check-in system is being activated. The sudden voice made Gao Chu's broom jerk to a halt. He stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Who's speaking? Gao Chu was greatly alarmed. He looked around, but saw the other servant disciples still busy with their own tasks, showing no sign of anything unusual, as if they hadn't heard the voice at all. Host, do not panic. This system is a check-in system residing in your soul. Only you can hear it. System. Gao Chu was stunned for a moment, then his heart began to race wildly, and his eyes blazed with an incredulous light. As a transmigrator, he was all too familiar with the word system. This was the ultimate golden finger only protagonists in novels had. He suppressed his excitement, held his breath, and silently asked in his mind, System, what can you do? This system is a check-in system. The host only needs to check in at designated locations to receive corresponding rewards. Check-in locations are divided into 4 categories: common, rare, precious, and forbidden. The higher the tier, the greater the difficulty, and the richer the rewards. 1 check-in per day at different locations. The same location can only be checked in once daily. Rewards include cultivation arts, combat techniques, spiritual roots, bone talent, elixirs, spirit, herbs, magical artifacts, spirit veins, bloodlines, divine bodies, Tao understanding, and every cultivation resource imaginable. Current system level LV1 mortal check-in system. Common locations unlocked. Subsequent leveling up can be achieved by accumulating check-ins and completing special missions, unlocking higher tier locations and rewards. A cascade of system notifications clearly entered Gao Chu's mind, making him fully understand the function of the check-in system. Just check in and get rewards. Cultivation arts, elixirs, divine bodies, spirit veins. These were all things he had dreamed of, but could never obtain. The once dead ashes in his heart instantly burst into blazing flames. He knew it. As a transmigrator, how could he be without any fortune? Check in. I want to check in. Gao Chu called out impatiently in his heart. Ding. Detected current location servants, courtyard common check-in point. Proceed with check-in. Yes. Check-in now. Ding. Check-in at servants, courtyard successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the basic body tempering art. As the notification faded, a stream of information about the body tempering art automatically flooded into his mind. Body tempering art, a basic body forging technique that tempers the flesh and strengthens the physique, laying a solid foundation for inducing qi. Even with inferior spiritual roots, one could gradually draw in spiritual energy through this art. The reason he had been unable to induce qi was not only due to poor spiritual roots, but also a weak body that couldn't bear qi. This body tempering art was a timely gift. Suppressing his excitement, Gao Chu continued sweeping with an unchanged expression, but his mind was already calculating. If he could check in at the servants' courtyard, what about other places in the sect? The back mountain herb fields, outer-sect training ground, even the main peak of the sect leader, the forbidden grounds. The thought of the legendary rewards from precious and forbidden locations made his heart pound wildly. But soon he calmed down. He was nothing but a lowly servant disciple without power or cultivation. If he rashly went to core areas or forbidden grounds to check in and got caught, at best he'd have his legs broken and be expelled, or at worst he'd be killed on the spot. In this world where strength reigned supreme, killing a servant disciple was no different from stepping on an ant. Lie low. He must lie low. Gao Chu made his decision instantly. He was weak now and must never show off. He would check in silently, accumulate strength in secret, and never reveal any anomaly until he had the power to protect himself. While others desperately cultivated, fought for resources, and risked their lives, he only needed to clock in at the safe spots of the sect every day to effortlessly gain countless fortunes. When others journeyed out and faced deadly trials, he stayed safe and comfortable within the sect. Bide his time, build up, and strike when ready. This was his only way out. Having thought it through, Gao Chu's eyes grew even calmer. His sweeping movements became more composed, as if nothing had just happened. Still the same mediocre, bullied servant disciple. Just then a flamboyant, arrogant set of footsteps came from the courtyard entrance. A youth in clean servant clothes with a slightly proud expression, flanked by two lackeys, strode straight toward Gao Chu. The youth named Lin, who was originally the child of a poor farming family at the foot of the mountain. 3 years ago he collapsed from hunger at the base of Lingfeng Mountain. It was Gao Chu who, unable to bear the sight, secretly gave him food, and went to great lengths to plead with the steward of the chore's courtyard to bring him into the Lingfeng sect as a chore disciple. It can be said that without Gao Chu there would be no Lin Hu today. When Lin Hu first entered the sect, he was extremely grateful to Gao Chu, calling him Brother Chu at every turn and following his every arrangement. But as time passed, Lin Hu unexpectedly discovered that although his spiritual root was not top tier, it was a single earth-attributed root, allowing him to cultivate far faster than ordinary people. In just 3 years he had reached the 3rd layer of qi refining, only one step away from becoming an outer disciple. Once promoted to an outer disciple, he would shed his identity as a chore boy and become a true cultivator, his status entirely different. And Lin Hu, after his strength increased, underwent a complete change in mentality. He began to look down on Gao Chu, who was still immortal, without any cultivation, feeling that Gao Chu was unworthy of his gratitude. He even felt that Gao Chu's help was nothing but hypocritical pretense. Now, with his promotion to outer disciple imminent, he held Gao Chu in even lower regard and went out of his way to bully him every day. Gao Chu. Lin Hu stood before him, his voice cold and dripping with undisguised contempt. Gao Chu stopped his broom and looked up at him, his expression calm and unruffled. Is something the matter? Tomorrow I will take the outer disciple advancement assessment, Lin Hu said with a scornful smile. With my cultivation I will pass without a doubt. From now on I am an outer disciple of the Lingfeng sect, no longer a chore boy. Congratulations, Gao Chu replied blandly. His calmness in Lin Hu's eyes was jealousy and resentment, which only made him more smug. Stop pretending. Lin Hu stepped forward and shoved him hard. Caught off guard, Gao Chu staggered back 2 steps, his back hitting an old locust tree with a sharp pain. Gao Chu, I remember the favor you did by bringing me into the sect, but it ends here. Lin Hu lowered his voice, laced with menace. After I become an outer disciple, don't you dare call yourself my benefactor in front of others. It's embarrassing. Biting the hand that feeds him, naked and unabashed. Several chore disciples caught sight of the scene and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Some felt sympathy, others schadenfreude. In the chore's courtyard, the weak preying on the strong was the norm. Gao Chu rubbed his back, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes, but he still did not retaliate. I understand. The more indifferent he acted, the more Lin Hu saw him as weak and easy to bully. Good to know. Lin Hu pointed to the woodshed on the west side. Starting today, that woodshed is yours to sweep. Also carry 10 buckets of water from the back mountain every day. If one bucket is missing, you'll break your legs. 2 lackeys immediately chimed in. Did you hear that? Brother who is about to become an outer disciple. Giving you work is giving you face. A useless waste who can't even attract chi, trying to act tough in front of brother who. Mockery, contempt, arrogance. All came crashing down. A younger Gao Chu 3 years ago might have felt anger, frustration, and swallowed his pride. But now he possessed the check-in system destined to trample everything in the future. Someone like Lin Hu was nothing more than an ant about to be abandoned by the times. Gao Chu did not argue, did not shout. He simply bent down, picked up the broom, and continued sweeping the fallen leaves as if nothing around him concerned him. His silence was interpreted by Lin Hu as complete surrender. Lin Hu let out a scornful laugh, his face full of smugness. I want the woodshed spotless by tomorrow, or you'll regret it. With that, he left with his 2 lackeys. Watching Lin Hu's arrogant retreating figure, a cold glint flashed briefly in Gao Chu's eyes. Today's humiliation was etched in his memory. Gao Chu composed himself, ignored the stares, picked up his broom, and slowly walked toward the back mountain of the chores courtyard. The back mountain was lush with deep vegetation, the spiritual energy slightly denser than in the courtyard, an ordinary check-in point. He wanted to try the second check-in and see what fortune it would bring. The back mountain of the Lingfeng sect's chores courtyard was starkly different from the refined front mountain. There were no orderly stone steps, no carefully trimmed pines. Only wild thorns, overgrown shrubs, and a few crooked old pine trees. The ground was thick with decaying leaves soft underfoot. Occasionally gray squirrels darted about, long accustomed to the constant presence of chore disciples fetching water. Gao Chu, carrying an empty wooden bucket, ambled along the small mountain path. According to Lin Hu's harassment, he was supposed to carry 10 full buckets of water today. But in his current state, carrying 10 buckets at once, while not entirely exhausting, would sap considerable energy, hampering his practice of the body-tempering art. After all, the system's check-in rewards didn't require deliberately completing tasks. Being at the check-in location was sufficient. Gao Chu deliberately slowed his pace, familiarizing himself with the back mountain, while calculating inwardly, first find a hidden spot to check and then collect the reward. He remembered the system said he could check in at different locations once per day. The check-in at the chores courtyard was already done, yielding the body-tempering art. Now the back mountain, as a new normal check-in point, should yield something different. He arrived at a clear spring halfway up the back mountain, the main water source for chore disciples. The water was crystal clear beside a large flat boulder, surrounded by thick shrubs, extremely secluded. Gao Chu looked around, making sure no other chore disciples were present. He set down the wooden bucket, took a deep breath, and silently chanted in his mind, "System check-in." Ding. Detected current location, back mountain spring normal check-in point. Confirm check-in. Ding. Back mountain check-in successful. Congratulations. Rewards: Sumeru storage ring, X1, Chi gathering pills, X100 cultivation directly elevated to peak chi refining realm. 3 rewards instantly appeared vividly in Gao Chu's consciousness. His pupils contracted sharply and his heart pounded uncontrollably. A Sumeru storage ring. It was a spatial artifact coveted by all cultivators, containing a Sumeru space that could store myriad items and be carried anywhere. Even among outer disciples, very few owned one. Only inner disciples were occasionally granted a low-grade storage ring by the sect, and he, a mere chore disciple at the bottom, had directly obtained one. At the same time, a jet-black, unremarkable ancient ring appeared out of thin air in his palm. The ring was smooth, without any pattern, cool to the touch, seemingly ordinary, yet exuding a subtle spatial fluctuation. Following the usage method that flashed in his mind, Gao Chu infused a wisp of his consciousness into the ring. Instantly, he perceived the void space inside. About 10 cubic meters, empty and stable. With a thought, the broom in his hand instantly vanished, stored inside the ring. Another thought, and the broom reappeared in his hand. Amazing. His heart surged with joy. With this storage ring, all the cultivation techniques, pills, and herbs he obtained from future check-ins could be hidden safely, no longer risking discovery. But what excited him even more were the other 2 rewards. 100 chi gathering pills, enough for an ordinary chi refining cultivator to cultivate for months. And the direct elevation to peak chi refining shattered his 3-year drought of being unable to attract chi into his body. Before Gao Chu could even savor the feeling, a gentle, yet vast surge of pure spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the depths of his dantian, flooding through his limbs and bones. The originally dry and dead meridians were instantly flushed and widened by this spiritual energy. His once impure spiritual root was nourished and became purer. Qi refining layer 1. Qi refining layer 2. Qi refining layer 3. His cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket with no bottleneck, no stagnation, breaking through all barriers unstoppably. The spiritual energy within his body surged unceasingly, washing over his flesh. The impurities and filth accumulated over 3 years were forced out through his pores, emitting a faint foul odor. Gao Chu closed his eyes, silently circulating the body-tempering art he had just obtained, guiding the surging spiritual energy to stabilize his cultivation base. The body-tempering art operated automatically, perfectly merging with the cultivation granted by the system, making his foundation solid and stable, without any hint of haste. In just a few moments, the spiritual energy within him fully stabilized. A sense of power far beyond ordinary filled his entire body. Gao Chu slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing, and then being deeply hidden. Sensing the surging spiritual energy within him, and the pure concentrated qi cyclone in his dantian, he clearly perceived that his cultivation had firmly settled at the peak of qi refining. A meteoric rise. From a mortal who couldn't even attract qi to directly crossing all minor realms of qi refining and reaching the peak. If this were to spread, it would surely shake the entire Lingfeng sect. After all, Lin, who had cultivated bitterly for 3 years, was only at the 3rd layer of qi refining, already considered a genius among chore disciples. Yet he, with just one check-in, had reached a height that countless chore disciples could never attain in a lifetime. So this is the power of the check-in system. Gao Chu took a deep breath, forcibly calming his excitement, and looked down at the filth on his body, frowning slightly. He quickly walked to the nearby stream, washed himself clean, changed into a fresh set of chore robes, and casually slipped the Sumer storage ring onto his finger, hiding it under his sleeve. It looked like an ordinary ring, drawing no attention. Having done all this, Gao Chu once again felt the cultivation within him. The power of peak qi refining gave him unprecedented confidence. But he was still not careless in the slightest. Qi refining was merely the starting point of the cultivation path. Above it lay foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and even higher realms like great ascension and tribulation transcendence. His current strength was still nothing within the Lingfeng sect. Any outer-sect steward or inner-sect elder could easily crush him. He needed to keep lying low, continue checking in, and accumulate more strength and fortune. Gao Chu raised his hand, feeling the faint spiritual energy flowing at his fingertips, a slight imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin, who at the 3rd layer of qi refining dared to humiliate him so arrogantly, and would proudly take the outer disciple assessment tomorrow. If he knew that the waste he had trampled had surpassed him in cultivation overnight, what expression would he show? However, Gao Chu had no intention of revealing his strength now. It was unnecessary and not worth it. Bickering with a small figure like Lin, who would only expose himself and disrupt his rhythm of checking in and developing. Patience remained the top priority. It's about time. Time to go back to work. Gao Chu straightened his clothes, his expression returning to its usual numbness and indifference. He turned and walked back toward the chore's courtyard, his back still thin, still looking like the insignificant chore disciple he always was. But no one knew that within this youth's body now resided the formidable cultivation of peak qi refining, and in his hand was the coveted storage ring of cultivators along with 100 qi gathering pills. His check-in journey had only just begun. The sun slanted westward, its afterglow bathing the ridges of Lingfeng sect in a warm golden hue. The disciples of Ziyi Yuan had finished their day's toil and lingered in small clusters to rest, whispering about Lin Hu's upcoming outer disciple promotion assessment tomorrow. Brother Lin, who is incredible. Only 3 years, and he has reached the 3rd tier of qi refinement. Among all of us at Ziyi Yuan, he is the only true genius. He possesses a pure earth nature spirit root born for cultivation. He is no comparison to that waste Gao Chu. He'll be stuck doing menial chores his whole life. Tomorrow, Brother Lin, who will surely be promoted to the outer disciples, then Ziyi Yuan will at last share in his glory. Their flattery, brazen and unashamed, reached Gao Chu's ears without restraint. Gao Chu sat on the stone steps in the corner of the courtyard with his eyes closed, appearing to rest, but in truth, he was quietly stabilizing the peak of his qi refinement. Concealed beneath his sleeve, a storage ring held 100 Juki Dan Kai consolidating pills, and the Tsedi Ju technique, giving him ample confidence. He seemed not to hear the surrounding chatter. His expression remained as calm and placid as still water. After an afternoon of adjustment, he had already mastered the surging cultivation within his body. The Tsedi Ju had grown more fluent. His corporeal strength far exceeded that of ordinary qi refiners. Without even tapping his spiritual energy, qi, his raw physical power, could easily overwhelm 3rd or 4th tier qi refinement disciples. As the chorus of praise reached its peak, Lin, who coddled like a star and flanked by 2 lackeys, strode toward Gao Chu again, his gait insolent and his face sour. Having humiliated Gao Chu that morning, Lin Hu felt elated, yet the sight of Gao Chu's indifferent composure gnawed at him, leaving him irritable. In Lin Hu's eyes, Gao Chu should have cowed out, should have worn a face of fright. His serene, untroubled calm was an affront to Lin Hu's sense of dominance. Tomorrow's outer examination loomed. Today, he meant to force Gao Chu to submit completely, to crush the dignity of that once favored man and thereby assert his own supremacy. Gao Chu, come here. Lin Hu towered over him and barked, his voice sharp. All the Zai Yuan disciples turned their heads, eager spectators, to the impending farce. Gao Chu opened his eyes slowly and looked at Lin Hu with a calm, unruffled gaze. No trace of fear, no hint of anger. He asked simply, what is it? His composure only fanned Lin Hu's temper. What is it? Lin Hu sneered, then pointed toward the nearby woodshed piled with firewood and snarled, the woodshed I told you to clean. It's still not done. Have you taken my words for the wind? Gao Chu followed his gesture and saw the woodshed spotless, the floor swept clean, and the wood stacked with neat precision. It was plainly already finished. Clearly Lin Hu was looking for trouble where none existed. The other Zai Yuan disciples saw it too, but none dared speak up. They bowed their heads, fearful of drawing the fire upon themselves. The woodshed has been cleaned, Gao Chu said evenly, each word measured. I said it isn't clean, and it's not clean. Lin Hu was unreasonable. He took a step forward and lifted his foot, aiming a brutal kick at Gao Chu. A waste is still a waste. Can't even do a simple chore. Today I'll teach you a lesson so you know who runs Zai Yuan. Chi of the 3rd tier of refinement gathered at Lin Hu's toes, whipping a fierce wind toward Gao Chu's. In Lin Hu's mind, Gao Chu was a mortal who couldn't even guide Chi into his body. This kick would surely send him sprawling, begging for mercy. The 2 lackeys smirked, eager to see Gao Chu's humiliation. Around them, the other disciples wore sympathetic expressions, convinced Gao Chu was about to be severely punished. Just as the kick was about to land, at the critical instant, Gao Chu moved. He used almost no spiritual energy, merely a slight sidestep, and the attack slid past him with effortless grace, his action so casual it resembled a leisurely stroll. Lin Hu's kick found only empty air. Having committed his force, he staggered and nearly fell, the moment turning awkward. You dare dodge. Lin Hu, humiliated, flew into a rage. He surged, his chi clenched both fists, and lunged again. I think you're courting death. The 3rd tier chi burst forth in full fist, winds howling, an awe-inspiring power to the ordinary Zai Yuan disciples. Gao Chu's eyes cooled and a hint of impatience flickered across them. He had intended to endure and avoid needless trouble, but Lin Hu's repeated provocations had grown unbearable. If that was the case, he would give Lin Hu a lesson and make him see his place. When Lin Hu's fist came crashing in, Gao Chu still did not rise. He remained seated on the stone steps, lifting a single hand. At his fingertip, a barely perceptible thread of peak-level chi refinement gathered, seemingly slow yet as swift as lightning, and he caught Lin Hu's wrist with unerring precision. The casual grip was ironclad, like a pair of pliers locking Lin Hu's wrist. No matter how he struggled, he could not move an inch. HM. Lin Hu's face drained of color as an immense force gripped his wrist. It felt as if his bones were being crushed. Pain stabbed through him, and his inner chi immediately fell into chaos, unable to be directed. He stared at Gao Chu in stunned disbelief. How is this possible? How do you have such strength? He had always regarded Gao Chu as a mere mortal who could not draw chi into his body. How could such a man seize his fist and render him powerless? The 2 lackeys were dumbfounded, frozen as they watched the scene, utterly unable to comprehend what had occurred. The surrounding disciples widened their eyes in collective astonishment, as if witnessing the impossible. Gao Chu remained seated on the stone steps, expression still and indifferent, his fingertips applying a trace more force. A sharp, agonized scream tore from Lin Hu's throat. He howled in pain, his face ashen, cold sweat beading at his brow. His legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees before Gao Chu. Let go. Let go of me, Gao Chu. Lin Hu screamed, stripped of his former arrogance, his voice trembling with terror and pain. Gao Chu's gaze was indifferent, his tone icy and emotionless. I cleaned the woodshed as you asked. You should not have come looking for trouble. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Isn't that enough? Please let go, my hand will break. Lin Hu crumbled entirely, begging without the least pretense of bravado. He could not fathom how the weakling he once bullied had suddenly become so formidable. His own 3rd-tier cultivation was utterly worthless against him. Gao Chu watched his pitiful entreaties with no ripple of feeling. To him, Lin Hu's power before a peak-tier refinement cultivator was that of an ant, insignificant and easily crushed. Not wishing to linger and risk revealing his full strength, Gao Chu eased his grip, and pushed Lin, who staggered back like a kite, with its string cut collapsing onto the ground as he clutched his swollen wrist. Fear and awe filled his eyes. He dared not utter another provocation. "Get out." Gao Chu spoke the single word calmly, but it carried an unquestionable authority. As if granted reprieve, Lin, who fled without a word, supported by his lackeys, leaving in humiliation. Before they left, he cast one last look at Gao Chu, an expression mingled with fear and bewilderment. Once Lin Hu and his retinue had gone, the Zai Yuan disciples slowly regained their senses. Their attitudes toward Gao Chu had shifted completely. Where there had been scorn and mockery, there was now caution and amazement. No one dared treat him as the bullied, worthless servant any longer. Gao Chu ignored the changing gazes, closed his eyes again, and resumed his prior composure. He had used only a sliver of peaked chi refinement earlier, revealing nothing of his full might. Even so, it had been enough to cow Lin Hu and end the harassment. Gao Chu's fingertips brushed the storage ring beneath his sleeve as he thought to himself, cultivate cautiously and develop quietly, but if someone seeks to provoke, there is no need to endure without response. Some insignificant ants can be quelled with a casual motion. No need to linger on them in one's heart. A pale wash of dawn crept over the horizon, and the morning mist still shrouded the entire Lingfeng sect. A crisp system chime suddenly rang in Gao Chu's mind. Ding. New novice daily task triggered. Proceed to the outer disciple promotion assessment area to complete sign-in. Task reward divine tier technique. Hongmeng Zhaohua Jing Volume 1 Hongmeng Awakening. The instant the system prompt reached him, Gao Chu felt a violent tremor in his heart. A divine tier technique. Fortune had turned. The long nights of hardship were finally at an end. Having spent years in the servants' courtyard, he knew well the hierarchy of techniques. Ordinary servants could not even touch the most basic yellow-grade manuals. Few outer disciples mostly cultivated Shen-grade arts. Even core inner disciples prized earth-grade techniques as monumental fortunes, while divine-tier techniques existed only in legend-coveted treasures that the entire cultivation world would tear itself apart to obtain. He suppressed the wild joy in his chest, aware this was an ancient millennium opportunity. Without hesitation, he straightened his robes and hurried toward the outer assessment grounds. The outer assessment plaza sat halfway up the Lingfeng sect's mountain and was the sole gateway for servants to leap into outer discipleship. Today was the sect's monthly outer disciple promotion assessment, and the servants qualified to participate had already gathered on the plaza. The plaza was vast. 3 stelae for testing spiritual energies stood in its center, and all around stood scores of servants in their uniforms, the crowd buzzing with whispered speculation. Have you heard? Today the assessment only requires reaching refining chi second layer to pass the first gate. Those of exceptional aptitude may even be specially recruited by the administrative elder. I have cultivated for 3 bitter years and finally brushed the threshold of refining chi second layer. This time I must succeed in being promoted to an outer disciple and never toil as a servant again. Don't be delusional. Each assessment draws hundreds of participants, but in the end only a dozen or so pass. It's not that easy. Presiding over the assessment were several outer stewards, their auras calm and steady, betraying formidable cultivation. Gao Chu slipped into the crowd, scanned the central area until he found the core position of the assessment, and murmured inwardly, system sign-in. Ding. Arrived at the outer disciple promotion assessment area. Sign-in successful. Task complete and reward delivered. The divine tier technique, Hongmeng Zhaohua Jing Volume 1 Hongmeng Awakening, was deposited into the system space for retrieval. The moment the system tone faded, a vast, overwhelming stream of technique information surged into Gao Chu's mind like a rushing river. The Hongmeng Zhaohua Jing was unfathomably profound. Its opening passages expounded the Tao of the primordial chaos and the first separation of yin and yang, surpassing all mundane manuals. Even the first volume contained endless creative might. When Gao Chu had previously practiced the sect's basic method, his progress had been slow and his spiritual energy uneven. But as he began to comprehend this divine tier technique, he felt his meridians suddenly clear and spiritual energy from the heavens and earth pour toward him. System detected. Host has learned a divine tier technique, auto-enabled assisted cultivation mode, organizing surrounding spiritual energy and breaking through mundane limits. With the system's aid, Gao Chu need not deliberately operate the art. The peak chi within him began to compress and refine furiously. The barrier of the refining chi realm, once seemingly insurmountable, proved as fragile as paper beneath the power of the Hongmeng Zhaohua Jing. A muffled boom echoed from within his body as his spiritual energy surged violently, an aura far surpassing the refining chi realm subtly unfurled from Gao Chu. Foundation establishment, initial stage. In the blink of an eye, Gao Chu shattered the peak of refining qi and stepped firmly into foundation establishment. The breakthrough caused little outward commotion. He deliberately reigned in his presence, dampening the foundation establishment fluctuations until they resembled mere refining qi levels. Others only thought his disposition had grown steadier, unaware he had become a foundation establishment cultivator. Feeling the abundant and extraordinarily pure spiritual energy filling his body, Gao Chu experienced a profound calm. Foundation establishment was an unreachable realm for those in the servant's courtyard and counted as a pillar among outer disciples. With this strength, he finally had a foothold within the Lingfeng sect. Sign-in complete, reward claimed, breakthrough achieved. Gao Chu did not linger. He turned and walked toward the exit of the practice arena. Just a few steps from the arena, a voice filled with malice and hatred fixed upon him and spat out, "It's Senior Brother Lu, it's this servant Gao Chu. He injured me on the rear mountain yesterday." Gao Chu halted and turned. Lin, who supported his arm, his face bruised and contorted in a feral expression as he pointed at him. Beside Lin, who stood a youth in cyan outer disciple robes. The youth was tall and upright, his countenance proud and arrogant, a domineering aura written across his brow. His spiritual energy rippled steady and thick, evidently refining qi 8th layer, a middling level among the outer disciples. This was the Lu senior brother Lin who had mentioned outer disciple Lu to the patron Lin, who had painstakingly cultivated. Lin, who had been struck by Gao Chu the day before, is seething with hatred, but knowing he stood no chance, he immediately sought out Ludo, with whom he maintained friendly ties, to cry foul and beg him to intervene. Ludo was haughty and overbearing by nature, always aloof before servants. Hearing that an insignificant servant had dared injure his follower, rage flared in him, and he came with Lin, who to the outer assessment plaza to confront Gao Chu. "You are the servant who dared to lay hands and injure someone within the Lingfeng sect." Ludo stepped forward to block Gao Chu, looking down with disdain. "A lowly servant dares to strike others. Do you have any respect for sect rules?" Lin, who hid behind Ludo, his eyes full of gloating and a thirst for revenge. Inwardly, he thought, "Gao Chu, even if you suddenly grew stronger yesterday, offending senior brother Lu will cost you dearly." The disciples participating in the assessment noticed the commotion and gathered around, murmuring among themselves, "Isn't that Gao Chu from the servants' courtyard? I heard he's a talentless nobody. How dare he offend outer disciple Luda? Luda is refining qi 8th layer and quite domineering around here. Gao Chu is in big trouble." Probably Gao Chu offended Lin, who yesterday, and Lin, who brought Luda for revenge. How could a servant possibly match an outer disciple? The looks directed at Gao Chu were full of pity and the anticipation of a spectacle. To them, an obscure servant facing off against an 8th layer outer disciple had no chance but to be severely taught. Gao Chu regarded the aggressive Luda and the triumphant Lin, who behind him, his gaze gradually cooled. He had intended to leave quietly and cultivate in peace, but trouble always seemed to seek him out. He had spared Lin, who yesterday, yet Lin, who had not repented and instead sought a patron to provoke him. If that was the case, Gao Chu saw no reason to endure further. Seeing Gao Chu remain silent, Ludo assumed he was cowed. A cruel smile curled the corner of his mouth as he clenched his fist. The power of refining qi 8th layers surged around him, and a powerful pressure descended upon Gao Chu. "A servant striking others violates sect rules. Today I will, on behalf of the sect stewards, teach you a lesson. I will ruin your cultivation so you learn who you cannot offend." With those words, he stamped the ground and lunged his fist, cutting through the air with ruthless force toward Gao Chu's chest. He struck without restraint, pouring all the power of his refining qi 8th layer into the blow, clearly intending to lay Gao Chu low with a single strike. The surrounding disciples held their breath, already imagining Gao Chu being sent flying by a single punch and left grievously wounded. Gao Chu stood his ground and watched Lu Da's fist approach with an unmoved expression. The newly attained early foundation establishment power flowed silently within him. Luda, harnessing the overwhelming spiritual power of the 8th layer of qi refinement, unleashed a fist wind as sharp as a blade, accompanied by a whistling sound that cut through the air, swiftly closing in on Gao Chu's chest. Murderous intent was evident in his eyes, and he showed no mercy in his actions. To him, a mere miscellaneous disciple without any background could be severely injured, and the sect's deacon would never punish him, an outer-sect disciple, for such a lowly person. The surrounding disciples held their breath, some instinctively, closing their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Gao Chu being struck. Others with eager gazes awaited the spectacle of the strong oppressing the weak, already feeling pity, convinced that Gao Chu was doomed. Gao Chu stood firm, his robe billowing from Lu Da's fist wind, yet his expression remained calm, showing no signs of fear. The pure spiritual energy within him had already begun to circulate silently, filling his meridians ready to counterattack with absolute power as soon as the opponent's fist drew near. He had already resolved in his heart that if Luda insisted on attacking today, he would not mind letting everyone present see that the once bullied miscellaneous disciple was no longer the same. At that critical moment, a clear and sharp voice suddenly erupted from the back of the crowd, carrying an undeniable authority that pierced through the chaotic discussion. Stop. As the voice fell, a figure dressed in blue darted into the arena like a gust of wind, moving so fast that only an afterimage remained. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as a young man clad in deep blue disciplinary robes stood firmly between Gao Chu and Lu Da, raising his hand effortlessly to block Lu Da's incoming fist. This palm seemed unremarkable, lacking any overwhelming display of spiritual power, but the instant they collided, a dull explosion of air suddenly erupted. Bang! Lu Da felt as if his full-force punch had struck an indestructible piece of mysterious iron. A fierce and overpowering recoil surged back through his fist, instantly spreading throughout his entire arm. His expression changed drastically as he felt a tingling in his arm and a slight pain in his bones. The spiritual energy within him was instantly disrupted, causing him to uncontrollably retreat 3 steps, each footstep leaving shallow prints on the hard bluestone ground. His previously intimidating momentum dissipated in an instant. Cough, cough. Lu Da steadied himself, clutching his numb right arm, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and raised his head to look at the suddenly appearing young man, his eyes filled with shock and dread. The scene fell into an immediate silence, the previously chattering disciples all closing their mouths, their gazes fixed on the young man in the deep blue disciplinary attire, a shared sense of awe rising in their eyes. The law enforcement hall of the Lingfeng sect is the core authority that manages regulations and punishes disciples. Although most disciplinary disciples are at a similar cultivation level to outer-sect disciples, they wield the power of punishment granted by the sect, and even outer-sect deacons must show them respect. Ordinary disciples dare not provoke them lightly. The disciplinary disciple before them stood tall, his demeanor cold and stern, with a unique aura of ruthlessness and discipline, exuding a calm and restrained presence that, despite not intentionally revealing his cultivation, emanated an imposing aura that instilled fear. Gao Chu slowly retracted the circulating spiritual energy within him and raised his eyes to the young man before him, silently taking note. Having spent several years in the miscellaneous disciple court, he had rarely interacted with core sect disciples, but he recognized the disciplinary attire of the law enforcement hall and understood that this person's identity was not trivial. His appearance spared Gao Chu the trouble of revealing his strength. Disciplinary disciple Ningbo. The young man slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze coldly sweeping over Lu Da, his voice devoid of any fluctuation, yet carrying a piercing pressure. According to the third rule of the Lingfeng sect, disciples, regardless of their status, are prohibited from engaging in private battles or causing intentional harm. Offenders, regardless of right or wrong, will be first confined for 7 days in the penitential cliff. For serious violations, their cultivation will be abolished, and they will be expelled from the sect. With each word, Ningbo clearly articulated the sect's regulations, his voice, not loud, yet resonating in the ears of every disciple present. The once noisy assessment square was now so quiet that a falling needle could be heard, and no one dared to make a sound. Lu Da's face shifted between shades of green and white. The arrogance he had just displayed vanished without a trace, leaving only a heart full of frustration and apprehension. He had been so intent on teaching Gao Chu a lesson that he had completely lost his head in anger, forgetting that the disciplinary disciples patrolled the assessment square. Now caught in the act by Ningbo, he was instantly panicked. He was well aware of the law enforcement hall's methods. Once confined in the penitential cliff for 7 days, not only would his cultivation stagnate, but he would also leave a stain on his record within the sect, making it even harder to advance to the inner sect in the future. Thinking this, Lu Da hurriedly suppressed his anger, cupping his hands in salute towards Ningbo, his tone suddenly more restrained, yet still carrying a hint of unwillingness. So it's senior brother Ningbo. I am Lu Da, an outer-sect disciple, and it was not my intention to violate the sect's regulations. It's just that this miscellaneous disciple Gao Chu maliciously injured my attendant Lin, who yesterday, on the back mountain. I only wanted to seek justice for Lin, who today not to engage in a private battle. Look, senior brother Ningbo, the injuries on Lin, who were caused by Gao Chu. A lowly miscellaneous disciple actually dared to strike my attendant, clearly disregarding the sect's rules. It is only right that I teach him a lesson. Lin, who seeing this, quickly revealed his injuries, pleading to Ningbo with a look of grievance. Senior brother Ningbo, please help me. Yesterday, I accidentally bumped into Gao Chu on the back mountain and he attacked me, without any reason, leaving me like this. I couldn't swallow this anger, which is why I asked senior brother Lu to stand up for me. Lin Hu's tearful performance deliberately twisted the facts, shifting all the blame onto Gao Chu in an attempt to have Ningbo punish him and let Lu off the hook. The surrounding disciples whispered to each other, their gazes towards Gao Chu growing complex once more. Some believed Lin Hu's words while others sensed deeper issues at play, yet no one dared to speak up for Gao Chu. After all, on one side was the outer-sect disciple Lu De, and on the other the disciplinary disciple Ningbo. Both were not someone these miscellaneous disciples could provoke. Ningbo calmly observed Lin Hu's injuries, then turned to look at the indifferent Gao Chu, not immediately believing Lu De and Lin Hu's one-sided claims, and spoke with a chilling tone. Disputes among disciples should be reported to the deacon of the respective courtyard for fair adjudication rather than resorting to private revenge. He then directed his gaze at Lu De, his eyes becoming even sharper regardless of the cause. As an outer-sect disciple, to publicly strike a miscellaneous disciple with such ferocity and intent to seriously injure him has already violated the sect's prohibition on fighting. If I had arrived a moment later, Gao Chu would surely have been injured by you. This matter is as clear as day. There is no need for defense. Lu De tried to argue, but was directly interrupted by Ningbo. Given that this is your first offense and no substantial harm has been caused, I will not impose a heavy penalty. Ningbo's tone was indifferent, yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. However, the prohibition must not be violated. From this day on, you are to register at the penitential cliff and enter seclusion for 7 days to reflect on your mistakes. During these 7 days, you must not step out of the penitential cliff. Any defiance will lead to doubled punishments. With this single decree, Lu De's punishment was firmly established. His expression darkened completely, filled with unwillingness and rage, yet he dared not show any signs of resistance. He understood very well that as a disciple of the law enforcement hall, Ningbo had the authority to handle disciples who violated sect regulations on the spot. If he dared to rebut further, he would only end up in a more serious predicament. If not for the 7-day confinement, he might truly face the abolishment of his cultivation. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, causing a sharp pain. Lu De forcibly suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth as he bowed to Ningbo. Disciple obeys. These 3 words were almost squeezed through his teeth, filled with frustration and resentment. After saying this, Lu De abruptly turned his head, glaring at Gao Chu with venomous eyes, his gaze like a poisoned dagger fixated on him, his voice icy and piercing, dripping with a blatant threat. Gao Chu, consider yourself lucky today. With a disciplinary disciple protecting you, I'll remember this debt. Just wait for me. After the 7 days at the penitential cliff, I will not let this go. We shall see. He knew that with Ningbo present, he could not touch Gao Chu today, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger, planning to seek revenge later. Lin Hu, seeing this, dared not say another word, hurriedly hiding behind Lu De, his eyes still filled with resentment towards Gao Chu, yet devoid of his previous arrogance, only able to follow Lu De, prepared to leave in disgrace. Gao Chu watched Lu De's threatening demeanor, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his expression remaining calm and unperturbed. Now, as a foundation establishment disciple, his cultivation far surpassed that of Lu De, an outer-sect disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. In his eyes, Lu De's threats were nothing more than the dying struggles of a clown, not worth mentioning. Let alone Lu De's mere 7-day confinement. Even if he were to advance further in cultivation, he would still be no match for Gao Chu. Ningbo slightly furrowed his brow, speaking coldly. Lu De, after leaving, proceed immediately to the penitential cliff. Do not linger here to cause trouble, and do not seek revenge in the future. If I catch you violating the prohibition again, I will not be lenient. Under Ningbo's stern warning, Lu De's body stiffened, no longer daring to make further threats. He shot Gao Chu a fierce glare, said no more, and turned to leave with the terrified Lin Hu parting the crowd as they quickly exited the square, their backs filled with disgrace and reluctance. As Lu De and Lin Hu departed, the tense atmosphere on site gradually dissipated. The onlooking disciples all breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes towards Gao Chu changing once more. Originally, they had thought Gao Chu would definitely be severely punished by Lu De today, perhaps even having his cultivation abolished. Unexpectedly, a disciplinary disciple Ningbo intervened, not only resolving the crisis, but also imposing a 7-day confinement on Lu De. It truly was a surprising turn of events. Some secretly rejoiced at Gao Chu's good fortune, while others felt that he was not simple, who otherwise how could he have been saved by a disciplinary disciple? After discussing for a while, seeing that the conflict had calmed down, the outer-sect deacon in charge of the assessment spoke again, urging everyone to continue participating in the promotion assessment. They dispersed, returning to the assessment area, no longer paying attention to this side. In the square, only Gao Chu and Ningbo remained. Ningbo slowly turned to look at Gao Chu, briefly pausing to appraise him, his gaze carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny. He had been patrolling from a distance, and happened to see Ludo attack Gao Chu, which prompted his timely intervention. Having witnessed the close confrontation, he vaguely perceived that this seemingly ordinary miscellaneous disciple possessed an unusually steady aura far beyond that of an ordinary disciple. However, he did not ask further. The duty of the law enforcement hall is to uphold the sect's rules, not to pry into the disciples' private matters. As long as the disciples do not violate the prohibitions, he would not interfere unnecessarily. If anyone tries to trouble you again in the future, there is no need for you to resolve it privately. Simply report it to the deacon of the miscellaneous disciple court or seek out the nearby patrolling disciplinary disciples. The sect will ensure justice for you. Ningbo looked at Gao Chu, his tone somewhat softer than before, offering gentle advice. In the Lingfeng sect, miscellaneous disciples were of low status and often bullied by outer-sect disciples. Such incidents were common. As a disciplinary disciple, he had seen too much of this, and seeing Gao Chu remain calm in the face of Ludo's threats made him pay a bit more attention to this miscellaneous disciple. Gao Chu bowed respectfully to Ningbo, his demeanor earnest, and his tone calm. "Thank you, senior brother Ningbo, for saving me. I am truly grateful for today's incident." Regardless of whether Ningbo acted out of sect rules or inadvertently, he had ultimately helped him avoid trouble and spared him the hassle of revealing his strength. This kindness he would remember. Ningbo slightly nodded, saying nothing more. As a disciplinary disciple, he had heavy responsibilities. He needed to continue patrolling around the assessment square to prevent any further private battles that might disrupt the assessment order. Thus Ningbo did not linger, turning his body the deep blue disciplinary robe cutting a sharp arc in the morning breeze as he headed toward another side of the square, quickly disappearing into the crowd, leaving only a resolute figure behind. Watching the direction Ningbo left, Gao Chu slowly retracted his gaze, feeling a sense of calm within. Today's conflict had ended without much danger. Ludo was confined for 7 days and could not trouble him for the time being, giving him a period of peace to cultivate. He lowered his head to look at his hands, feeling the pure foundational spiritual energy surging continuously within him, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Strength is the foundation for survival in the realm of cultivation. If he had not broken through to the foundation establishment stage, if he did not possess this strength, even with Ningbo's intervention today, he would still find it hard to escape the fate of being bullied by Luda in the future. Only by having sufficiently strong power could he face any provocation without fear and not be easily manipulated by others. As for Luda's threats, he paid them no mind. After 7 days with the sign-in system in place, his cultivation would surely advance further. By then, even if Luda sought him out again, it would be nothing more than a path to his own demise. The morning mist gradually dissipated, the pale dawn sky being tinged with soft golden red by the rising sun. The warm sunlight penetrated the clouds, falling upon the mountains of the Lingfeng sect and the outer-sect assessment square, dispelling the last traces of chill. In the center of the square, before the spiritual energy testing stone tablet, the assessment continued. Miscellaneous disciples lined up in long queues, each harboring hopes of promotion, to outer-sect disciples waiting to test their cultivation, the lively sounds once again echoing throughout the square. Gao Chu remained in place, calming his thoughts, no longer looking towards the assessment venue. Although he was now a foundation establishment cultivator, he was still not prominent in the realm of cultivation. He had to act low-key, relying on the sign-in system to complete tasks and earn rewards to diligently improve his cultivation. Thinking of this, Gao Chu decided not to linger any longer, turning and stepping along the stone path by the edge of the square, slowly making his way toward the miscellaneous disciple court. After activating the sign-in system, Gao Chu stilled his heart, completely methodically tracing the nooks and crannies of the Zai courtyard each day, dutifully completing check-ins while quietly attending to menial chores, never showing the slightest abnormality. The Zai courtyard spread wide, dilapidated huts, storerooms piled with detritus, a dry well at the corner, a small plot for tending spirit plants, even the seldom trodden bluestone steps. All were places the system recognized as valid check-in sites. Gao Chu understood clearly, the more remote and rarely visited a spot, the richer the rewards. He therefore used morning's brief pauses between labor and the deep of night to visit every corner without fail. One dawn, while the others still slept, Gao Chu rose and went to his shabby servant's room, silently reciting his check-in. Ding. System detected the host in the servant's quarters. Check-in successful. Reward: Juki pills X10. Deposited into system space. At Gao Chu's thought, 10 smooth pills faintly suffused with azure light materialized in his palm. Their scent was delicate and their spiritual energy restrained. These Juki pills were the most basic of alchemical pills in the cultivation world, yet they greatly accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy. For cultivators still at the chi refinement or foundation establishment stages, they were indispensable. These Juki pills were the most basic of alchemical pills in the cultivation world, yet they greatly accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy. The next day, he swept the dust in the storeroom behind the courtyard, a place filled with discarded artifacts and broken talismans, perpetually damp and dark, where almost no one wished to go. Gao Chu brushed away the dust, stood in the center of the storeroom, and triggered another check-in. Ding. System detected the host in the storeroom. Check-in successful. Reward advancement in the basic breath-regulating method. In an instant, a subtle comprehension flooded his mind. The basic breath-regulating method he had practiced, once crude, became more rounded and pure. His efficiency in absorbing the world's spiritual energy quietly improved, and the circulation of qi throughout his body grew markedly smoother. On the third day, Gao Chu tended the low-grade spirit herbs in the courtyard's plant plot. Squatting beside the herbs with his fingertip touching the damp earth, he checked in once more. Ding. System detected the host in the spirit plant plot. Check-in successful. Reward Zujidin X10. Deposited into system space. 10 milky white Zujidin heavy with concentrated spiritual energy floated silently in the system space. Their aroma was far richer than the Juki pills, and their potency immense. Gao Chu's heart skipped. Zujidin were the crucial pills for breaking and consolidating the foundation establishment realm. In a lowly place like the Zai courtyard, they were as rare as treasures. An ordinary laborer might never obtain one in a lifetime, yet he had acquired 10 from a single check-in. On the fourth night, under cover of darkness and avoiding everyone, Gao Chu went to the most remote corner of the rear mountain of the courtyard, where weeds grew thick and only a crooked old tree stood. Leaning against the trunk, he silently checked in. Ding. System detected the host at the rear mountain's dead corner. Check-in successful. Reward a mid-grade Xiantier technique Nishi Shu concealment art. An entire technique's memory was imprinted directly upon Gao Chu's spirit. He concentrated, and in a mere moment grasped the essentials of Nishi Shu. Under this art, one could suppress all fluctuations of one's spiritual energy at will, perfectly hiding one's cultivation. Even cultivators many levels above, without deliberate probing, would find it difficult to perceive his true realm. In the future, within the sect's treacherous maze, this would be an undeniable safeguard for his life. From then on, Gao Chu never missed a day checking in throughout the courtyard. Juki pills flowed into his possession continuously, and occasionally he received rewards such as cultivation advancement or increased mastery of techniques. By day, he performed ordinary labor. By night, he hid in his servant's room, consuming Juki pills, and Zujidin running the refined breath-regulating method to ravenously absorb spiritual energy, and employing Nishi Shu to cloak his aura, eliminating any chance of detection. Originally, with the system's basic rewards, he had already stepped into the early foundation establishment stage. Now nourished by Zujidin and empowered by the efficient cultivation method, the spiritual energy within his body surged and condensed at a visibly rapid pace. The energy vortex in his dantian thickened, his meridians were incessantly cleansed and widened by the inflowing qi. His advancement accelerated astonishingly, and even he could tangibly feel his strength undergoing a swift metamorphosis. In a mere 10 days, the spiritual energy within him had amassed to the extreme. The barrier of the early foundation establishment stage, assailed by overwhelming pill power and refined qi, became untenable. That night, Gao Chu circulated his entire Buddhist spiritual energy, clutching a Zujidin gained from his check-ins. The pill melted on his tongue, its vast potency instantly swept through him, merging with his qi and violently battering at the bottleneck of his cultivation. Break. Gao Chu's mind was resolute as he uttered the cry. A faint crisp sound came from his dantian. The once tenuous early foundation establishment realm ruptured, his spiritual energy surged several-fold, and his aura grew steadier and more profound. Ding. System detected the host's cultivation breakthrough, promoted to mid-stage foundation establishment. Reward Hongming Creation Scripture Volume 2. Creation Foundation Scroll. System assistance activated to help the host automatically assimilate the Creation Foundation Scroll. In an instant, an exquisitely abstruse scripture imbued with the primal principles of creation appeared whole within Gao Chu's spirit sea. The Hongming Creation Scripture was the supreme technique he had received when the system awakened. The first volume merely established the base. This second volume, the Creation Foundation Scroll, was the true core method to cement a cultivator's root. With the system's mystical aid, Gao Chu needed not arduously toil for insight. Every method, secret, and circulation route of the Creation Foundation Scroll was deconstructed and integrated into his mind, indelibly imprinted upon his soul, accessible and usable at will. Gao Chu sat in calm absorption of this supreme technique, waves of astonishment and exhilaration rising within his chest. The core effect of the Hongmeng Creation Scripture Volume 2, the Creation Foundation Scroll, was to remodel the Tao foundation of one's foundation establishment, purging impurities and flaws left from past breakthroughs, rendering the root immaculate, and forging the most perfect base for immortal cultivation. One must understand that ordinary cultivators often leave latent defects when breaking through foundation establishment, impure qi, or an unstable Tao foundation, which later breeds bottlenecks and prevents greatness. But by practicing this scroll, one could utterly avoid such shortcomings, perfect the root, clear all obstacles for future ascents to higher realms, and lay down an imperishable foundation for cultivation throughout the ages. Gao Chu closed his eyes and executed the Creation Foundation Scroll. Qi flowed through new channels, a faint creative light blossomed in his dantian. Residual impurities from his breakthrough were thoroughly purified, his Tao foundation condensed into greater perfection, and his aura became even deeper and more restrained. When he opened his eyes, a flash of sharp light crossed them and was quickly hidden. His aura appeared plain and unremarkable, betraying nothing of his status as a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Though inwardly elated at reaching the mid-stage, Gao Chu knew he must continue to endure in silence. He would not act unless necessary, preferring to use the sign-in system to quietly develop his strength. As Gao Chu leisurely signed in at various places in the servant hall to receive rewards and stabilize his cultivation, the annual assessment of the Lingfeng sect's servant hall arrived as scheduled, and the atmosphere above the servant hall became tense. The sect rules were clear. Any disciple who had been in the sect for a year without reaching the third level of qi refinement and failed the assessment would be expelled from the sect. For the vast majority of servant disciples, this was a day that would determine their fate. Some were anxious, some had high hopes, while others had resigned themselves and packed their bags waiting to be thrown out. The training ground of the servant hall was already crowded with disciples dressed in gray servant uniforms, each looking tense and whispering to one another. On the high platform at the side, several stewards of the servant hall were seated, with the most acerbic and vain Steward Zhao at the forefront. Steward Zhao leaned back in his chair, his triangular eyes scanning the servant disciples below, a hint of arrogance curling his lips as he played with the spirit jade. Whenever he saw a mediocre disciple who did not show filial piety, a flicker of impatience would cross his gaze. Gao Chu stood at the back of the crowd, his expression calm, with his aura arraigned, and using the concealment technique he had learned to suppress his formidable cultivation of the mid-foundation establishment stage down to the third level of qi refinement, appearing no different from an ordinary servant disciple. He had just entered the sect for a year, and prior to that, due to the lack of a system boost and his poor cultivation talent, he had been unable to draw qi into his body. In the servant hall, he had endured countless scorn. Steward Zhao had repeatedly made things difficult for him, assigning him all the dirty work and often withholding his monthly spirit rice, viewing Gao Chu as a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. This time, Steward Zhao had set his sights on Gao Chu early on. In his view, a disciple like Gao Chu, who had no background and mediocre talent, could only hope to reach the first level of qi refinement in a year, let alone the third level. He probably wouldn't even touch the threshold of the second level, making this assessment the perfect opportunity to expel this unfilial and usually silent boy from the sect, saving him a lot of trouble. The assessment quickly began, starting with the realm test, which was the first hurdle and the key to determining the fate of the servant disciples. The servant disciples lined up in a long queue to approach the spirit stone, pressing their palms against its cold surface, causing the spirit stone to emit different colored auras. Light cyan for the first level of qi refinement, greenish blue for the second level, and deep blue for the third level. Most disciples remained at the first level of qi refinement. A few barely reached the second level, and occasionally one or two would light up with deep blue auras, drawing envious glances from surrounding disciples and slight nods from the stewards on the high platform. Before long, it was Gao Chu's turn. When Steward Zhao saw this, he immediately sat up straight, intentionally raising his voice with a sarcastic tone, saying, "Next, Gao Chu. I remember you. It's been a year since you entered the sect, and your cultivation hasn't progressed at all. You might as well pack your things and roll out of the sect to save everyone some time." His voice echoed throughout the training ground, instantly drawing all the servant disciples' gazes to Gao Chu, filled with mockery, schadenfreude, and sympathy. "I told you Steward Zhao wouldn't let Gao Chu off. He's never liked him. Alas, Gao Chu is too miserable with poor talent, and being targeted by Steward Zhao, he will definitely be kicked out this time. A year without being able to draw qi into his body. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to stay here." Ignoring the discussions around him, Gao Chu remained calm, slowly walking to the spirit stone, extending his palm to touch its surface. Steward Zhao wore a face of disdain, waiting for the spirit stone to emit a light cyan glow, so he could order Gao Chu to be expelled on the spot. But in the next moment, the spirit stone shone brightly, a deep blue light shooting up into the sky, stabilizing at the level of the third level of Qi refinement. Silence. The entire training ground fell into an instant silence. All mockery and discussions abruptly stopped, and everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the light from the spirit stone, their faces filled with shock. No one expected that Gao Chu, who had been inconspicuous in the servant hall and was deemed to be forever stuck at the first level of Qi refinement, had quietly broken through to the third level. Steward Zhao's expression of disdain instantly froze, his triangular eyes widening, staring fixedly at the spirit stone, his complexion alternating between blue and white, filled with shock and unwillingness. He could not fathom how a resourceless, mediocre servant disciple could possibly break through to the third level of Qi refinement in just 1 year. This completely exceeded his expectations. According to sect rules, reaching the third level of Qi refinement within a year of joining the sect had already passed the realm assessment, qualifying him to remain in the sect. Even a steward could not expel him without cause. However, Steward Zhao had long wanted to expel Gao Chu, even though he had met the standard. His intent to make things difficult only intensified. He snorted coldly, his face dark enough to drip water, and shouted at the disciples below, "Humph, it's just a stroke of luck to break through to the third level. What's there to be proud of? The realm test is only the first hurdle. If you don't perform well in the subsequent practical assessment, you will still be expelled from the sect." Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples suddenly understood, secretly feeling anxious for Gao Chu. Steward Zhao was clearly making things difficult. Despite Gao Chu having met the requirements to stay in the sect, he still insisted on clinging to the practical assessment, clearly not wanting him to have an easy time. Gao Chu raised his gaze, looking at the sinister-faced Steward Zhao on the high platform, a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes. "I will participate in the practical assessment." Gao Chu's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness, each word clearly resonating throughout the field. Since he could not avoid it, he would participate, but he still did not plan to reveal his true cultivation. In the chaotic servant hall, exposing one's strength too early would only invite more trouble. It was safest to conceal one's sharpness and guard the humble. Seeing Gao Chu dare to respond, the cold light in Steward Zhao's eyes intensified, and he immediately instructed his subordinates beside him, deliberately arranging the most difficult matchups for Gao Chu in the practical assessment, even secretly suggesting that the participating servant disciples target Gao Chu first, ensuring he would lose in the assessment. The rules of the practical assessment in the Lingfeng sect's servant hall were simple. An area within the training ground was designated, and all participating disciples entered the field simultaneously, competing to seize the scattered assessment wooden plaques within a single incense stick's time. Those with the fewest wooden plaques would be directly eliminated. As the bell signaling the start of the assessment rang, dozens of servant disciples surged into the assessment area, frantically snatching the wooden plaques on the ground, instantly turning the scene chaotic. Disciples who had connections with each other naturally formed small teams to jointly seize the wooden plaques, while those who were solitary became targets for everyone to attack. A few disciples who had long received Steward Zhao's instructions immediately set their sights on Gao Chu. 3 of them exchanged glances and quickly surrounded him, attacking mercilessly, wanting to knock Gao Chu down and seize the wooden plaques he might have obtained. "Gao Chu, if you know what's good for you, just withdraw from the assessment to avoid suffering." The leading servant disciple had a fierce expression, swinging his fist toward Gao Chu's chest. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples paused their actions, gathering around to watch the excitement, all believing that Gao Chu would surely be no match for these 3, as they were all peak cultivators at the second level of Qi refinement, quite strong among the servant disciples. Gao Chu remained indifferent, calmly facing the 3's attack. He lightly shifted his steps, moving as if strolling in a garden, easily evading the incoming fists and kicks. He deliberately suppressed his own strength, only using the weak spiritual energy of the third level of Qi refinement, and was very restrained in his actions. Each time he raised his hand, it was just the right amount to block or evade, appearing dangerous, yet always in control, never allowing them to touch him at all. After several exchanges, not only did the 3 disciples fail to injure Gao Chu, but they became breathless and filled with shock. They could not understand how someone with merely the cultivation of the third level of Qi refinement could move so deftly, making it impossible to land a hit. Gao Chu was too lazy to entangle with them. He lightly raised his wrist, a weak spiritual energy surged forth, and with what seemed like a light slap, he precisely struck one of the disciples' wrists. In pain, that disciple immediately dropped the wooden plaque he had just seized, which fell into Gao Chu's hand. Seeing this, the other 2 were both shocked and angry, attacking again, but still found their efforts effortlessly thwarted by Gao Chu in a short, while all the wooden plaques in their hands were snatched away by him. After dealing with these three, Gao Chu no longer paid attention to the surrounding gazes and walked calmly through the assessment field. Whenever a wooden plaque appeared, he always managed to be the first to grab it, and when encountering disciples who came to contest, he merely made light and effortless moves, neither harming anyone nor failing to secure the wooden plaques, all while revealing not a hint of strength beyond the third level of chi refinement, appearing merely as someone skilled in agility and technique. During this time, a few more disciples incited by Steward Zhao came to provoke him, but they were all easily repelled, unable to get close to him. On the high platform, Steward Zhao watched Gao Chu's calm demeanor in the field, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his expression growing increasingly grim. He never expected that despite sending so many people to target Gao Chu, they would still be unable to do anything to him, instead allowing Gao Chu to continuously collect wooden plaques, leading by a wide margin. In the blink of an eye, the time of one incense stick passed, and the bell signaling the end of the assessment rang. All the servant disciples stopped their actions and began counting their wooden plaques, approaching to register their numbers in turn. Some had only seized 1 or 2 plaques, looking dejected, while others had 5 or 6, appearing delighted. Yet, when Gao Chu took out the wooden plaques from his embrace, everyone present gasped in disbelief. A total of 20 assessment wooden plaques, far exceeding the 8 of the second place disciple, ranked first in the assessment with an absolute advantage. The entire crowd fell into silence again, their gazes toward Gao Chu completely transformed, shifting from initial mockery and sympathy to shock and awe. Who could have imagined that this servant disciple, who was targeted by Steward Zhao and looked down upon by everyone, would dominate the practical assessment and emerge in first place? The disciple responsible for registration stood frozen for a long time before tremblingly recording Gao Chu's name and score, loudly reporting Gao Chu 20 assessment wooden plaques, ranked first. "This Gao Chu is quite interesting," remarked a young man in an outer-sect disciple's robe on the high platform, looking at Gao Chu. He was Lin Xing, an outer-sect disciple at the peak of chi refinement, just one step away from breaking through to foundation establishment and advancing to an inner-sect disciple. Lin Xing happened to pass by the servant hall today when the assessment began, so he stopped to watch. Initially uninterested in the servant hall's assessment, he was captivated by Gao Chu's performance. An ordinary servant disciple handling the targeted attacks of so many with such ease. Lin Xing looked at Gao Chu with a hint of appreciation before turning to leave. Gao Chu stood in the center of the field, his expression still calm, as if taking first place was merely a trivial matter. He raised his eyes to the high platform, where Steward Zhao was, his gaze calm, yet carrying an invisible pressure. Steward Zhao trembled with anger, yet found himself helpless. Having met the realm standard and ranked first in the practical assessment, Gao Chu had perfectly passed both assessments. Even if Steward Zhao felt unwilling and wanted to make things difficult, he could find no reason to expel Gao Chu. If he insisted on doing so, it would surely attract the attention of the sect's law enforcement hall. He glared at Gao Chu with resentment, but could only suppress his anger, snorting coldly as he left, not forgetting to shoot a fierce glare at Gao Chu, evidently marking this grudge in his mind. Gao Chu withdrew his gaze, his heart unperturbed. He knew that after this incident, Steward Zhao would certainly not let it rest and future troubles would only increase, but he felt no fear. Now that he had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage with the Hongming Creation Sutra by his side, the minor disputes of the servant hall were merely a small episode on his path of cultivation. Gao Chu, after passing the annual assessment of the Lingfeng sect's miscellaneous disciples, continued to sign in at various places within the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard. As time passed, the more frequently he signed in at the same location, the more meager the rewards provided by the system became. Initially, the rewards were 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones, but later they turned into worthless ordinary rations, and eventually it became nothing more than a notification stating "sign in successful, no rewards." He had signed in countless times at every nook and cranny of the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard, and all the locations that could trigger effective rewards had long been thoroughly exhausted. The daily sign-in, after opening his eyes, had become monotonous, and the accumulation of resources on the system panel had come to a complete standstill. Gao Chu had thought about countermeasures, but as a miscellaneous disciple, his activity range was strictly confined to this small courtyard. To sign in at new locations, he would have to step out of the miscellaneous disciples area and enter the core regions where the inner and outer disciples of the Lingfeng sect practiced. However, the sect's rules were strict. Miscellaneous disciples were not allowed to enter the outer or inner doors without permission, and violators faced severe punishments ranging from heavy fines to the complete revocation of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Gao Chu adhered to the path of survival, wanting to steadily accumulate strength through sign-ins, and naturally, did not wish to recklessly violate the rules. However, as he watched the increasingly trivial sign-in rewards, he could not help but feel anxious. One evening, Gao Chu sat on a bluestone on the back mountain of the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard, gazing at the outer door area, shrouded in mist from a distance, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the stone while frowning. There are no new sign-in points in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard. The rewards for repeated sign-ins are barely worth mentioning. At this rate, my progress in cultivation will only slow down. It is simply a dream to establish myself in this world of cultivation. But the outer and inner doors are not places I can casually enter. Am I destined to be trapped in this miscellaneous courtyard, consuming my resources without any gain? Gao Chu pondered to himself. The system sign-in was his greatest reliance in this world, but now that reliance was nearly rendered ineffective, leaving him in a dilemma. He had initially chosen to remain in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard because he felt that it was a place where no one paid attention, safe and comfortable, allowing him to avoid the disputes among the sect's disciples. He only needed to sign in quietly to grow stronger. He never expected that the system sign-in would have a mechanism for diminishing rewards based on location, and now he was trapped by his own path of survival. Just as he was deeply troubled contemplating how to quietly step into the outer door area to find new sign-in points, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the resources in the current sign-in area are depleted, triggering a beginner's guidance task. Completion reward: low-grade martial skill of the Xian rank. The martial skills practiced by miscellaneous disciples were merely ordinary and commonplace technique. Xian rank martial skills, even among the outstanding outer disciples, were not easily possessed. Such skills were reserved for inner disciples who were qualified to practice, far more precious than spirit stones and pills. Task requirement: go to the Lingfeng sect's outer door training ground and complete the sign-in task. Task reward: low-grade martial skill of the Xian rank Qingfeng sword technique. With this Qingfeng sword technique, his strength would surely experience a qualitative leap. Gao Chu suppressed the excitement in his heart, fixating his gaze on the distant outer door direction. With only one thought left in his mind, he must go to the outer door training ground to sign in and obtain this Qingfeng sword technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Chu tidied up his faded miscellaneous disciple robes and stepped forward, heading towards the outer door. The miscellaneous disciples' courtyard was adjacent to the outer door, separated only by a bluestone mountain gate. In barely the time it takes for half a stick of incense, Gao Chu arrived at the entrance of the outer door. However, as soon as he approached the mountain gate, two figures in blue outer disciple robes immediately stepped forward, blocking his path. Their expressions were cold, with a hint of arrogance in their gazes. Halt! Miscellaneous disciples are not allowed to enter the outer door area without permission. Withdraw immediately. The outer disciple on the left coldly reprimanded, his eyes sweeping over Gao Chu's miscellaneous robes with disdain. In the Lingfeng sect, the hierarchy was extremely strict. Although outer disciples were the lowest official disciples of the sect, they were still a rank above the miscellaneous disciples. They usually looked down on miscellaneous disciples, treating them with contempt. Gao Chu halted his steps, looking at the two outer disciples guarding the mountain gate, frowning inwardly. He had underestimated the severity of the sect's rules. The outer door entrance was guarded by disciples, making it impossible for him to simply barge in. If he forced his way in, he might be able to subdue these two gatekeepers with his current cultivation level, but once he alerted the elders or deacons of the outer door as a miscellaneous disciple, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. At that point, he wouldn't just miss out on the sign-in rewards, he might even lose his status as a miscellaneous disciple. But if he retreated back to the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard and missed the reward for the Xian rank martial skill, he would be unwilling to accept it. Gao Chu stood outside the mountain gate, his gaze sweeping over the gatekeepers as he looked towards the spacious outer door area. Inside, pavilions and towers were arranged in an orderly manner, and the bluestone paved path was clean and tidy. Occasionally, outer disciples in blue clothes would pass by, either holding scripts to study or discussing their cultivation insights, exuding a far richer cultivation atmosphere than the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard. The vast and imposing outer door training ground was prominently situated in the center of the outer door area, clearly visible. Clearly the destination was just within reach, yet a mountain gate and two disciples barred his way. Gao Chu felt anxious, but had no solution standing in place while pondering countermeasures. He tried to soften his tone and cupped his hands towards the two gatekeepers, saying, "Senior brothers, I have urgent matters to attend to and need to enter the outer door. I hope you can make an exception." "Make an exception?" The gatekeeper on the right scoffed, sizing Gao Chu up with disdain. "A miscellaneous disciple dares to step into the outer door. Get lost quickly, or we won't be polite. As he spoke, both disciples subtly emitted fluctuations of spiritual power, clearly intending to use force to drive him away. Gao Chu's face darkened slightly, but he had to suppress his anger. To confront them head-on was definitely a last resort. He could only take a few steps back, standing outside the mountain gate, his gaze scanning the surroundings in search of an opportunity to sneak in. However, the outer door mountain gate was heavily guarded, and the surrounding walls were tall, equipped with simple alert formations, making it impossible to find an entry point. Just when Gao Chu was in despair, feeling utterly helpless, a clear voice suddenly reached his side. "What are you doing here?" Gao Chu turned his head at the sound and saw a handsome young man dressed in a blue brocade robe approaching him. The young man's eyes had a hint of warmth, and there was evident curiosity in his gaze as he looked at Gao Chu. Seeing the newcomer, Gao Chu was slightly taken aback, and images of the annual assessment of the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard flashed through his mind. This young man before him was none other than Lin Qing, who had watched the entire assessment from the observation platform that day. During the assessment, Gao Chu had displayed only part of his strength to pass it smoothly without drawing too much attention. Even so, he had far surpassed ordinary miscellaneous disciples, standing out among the participants and securing the top position. He clearly remembered that many deacons and disciples had shown surprise on the observation platform, and Lin Qing in particular had his gaze fixed on him throughout, obviously impressed. Gao Chu never expected to encounter Lin Qing at the entrance to the outer door. Lin Qing approached Gao Chu, his gaze appraising him before glancing at the tightly closed mountain gate. His curiosity deepened as he smiled and said, "I am Lin Qing, an outer disciple. Your performance during the miscellaneous disciples assessment was quite impressive, and your strength is far from that of an ordinary miscellaneous disciple, so I have a deep impression of you." Gao Chu cupped his hands in salute, showing respect. "I am Gao Chu, honored to meet you, senior brother Lin." "Gao Chu," Lin Qing repeated the name, nodding. He then asked, "As a miscellaneous disciple, you shouldn't be here at the outer door entrance. What brings you to this place? Is there something troubling you?" At this point, Gao Chu had no need to hide. Moreover, Lin Qing's demeanor was friendly and not like that of a bad person. He explained honestly, "Senior brother Lin, I do have matters to attend to in the outer door, but I'm being obstructed by the gatekeepers and cannot enter. I'm currently looking for a way in." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing showed a look of confusion and asked to enter the outer door. "Since you have qualified through the miscellaneous disciples assessment, why didn't you participate in the recent assessment for promotion to outer disciple? As long as you pass the assessment, you can become an official outer disciple and enter freely without being blocked at the mountain gate like this." At this, Gao Chu felt a bit embarrassed and unconsciously touched his nose, smiling awkwardly as he made up an excuse. "I was busy with trivial matters in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard during that time and inadvertently overlooked the assessment date, so I couldn't participate." This was of course a lie. In his heart, Gao Chu secretly complained. It wasn't that he forgot, he had simply wanted to remain in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard, believing it to be safe and stable, and did not wish to step into the outer door and get involved in the disputes among the disciples. Even though he knew about the promotion assessment, he had deliberately chosen to ignore it. Little did he expect that the system sign-in would have a diminishing reward mechanism based on location, and now it had directly issued a sign-in task for the outer door. From now on, most sign-in locations would likely shift to the outer and even inner door areas. Without the status of an outer disciple, he would find it extremely difficult to advance. It truly echoed the saying, "A moment of comfort leads to long-term regret," and now he had to pay for his previous choices. Lin Qing observed Gao Chu's slightly awkward demeanor and did not doubt his words. Instead, he recalled Gao Chu's displayed cultivation and battle understanding during the assessment. With Gao Chu's strength, he could be considered of average level, even among outer disciples. Such talent wasted in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard was truly a shame. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Qing looked at Gao Chu with increased recognition. He said, "Gao Chu, I clearly saw your performance that day. Your strength completely qualifies you to be an outer disciple. Staying in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard will only bury your talent." Pausing briefly, he continued with certainty, "My father is Lin Dong, the 9th elder of the Lingfeng sect's outer door, and has considerable influence within the outer door. If you are willing, I can speak to my father and help you directly process the promotion to outer disciple without needing to wait for the next round of assessments." Gao Chu's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this, filled with shock. The son of the 9th elder of the... He never expected that this seemingly ordinary outer disciple before him had such a profound background. Even more surprising was that Lin Qing would voluntarily offer to help him become an outer disciple. Before Gao Chu could respond, Lin Qing seemed to see through his thoughts and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "You don't need to overthink it. I help you without seeking any return. I simply believe you are a person of potential, and it would be a pity to remain in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard. Consider it making a friend. He genuinely felt that Gao Chu had extraordinary potential, and by offering help today, Gao Chu would surely achieve something in the future. This favor was far more valuable than any return. Gao Chu looked into Lin Qing's sincere eyes and instantly understood that this was the best opportunity he had right now. With a formal status as an outer disciple, he could not only enter the outer door openly to complete the sign-in task at the outer door training ground and obtain the Qingfeng sword technique, but he could also freely access various sign-in points in the outer door in the future, no longer having to feel helplessly blocked at the mountain gate. For someone whose sole reliance was on sign-ins to grow stronger, this was undoubtedly a boon. Gao Chu suppressed the excitement in his heart, deeply bowing to Lin Qing, sincerely saying, "Senior brother Lin's great kindness Gao Chu will remember in his heart. If there is anything I can do for you in the future, I will never refuse. You're being polite." Lin Qing smiled and helped him up, saying, "Since that's the case, it's settled. You should return and wait for news. I will go back to inform my father and expedite your promotion process. By tomorrow at the latest, you will officially become an outer disciple." After giving instructions, Lin Qing glanced at the two gatekeepers who had initially looked down on Gao Chu. At that moment, upon seeing Lin Qing, their demeanor immediately changed, and they respectfully bowed, clearly aware of Lin Qing's status and not daring to show any neglect. After finishing everything, Lin Qing smiled at Gao Chu before turning and stepping through the outer door mountain gate, making his way towards the inner courtyard. Gao Chu stood in place watching Lin Qing's departing figure, unable to calm his heart for a long time. What had started as a quest for sign-in rewards led him to be trapped outside the mountain gate of the outer door. Just when he felt he had reached a dead end, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Qing and gained the opportunity for direct promotion to an outer disciple. It was truly a case of finding light in the darkness. Gao Chu awoke in the dormitory of the menial servants' courtyard and as usual summoned the system to check in, only to be informed that the location had been checked in multiple times, rendering no reward. Gao Chu sighed softly. It was precisely what he had expected. The check-in points within the menial servants' courtyard were few and far between. Over recent days, he had already cycled through nearly every accessible spot. Now even checking in again yielded no reward. Not even the system's prompt retained its former sincerity, sounding perfunctory and detached. Yesterday at the outer-sect's main gate, Lin Qing had assured him that his official status as an outer-sect disciple would be finalized today, a promise Gao Chu trusted would not be empty. As Gao Chu pondered this, a menial disciple arrived with news. Senior brother Lin Qing of the outer sect requested his presence. Gao Chu's heart leapt. He had not anticipated Lin Qing would resolve the matter so swiftly. He strode quickly out of the dormitory and from afar spotted a figure clad in azure, standing at the crossroads leading toward the outer sect. Lin Qing wore the standard outer sect disciple attire, azure robes embroidered with the Lingfeng sect's emblem, and bore a jade identification plaque at his waist. Tall and poised, he offered Gao Chu a warm, gentle smile upon seeing him approach. "You arrived sooner than expected," Lin Qing remarked, unfastening from his waist a palm-sized wooden token and extending it toward Gao Chu. The token was pale brown, dense and resilient, inscribed on its front with the 6 archaic characters, "Outer Sect Disciple of the Lingfeng Sect," and on its reverse a simple Gao. Delicate spiritual energy patterns traced its edges. "This is your official identification token," Lin Qing instructed. "It grants access to all outer sect areas and entitles you to monthly cultivation pills and provisions. Guard it well. Replacement is exceedingly cumbersome should it be lost." Gao Chu accepted the token with both hands. Its surface was cool to the touch, and the engraved spiritual pattern resonated faintly with his own qi. With solemn reverence, he clasped his fists and bowed. "I am deeply indebted to senior brother Lin Qing. Words cannot express my gratitude. Should you ever require my aid, I shall serve without hesitation." "There is no need for such formality," Lin Qing waved lightly, his gaze lingering on the token. "I have already notified the administrative office. Present this token there, and you will receive your disciple robes and assigned residence." Additionally, outer sect disciples collect 15 qi accumulating pills each month on the first day. Be sure to claim them punctually. Qi accumulating pills were foundational elixirs that aided cultivators in absorbing ambient spiritual energy, accelerating progress through the qi refinement realm. Through his recent series of check-ins, Gao Chu had long amassed over 100 qi accumulating pills as system rewards. While these 15 pills held great value for most outer sect disciples, they stirred not a ripple in Gao Chu's heart. After imparting several reminders regarding outer sect regulations, Lin Qing turned and departed, the azure silhouette vanishing swiftly down the corridor's end. Clutching the token tightly, Gao Chu immediately made his way to the outer-sect martial training grounds to complete another check-in. The training grounds were already bustling with outer-sect disciples, most clad in azure robes, gathered in small clusters, some sparring, others exchanging insights on cultivation techniques. The air shimmered with dense spiritual energy, more than tenfold richer than that of the menial servant's courtyard, leaving Gao Chu invigorated, his breath flowing effortlessly, his entire being suffused with serene ease. Upon arriving at the grounds, Gao Chu silently invoked the system to check in. A crisp chime echoed within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task check-in at the outer-sect martial training grounds. Reward acquired: Azure Tier, Minor Cultivation Art, Qingfeng, Sword Manual. Instantly a torrent of knowledge surged into Gao Chu's spiritual consciousness. His head throbbed briefly before countless sword forms, pathways of qi circulation, and profound insights into sword intent flooded his awareness like a relentless tide. The Qingfeng Sword Manual was an Azure Tier minor martial art, elegant, swift, and precise in execution, excelling in speed, agility, and finesse, ideally suited for foundation establishment-level cultivators. Eyes closed, Gao Chu instinctively rehearsed each technique within his mind. Willow breeze, breeze sunder. Moments later he opened his eyes, his gaze now imbued with quiet clarity. What had once seemed arcane and impenetrable now unfolded seamlessly before him, aided by the system. So completely assimilated that he even sensed the faintest threshold of true sword intent stirring within. Savoring the flawless mastery of the Qingfeng Sword Manual now residing in his mind, Gao Chu suppressed his exhilaration and left the training grounds without delay. With so many disciples present, openly demonstrating an Azure Tier martial art would inevitably draw unwanted attention, an unwise move given his current preference for discretion and low profile. Turning away, he followed Lin Qing's earlier directions toward the outer-sect administrative office. Located in the western sector of the outer-sect, the administrative office occupied a spacious courtyard of bluish-gray brick, handling matters ranging from disciple registration and provision distribution to residential assignment. Gao Chu entered and presented his wooden token. The registering disciple verified his information and promptly handed him a fresh set of azure outer-sect robes along with a small wooden plaque engraved with room C37 indicating his assigned residence. Having collected all items, Gao Chu proceeded directly to his new residence. Outer-sect residences consisted of orderly rows of courtyards, each housing 4 independent chambers shared among 4 disciples. Compared to the communal dormitories of the menial servants' courtyard, this arrangement was vastly superior in comfort and privacy. Arriving at courtyard C37, Gao Chu pushed open the gate and found seated beside a stone table in the courtyard a plump young man. The youth appeared 16 or 17, round-faced, pleasantly stout, dressed neatly in outer-sect robes and leisurely nibbling on a spirit fruit. Upon seeing Gao Chu enter, he instantly set aside the fruit, rose, and greeted him with an open, radiant smile. Brother, you must be our new roommate. I'm Xiang Fei. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival since hearing a new disciple would join our courtyard. Xiang Fei stepped forward warmly, his tone brimming with genuine enthusiasm and devoid of any resistance. Gao Chu regarded the amiable, portly youth before him and felt an immediate sense of kinship. Smiling, he clasped his fists in greeting. I am Gao Chu, recently transferred from the menial servants' courtyard to the outer sect. Please, senior brother Xiang Fei, guide me kindly in the days ahead. No senior brother nonsense. We share this courtyard, so we're brothers, plain and simple. No form. Xiang Fei waved dismissively, then studied Gao Chu curiously before exclaiming, Brother Gao Chu, you're truly remarkable. To ascend from the menial servants' courtyard is no small feat. I've heard it's exceedingly difficult. You must possess extraordinary talent. Gao Chu smiled faintly, offering no elaboration on his cultivation level, merely fortunate. Senior brother Lin Qing recommended me. Ah, so it was senior brother Lin Qing who vouched for you. That explains everything. Xiang Fei nodded knowingly, then cheerfully guided Gao Chu to the stone table and nudged the spirit fruit toward him. Here, try this. Though merely a low-tier spirit fruit, it quenches thirst and gently replenishes spiritual energy. Thank you. Gao Chu accepted without hesitation, biting into the fruit, its sweet, juicy flesh releasing a delicate trace of spiritual energy, delightfully refreshing. They sat together at the table, conversing easily. From Xiang Fei, Gao Chu learned further details about life in the outer sect. Xiang Fei was 17 years old and cultivated at Qi Refinement Rank 8, placing him above average among ordinary outer sect disciples. Outgoing and warm-hearted, he enjoyed wide favor throughout the courtyard. Learning that Gao Chu was newly arrived and unfamiliar with sect protocols, Xiang Fei willingly detailed everything, From pill collection schedules and martial art cultivation to earning contribution points through sect assignments, determined to spare him missteps born of ignorance. To acquire greater cultivation resources, outer-sect disciples rely not only on their monthly chi accumulating pills, but also on completing sect assignments for contribution points. Points exchangeable for pills, martial arts manuals, and more. Once you're settled, I'll take you to the assignment hall to select some beginner-friendly tasks. Just to get you started, Xiang Fei declared, pounding his chest with earnest camaraderie. Warmth welled within Gao Chu's heart. In this vast, alien, immortal cultivation sect, finding such a sincere, generous roommate upon his very first day in the outer sect was nothing short of fortuitous. Gazing at the verdant spirit trees surrounding the courtyard and breathing deeply of the rich spiritual energy enveloping him, Gao Chu reflected inwardly. His journey of outer sect check-ins had truly begun. After settling in, Gao Chu began acquainting himself with the outer sect's environment. The Lingfeng sect's outer sect spanned an immense expanse fully equipped with martial training grounds, the scripture repository, the dining hall, the assignment hall, and the demonstration hall. Compared to the cramped quarters of the servant courtyard, this was a world apart. Over these past few days, Gao Chu had deliberately maintained a low profile, signing in at various locations across the outer sect. On the first day, he received the wind-based martial art, wind riding art, upon signing in at the dining hall. A technique enabling him to ride the wind, doubling his speed, and excelling in swift assaults and evasive maneuvers. With the system's aid, he mastered it to perfection within moments. On the second day, signing in at the assignment hall granted him the yellow rank supreme martial art stone-shattering palm. Upon successful cultivation, his palm strikes gained the power to shatter boulders. On the third day, the scripture repository rewarded him with 2 foundation establishment pills. Though he already possessed many such pills, these merely served as a graceful addition. Thanks to the system, he bore no concern for adverse effects from excessive pill consumption. The scripture repository comprised 3 levels. The first housed yellow rank cultivation arts and martial techniques. The second, profound rank arts and techniques, accessible only via contribution points. The third level was restricted exclusively to inner-sect disciples. Gao Chu possessed the sovereigntier cultivation art, Hunyuan creation scripture, granted by the system, as well as profound rank martial techniques, rendering the first-level arts and techniques beneath his notice. While diligently signing in each day, he also observed the outer sect covertly, gradually mapping its intricate web of power and influence with crystalline clarity. The entire outer sect comprised over 300 disciples, uneven in strength, diverse in spiritual root aptitude, and entangled in personal grudges, rivalries, and patronage networks, naturally coalescing into 3 distinct, sharply demarcated factions, occasionally clashing. Faction 1: Wang Tung's Circle. Wang Tung, the undisputed overlord among outer sect disciples, possessed dual golden and earth spiritual roots, and stood at the apex of chi refinement level 9, rumored to be on the cusp of foundation establishment. He commanded a retinue of over 20 outer sect disciples, forming a tight-knit clique orbiting him alone. His favorite pastime was extorting protection fees. Disciples who pledged allegiance were required to surrender spirit stones and pills monthly as tribute for his protection. Those refusing faced relentless harassment and suppression. On his second day in the outer sect, Wang Tung dispatched a disciple to approach Gao Chu. "You're Gao Chu, right?" A sharp-faced, narrow-eyed disciple blocked his path, smiling without warmth. "Brother Ting sent me to ask, will you join us? Under Brother Ting's protection, no one in the outer sect would dare harm you." "I'm deeply grateful for Brother Ting's kindness," Gao Chu replied, eyes lowered and posture deferential. "Yet I've grown accustomed to solitude. I fear I'd struggle to adapt to communal life." The disciple's expression darkened instantly. "So you're refusing to honor Brother Tung?" "Seeing your brother misunderstands," Gao Chu lifted his gaze, wearing an expression of genuine reluctance. "I'm truly afraid I'd shame Brother Tung. Look at my spiritual roots. I'd need 10 or 12 years of cultivation just to catch up with you seniors. Wouldn't that disgrace Brother Tung?" As he spoke, Gao Chu deliberately channeled a faint trace of chi, revealing his chi refinement level 3 cultivation, his face etched with humility and resignation. Hearing this, the disciple scrutinized Gao Chu closely, sensing only the feeble aura of chi refinement level 3 within him. And convinced by his timorous, subservient demeanor, his suspicions gradually dissolved. In his eyes, Gao Chu was merely a mediocre, weak-willed failure, of no use even if recruited, and worse, a drain on resources. There was simply no merit in recruiting him. Moments later, the disciple snorted coldly, disdain twisting his features as he glared fiercely at Gao Chu. "Fine, I'll deliver your words verbatim to Brother Tung. But listen well, Gao Chu, without Brother Tang's protection, you'll stumble catastrophically before long. And when that day comes, don't regret your choice today." With that he refused even a final glance at Gao Chu, turned away with visible contempt and strode off haughtily. Watching the disciple's retreating figure, Gao Chu's mask of timidity and humility vanished instantly, replaced by serene, unshakable calm. He dismissed the threat entirely. Faction 2 Lin Qing's Circle. Unlike Wang Tung's domineering rule, Lin Qing, the outer-sect's second strongest cultivator, pursued the righteous path. It was Lin Qing who had originally sponsored Gao Chu's entry into the outer-sect. Lin Qing, also at the peak of Qi refinement level 9, upheld integrity and disdained factionalism. Though not the strongest, his reputation was impeccable. Many disciples held him in deep respect. He scorned Wang Tung's methods, refusing to form cliques or collect protection fees, and believed disciples should compete through strength alone, never through coercion or intimidation. Though not ranked first, his moral authority was unmatched. Disciples oppressed by Wang Tung often sought his quiet counsel, and Lin Qing, judging each case with discretion, occasionally intervened. Thus many disciples revered him sincerely and willingly followed his lead. Yet precisely because he eschewed expansionist politics and resource extraction, his followers remained bound by loyalty rather than vested interest, preventing the formation of a tightly knit self-serving coalition like Wang Tang's. When crises arose, only a handful of core disciples dared act decisively. Others hesitated, limiting Lin Qing's influence beneath Wang Tung's shadow. At least he was a man with principles. Faction 3 Independent Disciples, those outside both Wang Tang's and Lin Qing's spheres, numbering over 100. Some were mediocre in talent and weak in cultivation, preferring quiet seclusion over entanglement in factional strife. Others refused Wang Tung's coercion, yet avoided Lin Qing's orbit, ultimately marginalized by both factions and left to stand alone. Their position in the outer sect was the most precarious. Without patrons or allies, they survived, cautiously wary of Wang Tung's oppression while struggling to earn resources for cultivation, a life of quiet hardship. Xiang, the fat man, Gao Chu's courtyard mate, naturally belonged to this independent group. Upon learning Gao Chu had refused Wang Tung, Xiang urgently warned him to tread carefully. Wang Tung would surely retaliate. Gao Chu thanked Xiang for his concern, but assured him he needed no worry. He knew exactly what he was doing. Xiang stared blankly, utterly baffled by the source of Gao Chu's confidence. Gao Chu harbored no intention of joining any of the outer sect's 3 factions. Not Wang Tang's sycophantic circle, nor Lin Qing's morally upright cohort, nor the embattled independents. Endowed with the sign-in system, his path to transcendence required no sect, no master, no alliance. Only quiet diligence, signing and daily claiming rewards, and cultivating in solitude, step by steady step toward supremacy. Joining any faction would invite endless conflict and complication, slowing his cultivation, inviting unwarranted enmity, and squandering precious time. At this moment Gao Chu held but one resolve: remain inconspicuous, sign and claim rewards, and strengthen his power. That was the sole sovereign path forward. As time passed, day by day, Gao Chu gradually adapted to the life of the outer sect. Every morning he would meditate and cultivate in his residence, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. During the day, he would visit the martial arts arena or the scripture pavilion, signing, and casually, at night, he would faithfully complete his routine check-in. The rewards from the check-in system came continuously, allowing his cultivation speed to far surpass that of ordinary people. However, just as the tree desires stillness, the wind does not cease. Although Wang Tung had not made a move for the time being, Gao Chu knew that this was merely the calm before the storm. As night fell, District B fell into silence. Gao Chu sat cross-legged on the cushion, contemplating his future plans. Suddenly a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Gao Chu frowned slightly, got up, and walked to the door, opening it. To his surprise, he found Wang Tung's 3 followers, Luda, Li, and Guan Ku, standing outside. Luda wore a sinister smile, saying, "That day you were just lucky to run into Ning Bo from the law enforcement hall, well, otherwise I would have broken your legs. Now that it's late at night, there's no one to meddle, right?" Li and Guan Ku behind him also showed malicious smiles. Gao Chu remained calm and did not regard the 3 of them as a threat. Seeing this, Luda gathered his overwhelming spiritual power of the 8th layer of Qi refinement and threw a punch toward Gao Chu's face. This punch carried a fierce wind, and if an ordinary person took it, they would at least be left bleeding. However, bang! Gao Chu raised his hand and effortlessly caught the punch. His movement seemed to require no effort at all, as if he was merely catching something trivial. Luda's face changed dramatically. He attempted to retract his fist, but found that the opponent's palm gripped his wrist like an iron clamp, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. "Senior brother Luda," Gao Chu's voice was as calm as water, "I don't seek trouble, but am not afraid of it. If you provoke me again, don't blame me for being rude. He released his grip, causing Luda to stagger back a few steps, his face filled with shock. He never expected that a Qi refinement third-layer waste would be able to easily withstand his full-force strike at the 8th layer. Get lost, Gao Chu said indifferently. It's late and I need to rest. He turned and walked back into his room, slamming the door shut with a bang. Luda and the others exchanged glances, their faces extremely grim. Let's go. Luda gritted his teeth and growled, this matter isn't over. Back in his room, Gao Chu slightly curled his lips. With such weak strength, they dare to come and trouble me. He shook his head and sat cross-legged again. Luda's strength was merely around the 8th layer of Qi refinement, which was not even a warm-up for him. If he hadn't controlled himself deliberately, that last strike could have easily broken Luda's wrist. However, tonight's incident served as a reminder. Wang Teng's people would not let it go easily. It seems I need to speed up my check-ins. He closed his eyes and began to operate the Hongming Creation Sutra. The next morning, Gao Chu woke up early, preparing to head to the outer-sect's martial arts arena. The martial arts arena was the most bustling place in the outer-sect, where many disciples practiced in the early morning. Gao Chu planned to scout the area first to see if he could find a suitable check-in location. Just as he walked out of District B's main gate, he unexpectedly encountered someone. Senior brother Ningbo. The person was none other than Ningbo, a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Ningbo was tall with a stern face and a composed demeanor. The law enforcement hall was responsible for maintaining order in the outer sect, unaffected by any factions. Ningbo was renowned for his strictness and impartiality. Even Wang Teng's people would be apprehended if they committed wrongdoings. Last time Luda was confined because of Ningbo's efforts. Junior brother Gao Chu. Ningbo nodded in greeting. It's a coincidence to run into you. I have something to notify you about. Please speak, senior brother. Ningbo said, last night someone caused a disturbance near District B. Although it did not result in serious consequences based on eyewitness descriptions, it is likely targeted at you. If similar situations occur in the future, you can report to the law enforcement hall at any time. Gao Chu felt warmth in his heart and clasped his hands, saying, thank you for your concern, senior brother. Ningbo glanced at him and suddenly said something profound. You are quite remarkable. Gao Chu was taken aback. Internally, have I been discovered? Is senior brother Ningbo too perceptive? Well, anyway, my concealment technique is fine, so it doesn't matter if he sees through it or not. Ningbo patted his shoulders, saying, perform well in the upcoming outer-sect competition. I believe senior brother Lin's judgment is correct. With that, he turned and left. Gao Chu watched Ningbo's departing figure, lost in thought. Ningbo was a person of integrity and sharp insight. His ability to say such words indicated that he had already seen something. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. However, Gao Chu was not worried. He had confidence in his concealment technique. Even a Peak Foundation establishment expert would not be able to see through his true realm. As long as he did not inadvertently expose himself, no one would know his true capabilities. What exactly was the outer-sect competition that senior brother Ningbo mentioned? He would ask Xiang Pengzi about it tonight. At that moment, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in Gao Chu's mind. Ding. Triggering combat mission. Participate in the outer-sect competition. Complete the check-in at the registration area of the outer-sect. Mission reward: high-grade mystic art, falling leaf, sword technique. If you achieve first place in the outer-sect competition, an additional reward of a top-grade spirit weapon, Gale sword. Hearing the system issue the mission, which offered high-grade sword techniques and top-grade spirit weapons, Gao Chu was ecstatic. This was something only true disciples of the Lingfeng sect could possess. Gao Chu subsequently checked in at the martial arts arena and received 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones contain pure spiritual energy, about 100 times more than low-grade spirit stones, suitable for Foundation establishment cultivators to use. Although the number of these mid-grade spirit stones was not large, their quality was extremely high. If combined with the Hongming Creation Sutra for absorption, his cultivation speed would increase exponentially. Truly worthy of the check-in reward in the core area of the outer sect, it is indeed extraordinary. Gao Chu marveled, then left the martial arts arena. In a distant pavilion that Gao Chu did not notice, Wang Teng stared intently at his departing figure, while Luda Li and Guan Ke stood hunched behind him. That evening, Gao Chu inquired with Xiang Pengzi about the outer sect competition and learned that it would be held in a month. This was the annual grand event of the outer sect, open for all outer sect disciples to sign up. Those who performed excellently could not only receive generous rewards, but also had the opportunity to catch the attention of inner sect elders and be directly promoted to the inner sect. Xiang Pengzi handed Gao Chu a jade slip. Gao Chu probed his divine sense into the jade slip, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. This was detailed information about the outer sect competition, including competition rules, scoring standards, introductions of past champions, and more. I see. Gao Chu read, carefully growing more enlightened as he went. The rules of the outer-sect competition were quite simple. The preliminaries adopted a knockout system, with the winners advancing. After entering the top 16, it would change to a round-robin scoring system, where winning a match earns 3 points, tying earns 1 point, and losing earns 0 points. The top 3, with the highest scores, would receive generous rewards. First place, 3,000 contribution points, 50 mid-grade spirit stones, and a choice of any low-grade martial technique, along with 1 opportunity to enter the inner sect. Second place, 2,000 contribution points, 20 mid-grade spirit stones, and a choice of any high-grade martial technique. Third place, 1,000 contribution points, and 10 mid-grade spirit stones. First place actually has 3,000 contribution points and 50 mid-grade spirit stones. A gleam of excitement flashed in Gao Chu's eyes. He needed resources. Although the Hongmeng Creation Sutra is marvelous, the amount of spiritual energy required for cultivation is astonishingly vast. Ordinary low-grade spirit stones could not satisfy his needs. With mid-grade spirit stones, his cultivation speed would increase exponentially. Gao Chu decided to suppress his cultivation to the 5th layer of qi refinement to participate in the outer-sect competition. With his current strength, it would be a piece of cake to pretend to be weak and easily secure victory in the minor outer-sect competition. The next morning, in the outer-sect of Lingfeng Sect, courtyard number 37 in the Bing district. Inside the room, Gao Chu sat cross-legged on a mat, not yet beginning his cultivation. As he contemplated his plans going forward, Gao Chu discovered that his residence in the Bing district was close to the forbidden area at the back mountain, an important region of the outer sect, where he might be able to find some valuable items. Gao Chu, are you there? A familiar voice came from outside the door. It was Xiang Pengzi, his neighbor who had lived in the Bing district for 3 years, well-liked and well-informed within the outer sect. He stood up to open the door, only to see Xiang Pengzi standing at the entrance with a beaming smile, holding something in his hand. Senior brother Xiang, please come in. Xiang Pengzi entered the room, looked around, and lowered his voice, saying, Junior brother, there's something I think you should know. Please, senior brother, go ahead. Xiang Pengzi leaned in closer and said, Wang Teng has made it clear that he intends to take care of you during the outer sect competition in 3 months. He also sent word that it would be best for you to withdraw from the competition voluntarily, or else the consequences are yours to bear. Gao Chu raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. Oh, aren't you worried, junior brother? Xiang Pengzi urged. Wang Teng is at the peak of the qi refinement 9th level, on the brink of foundation establishment. Moreover, he has 3 lackeys under him, Lu Da, Li Li, and Guan Ku. Lu Da is at the 8th level of qi refinement, while Li Li and Guan Ku are both at the 7th level, none of them to be underestimated. If you participate in the competition, they will surely team up against you. Gao Chu thought, the peak of qi refinement 9th level. Is that all? I am currently at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Defeating him would be like swatting a child. Besides, his 3 lackeys had already come to provoke me and were directly scared away. Gao Chu patted Xiang Pengzi's shoulder, revealing a profound smile. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. However, I know my limits. Xiang Pengzi saw that he was not taking it seriously, and he became even more anxious. Junior brother, I know that senior brother Lin recommended you to the outer sect and has high hopes for you. But Wang Teng is different. He has Elder Wang backing him. Elder Wang is the grand elder of the outer sect, and his influence runs deep. Wang Teng dares to be so arrogant because of this connection. Gao Chu thought to himself, Elder Wang. This is getting interesting. Wang Teng is just a small fry at the peak of qi refinement 9th level, and he is so arrogant because he has a powerful backer. But what does it matter what elder he is? I'm not foolish enough to confront him directly. He'll just bide my time and slap him in the face during the competition. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Gao Chu cupped his hands and said, Wang Teng wants me to withdraw, but I won't. But don't worry, I won't be foolish enough to confront him hidden. To obtain the system's rewards, Gao Chu must participate in this competition. Xiang Pengzi sighed. I knew I couldn't dissuade you. Here, take this. He took out a jade slip from his sleeve and handed it to Gao Chu. This contains the past exam questions and notes from the outer sect competition that I spent a lot of effort collecting and organizing. Take a good look at it and prepare in advance. Gao Chu took the jade slip and probed into its contents with his divine sense. The jade slip contained detailed competition rules, analyses of the combat styles of top-ranked disciples from previous years, and some lesser-known, unwritten rules. Gao Chu thought Xiang Pengzi is quite a decent person. The information in this jade slip is very valuable, especially this unwritten rule. So the outer sect competition has so many intricacies. No wonder Wang Teng dares to say he will take care of me. It turns out he plans to manipulate things within the rules. I deeply appreciate your kindness, senior brother. Gao Chu said solemnly. Xiang Pengzi waved his hand. Don't be so polite. By the way, during this month you should keep a low profile. Wang Tang's people will definitely be watching you. If you perform too well, it will only make them more wary and they will become more ruthless in their actions against you. I understand. Gao Chu nodded. Xiang Pengzi cautioned him a few more times before leaving. After sending off Xiang Pengzi, Gao Chu closed the door, sat cross-legged again, and carefully studied the contents of the jade slip. The unwritten rules recorded in the jade slip made Gao Chu narrow his eyes. In the points competition, disciples from the same faction often give each other a hand, allowing points to concentrate on one person to compete for higher rankings. Wang Tang is backed by Elder Zhou, who has considerable influence in the outer sect. It is said that 7 or 8 disciples are affiliated with Elder Zhou's faction, and if they join forces they can completely manipulate the points ranking. Gao Chu smiled. I see. So Wang Tang plans to play the game of point cheating, making me encounter his associates during the points competition, and they will intentionally lose to Wang Tang, allowing him to have the highest points. A nice thought. Unfortunately, they don't know their opponent is a mid-stage Foundation establishment hanging passerby. Gao Chu put down the jade slip, dismissing this unwritten rule. Since Wang Tang wants to play, he will play along. However, before that, signing in is the priority. Gao Chu returned to the outer-sect training ground. It was still early, and the training ground was sparsely populated with only a few disciples practicing. He found a secluded corner at the edge of the training ground, sat cross-legged, and silently thought, system sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward obtained, middle-grade spirit stone 5. Gao Chu's heart was calm. 5 middle-grade spirit stones could barely sustain a few days of cultivation. Gao Chu left the training ground and returned to continue practicing the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. Just as he was immersed in his cultivation insights, another knock came at the door. Gao Chu, are you there? It was Xiang Pengzi's voice again. Gao Chu stopped his cultivation, stood up, and opened the door. Senior brother Xiang, what is it this time? Xiang Pengzi looked serious. Junior brother, I just received news that Wang Tang has sent word everywhere saying that anyone who dares to go easy on you in the competition is opposing him. Not only that, Xiang Pengzi continued, nearly a third of the outer-sect disciples have some relationship. Some are directly dependent on him, some owe him favors, and others fear his influence. If they team up against you. Gao Chu fell silent for a moment and slowly spoke. You mean to say that I will encounter many coordinated matches in the points competition? Xiang Pengzi nodded. That's about the gist of it. Gao Chu thought a third of the outer-sect disciples. However, no matter how many people there are, my strength at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment is here. If they want to team up, they can come at me all at once. Just right, I can take this opportunity to wipe out Wang Tang's faction. Let them know what it means to play the pig to eat the tiger, and that being extremely prudent is tantamount to killing. Gao Chu's gaze deepened. Thank you for the information, senior brother. However, what is meant to come will come. If Wang Tang wants to target me, I will accompany him. Xiang Pengzi looked at Gao Chu's calm expression, secretly amazed. This junior brother, clearly only at the peak of the Qi refinement 3rd level, why can he remain so composed in the face of Wang Tang's threat? Could it be he really has some trump card? Thinking of this, Xiang Pengzi said no more, only patting Gao Chu's shoulder. Junior brother, if you need any help, just speak up. Although my strength is lacking, I still have some connections in the outer sect, and it won't be a problem to help you gather information. Thank you, senior brother. Gao Chu cupped his hands. After sending off Xiang Pengzi, Gao Chu closed the door, a faint cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wang Tang, do you think you are the hunter, and I am the prey? Little do you know the true hunter always appears in the guise of prey. When the day of the competition comes, you will understand what it means to play the pig to eat the tiger. As night fell, Sector Bing sank into profound silence. Gao Chu sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, clutching 5 mid-grade spirit stones acquired that day, silently cultivating the 2nd volume of the Hunyuan Creation Scripture, the Creation Foundation Establishment Volume. Once this volume reached perfection, he should break through to the Golden Core realm. At the thought, Gao Chu summoned his system interface to review his accrued rewards. With a mere thought, a faint azure light screen unfolded within his mind. Ordinary mortal sign-in system, host interface. Cultivation realm, mid-stage Foundation establishment, externally displayed as peak 3rd layer Qi condensation, stealth art active. Cultivation manuals, Hunyuan Creation Scripture Volume I, Primordial Chaos Unfolding Volume, Volume 2, Creation Foundation Establishment Volume. Martial Techniques, Body Tempering Manual, Breeze, Sword Manual, Mystic Rank, Stealth Art Mystic Rank, Windwalking Manual, Mystic Rank, Stone Shattering Palm Earth Rank. Pills, Qi Accumulation Pills 100. Spirit Stones, Mid-Grade Spirit Stones 5. Artifacts, Shumi Ring. Gao Chu scanned each entry deliberately, quietly calculating in his heart. Mid-stage Foundation Establishment. This rank already placed him among the inner-sect disciples. As for the Hunyuan creation scripture, its power intensified exponentially with each successive volume. Even volumes 1 and 2 had granted him cultivation speed far surpassing his peers. Regarding martial techniques, Body Tempering Manual refined his physique, Breeze Sword Manual served as his primary offensive art, Stealth Art ensured survival, Windwalking Manual enabled swift travel, Stone Shattering Palm was serviceable in a pinch. Though not opulent, the set covered offense, defense, and evasion comprehensively. 100 Chi Accumulation Pills. Only 5 mid-grade Spirit Stones, a rather meager reserve. Yet the Shumi Ring was truly exceptional, vast storage capacity, and in dire straits it might even serve as a hidden trump card. All in all, staying low posed no issue, but recklessness remained far beyond his reach. Just as Gao Chu prepared to rest, an anomalous fluctuation stirred beyond his window. Something's amiss. He snapped his eyes open, his divine sense instantly enveloping the surroundings. In the next breath, his gaze locked onto a patch of shadow beyond the window. There, concealed within darkness, stood a figure clad entirely in black. That figure's cultivation realm, Latestage Foundation Establishment. A jolt surged through Gao Chu's heart. Damn. Latestage Foundation Establishment. I'm only midstage Foundation Establishment now. Yet confronting a latestage cultivator demanded utmost caution. If discovered, grave consequences would follow. Though startled, Gao Chu did not falter. He rose soundlessly, activating the stealth art to suppress his aura to its absolute minimum. The black-clad figure appeared unaware, remaining motionless in ambush. At that moment, the figure moved. Like a nocturnal owl gliding through mist, he slipped silently toward the rear of Sector Bing, the direction of the outer-sect's Forbidden Mountain range. A spark ignited in Gao Chu's mind. He followed discreetly. A latestage Foundation Establishment expert infiltrating the Forbidden Mountains after midnight. Something was undoubtedly amiss. Outer-sect, Forbidden Mountains. Dense primeval forest stretched endlessly. Towering trees blocked out the sky, plunging the land into perpetual twilight. Deep within the mountains lay one of Lingfeng's sect's most guarded forbidden zones, rumored to seal away ancient demonic beasts, utterly perilous. Even Golden Core cultivators dared not enter lightly. Yet the outer fringes remained relatively safe, ideal hunting grounds for outer-sect disciples seeking spirit herbs or slaying minor demonic beasts. Gao Chu tracked the black-clad figure to a cave mouth on the mountain's outer rim. A faint ray shimmered over the entrance, emitting a soft, ethereal glow. The figure paused before the cave, seemingly hesitating. Then a silhouette emerged from within. Gao Chu focused intently, and his pupils contracted sharply. The man wore the robes of an outer-sect elder, his name unknown to Gao Chu, who held little familiarity with the sect's elder hierarchy. The elder's expression twisted into obsequious deference. "Honorable sir, you've arrived." "Humph." The black-clad figure scoffed coldly. "Is everything prepared?" "It is." The elder hastily withdrew a jade vial from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. "This month's collected essence blood from outer-sect disciples. 12 samples in total." "Excellent." The black-clad figure uncorked the vial, sniffed its contents, and nodded in satisfaction. "Next month's quota, double it." Yes, absolutely." The elder bowed repeatedly. Gao Chu's thoughts reeled. Essence blood. They were harvesting essence blood. That was the very lifeblood of cultivators. Excessive loss could trigger catastrophic regression, or worse, spiritual deviation and demonic possession. What then was Elder Sun scheming? Was this some unspeakable conspiracy? Gao Chu crouched behind a massive tree, witnessing every detail, bewilderment tightening his brow. As he pondered, the black-clad figure suddenly turned, his gaze flashing like lightning toward Gao Chu's hiding place. Danger! Gao Chu's pulse leapt. He stilled his breath, compressing his aura to its uttermost limit. The figure stared fixedly at his concealment for several heartbeats, then finally withdrew his gaze. "What is it?" asked the elder. "Nothing," replied the figure, turning away. "Perhaps a phantom sensation." The elder exhaled in relief and hurried to escort him off. Only after the black-clad figure vanished completely did Gao Chu step forth from behind the tree. His gaze lingered upon the cave entrance, thoughtful, calculating. This place might be a crucial sign-in location. The edge of the Forbidden Mountains. Tonight yielded no sign-in, but tomorrow he would return to try. Perhaps he'd obtain something extraordinary. He resolved to explore by daylight. Just as he turned to leave, a familiar chime resonated within his mind. Ding! Ordinary mortal sign-in system initializing. Location detected: Lingfeng sect, outer sect, edge of the Forbidden Mountains. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 low-grade spirit stones. Gao Chu mused. Already signed in. 20 low-grade stones may seem trivial, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. More importantly, he'd uncovered the cave's secret. This venture had been anything but unprofitable. Location identified as a special zone. Rare reward triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received one fragment of a spirit artifact. Gao Chu's pupils contracted. A spirit artifact fragment. Spirit artifacts ranked above ordinary artifacts. Mere relics of the lowest tier commanded prices exceeding 100,000 spirit stones. Even a fragment, though incomplete, held immense intrinsic value. Even the most inferior spirit artifact commanded a value exceeding 100,000 spirit stones. Though merely a fragment, its worth remained formidable. He immediately checked his system interface. Spirit artifact fragment. Rarity Azure Rare. Description: a shard imbued with the primordial essence of a spirit artifact. When sufficient fragments are gathered, they may be used to restore or forge a complete spirit artifact. Current count 110. A spirit artifact fragment. Truly exceptional. With 10 such shards, he could assemble a full spirit artifact. Yet, what exactly was the nature of these forbidden mountains? That such a place could yield a spirit artifact fragment suggested extraordinary significance. He stored the fragment within his Shumi ring, thoughts churning inwardly. Tonight's revelations had unveiled the forbidden mountain's depth, far more intricate than he'd imagined. Elder Sun's clandestine exchange with the black-clad figure, those harvested essence blood samples, all pointed to a vast hidden conspiracy. Enough, for now deeper inquiry could wait. He would return to his quarters, devise a strategy, and revisit tomorrow. One thing, however, was certain: the Forbidden Mountains would demand many more visits. Gao Chu departed the mountains with meticulous care, his mind replaying every detail of the night's events. Back in his chamber, he closed the door, seated himself at the desk, and began organizing his thoughts. What dark design lay behind the essence blood collection? Who was the black-clad figure? These questions coiled like dense fog around his heart. At dawn the next day, Gao Chu hastened once more toward the Forbidden Mountains. Gao Chu rose early and headed toward the rear mountains. Intent on revisiting the cave he had discovered the previous night, hoping to claim some extraordinary treasures. Yet upon approaching the cave, he found a crowd already gathered there. What's going on? Gao Chu frowned slightly and concealed himself behind a towering ancient tree to observe. Dozens of outer-sect disciples stood before the cave entrance, led by Wang Tong. Arms crossed, he gazed down at the assembled crowd with smug satisfaction. Want to enter? Very well. Pay 100 low-grade spirit stones each and you may pass. 100 low-grade spirit stones. A voice rose in protest from the crowd. Why not just rob us outright? Wang Tong sneered. Is 100 low-grade spirit stones truly exorbitant? Do you even know what lies within? This is an ancient ruin left behind by predecessors, perhaps containing primordial cultivation arts or divine weapons. For just 100 low-grade spirit stones you gain a chance at such legendary treasures. What more could you possibly demand? Gao Chu's mind raced. A ruin. Wang Tong had actually discovered a ruin. What uncanny fortune this boy possessed. But, no. He was attempting to monopolize access to the ruin. Charging 100 spirit stones per entry, he sought to pocket every benefit for himself. Truly a shrewd merchant. The crowd stirred uneasily, but most still chose to pay. They had no choice. The allure of the rear mountain ruins was simply too great. From afar, Gao Chu watched coldly. Wang Tong's maneuver was masterfully executed. He must have known the cave's secret long ago, yet deliberately withheld it until the moment was ripe, then seized control under the guise of admission fees. Thus he could claim all treasures within for himself, and simultaneously amass wealth. 100 low-grade spirit stones per person. How much will that yield? Gao Chu calculated silently. With over 1,000 outer-sect disciples, even 1/10 choosing to enter would mean over 100 paying patrons, yielding 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. That sum would sustain his cultivation for months. Yet Gao Chu had no intention of paying. He had his own method. Inwardly, he mused. Wang Tong. You dream of profiting from this. Impossible. I learned this cave's secret last night. Do you imagine your fee applies to me? Humph. Just wait and see. Only after Wang Tong collected the fees and led the group inside did Gao Chu step out from his hiding place. Activating the wind steering art, his figure became as light and silent as a breeze gliding unseen past the main entrance to the cave's flank. The previous night he had carefully observed the cave's formation only guarded the front entrance. Along its side lay a natural fissure, perfect for clandestine infiltration. This is it. Gao Chu slipped sideways into the crevice and entered the cave's interior, a space far more expansive than he had imagined. A deep, winding passage stretched downward into the earth, its walls embedded with softly glowing night pearls that bathed the corridor in ethereal daylight. As Gao Chu advanced along the passage, faint ripples of spiritual energy shimmered in the air. Then suddenly a familiar chime echoed within his mind. Ding! Mortal sign-in system initializing. Location detected: Lingfeng sect, outer-sect perimeter of the rear mountain forbidden zone. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, cultivator. You have received 20 mid-grade spirit stones. 20 mid-grade spirit stones again. Indeed, this place was a veritable treasure trove. At this rate of sign-ins, prosperity was imminent. Location identified as a special zone. Rare reward triggered. Congratulations, cultivator. You have received 1 spirit artifact fragment. Another spirit artifact fragment. Now he possessed 2. At this pace, gathering all 10 would be accomplished before long. The system truly reigned supreme. Ecstasy surged through Gao Chu's heart. A spirit artifact fragment. Such a priceless rarity. He sealed the fragment within his Shumi ring and pressed deeper into the cave. Deep within the cave lay a vast subterranean chamber. Wang Teng and his party were exploring ahead, searching for something. Gao Chu trailed them silently, maintaining a safe distance. Wang Teng stood before a colossal stone, steely, his expression darkening. What's wrong? Why does the formation remain inert? Ancient runes covered the steel surface, emitting a faint pulsing luminescence. Yet no matter how forcefully Wang Teng infused it with spiritual energy, the steel remained utterly unresponsive. Chief, could this steel be broken? Luda ventured hesitantly. Nonsense. Wang Teng snapped. This steel has endured for a millennium. How could it possibly be damaged? Our method must be flawed. He tried several other techniques. Still the steel remained motionless. Damn it. Wang Teng slammed his fist against the steel. Does it require a foundation establishment cultivator to activate? Gao Chu recognized instantly that the steel demanded specific conditions, not mere brute force infusion. Did Wang Teng truly believe casual attempts would suffice? Impossible. Still, what runes were these? Why did they feel so strangely familiar? The steel, a seal. Last night's exchange between the black-robed figure and the outer-sect elder, the collected lifeblood. Could it be? This steel requires lifeblood to awaken. That explained why so much lifeblood had been gathered. Its sole purpose was to activate this steel. But what exactly lay sealed beneath it? Was it truly worth such elaborate machinations? A suspicion began to crystallize in his mind, but now was not the time for deep inquiry. His purpose here was sign-in, not exploration. Having completed his sign-ins, he prepared to retreat, when a voice rang out behind him, "Brother Gao Chu." His heart clenched. Whirling around, he beheld Xiang Pang, the corpulent senior brother. Senior brother Xiang. What are you doing here? Gao Chu asked, startled. Xiang Pang wore a wry, self-deprecating smile. I came to explore the ruin too. I paid 100 spirit stones to enter. Never imagined running into you here. By the way, how did you get in? Did you pay the fee? Disaster. How had Xiang Pang ended up here too? He was a paying patron aligned with Wang Teng. If discovered, Gao Chu's presence might implicate him. No, he had to extract Xiang Pang safely. Gao Chu lowered his voice. Senior brother, follow me. This place is unsafe. Though bewildered, Xiang Pang nodded without hesitation. They retreated quietly along the same path and slipped back out through the fissure. Outside the cave, Xiang Pang gasped for breath. Brother, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Nearly caught by Wang Teng. Gao Chu asked, senior brother, why did you pay Wang Teng? You know precisely what sort of man he is. Xiang Pang sighed. What choice did I have? The ruin's temptation was overwhelming. And as an ordinary outer-sect disciple, powerless and without influence, how dare I oppose Wang Teng? Spending 100 low-grade spirit stones for peace of mind. Even that felt justified. Xiang Pang was simply too honest. 100 low-grade spirit stones equaled an entire month's earnings for an average outer-sect disciple. Gao Chu clapped Xiang Pang's shoulder. Senior brother, next time something like this arises, call on me. We outer-sect disciples must look out for one another. Tears welled in Xiang Pang's eyes. Brother, let's go back and talk. Gao Chu smiled. Oh, and senior brother, what happened tonight stays between us. Of course. Xiang Pang nodded vigorously. My lips are always sealed. Xiang Pang guards secrets like a vault. Upon returning to Sector Bing, Gao Chu closed the door behind him and erected a simple, sound-dampening formation at its threshold. He had learned this technique from an unassuming ancient text in the scripture pavilion. Though it could only shield against eavesdropping by chi refinement cultivators, it was better than nothing. Only after completing these precautions did he sit cross-legged upon the meditation cushion and begin meticulously tallying his gains from the day. With a mere thought, 2 fragments shimmering with a faint azure aura appeared in his palms. These were the 2 spirit artifact fragments, the first obtained last night outside the cave during a sign-in ritual, the second acquired today within the cave itself. Irregular in shape, their edges bore remnants of archaic talismanic scripts. A gentle clasp revealed a faint yet extraordinarily refined fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from within. Gao Chu placed both fragments side by side for careful inspection. Their material was identical, their script styles indistinguishable, yet they refused to fit together, clearly originating from separate spirit artifacts. Fascinating. Though hailing from different artifacts, their composition and script style were perfectly congruent. Could it be that more than one spirit artifact was shattered within this cave? Or perhaps a fierce battle once raged here, shattering multiple spirit artifacts simultaneously? He brought the fragments closer to his nose and inhaled lightly. A faint lingering trace of blood scent clung to them, an odor so tenacious that even after countless years it had not fully dissipated. This implied that the ancient battle must have been drenched in blood and death. Gao Chu's brow furrowed slightly. Spirit artifacts, treasures even Foundation establishment cultivators rarely possessed. A single spirit artifact often commanded a value exceeding 100,000 spirit stones. A battlefield where two or more such artifacts lay shattered spoke volumes about its scale and savagery. At this revelation, Gao Chu's spirit surged with sharp focus. The incident 50 years ago. This was precisely the knowledge he most sought. He continued reading. 50 years ago, a senior elder of our sect named Blood Demon Patriarch was discovered cultivating forbidden arts and pursued relentlessly by the enforcement hall. Driven to desperation, he fled into the forbidden mountains behind the sect, attempting to breach the ancient seal and harness the power buried within the ruins to mount a counteroffensive. That battle blotted out sun and moon, turning rivers crimson. The sect deployed 3 Golden Core elders and dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators before finally subduing the Blood Demon Patriarch. Yet the seals suffered severe damage in the process, and for decades afterward the sect labored ceaselessly to repair it. To prevent recurrence, the Forbidden Mountain Zone was designated an absolute no-entry zone, guarded day and night by dedicated sentinels. No one, save sect elders and enforcement hall disciples, is permitted to enter the core restricted area. Upon reading this, Gao Chu's mind roiled like a storm-tossed sea. Blood Demon Patriarch, forbidden cultivation, seal breach. The implications were staggering. So this hidden chapter of history truly existed 50 years ago. Blood Demon Patriarch, a sect elder who practiced dark arts. No wonder that black-robed figure collected vital blood. Could they be remnants of his faction, seeking to breach the seal again? No, the timeline didn't align. The Blood Demon Patriarch had been sealed for half a century, and how could his followers wait this long to act? Or was there a deeper layer beneath this? Vital blood activating the stone steel. Was that steel itself part of the seal? Was vital blood gathered to shatter the seal? No. If destruction were the aim, why proceed covertly? And why collect blood solely from outer-sect disciples? Such a quantity would be woefully insufficient. Doubt swirled within Gao Chu's heart. He turned further pages, hoping to uncover additional clues. The Jade Tablet also detailed the zonal divisions of the Forbidden Mountains, far more comprehensively than he'd previously known. The Forbidden Mountains comprise 3 zones: outer, middle, and inner. The outer zone lies farthest from the seal, where its power wanes to near imperceptibility, making it relatively safe. Here flourish abundant spirit herbs, and low-tier demonic beasts occasionally roam, ideal for outer-sect disciples gathering herbs or undergoing trials. The middle zone lies nearer the seal, where its influence begins to manifest palpably. Demonic beasts here grow stronger, typically ranging from late chi refinement to early Foundation establishment, and the terrain grows treacherous, riddled with naturally formed illusion arrays and perilous locales. Generally, only Foundation establishment cultivators, or parties led by them, dare venture into the middle zone. The inner zone constitutes the heart of the Forbidden Mountains and the seat of the seal itself. Its sealing power is overwhelming. Even Golden Core elders suffer profound suppression upon entry. Moreover, legendary guardian beasts are said to patrol this zone, rendering it lethally hazardous. Beyond periodic reinforcement missions by sect elders, unauthorized entry is strictly prohibited. The cave discovered by Wang Tung lies precisely at the boundary between outer and middle zones, technically within the fringes of the middle zone. This explained both the protective array guarding the cave and the appearance of spirit artifact fragments upon sign-in. At this, Gao Chu's gaze flickered subtly. Located at the middle zone's periphery, the cave offered a direct path inward, bypassing the arduous, perilous trek through the outer zone entirely. For him, this was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. Wang Tung, you believe you've unearthed a treasure trove, yet you've glimpsed but the tip of an iceberg. That cave is no ordinary ruin. It is a clandestine passage into the middle zone. True treasures lie deeper still. In the middle zone, perhaps even the inner zone. He continued reading, hoping for further records on the cave. Alas, the jade tablet offered scant details, merely a few terse lines. At the edge of the Forbidden Zone lies a naturally formed cave, reputedly the ancient abode of the mountain's guardian deity. Later, due to fluctuations in the seal, the cave became enshrouded by a formation barring all outsiders. Details remain unknown. That was all. Gao Chu felt mild disappointment, but it was unsurprising. Had the cave held true significance, the sect would have guarded it fiercely, though its discovery by an outer-sect disciple like Wang Teng would have been impossible. He closed the jade tablet and set it upon the table, sinking into contemplation. His current intelligence comprised 5 key points. First, the Forbidden Mountains conceal an ancient sect ruin sealed by Lingfeng's sect's ninefold seal. Second, 50 years ago, Elder Blood Demon Patriarch attempted to breach the seal and was subdued, but the seal sustained damage. Third, the outer-sect elder and the black-robed figure gather vital blood, likely linked to seal disruption. Fourth, the cave serves as a secret conduit to the middle zone, housing a steel activated only by vital blood. Fifth, Wang Teng has already discovered the cave and monopolized exploration rights. Interwoven, these facts formed a vast, intricate web, and Gao Chu now stood at its very edge, poised to be drawn irrevocably into its depths. The intrigue deepened. Vital blood, the seal. Blood Demon Patriarch, the outer-sect elder, the black-robed figure. Wang Teng, what bonds connected them all? Did Wang Teng grasp the cave's true secret? Was his monopoly over exploration driven by greed for treasure, or something far more calculated? The more Gao Chu pondered, the more disquieting it grew. Though Wang Teng ranked first among outer-sect disciples, he remained merely a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator. How could he possibly locate a cave concealed by formation arrays for millennia? And how could he know the method of entry? Was someone guiding him? Perhaps the outer-sect elder colluding with the black-robed figure? No, that made no sense. If Wang Teng and the outer-sect elder conspired, why secretly trade with the black-robed figure? Why not simply task Wang Teng with collecting vital blood? Moreover, his fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones per person reeked of opportunistic profiteering, not grand conspiracy. Or was Wang Teng merely a pawn? Was there a mastermind pulling his strings, the black-robed figure him? Had they deliberately engineered Wang Teng's discovery of the cave, monopolizing access to harvest vital blood from those entering under his auspices? The moment this notion struck, Gao Chu felt he'd grasped the truth. If so, every disciple paying 100 spirit stones for entry had already become sacrificial lambs. No wonder Wang Teng charged admission and capped entry numbers. His motive wasn't wealth, but selection. 100 low-grade spirit stones represented no trivial sum for ordinary outer-sect disciples. Those able to afford it were inevitably well-endowed and possessed superior innate talent. Such disciples yielded higher-quality vital blood, more potent, more efficacious. The plausibility of this theory mounted steadily. If true, Wang Teng was terrifying indeed. Outwardly, he profited. Inwardly, he served as a conduit for his unseen master's vital blood collection. I must verify this. If confirmed, I must intervene, not from righteousness but necessity. Should they succeed in breaching the seal and unleashing whatever slumbered within the ruins, Lingfeng's sect would collapse utterly. When the nest falls, no egg remains unbroken. As a disciple of Lingfeng's sect, I too would perish. Yet before acting, I require greater preparation. First, strengthen my cultivation. Though my true realm is Foundation Establishment Midstage, I dare not reveal it lest my identity be compromised. Moreover, Foundation Establishment Midstage holds little weight within Lingfeng's sect, where over 80 Foundation Establishment cultivators dwell and several Golden Core elders preside. Clarity regarding Blood Demon Patriarch, the incident 50 years past the black-robed figure, and Wang Teng, all demanded deeper investigation. It seems I must visit the Scripture Pavilion. The Jade Tablet's contents remain superficial, scant, and surface-deep. The Scripture Pavilion surely holds richer accounts of the 50-year-old event, and perhaps even clues linking the seal, vital blood activation, and the steel. With that thought, Gao Chu rose and stepped out the door. It was already afternoon. Sunlight bathed the world in golden warmth. Along Sector Bing's streets, outer-sect disciples strolled in 2s and 3s, faces alight with excitement, discussing the mountain ruins without restraint. Have you heard? Wang Teng's senior brother has opened the mountain ruins. Pay 100 spirit stones, and you may explore. 100 low-grade spirit stones. That's steep. His patron is none other than the outer-sect's grand elder. Steep? Nonsense. This is an ancient ruin. Any single treasure found easily exceeds 100 spirit stones. I've already assembled a group. We're going tomorrow. Say what might lie inside. Could there be ancient cultivation techniques? Who knows? But Wang Teng's senior brother claims there's treasure. and he's entered several times already, reportedly reaping rich rewards. Hearing such chatter, Gao Chu allowed himself a cold, silent smile. Ancient cultivation techniques. Not so easily obtained. Wang Tung himself had struck a dead end before the steal. His rewards were illusory. His boast served only to lure more souls inward, so his unseen patrons could harvest more vital blood. These pitiable disciples believed fortune smiled upon them, unaware they were already prey in another's eyes. 100 low-grade spirit stones for a ticket to hell. How bitterly ironic. Without pausing, he strode directly toward the scripture pavilion. Arriving at the scripture pavilion's entrance, the gatekeeping elder glanced at him indifferently and waved him inside. Entering the first floor, a rich, ink-laden fragrance enveloped him. This level housed foundational cultivation techniques, martial arts manuals, and sect historical records. Gao Chu's gaze swept across row upon row of shelves, finally settling upon a secluded corner reserved for sect chronicles. He approached the shelves and began leafing through volumes one by one. Concise history of Lingfeng's sect, chronicle of major sect events, biographies of past sect masters, annals of the Forbidden Mountains. Each heavy tome was drawn from its shelf and scrutinized with care. Most content proved familiar, reiterating what the Jade Tablet had disclosed, yielding no fresh insight. Yet Gao Chu persisted, patient and unwavering. At last, within an ancient text titled Strange Tales of the Sect, he uncovered a far more detailed account of the 50-year-old incident. 50 years ago, Blood Demon Patriarch rebelled and fled into the Forbidden Mountains. The ensuing battle was cataclysmic. The sect deployed 3 Golden Core Elders and 72 Foundation Establishment Cultivators before finally subduing him beneath the seal. Yet the seal sustained grievous damage. Part of Blood Demon Patriarch's vital blood splattered upon it, fracturing its integrity with hairline fissures. For the next 50 years, the sect labored tirelessly to mend the seal. Yet Blood Demon Patriarch's vital blood carried immense corruptive power. Eradicating it proved nearly impossible. Moreover, though sealed, Blood Demon Patriarch had not perished outright. His residual soul lingered beneath the seal, biding its time for resurgence. To prevent his residual soul from ensnaring minds, the sect classified this matter as topmost secrecy, known only to core elders. All related records were systematically destroyed. At this, Gao Chu's pupils contracted sharply. Blood Demon Patriarch was not dead. His residual soul endured beneath the seal, and his vital blood staining the seal had fractured its structure. Now everything fell into place. No wonder the black-robed figures gathered vital blood. They sought to combine Blood Demon Patriarch's residual soul with sufficient vital blood to shatter the seal and unleash him. But wait, if liberation alone were their goal, why collect outer-sect disciples' vital blood? Why not use Blood Demon Patriarch's own? Or was their objective broader than mere liberation? Did they require vast quantities of vital blood for a ritual, of which Blood Demon Patriarch's residual soul formed but one component? The deeper Gao Chu delved, the more chilling the implications grew. If true, the masterminds behind this plot extended far beyond Disciple Sun and the black-robed figure. They answered to forces infinitely more formidable. He continued, turning pages, desperate for further clues. Alas, the strange tales of the sect contained no more on the matter. The remainder either torn away or deliberately obliterated. Undeterred, Gao Chu consulted several more ancient texts, but found no additional revelations. Clearly the sect had sealed this history with ironclad rigor. Yet he hadn't left empty-handed. At minimum, he now knew Blood Demon Patriarch lived on, his residual soul entombed beneath the seal. And the black-robed figure's vital blood collection almost certainly aimed to empower Blood Demon Patriarch's escape. As Gao Chu weighed these truths, a familiar voice sounded behind him. "Junior brother Gao, you are reading here as well." Gao Chu turned and saw Xiang Pengzi cradling a thick volume, surprise written across his face. Gao Chu smiled. "Senior brother Xiang, what a coincidence. I came to look up some material." Xiang Pengzi stepped forward and lowered his voice, looking up material. "Is it about that ruin on the back mountain?" "To be honest, I was investigating it too. I spent 100 low-grade spirit stones to go in yesterday and found nothing. Just a ruined stele. I was furious. I want to see what that place is really about." Gao Chu felt a stir in his heart. Xiang Pengzi had spent 3 years in the outer-sect. His contacts were broad and his information reliable. Perhaps he could extract something useful from Xiang Pengzi. Lowering his voice, Gao Chu asked, "Senior brother, do you know anything about that matter from 50 years ago?" Xiang Pengzi's expression changed. He quickly made a shushing gesture. "Shoo, brother, are you courting death? The incident from 50 years ago is a sect taboo. No one speaks of it lightly." Gao Chu replied, "Relax, it's just the two of us. I'm merely curious and asked in passing. You've been in the outer sect for 3 years, you must have heard something, right?" Xiang Pengzi hesitated, glanced around to make sure no one was listening, and then lowered his voice. I have heard some rumors, but they are all hearsay, hardly reliable. Moreover, it is said that anyone who delved too deeply into that matter vanished without a trace. Brother, I advise you to drop it before you bring trouble upon yourself. A chill ran through Gao Chu. People who probed too far had disappeared. This meant there were indeed remnants of the blood demon ancestor within the sect, and their influence was considerable. Feigning nonchalance, he asked, "Oh, such things happen. Have you ever heard the words essence blood and seal?" Xiang Pengzi's face grew even graver. Brother, how do you know those words? What exactly are you investigating? I'm telling you, this is something you must not touch. Too dangerous. Xiang Pengzi's reaction only strengthened Gao Chu's suspicions. This matter was clearly not simple. He smiled and said, "Don't be alarmed, senior brother. I only saw those terms in an ancient text and was curious, so I asked. If you do not know, then never mind. By the way, when you went into that cave yesterday, aside from the stele, did you see anything else?" Gao Chu asked. Xiang Pengzi relaxed when Gao changed the subject and replied, "What else would there be? Other than that ruined stele, there were only empty stone chambers. That Wang Tung kept talking about an ancient relic, but it's all lies. I suspect he was trying to fleece people. 100 low-grade spirit stones, gone down the drain." Gao Chu said, "Oh, what did the stele look like? Were there any inscriptions?" Xiang Pengzi thought for a moment and said it was a very large black stele carved with chaotic runes. It looked uncanny. Wang Tung kept tinkering with it, claiming he wanted to activate the stele, but after all that fuss, there was no response. In my view, it's just a prop, useless." Gao Chu nodded and did not press further. Xiang Pengzi apparently did not know much and seemed fearful of the subject. Further questioning might arouse his suspicion. They chatted a little longer before going their separate ways. Gao Chu lingered in the library a while longer. Finding no more information, he rose and left. By the time he returned to his dwelling in Sector C, dusk had already fallen. Gao Chu shut the door, set his soundproofing formation, sat cross-legged on his zafu, and began to organize the day's findings. They chatted a little longer before going their separate ways. Gao Chu lingered in the library a while longer. Second, the cloaked figures were collecting essence blood, most likely to aid the blood demon ancestor in breaking that seal and returning. Third, the cave Wang Tung discovered was very likely a key site for breaking the seal. The stele which required essence blood to activate was probably one node of the seal. Fourth, there were likely followers of the blood demon ancestor within the sect, and their power was not insignificant, otherwise the matter could not have been so thoroughly suppressed. Gao Chu pondered and decided to keep his distance for the time being and watch events unfold. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The Hongming Zhaohua Jing Hongming creation scripture circulated slowly within him as abundant spiritual energy poured from all directions into his meridians and converged upon his dantian. This time he did not merely rotate the technique as before, he began to carefully comprehend the scripture's mysteries. As his cultivation advanced, he became ever more aware of the art's potency. It was not merely a faster sponge for spiritual energy, more importantly, it refined ordinary worldly qi into a purer, higher grade, Hongmeng qi. This Hongmeng qi surpassed common spiritual energy in both power and the speed of cultivation. Furthermore, the Hongmeng qi possessed another trait. It nourished the spirit, strengthened the flesh, and could to some extent purge malevolent forces. The notion struck Gao Chu like a current. Purge malevolent force. Was not the blood demon ancestor's essence, blood, a form of such evil power? If Hongmeng qi could purify the blood demon ancestor's essence blood, did that mean he might repair the seal? If he repaired it, would the system reward him handsomely, perhaps with a divine grade martial skill? The discovery thrilled him, but he quickly regained his composure. The idea was attractive, yet its execution posed immense difficulties. First, he would have to penetrate the inner layers of the forbidden area to approach the seal, a near impossibility for someone in his current state. Second, even if he could reach the seal, purifying the essence blood would demand vast amounts of Hongmeng qi and time. During such a process, he might be discovered by the elders guarding the seal or ambushed by the blood demon ancestor's followers. Forget it, this matter would have to be considered long-term. He must first raise his strength. Once powerful enough, whether the blood demon ancestor broke free or sect infighting erupted, he would be able to protect himself. Resolved, Gao Chu ceased further speculation and devoted himself wholly to cultivation. The Hongming Zhaohua Jing surged through him at full speed, and a tide of spiritual energy flooded his body. Under the wash of spiritual energy, his meridians widened and toughened. In his dantian, the vortex of Hongmeng qi slowly spun and steadily grew. At dawn the next morning, while the sky was still dim, Gao Chu rose. After a quick preparation, he slipped quietly out of Sector C and headed toward the back mountain. He did not take the main gate this time, but skirted along a lonely path and infiltrated from the mountains opposite. He knew Wang Tung had surely stationed people at the cave's entrance, attempting to enter through the fissure, as he had the previous day, would now be difficult. That did not matter. He had not come specifically to enter the cave. The back mountain was vast. There would surely be other places where one could sign in. His aim was to explore other special spots around the forbidden area's perimeter. The system could detect special zones. If he traced the boundary slowly, he would surely find other places to register. Even if none appeared, gathering some spirit herbs along the outer rim would not make the trip wasted. With his plan decided, Gao Chu began to methodically investigate the forbidden zone's outskirts. Dawn's first light gilded the mist still clinging to the forbidden mountain behind the sect. Gao Chu drew a deep breath, inhaling the earthy, verdant fragrance of damp soil and wild herbs as he crept cautiously along the forested periphery of the restricted zone. His divine sense swept across the terrain like a silent radar, scanning every inch of land for a special zone detectable by his system. Today marked his third consecutive day exploring this mountain. Over the past 2 days, he had signed in twice near a cave, gaining 2 fragments of spirit artifacts and a modest hoard of spirit stones. Yet he knew this vast mountain held far more undiscovered sign-in locations. After roughly an hour of searching, just as weariness began to dull his resolve, a familiar chime resonated within his mind. Ding! A special zone has been detected at your current location. Confirm sign-in. Gao Chu's spirit surged silently. He commanded sign-in. Sign-in confirmed. Congratulations, host. You have received 30 low-grade spirit stones. This area contains exceptionally dense earth elemental spiritual energy, triggering a special reward. Congratulations, host. You have received Earthrending / a mid-tier Earth-ranked martial technique. Ecstasy flooded Gao Chu's heart. Earthrending / a mid-tier Earth-ranked technique. With the system's aid, every nuance of Earthrending / theory application, even ingrained muscle memory, had been seared into both his consciousness and his very sinews. It was as if he had cultivated this art for decades. Its execution, now second nature, flawless and instinctive. Once he had fully absorbed its essence, Gao Chu pressed onward. Another half-hour passed before the chime sounded again. Ding! A special zone has been detected at your current location. Confirm sign-in. Sign-in. Sign-in confirmed. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 mid-grade spirit stones. This site is identified as the ruins of an ancient battlefield, triggering a special reward. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 spirit artifact fragment. Another fragment. Joy bloomed uncontainably within Gao Chu's chest. Counting these 3, including the previous 2, he now possessed exactly 3 fragments. One step closer, just 7 more needed, to assemble a complete spirit artifact. He withdrew the newly acquired fragment for careful inspection. Slightly larger than the prior 2, its surface bore more complete, intricate talismanic inscriptions, clearly part of a weapon's tip. Though broken, it radiated a palpable razor-sharp aura. Of the 3 fragments, one resembled a blade's body, another a hilt, this one a spearhead. Could they all be shards of spirit artifacts shattered in that long-ago cataclysm? What truly transpired then? How many spirit artifacts could have shattered simultaneously? And that lingering, iron-rich scent of blood, still potent after 1,000 years. That battle must have been far more horrific than he'd imagined. Prudent and satisfied, Gao Chu turned back, leaving the mountain without venturing deeper. By the time he returned to Sector Bing, dawn had fully broken. In the weeks that followed, Gao Chu settled into a disciplined, purposeful rhythm. Each morning before the sky paled, he slipped silently into the outer reaches of the forbidden mountain to seek new sign-in zones. Over the course of more than a month, he secured 3 additional spirit artifact fragments and numerous spirit stones and pills. His collection now numbered 6 fragments. Only 4 remained before he could forge a complete spirit artifact. Moreover, during his explorations, he discovered several rare spirit herbs. A few were even century-old specimens, worth hundreds of spirit stones at the local market. For him, it constituted a substantial windfall. Gao Chu had become a fixture at the scripture pavilion. His visits served dual purposes: to deepen his understanding of cultivation lore and arcane secrets, and to gather further intelligence on the blood demon Ancestor and the Forbidden Mountain. Alas, the sect's silence on the matter was absolute. He combed meticulously through every ancient text on the pavilion's first 2 levels, yet found no new leads. Still, not all was lost. Within an old compendium titled Bestiary of the Cultivation Realm, he uncovered records concerning guardian divine beasts. Legends held that such guardians were primordial, immensely powerful beasts, possessing strength rivaling golden core or even nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, they possessed an innate sensitivity to corrupt energies, able to perceive even the subtlest fluctuations in a seal. Reading this passage, Gao Chu's pulse quickened. If such a guardian truly guarded the mountain seal, then the blood demon ancestor's lingering soul would find escape exceedingly difficult. Yet conversely, if those shadowy figures truly believed they could overcome such a guardian, their power must dwarf even his darkest suspicions. During this time, Xiang Pang frequently visited him, their bond growing steadily warmer. Xiang Pang was effortlessly affable, loyal, guileless, and utterly devoid of hidden agendas. Though reserved by nature, Gao Chu genuinely enjoyed his company. Having spent 3 years among the outer-sect, Xiang Pang boasted extensive connections and unparalleled access to rumors. Through him, Gao Chu gleaned invaluable intelligence. One day, Xiang Pang arrived sighing heavily. "Brother Cultivator, what a mess this is," he groaned, collapsing onto a chair and draining a cup of tea in one gulp. "That Wang Tong, his arrogance grows unbearable." Gao Chu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what's happened?" Xiang Pang fumed. "What else? The ruins, didn't they used to charge only 100 low-grade spirit stones for entry? Now he's doubled the fee, to 200 per person. Worse, he's imposed a daily quota, only 10 disciples allowed inside. It's nothing short of extortion." A flicker of insight crossed Gao Chu's mind. Doubled fees. A quota? That defied logic. If Wang Tong sought mere profit, he'd welcome crowds. Not unless his motive wasn't wealth at all. Something was deeply amiss. The price hike filtered for wealthier, higher potential disciples. The quota ensured few entered simultaneously, making covert operations easier. His suspicion was confirmed. Wang Tong was indeed harvesting vital essence for his unseen masters, and they had already begun their work. Calmly, Gao Chu asked, 200 low-grade spirit stones. At that price, anyone still willing to go? Plenty, Xiang Pang retorted. The outer-sect disciples are practically frenzied. They whisper that the ruins hold an ancient legacy. Anyone who obtains it will soar to greatness overnight. 200. They'd pay 500 without hesitation. Yesterday, I saw Senior Brother Li from Sector Jia dropped 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy tickets for himself and 3 underlings. Gao Chu's lips curled faintly. An ancient legacy. Absurd. That cave held nothing but a stone tablet, requiring vital essence to activate. Those who paid exorbitantly wouldn't gain enlightenment. They'd lose their vital essence in secret, dying without ever knowing how or why. Blinded by greed, they failed to ask if true legacy existed. Would Wang Tong relinquish it, or keep it for himself? Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Ancient wisdom rang painfully true. Yet he voiced none of this. The stakes were too high, and he held no irrefutable proof. Speaking out would earn only disbelief and danger. Silently, he pitted them. "By the way, Brother Cultivator," Xiang Pang lowered his voice conspiratorially, "I heard several disciples who recently explored the ruins emerged pale, listless, as if drained of life force itself. Do you think it's tied to the ruins?" A chill ran down Gao Chu's spine. It had begun. His unseen adversaries were already acting. Feigning astonishment, he murmured, "Such a thing exists. Could the ruins harbor some malign entity?" "Exactly." Xiang Pang nodded grimly. "Rumors spread like wildfire across the outer-sect. They say the ruins are cursed. Any who enter forfeit their yang essence. Still, many scoff, gambling their lives for fortune's chance. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food." Gao Chu fell silent. He knew the truth. No curse afflicted them, only stolen vital essence. And this was merely the beginning. As time passed, more disciples would fall victim. Once sufficient essence was gathered, the tablet would awaken, shattering the seal, unleashing the blood demon ancestor. When that day came, the entire Lingfeng sect would crumble to dust. After finishing the conversation with the chubby man, Gao Chu lost his focus on cultivation and headed directly to the scripture pavilion. He needed to search for some information, records regarding the forbidden area in the back mountain and the great upheaval that occurred 50 years ago. First floor of the scripture pavilion. Gao Chu moved between the bookshelves looking for relevant classics. However, after searching for most of the day, he found no useful information. Gao Chu thought to himself, "Why can't I find any related information on the first floor of the scripture pavilion? It seems that the details about the forbidden area in the back mountain have been deliberately hidden. It seems there is no such information on the first floor," he pondered. Just as he was about to leave, an elderly voice sounded from behind him. "Young friend, what are you looking for?" Gao Chu turned around to see an old man with white hair standing by the bookshelf, holding a bamboo scroll in his hands. When did this old man appear? I didn't even notice. The old man's aura was deep and unfathomable, giving him a sense of profound mystery. This old man. His aura is so strong. Could he be some hidden master? "Senior, may I ask who you are?" Gao Chu clasped his hands. The old man smiled. and said, "You can call me Old Zhou." Gao Chu was taken aback. It was said that there was a supreme elder in the Lingfeng sect, whose dharma name was indeed Old Zhou. This person has unfathomable cultivation and is one of the few nascent soul experts in the sect. Could this be the Old Zhou, a nascent soul expert? How could such a significant figure be in the scripture pavilion? Moreover, why is he taking the initiative to speak to me? Could it be he has seen through my true cultivation? Gao Chu hesitated for a moment, but decided to be honest. I am searching for some information regarding the forbidden area in the back mountain. Old Zhou's expression shifted slightly. You know about this? What do you mean, senior? Old Zhou sighed. It seems that this matter can no longer be concealed. He put down the bamboo scroll and looked at Gao Chu. Do you know that 50 years ago the Lingfeng sect experienced a great upheaval? Gao Chu shook his head. Old Zhou spoke slowly. That year demonic forces infiltrated the Lingfeng sect attempting to seize the sect's treasure. Although they were eventually suppressed, the sect suffered severe damage. Since then there have been those who continued the plans of the demonic path in the shadows. They utilized the seals of the forbidden area in the back mountain to secretly gather blood essence, intending to awaken some ancient presence. Gao Chu's heart trembled. An ancient existence. Could it be the soul-devouring demon? The sealing mentioned in the information from the chubby man. Could it be referring to it? An ancient existence. Indeed, Old Zhou said gravely. It is said to be an outer celestial demon sealed during ancient times. Once this demon awakens, the entirety of the Lingfeng sect will be doomed. Gao Chu fell silent. He had not expected this matter to involve an ancient celestial demon. No wonder the black-clad individuals are gathering blood essence. Are they trying to accelerate the awakening of the soul-devouring demon? Or are they trying to use the blood essence for something else? If the sect faces disaster, wouldn't he lose his stable place to sign in? Regardless, he must stop it. Young friend, Old Zhou patted his shoulder. I have been observing you for a long time. There is a special aura about you. Gao Chu's heart skipped a beat. Have I been discovered? Old Zhou continued. You need not be nervous. I mean no harm. Everyone has their own opportunity, and I am not interested in what you possess. Be cautious. What does Old Zhou mean by that? Is it possible that I will encounter danger? If you wish to uncover the truth, go to the second floor of the scripture pavilion and find a book called The Secret History of Lingfeng. It contains all the details of the great upheaval that occurred 50 years ago. He tossed a token to Gao Chu and then left. Gao Chu watched his retreating figure lost in thought. Old Zhou, is he friend or foe? However, since he has pointed me to a clue, I might as well take a look. Second floor of the scripture pavilion. Gao Chu successfully entered the second floor area using the token Old Zhou had given him. The bookshelves on the second floor were much sparser than on the first, but each piece of literature held far greater value. Here they stored techniques and martial arts of the profound tier and various precious materials. Gao Chu moved between the bookshelves and quickly found the book The Secret History of Lingfeng. This was a yellowed, ancient text, the lettering on the cover already faded. He found a secluded corner to sit down and began to read. The contents recorded in the book were generally consistent with what Old Zhou had said. 50 years ago, the Lingfeng sect discovered an ancient relic. Within the relic was sealed an outer celestial demon known as the soul-devouring demon. The soul-devouring demon feeds on the blood and souls of cultivators. Once awakened, it will crazily devour the surrounding living beings to enhance its own power. At that time, the founding ancestor of the Lingfeng sect joined forces with several fellow cultivators to reseal the soul-devouring demon. However, sealing it required consuming a vast amount of resources. At that time, the founding ancestor of the Lingfeng sect joined forces with several fellow cultivators to reseal the soul-devouring demon. However, sealing it they colluded with demonic forces, secretly collecting blood essence, intending to reinforce the seal of the soul-devouring demon and then take the opportunity to control it. In the end, the conspiracy was exposed and those involved were executed. However, the power of the soul-devouring demon was too strong and the seal had already developed cracks. Since then, the Lingfeng sect has had to expend a large amount of resources each year to repair the seal. Yet the cracks in the seal are growing larger. If a fundamental solution cannot be found, it will surely collapse completely one day. Upon reading this, Gao Chu felt a heavy weight in his heart. No wonder Wang Teng was collecting blood essence during the outer-sect competition. Are they trying to accelerate the awakening of the soul-devouring demon? The text also recorded a name, Li Tianxian. This person was the mastermind behind the conspiracy 50 years ago known as the Blood Demon Ancestor. It is said that he was a genius disciple of the Lingfeng sect, having reached the late golden core stage, almost breaking through to nascent soul. However, this individual was ambitious, not satisfied with the status quo, practiced evil arts, and attempted to dominate the cultivation world by controlling the soul-devouring demon. In the end, Li Tianxian was suppressed by the sect elders, but his legacy went missing. Some say his legacy is hidden somewhere in the forbidden area of the back mountain. Others say his disciples are still operating in the shadows, attempting to complete his unfinished business. Li Tianxian's successor. Could it be that Wang Teng is one of them? No, Wang Teng is just a minor character. The real mastermind lies behind him. That black-clad individual, the one who was trading with the outer-sect elder. Could he be Li Tianxian's successor? Could it be? The person behind Wang Teng is Li Tianxian's successor. Gao Chu had a faint suspicion. After closing the book, Gao Chu fell into deep thought. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. Wang Teng is merely a pawn. The true mastermind is likely connected to the conspiracy from 50 years ago. Gao Chu originally intended to sign in every day and pass the time, but unexpectedly he got caught up in this vortex. In the days to come, he must focus on signing and enhancing his strength and ensuring his survival. 3 days before the registration deadline for the grand competition, Gao Chu arrived at the outer-sect's task hall and submitted his application to participate in the outer-sect grand competition. Name: Gao Chu. Cultivation realm, peak 5th stage, Qi refinement. The registration attendant glanced at him, speaking with quiet implication. Are you certain you wish to register? Confirmed. The attendant nodded and inscribed Gao Chu's information onto a jade slip. Inwardly, he muttered, a peak 5th stage, Qi refiner entering the grand competition. Another reckless novice, utterly unaware of heaven's height or earth's depth. Yet what concern was that of his? Record what must be recorded, I'll report what must be reported. At the very instant Gao Chu's registration was confirmed, the system's familiar chime rang out. Ding. System quest completed. Register for the outer-sect grand competition. Reward: profound tier, supreme martial art, falling leaves, sword technique 1. Additional reward: preparation buff, cultivation speed 10 active until the conclusion of the grand competition. A surge of exultation flooded Gao Chu's heart. The falling leaves sword technique. This was a profound tier supreme martial art. 1 full tier above the breeze-cutting sword manual. And unlike conventional techniques requiring years of painstaking refinement, it had already been mastered seamlessly under the system's guidance. Moreover, the system had thoughtfully granted him a preparation buff, boosting his cultivation speed by 10%. Time flows unceasingly, seasons shift like drifting clouds. Thus began the Lingfeng sect's annual outer-sect grand competition. The outer-sect martial arena teemed with people. Thousands of outer-sect disciples gathered here, awaiting the commencement of the contest. 10 colossal fighting platforms had been erected at the arena's center, each engraved with intricate formation arrays designed to safeguard the competitors. On elevated viewing platforms surrounding the arena sat the outer-sect's elders and attendants. Gao Chu even spotted Elder Wu, a venerable elder with snow-white hair and beard, his aura as profound and unfathomable as an abyss, reputed to be a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Senior brother Gao Chu. A familiar voice called out. Gao Chu turned, and there came Xiang Fatso sprinting toward him, eyes alight with excitement. Brother, you truly entered the grand competition. Xiang Fatso exclaimed, elated. I'd half expected Wang Teng to frighten you away. He's been boasting everywhere lately, vowing to personally oversee you during the competition. I even worried you'd dare not show up. Gao Chu smiled faintly. Wang Teng alone is hardly enough to deter me. Well said. Xiang Fatso raised a thumb high, admiration gleaming in his eyes. You've got courage, brother. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I sensed you were no ordinary disciple. Your gaze, your bearing, clearly those of one destined for greatness. He destined for greatness. Indeed, he was accomplishing something extraordinary, cultivating, quietly signing, and daily growing ever stronger. Xiang senior brother's intuition was sharp, but if he knew Gao Chu's true realm was mid-stage foundation establishment, he might well faint dead away. Well said. Xiang Fatso raised his thumb again. You've got courage, brother. Give it your all. If you win the championship, don't forget to treat me to wine. I certainly will, Gao Chu replied with a nod. Oh brother, Xiang Fatso leaned in closer, lowering his voice. You must be extremely cautious. Wang Teng has been scheming behind the scenes these days. I heard he spent a fortune in spirit stones bribing the lottery attendants, just to ensure you're drawn into the same half bracket as his cronies. Oh. Gao Chu's brows lifted slightly. How thoughtful of him. Thoughtful. More like obsessively meticulous. Xiang Fatso fumed. Luda is 8th stage Qi refiner. Li and Guan Ku, both 7th stage Qi refiners. 3 against 1. Wang Ting truly has no shame. 8th stage. 7th stage. That's all. I'm now mid-stage foundation establishment. Beating them would be like disciplining children. Still, Wang Tung is indeed devious, bribing the lottery attendants to target me directly. Heh, if he wishes to play, then let us play. Perfect opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Thank you, senior brother, for the warning. Gao Chu bowed respectfully. But rest assured, senior brother, I have it well in hand. After Xiang Fatso departed, Gao Chu's gaze swept across the crowd. The martial arena surged with humanity. Thousands of outer-sect disciples assembled here, some white-haired veterans, others fresh-faced novices, each striving for their own dreams. Gao Chu scanned the throng until his gaze locked upon a target. A young man clad in brocaded robes, barely over 20, possessed striking features and an unmistakable aura of distinction. He stood beneath the elevated platform, conversing effortlessly with several elders. Composed self-fashioned, naturally commanding attention, as though born to center stage. This was Wang Tung, the undisputed strongest outer-sect disciple, a peak 9th stage chi refiner. Tall and elegant, Wang Tung bore the countenance of a scholar prince. His eyebrows sharp as swords, his eyes bright as stars. His appearance alone was exceptional. He wore an azure robe embroidered with golden threads, and carried an antique longsword at his waist, its hilt faintly shimmering with spiritual light. Several disciples clustered around him, flattering and fawning with obsequious smiles. Among them stood Lu Da, Li, and Guan Ku, the very trio who followed Wang Tung without question. They surrounded him like satellites orbiting a sovereign, their postures reverent and subservient. Lu Da served tea and water to Wang Tung while glancing about, searching perhaps for a particular target. As if sensing Gao Chu's gaze, Wang Tung turned and met his eyes. Their gazes collided. A cold, cruel smile curled Wang Tung's lips. That smile held mockery, disdain, and a sliver of veiled malice, as if whispering, "Boy, your fate is sealed." Gao Chu returned a serene, indifferent smile, then calmly looked away. Yet Gao Chu knew well the true threat was not Wang Tung himself, but the power behind him. Wang Tung's unchecked dominance within the outer sect stemmed chiefly from Elder Zhou's patronage. Though Elder Zhou remained secluded in prolonged seclusion, his influence within the outer sect ran deep and entangled, commanding deference even from certain elders. And Wang Tung's manipulation of the draw signaled his ironclad resolve to eliminate Gao Chu during the competition. Dong! A resonant bell toll pierced the heavens. The outer sect grand competition had officially begun. Elder Wu rose and declared in a clear, commanding voice, "The Lingfeng sect's annual outer sect grand competition commences now." This competition unfolds in 2 phases, preliminaries and finals. The preliminaries follow a single elimination tournament format. All contestants are paired randomly, winners advance, losers are eliminated, until 16 remain. The top 16 shall compete in a round-robin scoring system. Each pair battles once, 3 points for victory, 1 for draw, 0 for defeat. The top 3 scorers shall receive generous rewards. Elder Wu paused, his gaze sweeping across the arena, voice swelling with authority. First place, 3,000 contribution points, 50 mid-grade spirit stones, 1 choice of profound tier inferior martial art, and a chance to enter the inner sect. Second place, 2,000 contribution points, 30 mid-grade spirit stones. Third place, 1,000 contribution points, 20 mid-grade spirit stones. As the words settled, the arena erupted in thunderous fervor. 3,000 contribution points, 50 mid-grade spirit stones, a profound tier inferior martial art, entry into the inner sect. For outer sect disciples, such rewards were nothing short of astronomical. After Elder Wu announced the rules, the preliminary match schedule was posted on the bulletin board. After Elder Wu announced the rules, the preliminary match schedule was posted on the bulletin board. A dense crowd gathered before the massive notice board, thronged with disciples eager to observe. Gao Chu pushed his way through the crowd and located his name. His first opponent was Lu Da. A faint, knowing smile curled at the corners of his lips. As expected, Wang Tung had indeed bribed the lottery official. Lu Da must have forgotten how utterly he failed to gain even a shred of advantage from me that night. Defeating him wouldn't even serve as proper warm-up. He continued scanning downward along the match schedule. Gao Chu, Lu Da, Li, and Guan Ku were all placed in the upper half, Wang Tung in the lower half, and Lin Xing in the third quadrant. So Wang Tung deliberately separated himself and me into opposite halves, intending for his 3 lackeys to exhaust my strength first, leaving him to deliver the final blow. Humph, a finely calculated scheme. Yet you don't know your opponent is already at foundation establishment mid-stage. Even deploying merely 30% of my true power would be more than sufficient to dismantle these trifling pests. As he pondered, a cold, venomous voice slithered from behind. "Senior brother Gao Chu, what a coincidence. Gao Chu turned to find Wang Tung approaching flanked by Lu De, Li Li, and Guan Ke. Lu De wore an arrogant smirk. Li Li and Guan Ke stood idly smirking like spectators at a spectacle. Wang Tung himself stood aloof, hands clasped behind his back, a faint disdainful sneer playing upon his lips, his gaze heavy with contempt. "Senior brother Wang," Gao Chu replied coolly. "What brings you here?" Wang Tung chuckled. "Nothing urgent. Though if you were to beg my mercy now, perhaps I'd go easy on you later." His eyes swept over Gao Chu, sharp with scrutiny, and laced with undisguised contempt. "Cultivation Stage 5, Peak. Huh. Truly impressive." Lu De sneered mockingly beside him. "Indeed, brother. You possess remarkable courage. But whether you'll walk out of this arena alive remains uncertain." Li Li and Guan Ke burst into laughter. Around them onlookers cast varied glances, some gleeful, others pitying, still others impassively detached. Gao Chu mused inwardly, Wang Tung, mock all you wish. Once the competition begins, you'll learn who's truly the laughingstock. Cultivation Stage 5, Peak. Huh, you actually believe that? 3 days without discipline, and you're already climbing onto the roof to cause trouble. Just wait until I pin you flat and grind you into the dust. Then we'll see if you still dare laugh. Gao Chu remained calm and spoke with quiet composure. "I appreciate your concern, senior brother Wang. But truth reveals itself only on the battlefield, not in idle words." Bold indeed. A flash of icy fury flickered in Wang Tung's eyes. "Then let me gauge just how much strength you truly wield." With that he whirled away, his entourage trailing swiftly behind. Watching their retreating figures, Gao Chu's lips curved into a cold, sardonic smile. "Wang Tung, your time of ease is over." Ding. In-system alert, conflict detected between host and pivotal plot character Wang Tung. Main quest triggered. In-quest name dominance among outer-sect disciples. In-quest description: defeat Wang Tung in the outer-sect grand tournament to reclaim the host's honor. In reward, substantial experience points, rare artifacts, enigmatic title. In hint, current success probability assessment, 99.7. 99.7. That's almost embarrassingly generous. What accounts for the remaining 0.3? No matter. I've already won. Wang Tung, prepare to be utterly humiliated. Ha ha ha. Gao Chu drew a deep, steady breath, his gaze resolute. The grand tournament had officially begun. Preliminary round of the outer-sect grand tournament, Arena 1. This was not merely Arena 1, but the largest platform in the entire martial training grounds, reserved exclusively for decisive matches. At present, disciples packed the arena's perimeter, crowds swelling several-fold beyond earlier numbers. Clearly the bout between Gao Chu and Lu De had drawn overwhelming attention. Lu De stood atop the platform, arms crossed, radiating supreme confidence. "Brother Gao Chu," he drawled with biting sarcasm, "last time in Sector Bing you got lucky. I held back my full strength. This time on the arena floor, I'll see what tricks you still conceal." That humiliation had seared his pride. He'd nursed his grudge ever since. "Senior brother Lu De," Gao Chu ascended the platform, serene and composed. "So much talk. Fight or surrender outright." Arrogant fool. A flash of vicious intent lit Lu De's eyes. He launched a devastating punch, charged with lethal intent. This was his signature technique, the stone-shattering fist. Its gale force wind roared, its destructive power staggering. Against an ordinary Cultivation Stage 5 disciple, such a blow would surely inflict grievous injury. Yet, boom, Gao Chu met it head-on with an identical strike. The two fists collided with an earth-shaking detonation. Instantly, Lu De's expression contorted in shock. He felt an overwhelming surge of force erupt from Gao Chu's fist, like a cataclysmic flood, unstoppable, irresistible. No, he tried to retreat, but it was too late. Crash. Knee's body flew backward like a severed marionette, crashing hard against the arena's edge. Impossible, so strong. Lu De gasped, then slumped into unconsciousness. Silence, absolute and suffocating, descended upon the arena. All eyes locked onto Gao Chu standing calmly atop the platform, disbelief etched across every face. This can't be real. Cultivation Stage 5, defeating Lu De, who's at Stage 8. His strength, it defies belief. Nothing like a Stage 5 cultivator. Astonished cries erupted in waves. The entire arena erupted in stunned uproar. Arena 1, Gao Chu wins. The referee declared the result. Cheers thundered across the grounds. From that moment forward, no one dared underestimate this Stage 5 disciple again. In subsequent rounds, Gao Chu advanced with unstoppable momentum, victory following victory. His opponents ranged from Cultivation Stage 5 to Stage 7, none lasted beyond 3 moves beneath his hand. It wasn't mercy. He simply concealed his true power, refusing to draw undue attention. After all, with his actual cultivation at foundation establishment mid-stage, a single glance would shatter the spirit and soul of any Qi refinement stage disciple. Yet he could not act so openly. Still, his performance inevitably drew keen observation, and his matches against Li and Guan Ke ended with effortless triumph. Li and Guan Ke stared at Gao Chu atop the platform, terror flooding their eyes. The preliminaries concluded. Gao Chu advanced unchallenged into the top 16. His record stood flawless, undefeated, untied. Such dominance left everyone speechless. After all, his true realm was foundation establishment mid-stage. Fighting at merely 30% of his capacity against Qi refinement stage opponents amounted to nothing short of dimensional annihilation. Meanwhile, Wang Teng too marched forward victoriously, advancing smoothly. Gao Chu's gaze swept across the crowd and landed upon Wang Teng's ashen, furious countenance. Clearly, Wang Teng had not anticipated Gao Chu reaching the top 16. Wang Teng began to suspect Gao Chu was concealing his cultivation. After all, Lu De had reached the apex of stage 8, yet fell with disconcerting ease. This Gao Chu, born a menial servant. How could his cultivation suddenly surge so dramatically? Had he stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune? If I eliminate him, that fortune becomes mine. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Wang Teng's eyes. Gao Chu swept through the preliminary rounds undefeated, securing his place among the top 16. Meanwhile, Wang Teng, Lin Qing, and several other seeded competitors also advanced. As the top 16 roster was announced, murmurs rippled across the arena. Gao Chu actually made it into the top 16. He's merely a 5th-ranked Qi cultivator, a talentless nobody. How dare he claim such a spot? A disciple from the menial service ranks, and yet possesses such formidable strength. What of it? Diligent cultivation can carve out one's own realm in this world. Luck. It must be pure luck. Luck. This is sheer mastery. Can you consecutively like him? Xiang the Fat began voicing support for Gao Chu. Skepticism surged like tide upon tide, yet dissenting voices arose. I observed his prowess closely. He is unquestionably far stronger than a mere 3rd-ranked Qi cultivator. Regardless, the round-robin tournament begins now. Let us watch and see. The first round commenced. Gao Chu versus Chen Yun. Chen Yun cultivated at the 9th-ranked Qi Foundation establishment stage. Rumor held that he had once received personal guidance from an inner-sect elder, his strength inscrutable, ranking among the top 10 among all outer-sect disciples. Junior brother Gao Chu. Chen Yun smiled. Your performance has astonished me, but here your journey ends. Gao Chu bowed respectfully. Please instruct me. Very well. A flash of sharp light ignited in Chen Yun's eyes as he drew his sword. His sword art stood in stark contrast to Gao Chu's. Fierce, domineering, unstoppable. Azure Cloud sword art. Sword light blazed like a rainbow, aimed straight at Gao Chu's vital points. Gao Chu sneered inwardly. Is this all? One rank higher suffices to crush an opponent. Yet I tower over him by multiple tiers. Watching Chen Yun's sluggish swordplay, Gao Chu evaded with unruffled calm. Huh. Chen Yun's face paled in shock. He couldn't even graze Gao Chu's hem. He intensified his assault, each strike lethal, yet still failed to brush Gao Chu's robes. Impressive aura, but abysmal speed. You cannot even touch me, Gao Chu remarked coolly. Damn it. Enraged, Chen Yun unleashed the ultimate technique of the Azure Cloud sword art, Azure Cloud Soul Blade. The sword light erupted, bearing cataclysmic force as it thundered toward Gao Chu. A spark of brilliance flared in Gao Chu's gaze. Falling Leaf sword art. 3rd form. Falling Leaves herald autumn. His sword stance shifted instantly, from defense to decisive offense. One falling leaf announces autumn's arrival. The pinnacle of the falling leaf sword art, embodying flawless perception of openings and lethal precision in a single strike. A flash of steel. As Chen Yun's blade hovered 3 inches from Gao Chu's body, Gao Chu's sword tip rested cold against his throat. I yield. Chen Yun froze, face ashen. He had lost, defeated mid-execution of his most devastating tech. Gao Chu wins, the referee declared. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. Every spectator stared in disbelief at Gao Chu atop the platform, having vanquished Chen Yun, a 9th-ranked Qi cultivator ranked among the outer-sect's elite 10. While Gao Chu secured victory, Wang Teng and Lin Qing likewise advanced. In subsequent matches, Gao Chu, Wang Teng, Lin Qing, and Zhou Hao emerged as the final 4. The semi-final pairings were revealed. Upper bracket, Gao Chu versus Zhou Hao. Lower bracket, Wang Teng versus Lin Qing. Gao Chu's brow furrowed faintly upon seeing the draw. Zhou Hao? Gao Chu had studied him during earlier matches. His strength rivaled Wang Teng's. Worse, his movement art was unervingly elusive, defying prediction. More unsettling still, Gao Chu sensed a strange familiarity in Zhou Hao's aura, one eerily reminiscent of the black-robed figure. Could Zhou Hao and Wang Teng be allies? No, that seemed unlikely. Wang Teng appeared unfamiliar with him. Then, was Zhou Hao backed by some hidden power? Semi-final match 1 Gao Chu versus Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao stood upon the platform smiling amiably at Gao Chu. Junior brother Gao Chu, I've long heard of your name. Gao Chu bowed. Senior brother Zhou. Zhou Hao chuckled. You truly astound me. Merely 5th rank Qi, yet you've carved your way deep into the semifinals. Another would have fled in terror. Gao Chu replied calmly, merely fortunate. Fortune? Zhou Hao shook his head. I trust only strength. A glint sharpened in his eyes. Junior brother, show me your true power. He's testing me. He knows something. I must tread carefully. They struck simultaneously. Zhou Hao's movement art was astonishing, ghost-like, shifting without trace. His attacks converged from every direction, impossible to anticipate. Gao Chu's brow tightened. This movement art, truly uncanny. Falling leaf sword art. First form, falling leaves leave no trace. Gao Chu resolved to engage with only 3/10 of his power, playing along matching speed with speed blades flashing like lightning. Yet no matter how fiercely he pressed, he could not land a single blow. Incredible speed. This man is no ordinary cultivator. Could he be a foundation establishment cultivator? No. If so, he'd have entered the inner sect long ago. Unless he conceals his true cultivation level. Your speed is commendable, junior brother, but still falls short. Zhou Hao smiled. Gao Chu remained silent and activated the second form of the falling leaf sword art. Falling leaves returned to root. This time he abandoned pursuit, choosing stillness over motion, waiting patiently for Zhou Hao's opening. Zhou Hao mocked, have you finally grasped the chasm between us and surrendered? With those words his assault intensified, yet each strike dissolved effortlessly beneath Gao Chu's calm defense. Stillness over motion, striking only after the enemy moves. Zhou Hao, your speed dazzles, but your force lacks bite. As long as I hold my ground, your flaw will reveal itself, sooner or later. How is this possible? Zhou Hao's expression flickered. His movement art was elusive, but lacked destructive power. Against weaker opponents it guaranteed victory, but against Gao Chu it failed utterly. Unless Gao Chu were a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet such masters would long since have ascended to the inner sect. How then could he remain among outer sect disciples? Yet Gao Chu's strength dwarfed all expectation. Falling leaves herald autumn. A flash of insight lit Gao Chu's eyes. He perceived Zhou Hao's fatal opening. Instantly, thud. A palm struck Zhou Hao's chest, sending him staggering backward. Zhou Hao steadied himself, his composure shattered. Gao Chu, your strength is indeed extraordinary. He licked his lips, eyes blazing with manic intensity. Very well, no more concealment. Black chi erupted from his body. A collective gasp tore through the arena. What is this? Demon chi. That is the aura of the demonic path. Alert the elders immediately. Demon chi. Is he a demon cultivator? Gao Chu thought so. You can no longer hide. At last your true nature surfaces. You are undeniably entwined with the demonic path. Gao Chu. Zhou Hao snarled, baring fangs of malice. Since you forced my hand, behold true power. Dark chi swelled around him. His cultivation level surged violently upward. On the arena platform, Zhou Hao's body was wreathed in dense black chi, as if a demon sovereign had descended. His cultivation had surged from the peak of chi refinement level 9 directly to foundation establishment initial stage. Foundation establishment initial stage. This is a forbidden demonic art. Zhou Hao is indeed a cultivator of the demonic path. This changes everything. Forbidden demonic art. Elder Wu shot upright. Seize him immediately. Yet, hold. A hoarse ancient voice rang out. All turned toward its source, to find an elderly man in gray robes standing silently atop the elevated dais, as though he had materialized from thin air. His aura ran deep and impenetrable, his gaze cold and predatory, exuding sheer palpable danger. Gao Chu mentally recoiled. This elder. His aura has reached foundation establishment late stage. Who is this elder? No. His aura resembles that of the black-robed figure from that night. Could they be accomplices? Elder Wang. Elder Wu's expression flickered with unease. What brings you here? Elder Wang, the outer-sect's grand elder of Lingfeng's sect. Cultivation at foundation establishment late stage. Gao Chu's heart tightened. I recall Wang Teng's patron was Elder Wang. Could he be the mastermind behind? Elder Wang swept his gaze over Zhou Hao on the arena platform, a faint chilling smile curling his lips. This disciple cultivates a secret art transmitted exclusively within Lingfeng's sect, not the demonic path. No need for alarm. Not of the demonic path. Elder Wu frowned deeply. But his aura, a characteristic of the technique itself. Elder Wang spoke calmly. I, the Grand Elder, vouch for it personally. Does anyone still object? The arena fell into absolute silence. As Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, his word carried unassailable authority. I doubt it is merely a trait of the technique. That demonic aura is unmistakable. You seek to conceal the truth, daring to disregard this inner-sect elder's judgment. An inner-sect elder beside Elder Wu spoke outright. His name was Sun Shang. Cultivation at Golden Core Midstage. Elder Wang's face darkened. Elder Sun, what do you imply? What do I imply, eh? Elder Sun sneered. Do you think I am unaware of your scheme? 50 years ago Li Tianxuan's conspiracy, and now you attempt its reenactment. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 golden beams lanced forth, binding Elder Wang and Zhou Hao in place, and severing their cultivation foundations. Elder Wang's face paled in shock. Elder Sun, you cannot treat me thus. I am Grand Elder of the Outer Sect. All I know, Elder Sun retorted coldly, is that you are a traitor embedded within the sect. Seize them both. Take them to await judgment. Disciples of the enforcement hall rushed forward, binding Elder Wang and Zhou Hao tightly with spirit-binding ropes. Elder Wang struggled, but remained utterly immobile. Gao Chu, Elder Sun, turned toward him on the arena platform. You need not fear what transpired just now. Zhou Hao has been apprehended as a demonic path cultivator. Thus you advance directly to the next match. The Outer Sect Grand Competition proceeds as scheduled. Elder Sun announced to the assembly. He entrusted Elder Wu with overseeing the competition's order, then departed, most likely to interrogate Elder Wang. Once the turmoil subsided, the competition resumed. With Zhou Hao disqualified, Gao Chu advanced to the finals by default. His opponent in the final match would be Wang Teng. Wang Teng and Lin Qing clashed for dozens of exchanges, neither gaining ground. Yet Wang Teng held the advantage, 1 cultivation tier higher. Spotting an opening, he struck Lin Qing down and secured his place in the finals. Wang Teng felt a chill of dread. After all, Elder Wang had been his patron, and now implicated in demonic collusion, Wang Teng himself stood perilously close to ruin. Yet Elder Sun had not pursued him, leaving him shaken yet strangely relieved. Gao Chu, Wang Teng stood upon the arena platform, eyes burning with murderous intent. I never imagined you'd hidden yourself so deeply. Gao Chu replied coolly, likewise. You're merely lucky, sliding into the finals without lifting a finger. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Gao Chu met his gaze, a subtle, knowing smile lifting the corners of his lips. Luck is part of strength. How can one know unless one tries? Dare to die. He drew his sword. The blade flared with blinding light. As the Outer Sect's undisputed top expert, Wang Teng's power was indeed formidable. His swordsmanship was fierce, ruthless, far surpassing peers of equal rank. Yet Gao Chu felt no fear. Activating the wind-weaving art, his form blurred, evading every strike like a phantom. Wang Teng, do you still imagine yourself the Outer Sect's #1? Today let me show you who truly holds that title. Wang Teng's expression twisted in shock. His Qingyun sword art, utterly ineffective against this opponent. Unless Gao Chu's cultivation surpassed his own, meaning foundation establishment, that was impossible. Thus Gao Chu must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. Kill him. Whatever he possesses becomes mine. On the arena, blades are blind, casualties are inevitable. At that thought, Wang Teng's face hardened into a cruel smile. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians. He unleashed the ultimate technique of the Qingyun sword art, Qingyun One Strike. Die. The sword light erupted, a cataclysmic force threatening to shatter heaven and earth. Wang Teng gazed upon Gao Chu motionless at the center of the arena, assuming he'd frozen in terror. He laughed triumphantly, already envisioning Gao Chu cleaved into fragments. A flash of sharp brilliance ignited in Gao Chu's eyes. Time to end this farce. I reveal my hand. I cease the pretense. He drew a deep breath, spiritual energy roiling around him like a gathering storm. In the next instant, a colossal wave of pressure erupted from his core, unstoppable as a mountain flood. Gao Chu had intended to manifest foundation establishment midstage cultivation, but feared suspicion, even interrogation. After all, he'd recently been deemed a spiritually barren failure, incapable of drawing qi into his body. After careful deliberation, he chose instead to reveal only qi refinement peak. Wang Teng's face contorted in disbelief. This aura, qi refinement peak. Impossible. Utterly impossible. How could he possibly be qi refinement peak? Wang Teng stared dumbfounded. Gao Chu thrust his sword forward. Light blazed like a rainbow, irresistible, inevitable. Falling leaves sword art. Third form autumn revealed by a single leaf. One falling leaf heralds autumn across the world. This is the supreme realm of the falling leaves sword art. Boom. Wang Teng's ultimate technique shattered instantly. His sword was hurled aside, his body slammed backward by the sword energy impact. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Teng lay sprawled on the ground, unable even to rise. Blood trickled from his lips, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Chi refinement peak. You are Chi refinement peak. Gao Chu strode forward, gazing down upon him. Wang Tung, surrender. Wang Tung's face flushed iron gray. He strained to rise to fight again, yet his limbs refused to obey. That single strike had sealed his acupoints, leaving him utterly powerless. I surrender. He bowed his head, voice thick with humiliation and seething resentment. Match concluded. Gao Chu wins. Elder Wu declared the result. The arena erupted. Gao Chu, he won. He's Chi refinement peak. Incredible. A spiritually barren root, and yet he cultivated to Chi refinement peak. Cheers surged like tidal waves. Gao Chu stood upon the arena platform, calm, unruffled. His gaze swept the crowd, landing upon Pongzi, whose eyes brimmed with tears of elation. 3,000 contribution points and 50 mid-grade spirit stones were finally his. The outer-sect competition has concluded successfully. Gao Chu claimed the championship with an undefeated record, shocking the entire outer-sect of Lingfeng sect. The award ceremony was held in the outer-sect Grand Hall. Elder Wu personally presented the award to Gao Chu. Gao Chu, you are the pride of Lingfeng sect. Elder Wu smiled. 3,000 contribution points, 50 medium-grade spirit stones, one choice of a low-grade martial skill from the Xian rank, and an opportunity to enter the inner sect. These rewards are well-deserved. Gao Chu respectfully accepted the award. Thank you, Elder. He stored the medium-grade spirit stones in his shumi ring, secretly calculating in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the outer-sect competition and won the championship. The system's additional rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have received Supreme Spirit Tool Windblade, Sword 1. Detailed attributes of the Windblade Sword. Quality Supreme Spirit Tool. Appearance: the sword body is long and entirely silver-white with a faint azure gleam on the blade light, yet incredibly sharp, with a light blue wind spirit stone embedded in the hilt, producing a whistling sound when swung. Special traits: attack speed 30, sword energy speed 50. Additional ability: wind step. After consuming spiritual power to activate, the movement speed dramatically increases for a short period. A supreme spirit tool, the Windblade Sword. The system has truly awakened. What are 3,000 contribution points and 50 medium-grade spirit stones compared to this sword? This is the real treasure. Attack speed 30, sword energy speed 50. If combined with the falling leaves sword technique, who among the same rank could stand against me? And that wind step, it's simply a divine technique for ambush and escape. This sword looks incredibly cool. The system will surely not treat me poorly. The image of the Windblade Sword floated in Gao Chu's mind, filling him with ecstatic joy. This sword is not only powerful, but also visually stunning. With its silver-white blade, gleaming azure edge, and light blue wind spirit stone. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. Elder Wu observed Gao Chu's thoughtful expression and asked with a smile, Gao Chu, do you have any questions? Gao Chu came back to his senses and quickly replied, no questions for the elder, thank you for your generous bestowal. Elder Wu nodded in satisfaction. The opportunity to enter the inner sect. He planned not to use it for now. Although he had already reached the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage, he did not want to draw too much attention. It's better to continue being low-key. Although the outer sect has fewer resources, no one suspects me. When the time is right, I will break through to the inner sect with complete legitimacy. Surviving is the way to go, Gao Chu thought to himself. After the award ceremony ended, Lin Xing walked. Gao Chu, junior brother, congratulations on your victory. Lin Xing smiled. Thank you, senior brother. Gao Chu cupped his hands in respect. Lin Xing sized him up, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. I realized you were not ordinary from the start, but I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Gao Chu smiled slightly. Senior brother, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Lucky. Lin Xing shook his head. Going from a lowly disciple to the champion of the outer sect, that's not something that can be explained by luck. Lucky. Lin Xing shook his head. Going from a lowly disciple to the champion of the outer sect, that's not something that can be explained by luck. He patted Gao Chu on the shoulder. Train hard. The future of Lingfeng's sect may depend on you. With that, he turned and left. Just as Lin Xing left, Xiang Pongzi rushed over, putting an arm around Gao Chu and saying, junior brother Gao Chu, oh no, you have a higher cultivation level than me. I should change what I call you to senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother, on winning first place in the competition. Gao Chu couldn't help but laugh at Xiang Pongzi's serious demeanor. Senior brother Xiang, why are we being so formal with each other? Xiang Pongzi chuckled. That won't do. You're now the champion of the outer sect. Your status is different. Gao Chu smiled and shook his head, leading Xiang Pongzi back to their residence. In his residence in District B, Gao Chu counted the spoils from this competition. Sign-in system, mortal sign-in system. Host Gao Chu. Realm Peak, mid-foundation establishment. Identity outer-sect of Lingfeng sect. Consecutive sign-ins, 65 days. Current location Lingfeng sect, outer-sect, District B. Skills. Hongmeng Creation Scripture Volume 1. Opening of Hongmeng, Divine Rank Cultivated. Hongmeng Creation Scripture Volume 2. Foundation, Building Divine Rank Cultivated. Martial Techniques. Body Refinement Technique, Yellow Rank Superior Complete. Qingfeng Sword Technique, Xian Rank Inferior Complete. Wind Control Technique, Xian Rank Inferior Complete. Falling Leaves Sword Technique, Xian Rank Superior Complete. Shattering Stone Palm, Yellow Rank Superior Complete. Earth Splitting / Earth Rank Medium Complete. Pills. Qi Gathering Pills 150. Foundation Building Pills 1. Nourishing Yuan Pills 0. Spirit Stones. Low-grade Spirit Stones 800. Medium-grade Spirit Stones 450. Spirit Tools. Spirit Tool Fragments 510. During the competition, he signed in at different locations every day, reaping abundant rewards. He received a large number of Qi Gathering Pills and Spirit Stones at the training ground, while his gains in the Scripture Pavilion were average, yet he acquired useful knowledge. Most importantly, he signed in continuously at the edge of the Forbidden Area in the back mountain and obtained 5 Spirit Tool Fragments. He was only 5 fragments away from synthesizing a complete Spirit Tool. At this rate, synthesizing a complete Spirit Tool is just around the corner. The system is truly a god. Speaking of which, although the Windblade Sword is a supreme spirit tool, I haven't actually used it yet. Since I have some free time today, why not test this sword's power? With that thought, Gao Chu took out a long sword from his shumi ring. The sword blade was slender, appearing light azure with a faint wind gleam swirling at the blade's edge. 2 ancient characters were engraved on the hilt, Windblade. The sword contained a wisp of wind essence capable of amplifying the user's attack speed and sword energy power. Gao Chu gently stroked the sword's body, feeling the subtle vibrations emanating from it. Let me see how strong this supreme spirit tool really is. He activated his spiritual power, slowly channeling it into the sword. Buzz! The sword suddenly illuminated, a faint azure light shooting out from the blade. Such powerful sword energy. Gao Chu's eyes lit up. He had only infused a small amount of spiritual power, yet the sword energy was already this fierce. How terrifying would it be if he fully activated it? It truly lives up to being a supreme spirit tool. This sword's power is exponentially stronger than the scrap metal I used before. He stood up and stepped out of the courtyard to an open space behind District B. This open space was seldom visited, making it perfect for him to test the Windblade Sword's power. Gao Chu took a deep breath, activated the wind control technique, and infused his spiritual power into the Windblade Sword. Windblade Sword Technique. He shouted, and the sword light flickered. His figure transformed into a ghostly apparition, instantly splitting into dozens of afterimages. Each afterimage wielded a long sword, leaving behind fierce sword energy in the air. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy crisscrossed, tearing through the air, producing sharp, whistling sounds. In just a few breaths, the grass and trees within several zhang were shredded to pieces by the sword energy. So fast. Gao Chu was overjoyed. The combination of the Windblade Sword and the wind control technique far exceeded his expectations. This feeling is exhilarating. When I used ordinary spirit tools before, I always felt like I had power that couldn't be unleashed. Now with the Windblade Sword, this is what it truly means to be a sword cultivator. By the way, there's also the wind step. With a thought, the wind essence within the sword surged. Wind step. In the next moment, Gao Chu's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Whoosh! A blue afterimage swept across the open space, appearing 10 zhang away in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After flashing several times, his figure left countless afterimages in the open space, dazzling the eyes. Huh! Gao Chu couldn't help but laugh out loud. After completing his test, Gao Chu sheathed the sword and was about to return to the courtyard. Junior brother Gao Chu. A familiar voice came from behind. Gao Chu turned around and saw Xiang Pengzi walking towards him, a smile he could not conceal on his face. Xiang Xixiang. Gao Chu was a bit surprised. What's the matter? Xiang Pengzi hurriedly approached him and whispered, Shitty, I specifically came to find you. Guess what news I brought? What news? Gao Chu raised an eyebrow. Xiang Pengzi looked around to confirm no one was nearby, before saying mysteriously, Wang Teng is in big trouble this time. Wang Teng. The guy I beat until he couldn't find his teeth. What happened to him? Gao Chu's mind stirred, but he remained indifferent on the surface. What happened to Wang Xixiao? Xiang Pengzi chuckled, lowering his voice. After the grand competition, Wang Teng has been keeping to himself. It is said that he practices every day, shouting about wanting to find a chance for revenge. But, he paused, his smile widening. But someone saw him secretly looking for Wang Changlau's disciples, hoping they would help him out. So guess what happened? What happened? All of Wang Chonglau's disciples ran away. Xiang Pongzi laughed heartily. After Wang Chonglao fell, his power collapsed overnight. Those who originally depended on him were either taken away by the law enforcement hall for questioning or had already fled. Wang Tong went to seek their help and was met with a closed door, not even seeing anyone. Huh, that fool Wang Tong. Wang Chonglao has been taken down and his minions are struggling to survive. Who would dare help him? This is called when the tree falls the monkeys scatter. He deserves it. Gao Chu appeared calm, only saying lightly, Wang Chonglau's matter involves many. Those people are too occupied to care about Wang Tong. Exactly. Xiang Pongzi nodded in agreement. Let me tell you, Wang Tong has now become a complete outcast. Those little brothers who used to follow him are now avoiding him. His performance in the grand competition was already embarrassing, and now he is even more hated. As he spoke, he leaned in a bit closer. I also heard that he spread rumors privately saying you must have used some despicable means. Otherwise, how could a peak chi refining stage trash defeat him? He can't admit defeat and wants to slander others. Wanting, do you think this will restore your face? Ridiculous. Gao Chu sneered. Let him say whatever he wants. The mouth is on someone else, I can't control it. But I know that facts speak louder than words. Xiang Pongzi nodded, expressing his agreement with Gao Chu's attitude. Shitty is right. Let those clowns jump around. We won't stoop to their level. By the way, Shitty, were you practicing your sword just now? What sword technique were you practicing? It looked quite impressive. Gao Chu smiled. Just some basic sword techniques, nothing special. Is that so? Xiang Pongzi looked at him skeptically, but didn't ask further. All right, then you carry on. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. By the way, remember to go to the cafeteria for dinner tonight. There's a celebratory banquet for the end of the grand competition. Although you didn't attend, I saved you a spot. After speaking, Xiang Pongzi turned to leave. Gao Chu watched his back, lost in thought. Tomorrow, go to the edge of the forbidden area on the back mountain to sign in. Although it is dangerous there, the rewards are also the greatest. 5 pieces of spirit tool fragments are already in hand. If I push a bit harder, I might just collect 10 pieces and synthesize a complete spirit tool. By then my combat power will rise another level. More importantly, he wanted to investigate the secrets of the forbidden area. Although Wang Chonglao is dead, the seal of the soul-eating demon still exists. What if someone continues his plan? The consequences would be unimaginable. After all, there's also that man in black, right? Gao Chu took out the Gale sword from his Shumi ring and held it in his hand. He had already experienced the power of a top-grade spirit tool. Paired with his wind control technique, even if he encountered danger, he should be able to retreat unscathed. With that thought, he took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Whatever. Just take it step by step. The night was silent. Most of the disciples of Lingfeng's sect had already fallen asleep, with only patrolling law enforcement disciples occasionally passing by. Gao Chu activated his concealment technique, moving like a ghost, silently darting out of Area B towards the back mountain. At the edge of the forbidden area on the back mountain, the night wind howled, causing the branches to rustle. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the surroundings were pitch black. Gao Chu activated his divine sense, cautiously observing his surroundings. The last time he came here was during the day, and he hadn't felt such eeriness. Now as night fell, this area seemed particularly bizarre. The trees towered high, blocking out the sun. A faint smell of blood permeated the air, making one feel uncomfortable. Gao Chu frowned slightly. This smell of blood is coming from deep within the forbidden area. This aura is different from the last time. When I came before, the smell of blood was not this strong. Could it be that the seal of the soul-eating demon has malfunctioned again? He activated his divine sense to probe deeper into the forbidden area. However, just then, hiss, 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 a bizarre sound came from deep within the dense forest. Gao Chu's heart tightened, and he quickly concealed his presence. He hid behind a giant tree, peering through the gaps in the leaves towards the direction of the sound. He saw a shadow flash through the depths of the forest at an astonishing speed. That is, Gao Chu's heart trembled. The aura of that shadow was unmistakably Late Foundation Establishment. The aura of Late Foundation Establishment. And this aura is exactly the same as that man in black from last time. Could it be him? He held his breath, afraid to make any noise. The shadow seemed to be searching for something, wandering through the forest. Moments later, the shadow suddenly stopped, as if it had sensed something. Gao Chu's heart raced, and he quickly activated his concealment technique, suppressing his aura to the lowest possible level. The shadow glanced in the direction where he was hiding, and then slowly turned around, darting deeper into the forbidden area. Only after the shadow completely disappeared did Gao Chu let out a sigh of relief. That was close. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. That was too dangerous. That guy's perception ability is too strong. If I hadn't concealed my aura in time, I would have probably been discovered. That person was one small realm above me, and without knowing their methods, I would have likely had to flee. system. He steadied his mind, deciding to change his plan. That man in black seemed to be lingering near the forbidden area. If he acted rashly, it might alert him. Forget it, let's sign in first today. That man in black, while terrifying, I can't return empty-handed. I need to find a concealed spot, and make it quick. Gao Chu quietly moved to a more secluded mountain hollow. This place was still some distance from the core area of the forbidden zone, and the complex terrain made it suitable for hiding. He found a concealed cave, sat cross-legged, and activated the sign-in system. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. Current location detected, Lingfeng sect, outer gate edge of the back mountain forbidden area. Sign-in successful. Congratulations host, you have received mid-grade spirit stone 30. Another 30 mid-grade spirit stones in hand. This is not a loss. Current location detected as a special area, triggering rare rewards. Congratulations host, you have received spirit tool fragment 1. Gao Chu's heart jolted. Another fragment obtained. Now there are 6 pieces. 6 pieces. Only 4 more to collect 10. At this rate, I will soon be able to synthesize a complete spirit tool. A deep crimson light bathed the valley, transforming it into a vision of hell itself. This is... Gao Chu's heart stirred with sudden intuition. He crept silently toward the valley and crouched behind a massive boulder, peering cautiously in the direction of the eerie glow. At the valley's entrance stood an enormous stone stele. Carved upon it in blood-red characters were 4 chilling words. Enter at your peril. Behind the stele shimmered a series of arcane, twisting talismans, each pulsing with that same ominous dark red luminescence. There lay the core of the forbidden zone. The forbidden core. That was it. Last time he had failed to breach it. This time, fortune favors the bold. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Chu resolved to draw nearer. He activated the wind steering art, his form dissolving into a wisp of smoke as he glided soundlessly toward the stele. Yet just as he neared its surface, a colossal force erupted from the stele, hurling him backward several paces. Cough. Gao Chu grunted low, a metallic tang flooding his mouth as a thin trickle of blood seeped from his lip. An astonishingly potent seal. He immediately channeled the Hunyuan creation scripture, quelling the turbulent surge of qi within his meridians. This seal's power far exceeded even his gravest expectations. Even at the peak of Foundation establishment midstage, he had still been wounded by its backlash. This seal was unfathomably strong. Not even he could withstand it. It seemed his current cultivation level remained insufficient to penetrate the forbidden core. A heavy weight settled upon Gao Chu's chest. He had assumed that having broken through, he might at last attempt to explore the forbidden core. Yet the seal's terrifying might shattered that assumption utterly. It appears my present strength is still inadequate to enter the forbidden core. He turned to leave, when suddenly, Gao Chu, a cold, venomous voice slithered from behind. His pulse spiked. He whirled around in one fluid motion. A figure clad entirely in black stood at a distance, eyes glinting with icy malice. That aura, Foundation establishment latestage. It was the same shadow he'd glimpsed earlier in the dense grove. Who are you? Gao Chu suppressed his shock and spoke firmly, his right hand slipping subtly to the hilt of his swift-wind sword, ready to strike at any instant. The black-robed figure sneered, my identity is irrelevant. What matters is, you have no business being. This is the forbidden core. The outer-sect disciples are strictly forbidden entry. Your unauthorized intrusion constitutes grave offense. Gao Chu's brow furrowed slightly. I merely passed by, no disrespect intended. Passed by. The black-robed man laughed harshly. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Last time you skulked here like a thief. I hadn't yet confronted you. Now you dare return. Last time. Which time did he mean? Had he been watching even before the great competition? Or has he been surveilling this place all along? Since you've delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for what follows. A flash of murderous intent flared in the black-robed man's eyes as he raised his palm and struck. Boom. A black palm print tore through the air, a sinister corrosive aura clinging to it like poison, as it hurtled straight for Gao Chu's chest. Damn. Gao Chu's heart lurched violently. He instantly activated the wind steering art, his body flickering like a phantom, vanishing, reappearing, vanishing again, just narrowly evading the blow. Boom. The palm print struck empty ground, detonating into a vast charred crater. Grass and trees surrounding the impact instantly withered, collapsing into viscous black sludge. This is demonic cultivation. Gao Chu's heart hammered wildly. That corrosive aura unmistakably belonged to a deviant sect technique. Could he be a remnant disciple of the blood demon patriarch? Not bad reflexes. The black-robed man scoffed. But do you truly believe you can escape? He struck again, this time unleashing 3 consecutive palm strikes. 3 black palm prints formed a triangular formation, cutting off every possible retreat. Gao Chu's expression hardened. There was no choice but to meet them heat. His swift-wind sword flashed free from its scabbard. Lightning-fast sword light blazed forth edged with razor-sharp gusts of wind, shattering all three palm prints in a single seamless arc. What? The black-robed man's face paled in disbelief. He had never imagined an outer-sect disciple could cleave his palm prints apart with a single stroke. Gao Chu himself paused, then steadied confidence surging within him. This one must have artificially elevated his realm with pills. His combat prowess doesn't match his cultivation level. With that thought, Gao Chu leveled the swift-wind sword before him, its tip aimed unflinchingly at the black-robed man. Your strength is nothing extraordinary. The black-robed man roared with fury. How dare a mere outer-sect disciple scorn him, a master of foundation establishment latestage? It was an unforgivable insult. Soul-devouring palm. He bellowed, both palms thrust forward. A colossal black palm shadow coalesced from the void, radiating a soul-rending, devouring dread, as it bore down upon Gao Chu. This strike dwarfed his previous ones. Air itself warped and rippled under its pressure. Before, Gao Chu would never have dared block it directly. But now, having gauged his opponent's true power, he felt no fear, only resolve. Earth-shattering slash. Gao Chu roared, channeling torrents of Handyman's spiritual energy into the swift-wind sword. The blade erupted with blinding golden radiance, melding seamlessly with its innate silvery sword energy to forge a cataclysmic heaven-splitting sword beam. Rumble, rumble. Cracks spiderwebbed across the earth beneath Gao Chu's feet, spreading outward in all directions. The golden sword beam surged forward with primordial force, meeting the soul-devouring palm heat. Boom. An earth-shaking detonation shook the heavens. Golden light and black shadow collided, blinding brilliance erupting from their clash. The black palm shadow crumbled like parchment before the golden beam, shredded, pulverized, erased in an instant. Yet the beam's momentum held, hurtling onward straight toward the black-robed man. No! A desperate guttural cry tore from the black-robed man's throat. He tried to evade, but it was already too late. The golden beam pierced his protective spiritual barrier and cleaved deep into his chest. Blood sprayed violently. His body flew backward like a severed puppet, slamming hard against the valley's rocky wall. Cough, cough, cough. Blood gushed endlessly from his mouth. A ghastly wound gaped across his chest, welling crimson with each ragged breath. He struggled to rise, only to find his inner chi utterly scattered, his meridians collapsed. You, how could you possibly be so strong? Eyes wide with utter disbelief, the black-robed man stared up at Gao Chu. Gao Chu approached slowly. Sword energy dispersed the blood clinging to the swift-wind sword, restoring its pristine silver gleam. He looked down upon the dying man and felt not triumph but quiet certainty. Victory came effortlessly. I'd heard rumors of your might, yet you proved disappointingly frail. Speak plainly, who are you? Gao Chu demanded, voice low and unwavering. The black-robed man's lips oozed more blood, his gaze grew distant, unfocused. You think killing me ends it? A chilling hollow laugh escaped him. The blood demon patriarch's legacy will never perish, others will come. You wait and see. Before the final word left his lips, his body convulsed, then erupted in a violent burst of black energy. Danger, self-detonation. Gao Chu's face paled. He activated the wind-steering art and leapt backward. Boom. The black-robed man exploded, releasing a virulent black mist that corroded everything within several zhang. Though Gao Chu retreated just in time, the mist's lingering edge still grazed him. He grunted softly. Searing pain flared along his forearm. Poisonous mist. This corrosive energy shares the same origin as the soul-devouring palm's evil aura. Instantly, he channeled the Handyman creation scripture. Golden spiritual energy surged from his dantian, purging the malevolent chi from his arm. Moments later, the burning sensation vanished, his arm restored to full vitality. Indeed, Handyman energy was the perfect antithesis to such corruption. Without the Handyman creation scripture, even this mist alone would have crippled him. Gao Chu examined the traces left behind, the scorched crater, residual evil chi, but nothing else remained. Sighing inwardly, he reflected, alas, cultivation resources are innocent victims, not even ash remains. No corpse, no spatial ring, no identifying tokens. Everything obliterated by the self-detonation. Gao Chu exhaled deeply. Yet one truth was now confirmed: the black-robed man was indeed a remnant disciple of the blood demon patriarch, practicing the same demonic arts as Elder Zhou. Moreover, he was not alone. The blood demon patriarch's remnants extended far beyond him. Today's fortune lay in encountering a fellow whose cultivation had been artificially inflated. Had he faced a true master, victory would not have been assured. To this day, Gao Chu still believed the black-robed man's strength was hollow, merely a facade propped up by pills. Had the black-robed man survived to hear those thoughts, he would surely have screamed in outrage, "I am a genuine Foundation establishment latestage master, giving my all, and still defeated by a lower-rank cultivator. You're the one cheating." Gao Chu sheathed the swift-wind sword and streaked towards Sector Bing. Beneath the moonlit night, his figure dissolved into a fleeting afterimage, gone in the blink of an eye. After returning to Area B, Gao Chu immediately shut the door and set up a simple alert formation around the room. Then he began to check his injuries. Although the blood mist of the man in black had been purified by his Hongmeng's spiritual energy, there were still some black burn marks left on the surface of his skin. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. After operating the Hongmeng creation scripture, he would soon recover. He sat cross-legged on the meditation mat in the quiet room, forming seals with his hands and operating the technique. Hongmeng creation scripture. A faint golden stream of energy surged from his dantian, slowly flowing along his meridians. Wherever this energy flowed, the residual evil energy within him was completely purified, and the internal injuries healed at a visible speed. The Hongmeng spiritual energy possesses the ability to purify evil forces, which is also why Gao Chu could recover quickly under the attack of the evil technique. The Hongmeng creation scripture truly is a divine-grade technique. Although the evil technique of the man in black was sinister, it was utterly insignificant in the face of Hongmeng's spiritual energy. After a night of rest, he could fully recover. Gao Chu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The injuries are healed. A glimmer of joy flashed in Gao Chu's eyes, but in the next moment a trace of complexity crossed his expression. Although his injuries had healed, the scene of killing the man in the black robe still left him feeling unsettled. That man in black was already dead. But before he died, he said, "The inheritance of the blood demon ancestor will not be cut off, and more people will come." This meant that the remnants of the blood demon ancestor were not just him. With the enemy in the dark and him in the light, it would be bad if someone stabbed him in the back. Next, I need to accelerate my cultivation progress. Gao Chu's face was resolute. He took out the mid-grade spirit stones he received as rewards from the competition from his Shumi ring, stacking them in front of him. 50 mid-grade spirit stones emitted a gentle glow containing astonishing spiritual energy. Let's begin. Gao Chu took a deep breath, holding 2 mid-grade spirit stones in his hands and operating the Hongmeng creation scripture. Buzz! The spiritual energy within the stones surged violently into his body. Gao Chu's body seemed to transform into a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing every trace of spiritual energy. The Hongmeng's spiritual energy within his meridians increased in quantity and density. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The entire night passed. Gao Chu still maintained his cultivation posture, and most of the spirit stones around him had been consumed. A faint golden light enveloped him, making him appear majestic. Suddenly, a faint sound came from within him. That was a sign of breakthrough. It's coming. Gao Chu's mind jolted, and he quickly focused his spirit, exerting all his strength to break through the bottleneck. The barrier between the peak of Foundation establishment mid-stage and the late stage was already shaking precariously from his impact. Once, twice, 3 times. Boom. Finally, that barrier collapsed with a loud crash. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from deep within his dantian, instantly filling his entire body. Late Foundation establishment. Gao Chu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. He had broken through. From the peak of Foundation establishment midstage, he officially reached late Foundation establishment. Feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After the breakthrough, his dantian's capacity had nearly doubled, and his total spiritual power had increased by at least 30%. Moreover, the operation efficiency of the Hongmeng creation scripture had also improved significantly, allowing him to cultivate faster than before. Let me try. Gao Chu stood up and took out the swift wind sword from his Shumi ring. He decided to test his new strength after the breakthrough. In the open area outside the quiet room, Gao Chu held the long sword, channeling his spiritual power, and the sword light flickered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time the speed of the sword energy was at least 20% faster than before, and its power had also improved by more than 1 level. Not bad, not bad. Gao Chu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, system sign-in. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. Current location detected: Lingfeng sect, outer-sect, area B residence. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving Qi Gathering Pill 10. Just Qi Gathering Pills. Sign in this broken place of area B. The spiritual energy is too thin and the sign-in rewards are mediocre. However, Mortal sign-in system host Gao Chu realm late foundation establishment identity outer-sect disciple of Lingfeng sect continuous sign-ins 66 days current location Lingfeng sect outer-sect area B techniques Hongming creation scripture volume 1 the opening of Hongming divine grade cultivated Hongming creation scripture volume 2 foundation establishment creation divine grade cultivated martial techniques body refinement technique yellow grade top tier perfected clear wind sword technique mysterious grade low tier perfected wind control technique mysterious grade low tier perfected falling leaf sword technique mysterious grade top tier perfected shattering stone palm yellow grade top tier perfected earth splitting / earth grade mid tier perfected pills chi gathering pill 160 foundation establishment pill 1 condensing yuan pill 0 spirit stones low grade spirit stones 800 mid grade spirit stones 400 spirit weapon fragments 610 swift wind sword. Only 4 more pieces. At this speed it won't be long before I can gather them all. By then when I synthesize a complete spirit weapon my strength will greatly increase. Gao Chu looked at the system panel, filled with ambition. Late foundation establishment. Only a step away from the peak of foundation establishment. At this rate it shouldn't be long before I can break through to the peak of foundation establishment. By then even if I encounter golden core stage experts I can still contend with them. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. At this rate the golden core stage is not far off. In Lingfeng sect disciples at the golden core stage are without exception nurtured as core disciples. Gao Chu withdrew his thoughts and sat cross-legged. He prepared to continue his cultivation and solidify his late foundation establishment realm while the iron was hot. While Gao Chu continued to cultivate the voice of the fatty came from outside the courtyard. Junior brother Gao Chu. Gao Chu opened the door and looked at the panting fatty. Senior brother Xiang. What urgent matter is it? Fatty ran up to him bent over and gasping for breath, then excitedly said, Junior brother. Big news. What news? Elder Wu just announced. Fatty's face was flushed with excitement. 3 months later Lingfeng sect will hold a core disciple assessment. Core disciple assessment. Gao Chu's mind jolted. And also, Fatty lowered his voice. It is said that this assessment will be larger than in previous years. Oh. Gao Chu frowned slightly. Fatty continued. Elder Wu said that outer-sect disciples are also eligible to participate. As long as they pass the assessment, they can become core disciples and enjoy the top resources of the sect. Junior brother, you must participate, right? He looked at Gao Chu expectantly. Let me think it over. Gao Chu was reluctant to expose him. Seeing Gao Chu hesitating, Fatty became anxious. Junior brother, this is a tremendous opportunity. Becoming a core disciple means unlimited cultivation resources. With your strength you can definitely pass the assessment. Gao Chu's heart wavered slightly. He understood what it meant to become a core disciple. Not only could he obtain more cultivation resources, but he would also have a higher status within the sect, which would be more favorable for him to counter the remnants of the blood demon ancestor. At this moment the system's prompt tone sounded. Core disciple assessment event detected task issued. Participate in the core disciple assessment and successfully pass it. Reward a divine grade martial technique. Gao Chu's eyes lit up. A divine grade martial technique was incredibly precious. He raised his head and said to Fatty, Alright, I'll participate. Great. Fatty excitedly slapped his thigh. I'll cheer for you then. Junior brother, you will definitely pass the assessment. Thank you. By the way, Fatty leaned in closer. I also heard that the rules for this assessment are different from previous years. How is it different? In previous years it was all about individual challenges. As long as you defeated the gatekeeper you could pass. Fatty said, but this year it has changed to all candidates participating in 3 tests, and only the top 3 can become core disciples. Gao Chu was indifferent. With his cultivation at late foundation establishment, there probably weren't many inter-sect disciples who could match him. Junior brother, you don't need to worry. Seeing Gao Chu and Fatty thought he was under great pressure and patted his shoulder. You were the champion in the outer-sect competition. Your strength is definitely better than those outer-sect disciples. Even if you encounter inter-sect ones, we still have a chance. Senior brother Xiang, thank you for telling me this. Gao Chu said, I need to go back and prepare for the assessment. Alright. Fatty nodded repeatedly. Junior brother, good luck. I have faith in you. After the two said their goodbyes, Gao Chu returned to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, in a certain cave of the inner sect of Lingfeng sect, several disciples dressed in blue robes were chatting. Have you heard? In 3 months there will be a core disciple assessment. Of course I heard. I heard that several good prospects from the outer sect will also participate in this assessment. The outer sect. One disciple sneered, a bunch of frogs in a well, what strength can they have? That's not entirely true. Another disciple shook his head. I heard that there is a guy named Gao Chu from the outer-sect who defeated Wang Tong in the competition. Wang Tong. The first disciple scoffed, that useless one. What's so great about defeating him? It doesn't matter. The third person interjected, no matter who comes, the final core disciple spots will definitely be ours. Exactly. The four exchanged knowing smiles, all wearing proud expressions. They were all elite disciples of the inner sect, with the weakest being at the peak of late foundation establishment. In their eyes, the strength of outer sect disciples was simply negligible. Time slipped away. Before he knew it, a month had passed. During this period, Gao Chu immersed himself entirely in cultivation. Each dawn, he reported to the outer sect's martial training ground, then returned to Sector Bing to practice the Hongming creation scripture, and at night, he reinforced his newly attained realm. His cultivation progressed smoothly. 1 month earlier at daybreak, when the sky was still veiled in pale twilight, Gao Chu rose from his bed, performed a swift wash, and set off toward the outer sect's martial training ground. Over these weeks, he had formed an unwavering routine. Every morning began with attendance at the martial training ground, followed by cultivation back in Sector Bing. The martial training ground was one of the most spiritually vibrant locations within the outer sect. Though far less potent than the inner sect, it sufficed perfectly for a third-rank chi refinement disciple like him. More importantly, it served as his inaugural sign-in location, granting generous daily rewards. System. Sign in, Gao Chu murmured inwardly as he settled cross-legged into a secluded corner along the training ground's periphery. Ding. Sign in successful. In location, outer sect martial training ground. Reward acquired 3 low-rank spirit stones. Nonly 3 low-rank spirit stones. Sigh. Consecutive sign-ins truly diminish rewards. In those first few days, he'd received over a dozen mid-rank spirit stones each time. Now only 3 low-rank ones remained. Indeed, even the system was not omnipotent. Its daily rewards inevitably dwindled. Yet every morsel counted. Gao Chu carefully stored the 3 low-rank spirit stones inside his Shumi ring. To better prepare for the core disciple selection, Gao Chu resolved to perform several more sign-ins near the fringes of the rear mountain forbidden zone, this time deliberately avoiding the area where he'd slain the black-robed figure, opting instead for an alternate route. Thin mist draped the mountain forests. The air shimmered with the fresh, verdant fragrance of flora and foliage. Gao Chu activated the wind-steering art, gliding effortlessly through the dense undergrowth. This path veered slightly eastward from his prior route, bypassing that eerie valley altogether. The terrain of the rear mountain forbidden zone was extraordinarily treacherous. Sheer cliffs, jagged precipices, and impenetrable thickets abounded. Ordinary disciples who strayed inside risked disorientation, or worse, mortal peril. But Gao Chu was different. With the Hongming creation scripture, he could sense the subtle currents of spiritual energy navigating with uncanny precision. Moreover, his divine sense far surpassed that of ordinary disciples, capable of scanning hundreds of zhang in every direction. The spiritual energy here dwarfed that of Sector Bing. If he could uncover a new sign-in site, perhaps the rewards would be extraordinary. He moved silently through the woods, mapping the land, seeking an auspicious sign-in locus, until abruptly halting mid-stride. Here, the spiritual energy is astonishingly dense. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he'd stumbled upon a concealed valley, encircled entirely by towering peaks with but a single narrow entrance. From outside, the valley remained utterly invisible, a hidden world within the world. At its heart lay a crystalline pond some dozens of zhang across, its waters emerald green and translucent as flawless jade. What stirred Gao Chu's deepest excitement was the faint luminous mist hovering above the pond, radiating an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy. Could this be an undiscovered secret realm? A secret realm? Truly, a secret realm. With such prodigious spiritual energy, this place must yield exceptional rewards. System, activate now. His heart surged with elation. He immediately engaged the sign-in system. Ding! 10,000 realms sign-in system initializing. Indetected location, Lingfeng sect, outer sect, rear mountain, hidden pond. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, cultivator. You have acquired 50 mid-rank spirit stones. In 50 mid-rank spirit stones. A jolt of astonishment rippled through Gao Chu. 50 mid-rank stones. This haul was pure profit. Even greater than his last sign-in at the Forbidden Zone's edge. In location identified as an uncharted secret realm. Rare reward triggered. Congratulations, cultivator. You have acquired 1 spirit artifact fragment. Another surge of shock coursed through him. Another fragment, 7 now. 7 fragments. Only 3 more remained to complete the set. This secret realm expedition had been supremely worthwhile. Soon at this pace he would gather all 10 and forge a complete spirit artifact. He secured the fragment within his shumi ring, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, exploring uncharted locales was the true path to mastery. In future he would seek out more such hidden places, perhaps countless other secret realms awaited discovery. That night, Gao Chu continued cultivating, when suddenly the spiritual energy within his body began to churn restlessly. He opened his eyes, a flash of exhilaration lighting his gaze. His bottleneck had loosened. The profound stillness of these past half-months had finally borne fruit. His foundation was now utterly solidified, ready for further breakthrough. Gao Chu drew a deep, steady breath, aligning his entire being into optimal condition, then once more channeled the Hongmeng creation scripture. Boom! Spiritual energy surged inward like a tidal deluge, propelling his cultivation upward. Late foundation establishment. Peak foundation establishment. At the very moment of transcendence, the Hongmeng's spiritual energy within him erupted in a blinding radiance. The brilliance endured for several breaths before gradually subsiding. Yet as it faded, a wondrous celestial phenomenon manifested within his chamber, flowers raining from the heavens. Countless golden motes descended from the void, like celestial blossoms showering down, enveloping his entire form. Such omens appeared only during major realm breakthroughs. Though fleeting, this phenomenon bore irrefutable testimony to the perfection of his ascension. A legendary breakthrough omen said to manifest solely for cultivators whose foundations were profoundly unshakable. Clearly those half-months of patient refinement had not been in vain. Moments later, Gao Chu exhaled a stream of turbid qi and slowly opened his eyes. Within his pupils gleamed a sharp, incisive light. Peak foundation establishment. He had broken through, from late foundation establishment to peak foundation establishment. Afterward, he turned inward, meticulously observing the transformations wrought by his advancement. First, his spiritual energy reserves had nearly doubled, and the Hongmeng's spiritual energy coursing through his meridians now burned with unprecedented intensity. Second, his divine sense had expanded to 500 zhong, twice its former reach. Most crucially, his comprehension of heaven and earth had deepened immeasurably. Peak foundation establishment. The Golden Core realm now lay but a single step away. One further leap, and he would become a true Golden Core expert. Then among Lingfeng's sect's entire younger generation, none would rival his might. Yet Gao Chu felt no pride, only sober awareness. He knew well beyond the heavens lie higher heavens, beyond humanity dwell greater beings. Though Lingfeng's sect was vast within the boundless immortal cultivation world, it was but a single grain of sand in the ocean. The next morning as dawn broke, Gao Chu rose early, as always, to head for the martial training ground. Scarcely stepping beyond his chamber door, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. Junior brother Gao Chu. Xiang Pengzi bounded over, grinning broadly. Brother, your aura grows ever more formidable. You must be nearing foundation establishment, yes. Congratulations. Thank you, senior brother, Gao Chu replied, bowing respectfully. Xiang Pengzi clapped his shoulder warmly. With talent like yours, foundation establishment is merely the beginning. You'll ascend ever higher. How goes your preparation for the core disciple selection? Nearly complete. Excellent. You'll pass the examination without difficulty. Keep pushing forward. Thank you, senior brother. After bidding farewell to Xiang Pengzi, Gao Chu settled into quiet cultivation once more. Days flowed steadily onward. His daily rhythm remained unwavering: dawn, sign-in, morning cultivation, afternoon sword practice, evening consolidation. His cultivation grew increasingly stable, his foundation ever more unassailable. Having reached peak foundation establishment, he chose deliberate patience over reckless haste, refusing to rush toward the Golden Core realm, but instead fortifying his base with meticulous care. The first golden ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, spilling across the mountain gate of the Lingfeng sect. The entire Lingfeng sect was steeped in an atmosphere both taut and electric. Outer-sect disciples gathered in clusters, whispering eagerly, their eyes shimmering with envy and anticipation. Inner-sect disciples moved with purposeful haste. Many surreptitiously watched the impending trial. Those qualified to participate had risen long before dawn, hearts thrumming with equal parts tension and exhilarating resolve. The core disciple assessment stood as one of the Lingfeng sect's most solemn annual rites. Unlike ordinary promotions, attaining core disciple status signified true entry into the sect's innermost circle. Upon ascension, core disciples received prioritized cultivation guidance, access to the finest resources, and greater influence in sect affairs. More crucially, this path served as the indispensable gateway to higher realms of cultivation. Throughout Lingfeng sect's history, every cultivator who attained Golden Core or beyond had risen step by step from the rank of core disciple. Gao Chu stood before his window, gazing at the distant silhouette of the trial pagoda, his expression flickering with quiet complexity. 2 months ago, he had been a powerless wretch scrabbling desperately for survival. Now he had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, merely one threshold away from the golden core. Were such progress made known, it would send tremors across the entire cultivation world. Yet Gao Chu felt no elation, only mounting pressure. Strength, gained too swiftly, brought not security, but perilous weight. Even rapid advancement has its burdens, he sighed inwardly. I am now at the peak of foundation establishment, yet outwardly I must feign being merely at the apex of chi refinement. Each time someone glances at me with that condescending, pitying look, how weak you are, a cold ember flares within me. But discretion remains the essence of the way of caution. A towering tree draws the fiercest winds. I have no wish to become the target of all eyes. The remnants of the blood demon ancestor remain unrooted. No one knows when vengeance may come knocking. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp, urgent rapping echoed at the door. Gao Chu frowned faintly and opened it to reveal a plump, round figure, the one true friend he'd found within the Lingfeng sect, Xiangpongzi. Xiangpongzi earned his nickname not only from his ample frame, but also from his affable, adaptable nature. Though his cultivation stood only at the 9th layer of chi refinement, he possessed unparalleled intelligence networks and wide-ranging connections, renowned throughout the outer-sect as the all-knowing ear. Brother Gao Chu, why are you still dawdling here? Xiangpongzi cried, face flushed with urgency. The assessment begins any moment, and you, the very candidate at its heart, remain so unervingly calm. What is there to rush? Gao Chu shrugged. The trial will not pause for my tardiness. Your composure. Xiangpongzi shook his head helplessly. Fine, fine. You're the genius. Your word is law. But heed me well. Today's assessment draws the gaze of countless eyes. Tread carefully. Gao Chu arched a brow. Oh, any insider tidings? Of course there are. Xiangpongzi glanced left and right, then lowered his voice. Listen closely. This year's candidates include several formidable figures. Mark them well. First, Lin Jia, rumored to be the strongest inner-sect disciple standing at the peak of foundation establishment, his swordsmanship transcending mortal mastery. Second, Zhao Tianqing, an inner-sect disciple at the late stage of foundation establishment. He boasts powerful backing and carries himself with haughty disdain, holding outer-sect disciples in open contempt. Third, Zhou Xueqing, also at the late stage of foundation establishment. She speaks little, yet her strength runs deep and unfathomable. Fourth, Sun Ming, nephew of an inner-sect elder mid-stage foundation establishment, cunning and treacherous, fond of underhanded tactics. Keep far from him. You'd fare exceptionally well in this assessment, if only you competed openly wielding your true power. Xiangpongzi sighed again. But the problem is, he lowered his voice further. I've heard whispers. You're being targeted in secret. Gao Chu's gaze sharpened, turning glacial. Targeted? Xiangpongzi nodded gravely. Who exactly remains unclear, but a friend in the law enforcement hall told me someone has been discreetly investigating your background. They're asking whether you've shown any unusual behavior lately. Someone is probing me. Could it be the blood demon ancestor's remnants? Alarm bells blared silently within Gao Chu, yet his face remained serene. I understand. Thank you, Brother Xiang. Xiangpongzi clapped his shoulder warmly. No thanks needed, we're brothers. Focus solely on the assessment, though I'll keep watch on everything else. A quiet warmth stirred in Gao Chu's chest. Within the vast Lingfeng sect, few offered genuine loyalty, and Xiangpongzi was among them. Let's go, Xiangpongzi urged, gently pulling him toward the door. The trial pagoda lies ahead. We'll walk and talk. Lingfeng sect core region, the trial pagoda. Soaring 9 tiers high, its structure gleamed with faint, ethereal light beneath the sun, crafted entirely from mysterious Xianqing stone. This sacred tower embodied generations of sect masters' wisdom and sacrifice, said to conceal boundless opportunities and trials. Each tier bore unique formation arrays, dynamically calibrating challenges suited precisely to the cultivator's realm and Dao heart. Its spire vanished into the heavens like a celestial bridge. Before its entrance, dozens of disciples had already assembled. Gao Chu swept his gaze across them, sensing varied auras, yet each radiated profound cultivation depth. The weakest stood at early foundation establishment, the strongest. His eyes settled upon a figure at the center of the crowd, a young man draped in azure robes, his brows sharp as swords, his eyes bright as stars, bearing an air of cultivated elegance. Zhao Tianqing, Xiangpongzi murmured beside him. Inner-sect disciple, latest-stage foundation establishment, one of this year's top contenders for victory. Mark this. He wears his pride upon his brow, utterly dismissive of outer-sect disciples. Watch yourself to avoid drawing his attention. Gao Chu nodded silently. Latest foundation establishment. Still a tier below him. Yet the man's aura was astonishingly refined, undeniably formidable. Beside Zhao Tianqing stood a woman clad in a snow-white gown. Her beauty was icy and transcendent, her eyes clear and piercing as winter stars. That is Zhou Xueqing, Xiang Pongzi added softly. Foremost female cultivator of the outer-sect, latest foundation establishment. Her swordsmanship has reportedly reached the realm of sword-following will, a power not to be underestimated. Gao Chu gave her a subtle, respectful nod. Sword-following will. Truly extraordinary. Such sword cultivators wield devastating offensive might. A single misstep invites grave peril. At that instant a chill slithered across his spine. He followed the source of that cold gaze to find a youth clad in black martial attire. Unremarkable in features, yet his lips curled in a sly, unsettling smile. Sun Ming, Xiang Pongzi whispered. The elder's nephew. See how his eyes dart. No good intent resides there. Keep your distance. Cough, cough. A soft commanding cough broke the hush. All turned. There at the pagoda's entrance stood an elderly man with snow-white hair. Clad in simple gray robes, his face was gaunt yet radiant with piercing clarity. His eyes twin lanterns of incisive perception seeming to pierce veils of illusion and deceit. Elder Ning. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Elder Ning, head of the law enforcement hall rumored to have ascended to the nascent soul realm. Renowned for unwavering impartiality and ironclad integrity, he ranked among the sect's most revered elders. Silence. Elder Ning surveyed the assembly, his voice low yet resonant, reaching every ear without strain. Instantly the crowd stilled. Elder Ning nodded approvingly. Today marks the Lingfeng sect's core disciple assessment. First, let me congratulate you. You who stand here are the sect's elite. His gaze swept slowly across the gathering before continuing. Yet I must also caution you. Core disciple slots are scarce and competition will be merciless. I urge you to give your utmost to manifest your finest cultivation and spirit. Furthermore, I issue this warning: forbidden techniques are prohibited, harming fellow disciples is strictly forbidden, cheating is intolerable. Should anyone dare transgress, I shall show no mercy. At those final words a crushing, overwhelming pressure descended. Raw, sovereign, unmistakably nascent soul. Breath seized, faces paled. After a suspended moment, Elder Ning withdrew the pressure, his expression softening. Enough said. Now the assessment rules. The core disciple assessment comprises 3 trials. Elder Ning gestured toward the towering pagoda. First, the trial of Dao Heart. Upon entering the first tier, you will face the mirror of inner nature. Standing before it, you shall be drawn into a phantasmal realm shaped by your inner demons. Overcome your inner demons, and you pass. Fail, and consequences range from spiritual injury to catastrophic deviation from the Tao. A collective pall fell over the disciples. The inner demon phantasm was among the most dreaded trials. Failure could reverse cultivation progress, or shatter the soul entirely. The trial of Dao Heart, troubling. My heart harbors shadows. Deception, biting wit, relentless caution. These are hardly virtues praised in orthodox cultivation circles. What if the mirror exposes them? Gao Chu's face betrayed nothing, yet unease coiled within. Then he steadied himself. His inner demons were rooted in past regrets and present obsessions. So long as his Dao Heart held firm, he would endure. Elder Ning continued. Second, the trial of cultivation prowess. Within the second tier await 10 animated constructs. You must defeat the construct matched to your realm to advance. Their strength scales precisely with yours. Higher cultivation yields stronger adversaries. No favor is granted nor withheld. Third, the trial of insight. At the 9th tier rests the enlightenment steel, a stone imbued with sword intents bequeathed by successive sect masters. To pass, you must grasp the sword intent sealed within the steel. Sufficient insight unlocks its profound mysteries. Insufficient comprehension invites backlash. The sword intent itself may wound you, inflicting grievous injury, or worse, triggering catastrophic deviation. Having laid out the rules, Elder Ning gestured for the disciples to enter. Remember, he added, all 3 trials are mandatory. Only those who complete every trial earn the title of core disciple. Should any wish to withdraw, it is not too late. Silence reigned absolute. Not a single hand rose. Elder Ning nodded, satisfied. Excellent. Then let the trial begin. With a deep, resonant groan, the pagoda's massive gates swung inward, golden light flooding forth, bathing every face in its luminous, solemn glow. The interior of the trial tower was more spacious than imagined. Gao Chu followed the crowd into the tower, feeling a sense of enlightenment wash over him. The space inside had been expanded dozens of times by the formation, revealing a grand hall before everyone. The hall stood several dozen zhang high, its walls covered in dense carvings of runes that emitted a faint glow. In the center of the hall stood a massive mirror. The mirror was about 3 zhang tall and 2 zhang wide, its surface smooth like glass. The frame was made of dark blue jade intricately carved with various mysterious patterns. The entire mirror emitted a soft glow resembling a bright and pure moon. The heart mirror is one of the treasures of the Lingfeng sect, said to have existed for thousands of years. It can reveal a person's deepest obsessions and fears, serving as a key to the heart's test, Lin Jie explained. The heart mirror can reveal the deepest obsessions and fears within. This could be troublesome. The dark aspects of my heart are not just ordinary. Gao Chu observed the mirror with a sense of trepidation. In his past life, he was an ordinary person struggling to make a living. In this life, he had been fighting for survival, resorting to any means necessary. With such a mindset, could he truly pass the test? He did not know, but he understood that no matter how difficult the test was, he must overcome it. Someone once said there is no hurdle in life that cannot be overcome. No matter how powerful the inner demon, he would not back down. Everyone, Elder Ning stood beside the mirror speaking solemnly. This is the heart mirror. You will step forward one by one and place your palm on the mirror's surface. The light of the mirror will autonomously assess your heart's nature and decide whether you can pass the test. Remember, the time in the inner demon illusion is different from the outside world. A single incense stick's duration in the real world may equate to months or even years in the illusion. You must seize the time to overcome your inner demons, otherwise, even if your spirit is strong enough, you may still become lost in the illusion. The crowd nodded gravely. The first trial, the heart's test, begins now. As Elder Ning's voice fell, the mirror suddenly lit up. A gentle light shot from the mirror, illuminating the entire hall. First up, Zhang Yun. A young man in a blue robe stepped forward, his expression tense. He was an inner disciple at the early stage of foundation establishment and did not stand out among the crowd. Zhang Yun approached the mirror, took a deep breath, and placed his palm against the surface. Buzz. The mirror vibrated, enveloping him in a beam of light. In the next moment, Zhang Yun's body suddenly stiffened, his gaze becoming vacant. Illusion, someone exclaimed in a low voice. The crowd fixed their eyes on Zhang Yun, watching his expression change continuously. At times terrified, at times angry, at times greedy, at times helpless. A myriad of complex emotions flashed across his face, causing the onlookers to feel a chill down their spines. The inner demon illusion was indeed terrifying. From Zhang Yun's expression, he seemed to be trapped in some obsession, unable to extricate himself. Gao Chu watched Zhang Yun intently, feeling a sense of caution. Moments later, Zhang Yun's body began to tremble violently. No, don't. This is mine. All of it is mine, he yelled frantically, his eyes filled with fear and greed. Elder Ning furrowed his brow, about to intervene and pull him out. Just then, poof, Zhang Yun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Not good. Elder Ning reacted swiftly, catching him. He checked Zhang Yun's condition, his expression darkening. Inner demon backlash, spiritual injury. He said solemnly, take him down for treatment. He has been eliminated in this round. 2 law enforcement disciples immediately stepped forward to carry the unconscious Zhang Yun away. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces pale. The first one to step up was directly eliminated. This heart's test was too difficult. Next, several disciples stepped forward to try. Some succeeded, some were eliminated. Overall, the passing rate was around 30%. Wang Hao passed. Li Ming eliminated. Zhao Kuan passed. Sun Ming passed. One result after another was announced with mixed feelings. Gao Chu noticed that Sun Ming had an unusually calm expression when passing the test, as if the illusion had no effect on him. Sun Ming's heart seemed very strong. No, it's not a strong heart. He has a high resistance to inner demons. What has he been through to possess such resistance? He felt a sense of caution within, believing Sun Ming was definitely not a simple character. Zhou Xueqing. Elder Zhou's voice rang out. The crowd turned to look at the woman in a white gown. Zhou Xueqing calmly stepped forward and placed her palm on the mirror's surface. The light enveloped her body, and her gaze instantly became vacant. However, to everyone's surprise, her expression did not change significantly throughout. She merely frowned slightly from time to time, only to quickly relax again. After a moment, heart's test passed. Elder Zhou announced the result. The crowd was in an uproar. She passed so easily. What did she experience in the illusion to remain so calm? Zhou Xueqing ignored the discussions around her and returned to the crowd with an expression as cold as snow. Lin Jie. Lin Jie nodded and stepped forward. His expression was calm, as if he had great confidence in the test. The light enveloped his body, and his gaze instantly became vacant. However, to Gao Chu's surprise, Lin Jie's expression did not change much. Only a fleeting look of pain crossed his face, but it was quickly suppressed. The entire process lasted only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Heart's test passed. Elder Ning nodded, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Gao Chu. Elder Ning's voice rang out. Gao Chu took a deep breath and stepped forward. He glanced at the mirror, took a deep breath, and thought, no matter what inner demons lie ahead, I will not back down. In life, one must face certain things they would rather avoid. Avoidance is not the answer. Only by confronting fear can one overcome it. He placed his palm on the mirror's surface. Buzz! The mirror shook and a light, even stronger than before, enveloped him. The next moment, Gao Chu found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was a simple room. The light inside was dim, and a faint medicinal scent filled the air. A middle-aged man was lying on the bed, his face pale and emaciated. Dad! Gao Chu's heart jolted. This middle-aged man was his father from his past life. He clearly remembered that his father had passed away due to illness in his past life. In his final moments, his father had become so thin that he looked like skin and bones, his eyes sunken, but still filled with love when he looked at him. Gao Chu, you came. His father's weak voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. Gao Chu was stunned. Father, hadn't he already passed away? This is an illusion. Dad, are you okay? Gao Chu asked tremulously. His father smiled gently, the smile identical to that in his memories, warm and loving. Silly child, as long as you are willing to come back, Dad will be fine. Gao Chu was stunned. He suddenly realized something. This is an illusion. His father had passed away. This was his inner demon. Yet gazing at his father's kind face, his heart began to waver. If he stayed here, could he not accompany his father forever? If he gave up cultivation and the path of immortality, could he not live an ordinary life? Just like in his past life, working 9 to 5 every day, struggling for a living, yet still being able to be with family. Gao Chu, his father held his hand, that hand frail, yet warm. Stay here. Dad misses you. Stay here. With his father. That feeling was too warm. He hadn't felt such warmth in a long time. Gao Chu's eyes brimmed with tears. Memories of his past life surged like a tide. Back then he was young and always thought his father was too nagging, too overbearing, and did not understand him. He desperately wanted to escape that home to see the outside world. It was only when his father fell seriously ill that he realized how much he had missed. The time that should have been spent with his father, the words that should have been spoken, the filial piety that should have been fulfilled, all turned into irreparable regrets. I'm sorry, Dad. Gao Chu's voice choked. I let you down. His father smiled lovingly. Silly child, what have you done to let Dad down? You are Dad's greatest pride in this life. No, Gao Chu shook his head, tears streaming down his face. I'm not good enough. I should have spent more time with you. I should have come back sooner. I shouldn't have been so selfish, only caring about work and making money. His father gently wiped his tears. Gao Chu, you have already done very well. Dad knows you are busy and have your own life. Dad has never blamed you. But there is no but. His father interrupted him. Dad only hopes you are happy. As long as you are happy, Dad will be satisfied. Gao Chu could no longer hold back, tears pouring down his face. His greatest regret in his past life was not being able to see his father for the last time. At that time he was working in another location, and by the time he received the call and rushed back, his father had already passed away. He hadn't even been able to see him one last time. This had become an eternal pain in his heart. And now his father was right before him, so close. As long as he wished, he could stay here forever, accompany his father. Stay here, Gao Chu. His father held his hand, filled with expectation. Dad misses you. Gao Chu suddenly closed his eyes. He was well aware that all of this was an illusion. He could not stay here. He opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing in them. He withdrew his hand. I'm sorry, Dad. Gao Chu's voice was soft yet firm. This isn't real. You are no longer here. A hint of surprise flashed across his father's face, but it quickly returned to a loving smile. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't Dad right here? Gao Chu shook his head. No, I know this is an illusion. Father, I miss you very, but I know you wouldn't want me to stay here. He took a deep breath and continued. You have always taught me to be brave, to be strong, to face difficulties head-on, and not to escape. These words have always been etched in my heart. I have come to this world, met many people, and experienced many things. I have new goals and new pursuits. I cannot abandon all of this for the sake of a fleeting companionship. If I were to escape reality for the sake of this false warmth, that would truly be letting you down. So I'm sorry. He raised his head and looked directly at his father. Please rest in peace, Dad. I will live. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion began to collapse. His father's phantom gradually faded, yet his face bore a look of contentment. Gao Chu, you have grown up. The illusion completely collapsed. Gao Chu opened his eyes, finding himself back in the trial tower. His face still bore traces of tears, his eyes slightly reddened. Heart's test passed. Elder Ning announced the result. But to everyone's surprise, Gao Chu's expression was strange. It resembled relief liberation, yet also held a hint of faint sadness. What's wrong with him? Looking at his expression, it seems he has experienced a lot. What was the heart demon illusion test about? The crowd murmured among themselves, but Gao Chu paid no attention. He simply stood there quietly staring into the void, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Goodbye, Father. Though this was merely an illusion, I believe your spirit in heaven can see me as I am now. I will live well. I will become stronger, protect those I wish to protect, and fulfill the dreams I have yet to achieve. He silently vowed. The heart's test is over. Elder Ning's voice rang out. A total of 12 disciples passed the first trial. Those who did not pass, please exit the trial tower on your own. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen disciples left with somber expressions. Elder Ning continued. Next we proceed to the second trial, the strength test. Disciples who passed follow me to the second level of the trial tower. After the trial of temperament concluded, the 12 disciples who passed were taken to the second level of the trial tower. The space on the second level was even more immense than that of the first. As far as the eye could see, there was a wide martial arts arena. The ground of the arena was paved with hard dark blue stones, and the surrounding walls were engraved with battle-related runes, filling the air with a chilling aura of lethality. In the center of the arena stood 10 puppets in an orderly manner. These puppets were all different. Some were tall and stout, wielding massive axes. Others were small and agile, with twin daggers hanging from their waists. Some were covered in heavy armor, resembling moving fortresses, while others held long spears, exuding a sharp killing intent. Gao Chu used his divine sense to scan, discovering that the auras of these puppets were all distinct. The weakest one had a presence equivalent to that of the peak of Qi refinement. The strongest one reached the peak of foundation establishment. A puppet of foundation establishment peak. This is on par with my current strength. Moreover, the puppet has no sense of pain, knows no fatigue, and possesses greater strength than practitioners of the same level. This trial is challenging. This second stage is a test of strength. Elder Ning pointed at the 10 puppets and said, you need to defeat the corresponding puppet to advance to the next stage. You may challenge a puppet of a higher realm than yourself, but you cannot choose a puppet of a lower realm. The crowd surveyed the puppets, their expressions varying. Some were excited, some were nervous, while others looked troubled. Elder Ning continued, there are a total of 12 who passed the first stage. You will challenge the puppets in turn. Since there are outer-sect disciples participating this time, a puppet at the peak of Qi refinement has been specially crafted. Gao Chu, as the only outer-sect disciple this time, you may go first. You can choose the puppet at the peak of Qi refinement as your opponent. Elder Ning said. Gao Chu pretended to take a deep breath and slowly walked towards the puppet at the peak of Qi refinement in the center of the arena. The puppet stood about 8 feet tall, covered in black armor, which was inscribed with mysterious runes. It held a massive long sword in its hand, the blade emanating a faint black light. The surrounding disciples cast either hopeful or doubtful glances. Gao Chu stood firm, his gaze locked tightly on the puppet before him. He thought, with my current strength, defeating a puppet at the peak of Qi refinement is as easy as eating or drinking, but I cannot reveal my strength. I must pretend to struggle greatly. Elder Ning activated the puppet. Buzz. The puppet's eyes lit up, emitting a red glow. In the next moment, a tremendous aura erupted from the puppet, pressing down on Gao Chu like a mountain. The puppet swung its dual blades, charging at Gao Chu with a fierce wind. Gao Chu feigned panic and sidestepped the blades, grazing the edge of his clothing. A faint gasp arose from the crowd. Gao Chu stumbled, as if about to fall, eliciting a round of murmurs. The puppet, however, showed no mercy and swung its blades again. Gao Chu seized the opportunity, lightly deflecting the sword with his own, but deliberately displayed an exaggerated effort, making his arm tremble dramatically. Gao Chu thought life is like a play, all depends on acting skills. While he engaged with the puppet, he occasionally revealed flaws, allowing the puppet's attacks to narrowly miss him, creating a sense of peril. But in reality, he knew that the puppet's attacks were nothing to him. After several exchanges, Gao Chu spotted an opening and pretended to exhaust all his strength to stab forward. The sword light struck the puppet's chest, piercing through the armor and entering the core formation of the puppet. Crack! The puppet's core formation was destroyed, its runes flickering a few times before completely extinguishing. The puppet's body swayed a few times before crashing to the ground. A round of applause and exclamations erupted from the crowd. That was close. This outer-sect disciple is quite impressive. Indeed, almost lost there. Gao Chu huffed, pretending to be exhausted as he stood in place, secretly pleased that his act had been quite successful. At this moment, Elder Ning spoke. Gao Chu passed. Next one. Following him was Zhou Xueqing, who challenged the 9th puppet at the peak of foundation establishment. Her swordsmanship was indeed, as described, cold, and piercing with each strike, containing terrifying killing intent. In just 10 breaths the puppet was defeated. Too strong, easily defeating the puppet at the peak of Foundation establishment. No wonder it's the realm of sword following intent. The attack power is terrifying. Zhou Zuiking's expression was calm, as if defeating the puppet was just a trivial matter for her. Lin Jie challenged a puppet at the peak of Foundation establishment. His swordsmanship differed from Zhou Zuiking's, leaning more towards brute strength. His attacks were like a storm, with each strike containing immense power. After 20 breaths the puppet crashed to the ground under his overwhelming assault. No wonder he's the top expert of the inner sect. That attack power is terrifying. Lin Shixiang is indeed strong. Lin Jie sheathed his sword, smiling slightly, his expression still calm. Zhao Tianqing also challenged a puppet at the peak of Foundation establishment. His cultivation was at the late stage of Foundation establishment, one minor realm below the puppet. He struggled for a full quarter of an hour before barely defeating the puppet. Zhao Shixiang is indeed extraordinary, able to defeat a puppet one minor realm above himself. Indeed, if it were me, challenging a puppet of the same level would be exhausting. Zhao Tianqing looked pleased, seemingly satisfied with his performance. Sun Ming challenged the puppet at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Although he was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, his combat style was quite insidious, excelling in the use of hidden weapons and poisons. Though the puppet was powerful, it lacked intelligence and was easily struck by hidden weapons. He used hidden weapons and poison, taking 2/4 of an hour to defeat the puppet. This guy is using some underhanded tactics, right? Never mind, as long as he can pass the trial, any method will do. With the last disciples challenge concluded, the second stage, the strength test, came to an end. The second stage is over. Elder Ning tallied the results. A total of 6 disciples passed the second stage. Those who did not pass, please exit the trial tower. Some were excited, some disappointed, while others had expressionless faces. Elder Ning continued. Next is the third stage, the comprehension test. Those who passed, please follow me to the 9th level of the trial tower. As he finished speaking, he led the group toward the higher staircase. Gao Chu thought, comprehension. Isn't that the talent for cultivation? Before awakening the system, he could be said to have no talent for cultivation at all. But things are different now. With the system in hand, he should be able to pass the comprehension test smoothly. The 9th level will be the final stage. Those who pass will become core disciples of the Lingfeng sect. If they fail, they will lose this opportunity and have to wait another year. Trial Tower, 9th floor. This is the highest and most mysterious floor of the trial tower. Gao Chu followed Elder Ning, climbing step by step up the narrow staircase. The walls on both sides of the staircase were covered with densely packed runes emanating a faint glow. An ancient and mysterious aura pervaded the air, causing one to instinctively hold their breath. The comprehension test is the most challenging trial of the Lingfeng sect. Elder Ning's voice echoed in the staircase. This level tests not strength or temperament, but comprehension. Comprehension is the most profound talent of a cultivator. Some may cultivate for 100 years without grasping a hint of sword intent. Others may only train for a few years and create their own path. The level of comprehension often determines the heights a cultivator can achieve. Everyone nodded gravely. Comprehension. That is the most elusive talent for a cultivator. Some are born with exceptional intelligence, able to remember everything and learn quickly, while others are dull and slow, needing to study the same material multiple times to understand. Although comprehension can be improved through effort, the innate differences still exist. There is only one room on the 9th floor. Elder Ning stopped, pointing at the large door ahead. In the center of the room stands a stone tablet of comprehension. The tablet contains the sword intent legacies left by past sect leaders. What you need to do is to perceive the sword intent within the tablet with your heart. If your comprehension is sufficient, you will grasp the secrets of the sword intent from the tablet. If it is not enough. He paused, glancing over the crowd. You will be counterattacked by the sword intent. Light injuries lead to severe wounds, and severe injuries lead to madness. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Madness. That is one of the most feared outcomes for a cultivator. Once madness occurs, minor cases lead to regression in cultivation, while severe ones result in death. Do not be overly anxious. Elder Ning noticed their expressions and softened his tone. The sword intent in the tablet is merely a rudimentary form, not the true sword intent. You only need to grasp a hint of it to pass the trial. Of course, if you can comprehend more, it will greatly aid your future cultivation. A hint. I thought I needed to grasp the true sword intent. However, even the rudimentary form of sword intent is valuable. If I can comprehend it, my combat power will see a significant enhancement. Gao Chu silently calculated. He was currently focusing on the sword path. If he could grasp the sword intent, it would qualitatively enhance his combat power. Creak. Elder Ning pushed open the door. An ancient and mysterious aura rushed toward him. The room was large, spanning 100 feet in area. The walls were covered with mysterious runes, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire room. In the center of the room stood a massive stone tablet. The tablet was about 30 feet tall and 20 feet wide, made of an unknown black jade. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, faintly reflecting one's image. But what was most striking was the sword intent that enveloped the stone tablet. The sword intent was sharp and profound, as if an invisible, peerless swordsman resided within. Just one glance made Gao Chu feel a sharp pain in his eyes. This is the stone tablet of comprehension. Elder Ning's voice rang out. The tablet contains the sword intent legacies left by past sect leaders. It is said that the founding master of Lingfeng's sect comprehended the sword intent here for 7 days and nights, ultimately uncovering its secrets, thus creating the sword path legacy of Lingfeng's sect. This stone tablet has existed for thousands of years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless talent. Some grasped the sword intent here and became renowned masters. Others could not withstand the impact of the sword intent, leading to mental breakdowns and ultimately living out their lives in madness. Therefore, I remind you again, act according to your ability. If you feel you cannot bear it, withdraw immediately. Do not overestimate yourself. Gao Chu thought, I have a system. Can I not comprehend this sword intent? Everyone nodded gravely. Elder Ning waved his hand. All right, find a spot to sit and prepare to begin the trial. Gao Chu chose a position close to the stone tablet to better feel the sword intent. He looked around and saw that the expressions of the other 5 were all different. Lin Jie appeared calm, seemingly confident about the upcoming trial. Zhou Xueqing remained as cold as ice, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Zhao Tianqing appeared calm on the surface, but Gao Chu could sense his inner tension. Sun Ming's expression was somewhat gloomy, as if he was plotting something. There was also a disciple whom Gao Chu was not very familiar with, seemingly an outer-sect disciple with late Foundation establishment cultivation. Gao Chu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In the next moment, a sharp sword intent surged from within him. This was not something he released voluntarily, but rather the sword intent from the tablet resonating with him upon sensing his presence. Buzz! The stone tablet suddenly illuminated, radiating dazzling golden light. A vast surge of sword intent rushed from the tablet, crashing toward Gao Chu like a tidal wave. What? Elder Ning's expression changed dramatically. The tablet's reaction was too intense. This indicated that Gao Chu's comprehension far exceeded that of ordinary people. This kid, actually able to evoke resonance from the tablet. Elder Ning stared intensely, realizing Gao Chu's comprehension was beyond that of ordinary individuals. This kid, actually able to evoke resonance from the tablet. Elder Ning stared at Gao Chu, his eyes filled with shock. The sword intent within the tablet is the culmination of the lifelong efforts of past sect leaders. Ordinary people can't even sense it, yet Gao Chu can resonate with it. How high is this comprehension? Meanwhile, Gao Chu's consciousness had already entered a peculiar space. The space was chaotic and gray with no visible boundaries. At that moment, buzz, an illusory sword shadow materialized from the void. The sword shadow stood several feet tall, formed entirely from sword energy, exuding a chilling and sharp aura. It floated silently there, yet gave an invisible sense of oppression, as if a peerless swordsman was looking down on all living beings. Who goes there? An ancient and dignified voice echoed in the space. Gao Chu's mind trembled, and he hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Junior Gao Chu, I apologize for disturbing you, Senior. The sword shadow was silent for a moment. The next moment, a sharp sword light slashed toward him. The speed of the sword light was incredibly fast, as if it had traversed space, arriving before Gao Chu in the blink of an eye. Gao Chu's heart tightened, and he quickly activated the falling leaf sword technique to defend. Falling leaf without trace. His figure resembled a drifting leaf, elusive and trying to evade the sword light. But the sword light was too fast. No matter how he dodged, the sword light followed him closely, locking onto him tightly. Clang! In the end, the sword light still struck him. Buzz! Gao Chu felt a sharp pain in his head as countless pieces of information flooded into his consciousness. That was the secrets of sword intent. A massive flow of information surged into his sea of consciousness like a torrent. Gao Chu felt as if his head was splitting, nearly fainting. But at that moment, the primordial spiritual energy within him began to operate automatically, emitting a gentle yet powerful force that protected his divine sense. The Hongming spiritual energy within Gao Chu stirred of its own accord, exuding a gentle yet formidable force that shrouded his spiritual sense. This is Hongming's spiritual energy. An ancient voice sounded. Gao Chu opened his eyes to find the sword shadow still suspended in midair, and a subtle change had come over his own expression. Interesting. Such a thing resides within you. The sword shadow spoke with a tint of curiosity. Hongming's spiritual energy. That is the primal chi before heaven and earth were shaped, containing boundless creative power. I never expected a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator to harbor such a treasure. Gao Chu thought, astonished. This sword shadow. Could it perceive the Hongming's spiritual energy in me? What kind of existence is it? Shocked within, Gao Chu kept his face composed. You need not be anxious. The sword shadow seemed to perceive his guard. I am only the lingering remnant of this. Swords will not a true swordsman. Only, your sudden appearance has taken me by surprise. I do not understand your meaning, Elder, Gao Chu answered honestly. The sword shadow fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. The aura about you resembles that of an old acquaintance of mine. An old acquaintance? That was many years ago. The sword shadow's voice carried a trace of melancholy. In those days before I ascended, I once encountered a youth. That youth also possessed something like Hongming's spiritual energy. I once asked him what it was. He called it the Hongming Creation Sutra, saying he obtained it from some ancient ruin. Later that youth rose to become a peerless master whose name thundered across the heavens. By the time I ascended, he had already become the strongest presence in the cultivation world. Gao Chu's heart jolted. Hongming Creation Sutra. Ancient ruins. Could it be that the great master's cultivation method was indeed the Hongming Creation Sutra? No, my Hongming Creation Sutra was obtained through system science. Could the system's design be connected to the person this sword shadow spoke of? Elder, Gao Chu cupped his hands and said, I dare ask, what was the name of that great master you mentioned? The sword shadow was silent for a moment. His name? I can no longer recall. I only remember a line he once spoke. What line? He said, the essence of the sword way is oneness. One sword breaks myriad doctrines, though all doctrines can be severed. Gao Chu's heart trembled. He had heard this phrase before somewhere. The third form of the Yi sword method, Lijiqiu, emphasizes piercing insight into a flaw and delivering a decisive killing strike. Yet now he understood the true Lijiqiu is the realm of the single sword. No technique, no trickery, only one sword. When that sword falls, the contest is decided. I see. Gao Chu murmured, a flash of clarity in his eyes. He closed his eyes to assimilate all that he had learned. The sword shadow watched in silence, making no further move. It could sense that this youth's potential far exceeded its previous estimation. Especially that Hongming's spiritual energy, the very source of infinite creative power. If this young man could grow, his future achievements might not be inferior to that old acquaintance's. The sword shadow thought, this child, perhaps truly capable of inheriting the essence of the sword way. Very well, I shall lend him one more aid. A strand of sword light issued from the shadow and penetrated Gao Chu's brow. In the next instant, countless strands of information flooded Gao Chu's sea of consciousness. It was the introductory methods of sword intent. Little one, the sword shadow's voice echoed. I pass to you the entryway into sword intent. The rest you must comprehend yourself. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Gao Chu cupped his hands in salute. The sword shadow slowly dissipated, and before vanishing it spoke once more, little one, your aptitude is good. I hope you can carry the sword way to greater glory. Also, if one day you ascend to the upper realms, do look upon that old acquaintance's descendants for me. My name is Ling Feng. The sword shadow vanished completely, leaving Gao Chu alone. He drew a long breath and suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself back on the 9th floor of the Shirlian Tower. The steel still stood before him, but its light had already dimmed. Aptitude test passed. Elder Ning's voice sounded beside him, trembling slightly. His gaze was fixed intently on Gao Chu, full of astonishment. This lad not only passed the test, he seems to have comprehended something. That was the embryo of sword intent. Within the entire Lingfeng sect, those who perceive the rudiment of sword intent are few indeed. What sort of prodigy is this? What have you comprehended? Elder Ning could not help asking. Gao Chu smiled faintly, only the surface, merely a glimpse. He rose to his feet, feeling that newborn power within him. It was the embryo of sword intent, still incomplete, still raw, but already powerful. Zhao Tiansheng's trial did not go so smoothly. He tried to grasp sword intent, but lacked the aptitude. The sword intent rebounded upon him, leaving him lightly wounded. Aptitude test eliminated. Elder Ning announced without expression. Sun Ming's trial had been arduous as well. Not only did he fail, he was severely depleted, his face ashen. The last disciple fared worse, still directly struck by the sword intent and rendered unconscious. The 3 rounds of assessment are complete. Elder Ning stood atop the Shirlian Tower and surveyed the gathered disciples. 3 disciples have passed all 3 rounds of assessment. They are Gao Chu, Lin Jie, Zhou Xueqing. From this day forth, these 3 shall officially become core disciples of the Lingfeng sect. Gao Chu actually passed. An outer disciple with such prowess. What's wrong with an outer disciple? Are they necessarily inferior to inner disciples? Xiang Pengzi shouted from the crowd. Even Zhao Tianqing failed, yet he passed. This is simply truly the year's greatest dark horse. Murmurs rose and fell among the people. Gao Chu stood amid them, his expression calm, as if none of it touched him. Inside he thought, core disciple. At last I am a core disciple. With that status, my position in the Lingfeng sect will be far more secure. It would also make things much more convenient going forward. Congratulations to the three of you. Elder Ning stepped forward and handed over 4 tokens. These are the identity tokens of core disciples. From today you may enjoy the privileges afforded to core disciples within the Lingfeng sect. Gao Chu accepted the token, feeling the warm qi emanating from it. Thank you, Elder Ning. No need for thanks. Elder Ning looked at him intently. I will faithfully report your performance to the sect leader. You? Take care of yourself. With those words he turned and left. Gao Chu paused, puzzled by the final remark from Elder Ning. Had he been seen through? He had intended to remain low profile, to live and act with humility, yet his deeds had become conspicuous. There was no avoiding it now. When such strength is laid bare, maintaining a low profile is impossible. The evaluation for core disciples has concluded. In the end, only 3 individuals passed all the tests: Gao Chu, Lin Jie, and Zhou Xueqing. When Elder Ning announced the final results, the entire training ground erupted in excitement. Cheers, gasps of astonishment, and discussions intertwined, creating a cacophony that seemed to threaten to blow the roof off the training ground. Gao Chu actually passed the core disciple evaluation. It's unbelievable. From a servant disciple to a core disciple. That Lin Jie is impressive too, the top of the inner sect. His swordsmanship is so fierce it sends chills down one's spine. I witnessed him slay 3 latest-stage Foundation establishment beasts with a single strike. The most terrifying is senior sister, Zhou Xueqing, the #1 female cultivator of the inner sect. I dared not even look directly at her sword. That swordsmanship is as if it emerged from hell. People murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with awe and envy. The entire Lingfeng sect remembered these 3 names: Gao Chu, Lin Jie, and Zhou Xueqing. The 3 were taken to the core area of Lingfeng sect, Lingxiao Palace. Lingxiao Palace is the highest standard building of Lingfeng sect, where only the sect master and the supreme elders are qualified to enter. The entire palace exuded grandeur and brilliance, radiating an aura of solemnity and sanctity. Sect Master Yin Xiao sat at the top of the hall, his gaze imposing. With every gesture he emanated a pressure that was both daunting and heart-stopping. That was the unique aura of a nascent soul cultivator. As Gao Chu and the others entered the hall, they felt as if they were submerged in an ocean, the pressure around them surging like a tidal wave, making it hard to breathe. The 3 quickly circulated their cultivation techniques to barely stabilize their forms. So powerful. Is this the pressure of a nascent soul? Just the aura alone is hard to endure. If you were to strike, a mere glance could turn me to ashes. Is this the gap between nascent soul and Foundation establishment? Truly worlds apart. It seems I still have a long way to go. The sect master observed, and a glint of approval flashed in his eyes. Indeed, being able to quickly regain your composure under my pressure shows that your resolve is quite commendable. Gao Chu, Lin Jie, Zhou Xueqing, congratulations on passing the core disciple evaluation. From today onward you are the core disciples of Lingfeng sect. The 3 replied in unison, thank you, sect master. The sect master nodded, his gaze scanning over the 3. His gaze first landed on Gao Chu, his expression softening somewhat. Gao Chu, I have been watching your performance during the evaluation. To grasp the initial form of sword intent in such dire circumstances shows that your talent and disposition are both exceptional. The sect master waved his hand. No need for humility. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. From a servant disciple to an outer-sect disciple, then to a core disciple, you achieved this in less than a year. This speed is nothing short of miraculous. I have lived for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I have encountered such an outstanding young person. However, Gao Chu was thinking, what luck. I sign in every day, working myself to the bone in cultivation, and finally managed to stand out. But the sect master values me this much, I can't tell if it's a blessing or a curse. Being too conspicuous draws attention. I must continue to keep a low profile. The sect master continued. However, what I value more is your disposition. When facing life and death trials, you did not choose to flee, but instead confronted the challenge head-on. This courage and responsibility are precisely the qualities a core disciple should possess. Lin Jie. The sect master turned to Lin Jie, his expression carrying a hint of admiration. Your swordsmanship is fierce yet composed, and you possess a noble heart. I have heard that you have helped your fellow disciples multiple times without bullying the weak. This character is very much appreciated by me. Lin Jie respectfully clasped his hands. Thank you, sect master, I merely did what I should. Cultivators should harbor benevolence, assisting the weak and suppressing the strong. This has always been my belief. The sect master nodded in satisfaction. Well said. Cultivators should have a heart that cares for the world, not just their own interests. Your awareness of this brings me great comfort. The sect master then looked at Zhou Xueqing, his expression softening somewhat. Zhou Xueqing, your swordsmanship has reached the realm of controlling the sword with the heart. Given time, you will surely achieve greatness. I have high hopes for you. Zhou Xueqing remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The sect master shifted his tone, his expression becoming grave. Lingfeng sect is currently facing turbulent times. The demonic forces are eyeing our sect with ill intentions, and there are also traitors within. Is the sect master hinting at the remnants of the blood demon ancestor? It seems he knows some things. The conspiracy from 50 years ago does not appear to be over. The waters of Lingfeng sect are deeper than I imagined. Gao Chu thought. The sect master continued, as core disciples you will bear great responsibilities in the future. I hope you all practice diligently and live up to the sect's expectations. Especially you, Gao Chu. The sect master looked at him, his gaze profound. Your potential far exceeds what meets the eye. Your future achievements will not fall behind anyone. But because of this you must be more careful. Being too conspicuous will only invite disaster if you reveal your strength too early. Is the sect master giving me a warning? Does he know my true strength? That can't be. Or is he testing me? Forget it, I'll just play dumb for now. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, but safer to keep a low profile. Gao Chu displayed a simple smile. Disciple understands, I will remember the sect master's teachings. I am of dull talent, and only wish to cultivate steadily, not daring to have too great ambitions. The sect master looked at him deeply, as if seeing through his cautious thoughts, but did not expose them. He merely smiled slightly, a glint of meaningful light flashing in his eyes. You may go. Elder Zhou will take you to receive the tokens and resources of core disciples. The three bowed and replied, Disciple understands. Afterward, they exited the hall. Elder Ning was waiting at the door with a warm smile. Congratulations to you three, he said with a smile. From today onward you will be the brightest stars of Lingfeng's sect. He took out 3 golden tokens from his sleeve and handed them to the three. These are the core disciple tokens. With these tokens you can freely enter any area of Lingfeng's sect and enjoy the highest level of treatment within the sect. The tokens were entirely golden with the words core disciple engraved on the front and each of their names on the back. Gao Chu took the token and felt its smoothness and abundant spiritual energy. Inner thoughts, this token itself is a treasure. The spiritual energy contained within is countless times stronger than the outer-sect disciple token I had before. If sold, it could probably exchange for thousands of spirit stones. Thank you, Elder Ning. Elder Ning nodded. The treatment of core disciples far exceeds that of inner-sect disciples. Let me explain it to you in detail. First, you can receive 500 spirit stones, a bottle of gathering chi pills, and 1 opportunity to enter the higher levels of the scripture pavilion every month. Second, you can freely enter any area of Lingfeng sect, including the edges of restricted areas and regions inaccessible to outer-sect disciples. Third, you can use the sect's teleportation array once a month to go to nearby markets. Fourth, Elder Zhou lowered his voice. Core disciples can take 1 elder as their master. Of course, this requires the elder to take disciples voluntarily. It's a rare opportunity. Fifth, core disciples hold a superior position in Lingfeng sect. Unless they make significant mistakes, they will not face any punishment. This is the most important privilege. Elder Ning led the three toward Lingyun Peak. Lingyun Peak is the place in Lingfeng sect with the most abundant spiritual energy, more than several dozen times richer than the outer sect area. There are a total of 36 pavilions on the mountain, all prepared for core disciples. The peak towered into the clouds, shrouded in mist, resembling an immortal realm. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was almost tangible, though every breath felt as if abundant spiritual power was surging into his body. The spiritual energy here is too rich. Practicing here for a day is equivalent to 10 days outside. No wonder core disciples are so powerful. With such cultivation conditions, it's hard not to progress. Elder Ning pointed at 3 pavilions and said, These 3 pavilions will be your residences. Gao Chu, this is your Qinghuan Pavilion. Lin Jie, this is your Lingfeng Pavilion. Zhou Xueqing, this is your Hansuang Pavilion. The Qinghuan Pavilion was entirely emerald green with the roof carved into the shape of a Qinghuan about to take flight. Lin Jie's Lingfeng Pavilion appeared grand and imposing with a stone sword piercing the roof, exuding a fierce sword aura. Zhou Xueqing's Hansuang Pavilion was silver-white, surrounded by a faint chill. Gao Chu stepped into the Qinghuan Pavilion and felt a surge of brightness before his eyes. The pavilion had 3 floors. The first floor was the living room and study. The second floor was the bedroom and alchemy room, and the third floor was the cultivation room and training ground. The pavilion had 3 floors. The first floor was the living room and study. The second floor was the bedroom and alchemy room, and the third floor was the cultivation room and training ground. Inner thoughts: this place is amazing. It's countless times better than the outer-sect where I used to live. It's like heaven and earth apart. From today onward, I am also someone who lives in a villa. Are you satisfied? Elder Ning asked. Gao Chu suppressed his excitement and respectfully replied, "Thank you, Elder. I am very satisfied." After Elder Zhou left, Fatty rushed over. "Gao Chu, I knew you could do it. A core disciple. How many core disciples are there in the entire Lingfeng sect?" Fatty was so excited that he spoke incoherently, giving him 500 low-grade spirit stones as a congratulatory gift. This Fatty, truly generous. I'll remember this favor. I'll make sure to bring him along when there are benefits in the future. Night fell. Gao Chu sat cross-legged in the cultivation room of Qinghuan Pavilion, reflecting on everything from today. Just as he was lost in thought, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of becoming a core disciple. Reward: Hongmeng Creation Scripture Volume 3 Golden Core Path Volume Divine Level. Gao Chu's mind shook. Volume 3 of the Creation Scripture. Golden Core Path Volume. This is the cultivation technique for breaking through to the Golden Core stage. System: you never disappoint. A beam of golden light descended from the void, merging into his forehead. In an instant, countless pieces of information surged into his mind. The mysteries of the Golden Core Path, the keys to breaking through to the Golden Core stage from the peak of foundation establishment, the method for condensing the Golden Core with Hongmeng spiritual energy. All the information flooded in like a tide, almost overwhelming him. This, Gao Chu gasped, beads of sweat covering his forehead. The amount of information was too vast. But I can see it. The core of the Golden Core Path is to condense the spiritual power at the peak of foundation establishment into a core forming the Golden Core. And the Golden Core Path volume of the Hongmeng Creation Scripture is far superior to ordinary techniques. Ordinary techniques condense an ordinary Golden Core, while the Hongmeng Creation Scripture condenses a Hongmeng Golden Core. He took a deep breath and began to digest this information. According to the records in Volume 3, the process of condensing the Hongmeng Golden Core is divided into 3 stages. First, compress the spiritual power. Compress all the spiritual power in the Dantian to the utmost, forming a spiritual core. Second, infuse the Tao intent. Inject your own comprehension of the Tao into the spiritual core, giving it spirituality. Third, Hongmeng refinement. Use Hongmeng spiritual energy to repeatedly refine the spiritual core until it transforms into a Hongmeng Golden Core. All 3 stages are indispensable. Moreover, the quality of the Hongmeng Golden Core far exceeds that of ordinary Golden Cores. It is said that the power of the Hongmeng Golden Core is more than 10 times that of an ordinary Golden Core. He no longer hesitated and immediately began to cultivate according to the guidance of Volume 3. In the early morning, Gao Chu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He felt the surging power within him, filled with astonishment. The spiritual power of the Golden Core stage is countless times stronger than that of the peak of foundation establishment. If the spiritual power of the foundation establishment stage is like a small stream, then the spiritual power of the Golden Core stage is like a vast ocean. Furthermore, his Hongmeng Golden Core continues to operate automatically, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, slowly enhancing his cultivation. Gao Chu circulated the concealment technique, completely hiding his Golden Core cultivation. Under the influence of the concealment technique, he still appeared as a peak chi refinement cultivator to the outside world. The cultivation of the Golden Core stage must not be exposed. If others find out that a waste spirit root broke through to the Golden Core stage in less than a year, it would surely cause an uproar. At that time, forget about the remnants of the blood demon Ancestor. Even the Righteous Alliance would come to investigate me. I must keep a low profile. That is the way to survive. Survival is the key. After becoming a core disciple, Gao Chu's life underwent a profound transformation, beginning with vastly improved cultivation conditions. The Lingyun Peak teemed with abundant spiritual energy layered atop this were the spirit gathering formation he himself had set up, as well as the pre-existing formation installed within the Qinghuan Pavilion, amplifying his cultivation speed dozens of times over. Practicing daily in such highly concentrated spiritual energy, and further empowered by the Hongmeng Creation Scripture, Gao Chu felt his cultivation level surging forward at an astonishing pace. Even the bottleneck at the early Golden Core stage gradually began to loosen. Second came the influx of resources. Each core disciple received 500 mid-grade spirit stones, a vial of chi aggregation pills, and one opportunity per month to access the upper tiers of the scripture repository. These provisions would sustain his cultivation for a considerable duration, and coupled with the ever-flowing rewards from his sign-in system, Gao Chu had never felt so affluent in his life. Wealth at last. No more anxieties over spirit stones. Once he'd split every stone in half to stretch its value, now at last his spine stood straight and unyielding. Yet discretion remained paramount. Modesty, always modesty. Thirdly came the elevation of status. Core disciples held an exalted position within the Lingfeng sect, commanding deference even from inner-sect elders. Wherever he walked, respectful glances and courteous greetings followed him. Senior Brother Gao, greetings. Senior Brother Gao, where are you headed? Shall I assist you? Beyond cultivation, Gao Chu's daily life had grown remarkably richer. Lin Jie frequently visited the Qingluan Pavilion to spar with him in swordsmanship. Gao Chu, let us duel 300 rounds once more. Lin Jie's eyes blazed with fierce combat spirit, his long sword gleaming with sharp, incisive light. Gao Chu sighed, softly shook his head, and drew his blade to meet the challenge. On the martial training ground their blades danced in swift exchange, Lin Jie's style bold and imposing, each strike radiating righteous, unassailable momentum. Gao Chu's technique, by contrast, was fluid and adaptive, masterful at redirecting force, turning defense into opportunity. After 300 exchanges, both lowered their swords and exchanged warm, knowing smiles. Gao Chu, your swordsmanship has sharpened again. Lin Jie praised sincerely. In just a few years, I fear I shall no longer stand a chance against you. Gao Chu feigned humility. Senior Brother Lin flatters me. I merely rely on clever tricks. Internally, he mused, Lin Jie truly is a fine man. Open-hearted, forthright, utterly guileless. To befriend him feels infinitely more comfortable than navigating the treacherous waters of scheming, deceitful souls. As for Zhou Xueqing, Gao Chu had scarcely exchanged a word with her. She was like an iceberg, distant, impenetrable, aloof. Each time Gao Chu attempted a greeting, she offered only a fleeting, indifferent glance before turning away without a word. Zhou Xueqing is far too cold, no matter. Better to leave her be, after all, who seeks warmth beside frozen cliffs. Yet once he chanced upon her practicing sword arts on the martial training ground. Her technique could be described in but 4 words: bone-chilling and frigid. Every stroke carried piercing, soul-deep cold, as though intent on freezing the very fabric of existence. Internally he recoiled. This sword art is terrifying. A single strike would surely freeze me solid, like an icicle. Zhou Xueqing's strength must rival Lin Jie's, if not surpass it. Yet fortune proved fleeting. On the 7th night after Gao Chu ascended to core disciple status, a thunderous, earth-shattering boom erupted from the Forbidden Mountain range behind the sect. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Lingyun Peak trembled violently. Objects inside the pavilion rattled and clattered against one another. Gao Chu jolted awake from meditation and dashed from his chamber. Outside his window, black clouds churned over the rear mountains, lightning splitting the sky, while a dread-inducing aura emanated from deep within the forbidden zone. At that moment, urgent bells tolled from the Lingxiao Hall. Dong, dong, dong. The Lingfeng sect's alarms. All core disciples immediately assemble at the Lingxiao Hall. Gao Chu's heart clenched. Without hesitation, he shot toward the hall. Inside the Lingxiao Hall, sect master Yunxiao Zhenren sat solemnly upon the central dais, his expression graver than ever before. Over a dozen elders stood in strict formation on either side, faces taut with gravity. The sect master spoke. The seal over the Forbidden Mountain range has suffered grave failure. His voice fell heavy and deliberate, each syllable striking the hall like a falling boulder. According to the elders' divine perception arts, the soul-devouring demon's power is recovering at alarming speed. The fissures in the seal have already widened by 30%, and at this rate total collapse will occur within no more than 1 month. Should the soul-devouring demon fully awaken? The sect master paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. The Lingfeng sect itself will be reduced to ashes. A collective gasp rippled through the hall. The soul-devouring demon, a monstrous entity forged centuries ago by the blood demon patriarch, once responsible for consuming the nascent souls of countless cultivators, even golden core masters, unable to escape its grasp. Long ago, the Lingfeng sect's ancestors had sacrificed everything to barely contain it within the forbidden zone. Should it re-emerge? Internally, Gao Chu thought, so the soul-devouring demon's seal truly faltered. I sensed the corruption shifting near the rear mountains, but never imagined it would deteriorate so swiftly. Sect master. One elder stepped forward. Shall we alert the Orthodox Alliance and request elite reinforcements? It is already too late, the sect master replied, shaking his head. The Orthodox Alliance lies 10,000 li away. Using even the swiftest flying sword messenger round-trip communication would take no less than half a month. By the time aid arrives, the seal will have shattered beyond repair. Then shall we act ourselves? Asked another elder. Send Golden Core elders into the Forbidden Zone to reinforce the seal. Impossible. An ancient silver-haired supreme elder spoke, his voice weathered yet resonant. The seal repels cultivators above the Golden Core realm. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the repulsion. Were Golden Core elders to forcibly enter the core zone, they would hasten the seal's collapse. Internally, Gao Chu reflected, such a restriction exists. No wonder those elders never personally investigated the Forbidden Zone. It wasn't reluctance, but impossibility. His words plunged the hall into utter silence. Golden Core cultivators could not enter, Chi-refining cultivators were too weak. Only Foundation Establishment cultivators, neither repelled by the seal nor lacking sufficient self-preservation capacity, remained viable. The sect master paused, then swept his gaze across the assembled core disciples. Lin Jie, Zhou Xueqing, step forward and receive your orders. Both advanced in unison, disciple present. The sect master regarded them gravely. You two are the finest disciples of our inner sect. Lin Jie ranked first among inner sect disciples at peak Foundation establishment. Zhou Xueqing, the foremost female cultivator at latest stage peak Foundation establishment, unequaled among your generation. I hereby command you to penetrate the core of the Forbidden Zone and reinforce the seal. Lin Jie's eyes ignited with battle lust. Disciple accepts the order. Zhou Xueqing remained impassive. Disciple obeys. The sect master nodded approvingly, drawing 2 jade talismans from his sleeve and handing one to each. These are protective talismans I forged myself. Each contains 1/3 of my full power, capable of shielding you from a mortal blow. Use them wisely. They activate only once and cannot be replenished. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing accepted the talismans reverently. Gao Chu inwardly sighed in relief. Fortunately, my outward cultivation remains at peak Chi-refining. If it were known I'd reached Foundation establishment, I'd certainly be summoned too. The Forbidden Zone brims with peril, best to steer clear of this tempest. Just then, a chime rang out. Ding. Mortal Sign-In System issues emergency directive. Mission title: penetrate the Forbidden Zone. Mission brief: accompany Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing into the Forbidden Zone's core to assist in reinforcing the seal. Reward: 3 spirit artifact fragments. Current fragment count: 710. Completion will yield 10 fragments, sufficient to assemble a complete spirit artifact. Accept mission. Gao Chu's heart surged with shock. 3 spirit artifact fragments, this time all at once. With 7 fragments already in his possession, adding these 3 brought the total to 10. Exactly enough to assemble a complete spirit artifact. One cannot seize the tiger's cub without entering its den. Though perilous, the Forbidden Zone must be entered, and this mission he accepted. What to do? If his strength falls short, then he would simply break through. After all, his true cultivation realm was Golden Core. Revealing only Foundation Establishment initial stage should raise no suspicion. Gao Chu took a deep breath and stepped forward decisively. Master Sect Leader, this disciple requests permission to accompany the expedition. The words sent shockwaves rippling across the hall. Gao Chu, a mere Foundation Establishment peak disciple venturing into the Forbidden Zone's core. Is he courting death? Has he lost his mind? Senior elders furrowed their brows, expressions darkening. One elder spoke coldly. Gao Chu, the Forbidden Zone's core is no place for jest. Your Foundation Establishment peak cultivation guarantees certain death within its depths. This is no time for bravado. Another elder shook his head. Gao Chu, we appreciate your sincerity, but you simply lack the requisite strength for this mission. The sect leader gazed upon Gao Chu, his eyes tinged with quiet regret. Gao Chu, your temperament and insight are exceptional, but the Forbidden Zone's core is fraught with extraordinary danger. Temperament alone is insufficient. Your cultivation truly falls short. Lin Jie interjected urgently. Gao Chu, do not act. The Forbidden Zone is far too perilous. You must remain outside. Elder's sect leader, Gao Chu interrupted calmly, his expression resolute. This disciple knows full well my cultivation is inadequate. But, he drew another deep breath, determination flashed like lightning in his eyes. Who said I am merely at Foundation Establishment peak? A resonant hum vibrated through the air, as a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from Gao Chu's body. The aura of Foundation Establishment swept across the grand hall like an unstoppable tide. All present froze in stunned silence. This is the aura of Foundation Establishment initial stage. He broke through a... When did this happen? Elders exchanged bewildered glances, faces etched with disbelief. Lin Jie's eyes widened. Gao Chu, you've broken through? Zhou Xueqing's gaze flickered with momentary surprise, then settled back into serene composure. My performance is flawless, Gao Chu thought. I deliberately restrained the breakthrough's aura, only revealing foundation establishment initial stage. To expose my true golden core realm would invite impossible questions. But foundation establishment initial stage? That is just plausible. After all, I stood at foundation establishment peak mere days ago. Such advancement, though swift, remains within reason. Gao Chu scratched his head with feigned embarrassment. Truth be told, I had already sensed the threshold of foundation establishment before the disciple trials. The trials themselves forged the final spark. Today, returning to Lingyun Peak for cultivation, I finally succeeded. The sect leader studied Gao Chu intently, his gaze profound. He sensed it unmistakably, the authentic aura of foundation establishment initial stage radiating from the youth. Yet something lingered beneath, an unspoken enigma. Still, urgency demanded action. Nodding, foundation establishment initial stage. The sect leader paused thoughtfully. Though still modest in cultivation, your insight and temperament displayed during the core disciple trials were extraordinary. Sect leader, an elder, objected firmly. Even at foundation establishment initial stage, he remains cannon fodder within the Forbidden Zone's core. We cannot gamble with the lives of our core disciples. Indeed, another elder concurred. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing are more than sufficient. Adding a foundation establishment initial cultivator would only impede their speed. Lin Jie suddenly spoke up. Elders, I believe permitting Gao Chu to join us is wise. All elders turned toward him. Lin Jie spoke with solemn conviction. Though his realm is modest, his performance in the core disciple trials was witnessed by all. Such prowess and insight surpass even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Zhou Xueqing's voice followed, crystal clear and cool. I concur. Gao Chu's combat awareness and adaptability far exceed those of peers at his realm. Elders exchanged glances, astonished that both Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing had vouched for him. The sect leader remained silent for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. Gao Chu, you are permitted to enter the Forbidden Zone's core alongside Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing. But, the sect leader's tone hardened. You shall obey Lin Jie's and Zhou Xueqing's commands without question. Should danger arise, withdraw immediately. Do not indulge in reckless heroism. Gao Chu bowed deeply. Disciple understands. Many thanks, sect leader. The sect leader then produced a jade talisman and handed it to him. This protective charm bears one strike equivalent to 30% of my own power. In dire straits, it may shield you from a single mortal blow, but may be used only once. Reserve it strictly for moments of absolute extremity. Gao Chu accepted the talisman with both hands, feeling the immense force coiled within. 30% of the sect leader's power, combined with my own golden core cultivation, and the sign and system's divine advantage. Survival through this Forbidden Zone expedition is assured. And with these 3 spirit artifact fragments secured, the complete artifact awaits assembly. Many thanks for your generosity, sect leader. This disciple shall not fail you. The sect leader waved dismissively. Withdraw now. Depart at dawn tomorrow. I shall arrange escort to the Forbidden Zone's entrance. The 3 disciples bowed and exited the Lingxiao Hall. Stepping into the moonlit courtyard, Lin Jie clapped Gao Chu's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Remarkable lad. You've been holding back all along. Reaching foundation establishment initial stage, yet saying nothing. No wonder I fretted over you. Gao Chu offered a wry smile. I feared causing undue commotion. After all, breaking through from foundation establishment peak is no trivial matter. My true realm is golden core initial stage. Foundation establishment initial is merely what I've chosen to reveal. With concealment art masking my cultivation at this level should grant seamless entry into the Forbidden Zone. Zhou Xueqing cast a brief glance at Gao Chu, her voice calm and detached. Departure is at dawn. Prepare accordingly. She turned and walked away, her figure as aloof and frost-veiled as ever. Lin Jie sighed, shaking his head. As icy as ever, Sister Zhou. Gao Chu, rest well. Tomorrow promises a grueling trial. Gao Chu nodded. So should you. Watching Lin Jie recede into the night, Gao Chu stood beneath the silver moonlight and exhaled slowly. These 3 spirit artifact fragments. He would claim them no matter what. His fingers brushed the 7 spirit artifact fragments resting within his nirvana ring. A gleam of anticipation lit his eyes. 10 fragments united into one complete artifact. What rank would it attain? Earth rank? Heaven rank? Or something beyond? Gao Chu stood by the window, gazing at the night sky outside. The moonlight poured like water over Lingyun Peak, enveloping everything in a silvery glow. In the distance, dark clouds continued to roll in the direction of the back mountain, resembling a slumbering giant beast breathing. With Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing accompanying him on this expedition to the forbidden area, it should be much safer than going alone. Of course they did not know my true strength, though I might still need to protect them in secret. Just then there was a knock. Gao Chu, are you there? It was Lin Jie's voice. Gao Chu opened the door to find Lin Jie standing outside with a food box in hand, a hint of worry on his face. Come, let's sit and talk. Gao Chu invited him inside. Lin Jie placed the food box on the table, opened the lid, revealing several exquisite dishes and a jug of warmed wine. Tomorrow we head to the forbidden area, so let's enjoy a good meal tonight. Lin Jie poured a cup of wine for each of them, saying, this wine is from the outer-sect wine cellar. I rarely indulge, but today is an exception. Gao Chu thought to himself, what's going on? It sounds as if we might not return. He lifted his wine cup, inhaling the rich aroma of the wine. Lin Jie said seriously, the core of the forbidden area is extremely dangerous. The three of us must look out for each other. If things become unmanageable, we must retreat immediately. Strengthening the seal is important, but life is more important. I understand, Gao Chu nodded. Lin Jie took out a green jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Gao Chu. This is a protective jade pendant passed down from my ancestors, effective for warding off evil and toxins. It should be helpful in the malevolent atmosphere of the forbidden area. Gao Chu hurriedly declined. This is too much. It's the heirloom of your Lin family. Just take it. Lin Jie firmly pressed the pendant into his hand. We are brothers. Oh, what's the difference between you and me? Moreover, you are in the early stage of foundation establishment, weaker than me and Sister Zhou. Having an extra protective item can only be beneficial. His tone was hearty, yet a trace of barely perceptible worry flickered in his eyes. Lin Jie, truly a good person. I will remember this kindness. Gao Chu accepted the pendant and raised his wine cup, saying, all right, I will take it. Once we return safely, we'll have a grand feast. It's a promise. Lin Jie clinked cups with him and drank it all. The two discussed the situation in the forbidden area and their strategies before Lin Jie finally stood up to take his leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. Gao Chu, once we enter the forbidden area tomorrow, stay close to me. If danger arises, I will shield you. Gao Chu felt warmth in his heart. Rest assured, I won't hold you back. Internally, if only you knew my true cultivation level was at the golden core stage, you might want me to protect you instead. But I appreciate your concern. Not long after Lin Jie left, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Gao Chu, Gao Chu. It was Xiang Pengzi's voice. Gao Chu opened the door to find Xiang Pengzi panting heavily, a look of anxiety on his face. Pengzi, why are you here so late? I heard you were going to the forbidden area. Xiang Pengzi rushed into the room, pulling out a cloth bag from his pocket. This is my saved spirit stones and healing pills. Take them with you. Gao Chu looked at the bulging cloth bag, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew that Xiang Pengzi came from a poor background. These spirit stones and pills must have taken him a long time to save up. Pengzi, you should keep these for yourself. Stop talking nonsense. Xiang Pengzi shoved the bag into his hands, his eyes slightly red. You could get hurt at any moment in the forbidden area. Having an extra pill means an extra chance at survival. You must come back safely. His voice choked slightly. The brothers in Area B are still waiting for you to return. You promised to treat me to a meal. You can't go back on your word. Gao Chu felt a pang in his nose and patted Xiang Pengzi's shoulder. Internally, this Pengzi has emptied his savings. This kindness is heavier than a mountain. From being a servant disciple to a core disciple, to have made such a friend is truly worth it. Don't worry, I will definitely come back. You still owe me a barbecue treat. Xiang Pengzi wiped his eyes and smiled through tears, saying, what do you mean I owe you? Clearly it's you who owes me. You're now a core disciple, you pay. The two exchanged smiles. After Xiang Pengzi left, the night grew deeper. Gao Chu thought no one else would come, preparing to rest, when there was another soft knock at the door. Who? No one answered. Gao Chu opened the door to find Zhou Xueqing standing quietly at the entrance. Bathed in moonlight, her features resembled an ice sculpture, cold yet beautiful. Sister Zhou. Gao Chu was somewhat surprised. Zhou Xueqing remained silent, only handing him a light blue pill. The pill glimmered with an icy crystalline light, exuding a refreshing chill. This is the frostbite pill. Her voice was as cool as water. Taking it will form a layer of frost armor within your body, temporarily resisting the invasion of evil flames. In critical moments, it may save your life. Gao Chu took the pill, somewhat astonished. The frostbite pill was an extremely precious item, requiring a millennium of cold ice essence to refine. Even the entire Lingfeng sect had very few. This is too valuable, don't die in there. Zhou Xueqing interrupted him and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, not looking back, as she said, tomorrow. Stay close to us. Her silhouette appeared particularly aloof under the moonlight like an unmelting iceberg. Gao Chu stood frozen in place watching her disappear into the night. Is this concern? Clearly she is as cold as ice usually, yet at a crucial moment, she gave me such a precious pill and reminded me to stay close to them. Zhou Xueqing is indeed not as indifferent as she seems. He looked down at the frostbite pill in his hand, a slight smile on his lips. The next morning, as dawn broke, at the foot of Lingyun Peak, Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing were already waiting there. Lin Jie was dressed in sturdy garments holding a long sword exuding a heroic spirit. Zhou Xueqing wore white robes carrying a cold sword appearing as frosty as the morning dew. Before entering the forbidden area, the sect master reiterated some detailed information about the forbidden area. The core of the forbidden area lies in the deepest part of the black mist where there is an ancient altar and the seal is set upon that altar. What you need to do is arrange the formation around the altar and activate the sealing array. The forbidden area is permeated with a special evil aura that erodes divine sense and spiritual power. You must minimize your energy consumption and avoid entanglements with the evil entities inside. Also, the sect master's expression grew serious. I suspect there are inner traitors from the demonic faction within the forbidden area. Be especially cautious once you enter. Internally, inner traitors from the demonic faction. It seems the black-robed person I killed before was not the only remnant. This matter is more complicated than I imagined. The sect master handed them a detailed map marking the exact location of the forbidden area's core. Go, the sect master said, I believe in you all. Meanwhile, deep within the forbidden area in a dark cave, two black-robed figures stood before an altar. On the altar rested a jar as dark as ink. From the jar emanated a chilling aura, one that contained a fragment of the soul-eating demon's remnant soul. Master, the leading black-robed figure said respectfully, the seal is about to collapse. Soon you will be able to see the light of day again. A cold laugh emanated from the jar. Good. Continue collecting essence blood. As long as there is enough essence blood, I will regain all my power. At that time, the entire Lingfeng sect will bow down at my feet. Another black-robed figure rushed in report. The Lingfeng sect has sent people into the forbidden area. Oh, how many have come? 3. The first from the inner sect, Lin Jie, the female cultivator, Zhou Xueqing, and the one called Gao Chu. Gao Chu. The leading black-robed figure sneered. Isn't that the one who killed my junior brother? 3 little Foundation establishment kids dare to enter the forbidden area. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Send the order down, let them come and never return. Yes. 3 Foundation establishment kids. Had just right to be used as a sacrificial flag. Gao Chu, since you dare to come, don't expect to leave alive. Gao Chu, Lin Jie, and Zhou Xueqing approached the edge of the forbidden area. Gao Chu stared at the rolling black mist before him, calling upon the system to sign in. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. Current location detected, Lingfeng sect edge of the forbidden area entrance. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining anti-evil pill 3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining internal map of the forbidden area 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining demon-repelling talisman 1. Anti-evil pills, a map of the forbidden area, and a demon-repelling talisman. The system never disappoints. With these 3 items, I have a bit more assurance in the forbidden area. Especially this internal map of the forbidden area, it seems even more detailed than the one given by the sect master. Gao Chu stored the system rewards away, a confident smile appearing on his face. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing watched him. Although they did not understand why he suddenly smiled, they did not ask further. The 3 took a deep breath and stepped into the rolling black mist. The 3 filed in one after another, stepping into the black mist. No sooner had they crossed into the forbidden zone than the air around them plunged in temperature. The chill was not born of any wind, but a penetrating soul-deep cold, as if some unseen presence peered at them from every direction, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This malevolent chi is denser than I expected. Lin Jie frowned, holding his long sword before him, as sword chi shimmered along the blade. Be on your guard. Gao Chu kept half a pace behind Lin Jie, appearing cautious, yet his spiritual sense had already unfurled, sweeping everything within 100 zhang radius into view. Gao Chu thought that the Forbidden Ground's malevolent chi was indeed severe. An ordinary cultivator in the early Foundation establishment stage would likely be driven to madness within an hour here. But for me, it is still not enough to trouble me. He quietly circulated the Hongmeng Zhaohua Jing primordial creation scripture. A strand of golden spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, and wherever it passed, the invading malevolent chi melted away like snow under the sun. Such was the overwhelming potency of Hongmeng's spiritual energy. At the dawn of creation, it was endowed with a dominant force that suppresses malevolent entities. There is movement ahead, Zhou Xueqing suddenly said, her voice remaining icy. About 20 zhang ahead there are malevolent creatures gathering. A little over 10, Zhou Xueqing paused. Their auras are weak, likely first-rank malevolent creatures. Lin Jie relaxed, a smile returning to his face. That should be easy. Gao Chu Xueqing, wait here, I'll clear them out, Lin Jie said, then flashed forward like a gale into the black mist. Sword chi raked the air and spiritual energy roiled. Lin Jie's figure flickered inside the black fog, each strike carrying the force of a thunderbolt. He swept his blade across the dozen or so spider-shaped malevolent creatures, enclosing them in a torrent of sword chi. They emitted pitiful shrieks, black smoke rose from their bodies, and moments later, they lay reduced to charred husks. Done. Lin Jie sheathed his sword and strode back toward them, flicking the black ash from the blade with a triumphant grin. Such pitiful things dare stand in my way. Those are forbidden ground, evil spiders, Zhou Xueqing said. Zhou Xueqing stepped closer and examined the remains. Individually these creatures are weak, but they act in swarms. Each one harbors a faint trace of malevolent chi. Excessive exposure can cloud the mind. Then burn them all, Lin Jie said carelessly. Just a few little pests, hardly worth worrying about. Though Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing were among the best of their rank, were they faced with a much larger swarm, it would not be so effortless. Let us press on. Zhou Xueqing withdrew her gaze. While the malevolent chi is not yet too dense, we should push deeper. Very well. Lin Jie waved his hand. I will go ahead and blaze the trail. Gao Chu, stay close behind me. Junior sister, Zhou, hold the rear. Call out at once if anything happens. The three pressed deeper. As they advanced, the black mist thickened and visibility collapsed. What had been clear at 10 zhang blurred within 5. This fog is damn uncanny, Lin Jie muttered. We've barely gone any distance, and it already feels like we have lost our sense of direction. Zhou Xueqing frowned. As an ice-aligned cultivator, she was normally keenly attuned to direction and the flow of air, yet within this strange black mist her perceptions had been greatly dulled. Gao Chu thought fortunate that I have the system map, otherwise I would be stumbling blind. He quietly opened the system interface and examined the internal map of the forbidden ground. The map marked several key locations. They were presently about 3 li from the entrance. Roughly 5 li further lay a region called Kuguling, where the malevolent chi ran thickest, and where the black-robed men were most likely to appear. Beyond Kuguling lay the area labeled the altar ruins, their final destination. Senior brother Lin, there seems to be a fork ahead, Gao Chu said at the right moment. Gao Chu pointed out the split. The left path's mist is far denser. I have a bad feeling about it. Lin Jie halted and looked in the direction Gao Chu indicated. There were indeed 2 routes. The left was broader, but the mist there had almost congealed into substance, giving an intense sense of danger. The right was narrower, yet the mist was thinner, and faint light could be seen beyond. Take the right, Zhou Xueqing decided without hesitation. The malevolent chi on the left is far too concentrated for our current state. We will follow junior sister's call, Lin Jie agreed. Lin Jie nodded. To be cautious, well, take the right. Gao Chu thought senior sister Zhou is wise. In truth, the left path was the shortcut to the altar, but its chi was too dense. Even with Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing's cultivations forcing through would likely cost them their lives. Gao Chu chose to point it out partly for their safety, and partly to maintain the act of being a lowly early foundation establishment cultivator. He did not want to be exposed as a hidden expert. The 3 proceeded along the right-hand trail. After about the time it takes a stick of incense to burn, a clearing suddenly opened ahead of them. The clearing was small, roughly 10 zhang across. Here the black mist thinned noticeably, and odd stones lay scattered across the ground. This place. Lin Jie scanned the surroundings, perplexed. Something's off. Zhou Xueqing also frowned. The malevolent chi here is far lower than the surroundings. It is abnormal. At that moment, a familiar prompt sounded within Gao Chu's mind. Ding. System initializing. Detected current location, forbidden ground, purification ground, residual traces of an ancient formation. Sign-in conditions met. Proceed to sign in. Gao Chu's heart stirred. This clearing was indeed a purification ground. No wonder the malevolent chi here was suppressed. It appeared an ancient cultivator had once arrayed a cleansing formation. Though millennia had passed, its lingering power still functioned. Gao Chu, what's wrong? Lin Jie's voice came. Oh, it's nothing. Gao Chu returned to himself. I just sense the aura here is different. Something seems to be suppressing the malevolent chi. Indeed, Zhou Xueqing agreed. This may have once been an ancient cultivator's temporary camp, leaving behind some anti-evil measures. Let's rest a while and recover our spiritual energy. Good idea, Lin Jie said, finding a stone to sit on. After walking a while, I was starting to feel tired. While the others were not paying attention, Gao Chu quietly confirmed the sign-in his mind. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host receives 1x Juling Dan 5 5th grade spirit pills. When consumed, they rapidly restore spiritual energy and slightly accelerate cultivation progress. 2x Purification Talisman 1 one-time consumable. Purifies low-rank malevolent chi within a Tinjong radius for the duration of 1 incense stick. 3x Clue Fragment 1a clue regarding an ancient relic. Collecting enough fragments may unlock hidden quests. Gao Chu appeared outwardly calm, but inwardly he was ecstatic. A stack of 5th grade Juling Dan. This was a valuable find. If sold on the open market, they could fetch at least 100 spirit stones. The Purification Talisman was a life-saving artifact that could prove decisive. And a clue fragment, a hidden quest. The system truly had unexpected features. By the way, Gao Chu, Lin Jie suddenly asked, how did you tell that the left path was more dangerous? You seem to be looking at it for a long time. Gao Chu was taken aback for a moment, then forced a guilty expression. Well, I was just guessing. He scratched his head. I just felt the mist on the left looked darker and deeper. It made my skin crawl. Lin Jie regarded him thoughtfully, and then laughed heartily. Brother, your intuition is impressively accurate. They say a cultivator's instinct can sometimes be more reliable than spiritual sense. Senior brother Lin flatters me. Gao Chu replied modestly, though inwardly he thought otherwise. Intuition, my foot. I merely looked at the system map. Still, this little lucky guess act was useful, though it might come in handy again. Rested enough, Zhou Xueqing rose. Let's continue. According to the map, ahead lies a dense wood. Pass through it, and we will reach the outskirts of Kuguling. Good. Lin Jie also rose and shook off his lethargy. After resting, I feel my spiritual energy has recovered considerably. Gao Chu, the road ahead may be more dangerous. Stay close to me. Understood, senior brother Lin. Gao Chu nodded obediently, though in his mind he mused that if true danger appeared, who could say which of them would end up protecting the other? The three gathered their belongings and resumed their trek. Unbeknownst to them, two dark silhouettes watched their every move from a distant shadowed corner. Those two figures observed silently, their attention fixed on the trio as they vanished deeper into the forbidden ground. The three little ones have finally arrived. A shadow emitted a low, rumbling laugh. Don't be careless. Another shadow shook its head. That Lin Jie is at the peak of Foundation establishment, and Zhou Xueqing is also at the late stage of Foundation establishment. They are not easy to deal with. As for Gao Chu, his aura is strange. He is clearly only at the early stage of Foundation establishment, yet he gives me a sense of pressure, as if it were faintly present. Another shadow frowned. Did you feel it? No. The first shadow said nonchalantly, you might be overthinking it. What can a little kid in the early stage of Foundation establishment stir up? Shh. I hope I'm just worrying too much, the other shadow sighed. In any case, according to the Ancestor's plan, we need to lure them to the altar. That is the true arena of slaughter. The two shadows disappeared into the darkness. In the dense forest, ancient trees towered, their branches and leaves intertwining, completely blocking the already sparse light. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of fallen leaves crunching underfoot, producing a sound that was especially jarring in the silence of the forest. This forest is too quiet, Lin Jie said in a low voice. There are no insects or birds. Something feels off. Zhou Xueqing slightly nodded. The plants are all dead, leaving only these withered trunks. The evil energy in the forbidden area is too strong. Living beings cannot survive here. Gao Chu heightened his vigilance in the shadows, constantly scanning the surroundings with his divine sense. He noticed that the layout of this dense forest was quite deliberate. The dead trees did not grow haphazardly, but subtly hinted at the traces of some formation. Is this formation meant to trap something? Or is this dense forest itself part of some restriction? Gao Chu, look over there. Lin Jie suddenly pointed to the left front. Gao Chu followed his finger and saw a few black strips of cloth hanging from a nearby dead tree. That is. Zhou Xueqing's pupils constricted. The three approached for a closer inspection. The strips of cloth were part of a robe made of exquisite material and fine craftsmanship, clearly not something an ordinary disciple could afford. More importantly, there was a faint trace of spiritual energy lingering on the cloth strips. Lin Jie declared confidently, someone has passed through here. Zhou Xueqing crouched down to examine the ground closely. On the surface covered with dead leaves, there were several inconspicuous indentations like footprints left by someone who had stepped here. They must have passed by here around 2 incense sticks ago, Zhou Xueqing deduced, and there were at least 2 people, which matches the intelligence we have. Then let's Lin Jie stood up, a fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. These two dare to stir up trouble in the forbidden area. Oh, I want to see who they are. Don't be impulsive. Zhou Xueqing frowned. Since they deliberately left traces, they are likely trying to lure us in. What should we do then? Are we just going to let them go? Of course not. Zhou Xueqing stood up, scanning the surroundings. but we need to be more cautious. They can come and go freely in the forbidden area, indicating they are very familiar with this place. If we rashly pursue them, we might fall into a trap. Sister Zhou is right. Gao Chu spoke at the right time. Senior brother Lin, why don't we split up and check the surroundings? Perhaps we can find more clues. Lin Jie thought for a moment and nodded. All right. He'll head north, Sister Zhou, you go west, and Gao Chu, you go south. But be careful. If you discover anything unusual, signal immediately, and don't engage in combat. Okay. Zhou Xueqing responded, turning to walk west. Gao Chu also nodded and headed south. Once the figures of the two disappeared into the mist, the expression of nervousness on Gao Chu's face instantly vanished, replaced by a thoughtful demeanor. He opened the system map and examined the surrounding terrain closely. Inner thought, there is a red dot marked to the south. It should be a location of value. Following the map's guidance, he walked towards the direction of the red dot. Passing through several dead trees, he came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone tablet, half a person's height, covered in densely packed characters. This is... Gao Chu approached for a closer look. The characters on the stone tablet were an ancient script, and he could barely recognize a few of them. Upon careful discernment, he realized this seemed to be a warning. This place is sealed, intruders die. The soul-eating demon is trapped at the altar. Without the power of great beings, it cannot be opened. Inner thought, soul-eating demon. This must be referring to the remnant soul of the soul-eating demon. It seems this stone tablet serves to warn future generations not to approach the altar. However, this stone tablet is at least 10,000 years old. To describe the great beings of ancient times as needing the power of great beings. How terrifying must the soul-eating demon have been at its peak? At that moment, he noticed a hidden compartment at the bottom of the stone tablet. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. Current location detected, forbidden area, ancient sealing ruins, remnant tablet. Hidden items found, ancient cultivator's notes, sealing stone powder. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one. Ancient cultivator's notes contains insights into sealing techniques, slightly enhances understanding of formations. 2. Sealing stone powder. 3. Can temporarily suppress the power of evil beings for 15 minutes. Gao Chu stored the jade slip and porcelain bottle in the system space, feeling quite satisfied. This is a huge profit. The ancient cultivator's notes are invaluable for future studies on formations. Sealing stone powder is a life-saving artifact. At a critical moment, just sprinkle it on an evil being to directly weaken its strength by 30%. It's simply unreasonable. At that moment, he vaguely heard the sound of a fight not far away. Gao Chu's expression changed, and he quickly darted toward the direction of the sound. When Gao Chu arrived, he happened to see Zhou Xueqing entangled by a gigantic black arachnid-like evil. The evil being was 3 times larger than the one Lin Jie had previously killed, completely black, with 8 long legs, as sharp as steel blades, often spitting out black silk threads that severed Zhou Xueqing's escape routes. Zhou Xueqing's movements were incredibly agile, icy blue spiritual energy swirling around her as she wielded her sword, leaving behind glimmers of cold light. But the strength of the evil being was clearly above hers, forcing her to retreat step by step. Damn! Zhou Xueqing gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had thought it was just a lone evil being, but she didn't expect its strength to have reached the peak of Foundation establishment. Sister Zhou, Gao Chu shouted as he dashed out from the thicket. The arachnid-like evil being turned its gaze toward him, its 8 blood-red eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. What the hell, a peak Foundation establishment evil being? If senior brother Lin finds out I took it down alone, how will I still pretend to be weak in the future? Gao Chu panically fumbled through his storage bag for a pill. Sister Zhou, catch. He tossed the pill toward Zhou Xueqing while his body staggered, accidentally, tripping in front of the evil being. Oh! Gao Chu let out a terrified scream, scrambling backward in a fluster. The arachnid-like evil being evidently became interested in this weakest target. It abandoned its pursuit of Zhou Xueqing and lunged toward Gao Chu. Gao Chu! Zhou Xueqing caught the pill and unhesitatingly swallowed it. A cool force instantly surged through her body, her spiritual power greatly replenished, and she activated her ice-based technique to the utmost. Ice seal 3 feet. With a sweep of her sword, a chilling gust surged toward the arachnid-like evil being. Screech! The evil being let out a wretched scream as a thin layer of ice formed on its body, causing its movements to slow down. Meanwhile, Gao Chu rolled and crawled on the ground, awkwardly, dodging the evil being's first wave of attack. In his panic, he picked up a dry twig from the ground and waved it aimlessly at the evil being. Get away, get away. Don't come closer. Acting is really exhausting. I have to control my strength, so I don't seem too strong. Forget it, I'll just consider it practice. Zhou Xueqing seized this opportunity, channeling all her spiritual power to stab her sword toward the evil being's vital points. Frost shatter. The sword tip imbued with piercing coldness deeply pierced into the evil being's abdomen. Screech. The arachnid-like evil being let out a shrill scream as black blood gushed out. It struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground, no longer moving. Phew. Zhou Xueqing exhaled, sheathing her sword. Gao Chu, are you alright? I am fine. Gao Chu got up from the ground covered in dirt with a few dead leaves sticking to his face, looking somewhat shaken. Sister Zhou, you're amazing. If it weren't for you, I would have been done for today. Zhou Xueqing glanced at him, a hint of imperceptible light flashing in her eyes. Where did you get that pill from just now, eh? Off. Gao Chu was taken aback. That was. I had saved it up before. I brought a few extra in case of danger before heading out. Oh. Zhou Xueqing nodded, not probing further. Inner thought, Sister Zhou can't have sensed something right. No, I acted so naturally, as she couldn't possibly see through it. Probably. Let's go back and find Lin Jia. Zhou Xueqing turned and began walking back. That evil being has been dealt with, so there shouldn't be any other dangers. All right. Gao Chu followed behind her, secretly relieved. By the time the two returned to their original spot, Lin Jia was already waiting there. Why did you take so long? Lin Jia approached with some concern. What happened? We encountered a Peak Foundation establishment evil being. Zhou Xueqing replied briefly. It's already been resolved. Peak Foundation establishment. Lin Jia's expression changed. Sister Zhou, are you alright? I'm fine. Zhou Xueqing shook her head. Thanks to Gao Chu, the pill he provided was a great help. Lin Jia turned to Gao Chu, his eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Gao Chu, you. Senior brother Lin, don't say that. Gao Chu sheepishly scratched his head. I just had good luck. I don't know if that pill was even expired. As long as Sister Zhou is fine, that's all that matters. Gao Chu, you're a brother I recognize. Lin Jia patted Gao Chu's shoulder heavily. If you ever need anything, just let me know. As long as it's something I can do, I will never decline. Senior brother Lin, you're exaggerating. Gao Chu showed a touched smile, but inside, he was calculating how to use this favor in the future. Alright, let's not waste time here. Zhou Xueqing interrupted the two's brotherly affection. It's getting late, we need to hurry through this dense forest. Right, let's keep going. Lin Jia waved his hand. With me, Lin Jia, around no demon or ghost can stand in our way. The three continued onward. As they delved deeper into the forest, the surrounding scenery became increasingly strange. On the dead trees, some bizarre marks began to appear, like something had drained their essence, causing the trunks to twist and contort into various eerie shapes. Some resembled clawing, ghostly figures, others looked like humanoids begging for mercy, and still others seemed like wild beasts struggling in pain. What happened here? Lin Jia's voice tightened. How could there be so many twisted, dead trees? Zhou Xueqing remained silent, merely quickening her pace. From the shapes of these dead trees, they should be the humans or beasts that were drained of their essence by the soul-eating demon back in the day. In the ancient, where many lives were lost. Gao Chu recalled the contents he had seen on the stone tablet earlier, gaining a deeper understanding of the history of this forbidden area. At that moment, the black mist ahead suddenly dispersed, revealing a broad expanse. It was a low-lying area covering several dozen feet, the ground covered with a dark red substance emitting a nauseating stench. In the center of the low-lying area stood a half-person-high stone platform covered in densely packed ruins. This is... Lin Jia's pupils constricted. Zhou Xueqing approached the edge of the low area and crouched down to examine the dark red substance. It's blood. Her voice was as cold as ice. And it's human blood. Human blood. Lin Jia's complexion changed drastically. How many people must have died for there to be this much blood? Zhou Xueqing stood up, her gaze fixed on the runes on the stone platform. This is not an ordinary stone dais, Zhou Xueqing said as she studied the runes. Carved upon it is an ancient forbidden formation whose purpose is to harvest essence blood. Harvest essence blood? Gao Chu asked in astonishment. Zhou Xueqing gave no answer. She stepped closer to the dais and examined the inscriptions more intently. The formation is incomplete, she surmised. Judging by the traces, it was only recently laid out. If it were whole, it would automatically draw the essence blood of every creature within 100 zhang. Those two men in black. Lin Jia exclaimed, eyes widening in sudden understanding. They were using this formation to collect essence blood. Not only that, Zhou Xueqing shook her head, this formation is merely auxiliary. The true core must be by the altar. These are dispersed subformations meant to broaden the collection radius. Then what shall we do? Gao Chu asked. Should we destroy this formation? Zhou Xueqing pondered for a moment. Destroying it might alert them. Better to She withdrew a talisman from her storage pouch, found a concealed spot at the edge of the formation, and buried the talisman in the earth. This is a tracking talisman, she explained. If anyone activates this formation, I will sense their location. Lin Jie gave a thumbs up. Zhou Xueqing ignored his compliment and turned toward the path they had come. Come on. We have already lingered here too long. If we dawdle, we might not reach Kugeling before nightfall. Wait. Gao Chu suddenly spoke up. The two looked at him in puzzlement. Gao Chu pointed to a hollow at the edge of the low ground. There seems to be something over there. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing followed his finger and saw a hidden compartment within the hollow. Zhou Xueqing approached and opened the secret compartment. Inside lay a black storage pouch and a talisman that gave off a faint, eerie glow. This is... She picked up the talisman, her face changing slightly. The obverse bore a skull emblem. The reverse was etched with 3 strange runes. Shui Mo Linkbot. Lin Jie's pupils narrowed. Those 2 men in black are indeed remnants of the Shui Mo patriarch. At that moment, Gao Chu felt a sudden pang of unease. He instinctively turned and saw in the distance within the black mist 2 streaks of blood-red light flash past. The sight sharpened Gao Chu's sense of danger. Moved. Gao Chu barked, seizing the others and running to the side. What's wrong? Lin Jie cried, startled by his reaction. Something is watching us. Gao Chu called as they ran. And more than one. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing howl echoed from within the black fog behind them. Countless shadowy forms surged forth from the mist and gave chase. Damn it! Lin Jie's face went pale. We've been discovered. This way. Zhou Xueqing pointed toward a narrow ravine. The terrain there is complex, we can lose them. The 3 sprinted with all their might toward the gorge. Behind them, hundreds of evil creatures poured in like a tide, their howls shaking the heavens. The narrow gorge acted as a natural barrier, temporarily holding the horde at bay. But it was only temporary. This gorge is less than 100 zhang deep. Lin Jie looked around, brow darkening. Go any farther, and it's a dead end. Zhou Xueqing scanned the steep rock walls on either side. Their bodies are too large to enter. We can use the terrain to prevent them from bringing numbers to bear. But if we stay trapped here, once they find another way around, we'll still have to face them, Lin Jie analyzed. While the others debated, Gao Chu quietly opened his system and checked the map interface. The map showed that the gorge led to a place called Yuming Dong, marked with a blue dot, a place where one could check. More importantly, Yuming Dong had an underground passage that could bypass the horde and lead directly toward the altar. There's a route. Gao Chu pointed to a huge boulder at the gorge's end. I think I saw a fissure behind that rock. It might be a hidden passage. A hidden passage. Lin Jie's eyes lit up. Let's go see. They ran behind the boulder and indeed found a narrow gap between the rock and the cliff wall, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. For safety, Zhou Xueqing extended her hand. A thin layer of frost condensed on her palm as she probed into the fissure. After a moment, she withdrew her hand. No demonic chi fluctuations. It should be safe. But the passage is narrow. Only one person can pass at a time, and we do not know where it leads. As long as it leads somewhere. Lin Jie said, without hesitation, slipping into the gap. I'll go first to follow closely. I will bring up the rear, Zhou Xueqing said to Gao Chu. You go ahead. All right. Gao Chu nodded and squeezed into the fissure. The passage was narrower than he had imagined. The rock walls pressed tightly against his body, and a careless move could scrape him raw. Worse, the air was damp and putrid, making him nearly gag. Fortunately, the stretch was short. After the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, a thread of light appeared ahead. We're out. Lin Jie's voice came from ahead. Gao Chu quickened his pace, emerged from the passage, and found himself in a small underground cavern roughly 20 zhang across. The cavern's ceiling was inset with a few faintly glowing mineral stones that bathed the chamber in a soft, misty light. At its center lay a pool of clear spring water, bubbling gently. This is... Lin Jie approached the spring in wonder. A spirit spring. Not an ordinary spirit spring. Zhou Xueqing crouched to examine it. This water carries abundant spiritual energy and a trace of purifying power. Gao Chu thought the system indicated this place could be checked in. Could it be because of the spring? At that moment, the familiar prompt chimed within his mind. Ding! Mortal check-in system initializing. Detected current location: Forbidden Ground, Yuming Dong hidden site. Residual power of an ancient purification formation persists here. The spring can wash away evil chi and purify the spiritual sense. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1. Divine Sense Pills, 2 Grade 6 pills. Consuming them greatly strengthens Divine Sense and temporarily grants immunity to spiritual sense attacks. 2. Purifying Spring Water, 1 gourd can cleanse internal evil chi and heal spiritual sense injuries. 3. Concealment Talisman, 2 upon activation hides aura and form for half an incense sticks time. Gao Chu, come over here. Lin Jie waved him over. This spring is beneficial to cultivation. While we have the time, let us recover. All right. Gao Chu sat cross-legged by the spring following their example. The spring's spiritual energy was exceptionally pure. Inhaling it, they could feel their spiritual power slowly mend. More wondrously, the spring's purifying trace seemed to wash the divine sense, sharpening the mind. What a treasure, Lin Jie murmured. I never expected such a boon within a forbidden place. Perhaps left by some ancient master, Zhou Xueqing said. Although the purification formation has failed, the spring itself preserves power. I doubt those two men in black knew of this place. Zhou Xueqing shook her head. If they had, this spring would have been ruined long ago. The three silently restored their spiritual energy. A rare calm descended. Yet fate was not so kind. Just as they had regained much of their power, a low buzzing of wings sounded. What is that sound? Lin Jie snapped awake, and all three looked up. From fissures in the cavern's ceiling, innumerable dark shapes poured forth. Those shadows resembled moths with wingspans of about a chi. Their bodies were jet black, and their compound eyes glowed a strange purplish red. Sure, Hunxia. Zhou Xueqing's face drained of color. How could it be these creatures? What are Sure Hunxia? Gao Chu asked, nerves taut. They are evil creatures that erode the divine sense. Lin Jie drew his sword, voice urgent. Their wings emit a special wave that attacks the spiritual sense directly. More terrible than any physical assault. Damn it, the aura of this spring attracted them. Lin Jie ground his teeth. It must be the purifying power. Sure Hunxia are highly sensitive to purification energy. More and more of the moths poured from the cracks, a dense, obscuring swarm. Roughly 100 at least. Their weakness is the divine sense, but our divine sense is far weaker than theirs, Zhou Xueqing quickly analyzed. We must fight swiftly, otherwise when our spiritual power is drained we will die. Gao Chu, you must go. Lin Jie shoved him backward. Sister Zhou and I will cover the rear. But no nonsense. Lin Jie shouted fiercely. This is an order. You in early foundation establishment would only slow us down if you stayed. Inner thought, senior brother Lin, are you looking down on me? Oh well, your goodwill stands, and I must accept it. Gao Chu reluctantly retreated toward the passage. At that moment, the first wave of Sure Hunxia descended upon them. Scatter! Zhou Xueqing shouted, moving like lightning to dodge aside. Wind sweeps the remnants. Lin Jie unleashed a horizontal slash, sword chi lanced forth, and felled a swath of the moths. But the swarm was too vast. As one wave fell, another flowed in to replace it. Even worse, the beat of their wings grew more frantic, and an invisible wave rolled toward the two like a rising tide. That invisible wave struck with brutal cunning. Lin Jie groaned as if stung by needles across the mind. The pain was unbearable. Senior brother Lin. Zhou Xueqing was also hit, her face going pale. The Sure Hunxia attacked in the most insidious way, not to wound flesh, but to use sonic-like waves to assail the divine sense, leaving the mind in agonizing torment. This charade cannot go on any longer, or it will truly end badly. Gao Chu halted and turned. Gao Chu, why haven't you left? Lin Jie looked at him, bewildered and losing clarity. Gao Chu did not reply. He silently retrieved a talisman from his system space, a reward from the system. The talisman was golden, its surface etched with dense runes, and exuding a warm, sacred aura. This is... Zhou Xueqing's pupils contracted. A demon-averting talisman. Gao Chu said earnestly, when we explored separately, I found a hidden compartment and discovered this talisman. Now its time has come. A demon-averting talisman. Lin Jie paused. Can that work against Sure Hunxia? I do not know, Gao Chu said nervously. Let's try. We have no other way. In his heart, he thought the system would not fail him. After all, it produced the talisman. He poured his spiritual power into the talisman. Go. The golden talisman flared brilliantly. A warm force radiated outward from it, sweeping across the cavern in every direction. Scree! The Sure Hunxia shrieked, as if they had encountered some terrible thing, and frantically fell back. Where the light passed, the moth's wings ignited, and their bodies turned to black smoke that dissipated. It's working. Zhou Xueqing's eyes showed surprise. Keep it up. Don't stop. Gao Chu nodded and poured the rest of his spiritual power into the demon-averting talisman. The golden light grew ever brighter until it formed a vast luminous dome that enveloped the three. The Sure Hunxia battered the light dome, but each time they touched it, they were instantly reduced to ash. Gradually the swarm began to scatter, unwilling to approach. Their remaining cries dwindled as the survivors retreated back through the ceiling fissures and vanished. Phew! Gao Chu folded the talisman and slumped to the ground, his face pale. My spiritual power is spent. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing exchanged a look, both startled at what they saw in the other's eyes. Gao Chu. Lin Jie walked over and pounded his shoulder heavily. You saved our lives. You flatter me, senior brother Lin. Gao Chu smiled weakly. I was just lucky. The demon-averting talisman happened to work. Lucky? Lin Jie's eyes widened. You could have left first, but you stayed to help us. That loyalty will not be forgotten by me, Lin Jie. Zhou Xueqing approached and produced a pill from her storage pouch, handing it to Gao Chu. This is a recovery pill. Eat it, it will quickly restore your spiritual power. Her voice remained cool, but her eyes were a touch more complex. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Gao Chu swallowed the pill. A warm current flowed through him, and his spiritual power began to recover rapidly. We should be the ones thanking you, Zhou Xueqing said. Without your talisman, we might have perished here today. You are too kind, Sister Zhou. Gao Chu bowed his head in embarrassment. I only did what was necessary. Enough. Don't linger here. Lin Jie surveyed the surroundings. While those moths have been driven back, we should leave quickly. Zhou Xueqing nodded and led the way toward the other side of the cavern. There was a passage there that should lead outside. The three passed through and soon emerged from Yumingdong. The exit opened onto a cliffside. Before them stretched rolling mountain ranges shrouded in black mist. On a distant summit, a time-worn structure loomed faintly against the gloom. That must be the altar. Lin Jie pointed at the distant structure. It will take us about 2 more hours to get there. The three of them advanced along the edge of the mountain range, cautiously avoiding areas where evil entities were congregating. As they approached the altar, the malevolence grew increasingly intense. The air seemed to be stained dark, as each breath brought with it a nauseating stench. The concentration of evil energy. Lin Jie's face turned pale. It's several times denser than at the bone-dry ridge. The altar is the core of the entire forbidden area. Zhou Xueqing said the soul-eating demon was sealed there back in the ancient times, so the malevolence is naturally the strongest. Watch your step. Gao Chu suddenly warned. The ground seems a bit off. The three looked down and saw that the rocks beneath their feet presented an eerie dark red color, damp to the touch, as if covered by a layer of blood membrane. Even stranger, there were some white fragments scattered on the ground. Is that bone? Lin Jie crouched down to investigate. These are human bones, and quite a few of them. This place used to be a mass grave. Zhou Xueqing's voice was cold as ice. During the ancient war, countless cultivators and demons died here. Their flesh and blood were absorbed by the soul-eating demon, leaving only a pile of white bones. Stop looking. Zhou Xueqing stood up. We need to hurry. We must reach the outskirts of the altar before dark. The three quickened their pace and continued onward. After about half an hour of walking, a wide clearing suddenly appeared ahead. It was a massive depression spanning hundreds of feet. In the center of the depression was a blood-red pool bubbling with a thick, bloody scent. This is... Lin Jie's pupils constricted. The blood pool. Zhou Xueqing's voice turned solemn. This is the largest blood collection formation set up by the two men in black robes. Gao Chu quietly opened the system map to check the location of the blood pool. On the map, the blood pool was marked with a red dot accompanied by a note: danger zone, traps abound. Gao Chu thought to himself, system, is this really necessary? Who can't see that this place is dangerous? Let's go around. Lin Jie suggested. This place is too eerie. I don't want to wade through this murky water. Wait. Zhou Xueqing suddenly stopped, her gaze fixed on a rock at the edge of the blood pool. There's something there. The three approached to investigate. On the rock were a few crooked characters seemingly scratched out with a fingernail. Save me. Forbidden area, 3 days. Is this the distress signal? Lin Jie frowned. Could someone be trapped here? No. Gao Chu shook his head. This looks more like the final struggle of someone about to die. Considering the depth and disorder of the writing, the person who wrote these words was likely in dire straits. Then let's hurry up and leave. Lin Jie urged. This place gives me the creeps. Okay. Zhou Xueqing nodded, turning to leave. Just then a sudden bubbling sound erupted from the blood pool. Immediately after, a blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky. Oh no. Lin Jie's expression changed dramatically. We've triggered the formation. The blood within the blood pool began to churn violently, and a massive figure slowly rose from the pool. It was a humanoid puppet, entirely blood-red and towering over 2 meters tall. The puppet was wrapped in dense black runes emanating a suffocating aura. Blood demon puppet. Lin Jie's face turned ashen. It has the strength of a late Foundation establishment. And there's more than one. Lin Jie looked around in panic. There are more in the blood pool. Sure enough, 3 more figures rose from the blood pool. 4 blood demon puppets, all at the peak of Foundation establishment, surrounded the 3 of them. Damn it. Lin Jie gritted his teeth, drawing his long sword. Zhou Jr. sister, you cover Gao Chu, I'll hold them off. No way. Zhou Xueqing shook her head. Then what should we do? Enough arguing. Gao Chu suddenly spoke up. There's a narrow path over there. Oh, let's rush through. He pointed towards a narrow passage on the opposite side of the blood pool, where the concentration of malevolence was lower, the only escape route. We can only charge through. Lin Jie gritted his teeth. Zhou Jr. sister, you lead the way, I'll cover the rear, and Gao Chu will be in the middle. Understood. Zhou Xueqing summoned all her spiritual energy and struck at the puppet blocking the way. Ice break. The sword light flashed like lightning, carrying a bone-chilling aura, and struck fiercely at the puppet. Crack. A thin layer of ice formed on the puppet's chest, but it merely staggered before continuing to lunge at the three. Its defenses are too strong. Zhou Xueqing frowned slightly. Let me try. Lin Jie rushed forward, stabbing the long sword 3 times, each stab targeting the puppet's vital spots. Puff, puff, puff. 3 blood arrows shot out, but the puppet still did not fall, only slowing its movement slightly. Damn it. Lin Jie was sweating. This thing is practically unmovable. The core right at its chest. Zhou Xueqing pointed to that spot on the puppet. The core. Lin Jie focused and indeed spotted a blood-red crystal nucleus at the puppet's chest. I'll draw its attention away. You two attack the core. Lin Jie shouted, leaping towards the outermost puppet. Come on, chase me. He deliberately released his aura to draw the attention of all 3 puppets to himself. Lin Senior Brother. Zhou Xueqing wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The 3 puppets abandoned their encirclement and lunged at Lin Jie. Zhou Senior Sister, now's your chance. Gao Chu shouted, I'll hold one back for you. Zhou Xueqing showed no hesitation, her figure flashing as she pursued the weakest of the 3 puppets that Lin Jie had drawn away. Meanwhile, Gao Chu recklessly charged at the 4th puppet. You rusty scrap, taste my sword. He swung the wind blade sword wildly at the puppet. The puppet clearly didn't regard this weakest target seriously. It casually swiped, and a blood-red claw shadow came crashing towards Gao Chu. Oh! Gao Chu let out a tragic scream as he was struck by the claw shadow, and sent flying crashing heavily to the ground. Gao Chu. Zhou Xueqing's pupils dilated. She wanted to rush to his aid, but the puppet in front of her wouldn't give her the chance, tightly ensnaring her. Damn it! Zhou Xueqing gritted her teeth, helplessly watching as the puppet moved towards the fallen Gao Chu. The puppet's footsteps were slow, each step carrying a heavy sense of oppression. Gao Chu lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing severely injured. It was almost time. If this continued, he would truly be crushed. Just as the puppet reached him, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, Gao Chu suddenly moved. Windstep. His figure flickered like a ghost, appearing behind the puppet in an instant. Simultaneously, the wind blade sword pierced through the puppet's back, aiming directly at its heart. The puppet had yet to react to what was happening when Gao Chu's other hand pressed against its back. Earth split slash. A fierce sword aura erupted from within the puppet, completely shattering its core. Boom. The puppet's body instantly disintegrated, turning into a pool of blood. The entire process took just a breath too quick for anyone to react. This. Zhou Xueqing's pupils constricted, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Gao Chu did not give her a chance to ask, his figure flashing as he rushed towards Lin Jie. At this moment, Lin Jie was surrounded and attacked by 3 puppets, his situation critical. He was already covered in several wounds, his blood staining his robes, yet he gritted his teeth and held on. Lin Senior Brother, catch. Gao Chu shouted, throwing the wind blade sword towards one of the puppets. The sword whistled through the air, piercing swiftly into the puppet's chest. Puff! The core was shattered, and the puppet collapsed with a bang. Good sword. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jie slashed at another puppet, forcing it back. Zhou Xueqing also arrived, piercing the core of the 3rd puppet with her sword. Instantly, 2 out of the 3 puppets were dealt with. Seeing this, the last puppet attempted to flee back to the blood pool. Trying to run. Lin Jie sneered, releasing his sword, which shot out like a streak of light, instantly piercing through the puppet's head. Boom. The last puppet also fell to the ground in response. Phew. Lin Jie sat heavily on the ground, panting heavily. Finally dealt with. Zhou Xueqing said nothing, quietly watching Gao Chu. Zhou Senior Sister. Gao Chu felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Your swordsmanship. Zhou Xueqing glanced at him, but did not finish her sentence. Huh. Gao Chu was taken aback, then revealed an awkward smile. That's probably just the effect of the demon-repelling talismans not completely fading yet. Zhou Xueqing withdrew her gaze, no longer pursuing the topic. Gao Chu. Lin Jie's voice interrupted the subtle atmosphere between the two. Are you okay? You scared me to death just now. I'm fine. Gao Chu shook his head. Thanks to Lin Senior Brother drawing away those 3 puppets, I could successfully sneak attack. You did well, kid. Lin Jie laughed heartily. You really held your own at a critical moment. It was just luck. Gao Chu modestly replied, but his thoughts were quite different. A luck, my foot, that was just me showcasing my golden core strength. But speaking of which, that sword just now was indeed beautiful. Even I was a bit impressed by my own performance. Let's go. Zhou Xueqing withdrew her gaze, leading the way forward. You're right. Lin Jie stood up and walked towards the opposite side of the blood pool. Let's hurry, I don't want to stay here a second longer. The three of them dashed past the edge of the blood pool towards the passage on the other side. Just after they left, two shadows appeared by the blood pool. Have all four puppets been dealt with? One shadow let out a gloomy laugh. It seems these little fellows have some skill after all. Especially that one named Gao Chu. Another shadow said his true strength is probably more than just the initial stage of foundation establishment. Even if he has something hidden, what can he do? The first shadow scoffed. Going further ahead is true hell. Let them enjoy their moment for now. The two shadows melted into the blood mist and vanished. Meanwhile, Gao Chu and the others had already crossed the blood pool area. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. Current location detected: Forbidden Area Blood Pool Ruins. This place was once a branch of the Blood Demon sect, leaving behind a significant amount of blood energy and resentment. Do you want to sign in? Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1. Blood Demon Fragment. 3 fragments containing the power of the Blood Demon can be used to enhance spiritual weapons. 2. Blood Escape Technique Fragment. 1 secret method of the Blood Demon sect allows short-distance teleportation after cultivation. Side effect: consumes vital blood. 3. Barrier Breaking Pill. 1 6th grade pill can ignore bottlenecks and break through one small realm limited to below Golden Core stage. Gao Chu was ecstatic. Gao Chu, what are you thinking about? Lin Jie's voice came. Oh, it's nothing. Gao Chu came back to his senses, just thinking about what to do next. Don't think too much. Lin Jie patted his shoulder. There will definitely be a way when we get to the mountain. Whatever difficulties arise, we will bear them together. Gao Chu nodded, but had another thought in mind. Let's rest ahead. Zhou Xueqing pointed to a concealed cave ahead. Okay. The three took a moment to rest in the cave. Let's discuss the plan. Zhou Xueqing unfolded a hand-drawn map. Are we going to charge straight in? Lin Jie asked. We should take a detour. Zhou Xueqing shook her head. Then what should we do? We just need to break the formation. Zhou Xueqing pointed at the map. That makes sense, Lin Jie nodded. So we should find a way to sneak into the altar and destroy the formation. Exactly, Gao Chu said, pointing at the map. There's a small path on the east side of the altar that can lead us to the back. The defenses there may be weaker. Very good, Lin Jie said. We'll sneak in from the east side, find the core of the formation, destroy it, and then retreat. Zhou Xueqing nodded. The three packed their gear and headed towards the altar. They quietly moved along the shadows of the mountain wall, the sweet and bloody scent of the blood pool gradually replaced by the damp, chilly air. Zhou Xueqing walked at the front, the icy blue spiritual energy glimmering at her fingertips, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Lin Jie followed closely, one hand always resting on the hilt of his sword, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Gao Chu brought up the rear, appearing nervous on the surface, yet a strand of his divine sense was covering the entire area. The divine sense of the Golden Core stage was more than 10 times stronger than that of the Foundation Establishment stage. All movements within 100 feet were captured by his perception. 3 peak Foundation Establishment assassins were hidden behind the rock wall 30 feet to the left front. Tisk, they really do underestimate us. What's wrong? Zhou Xueqing suddenly stopped and turned to look at Gao Chu. Gao Chu froze for a moment, then quickly realized that his expression might have been a bit unusual, hastily switching to a look of, I've discovered something significant. I just feel something is off ahead, he whispered. Sister Zhou, do you sense a faint killing intent? Zhou Xueqing frowned slightly, sensing carefully, but found nothing. However, she had begun to trust Gao Chu's instincts. Earlier at the edge of the blood pool, Gao Chu had avoided several traps solely based on his intuition. Be careful, Zhou Xueqing whispered. Just as she finished speaking, 3 shadows shot out simultaneously from behind the rock wall. Assassins! Lin Jie shouted loudly, drawing his sword, the sword light like a rainbow, directly targeting the shadow charging at him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Lin Jie collided hard with the first assassin. Both retreated half a step, surprisingly evenly matched. Such strong power. Lin Jie's pupils contracted. Peak Foundation Establishment. The second assassin transformed into a wisp of black smoke, bypassing Lin Jie and lunging at Zhou Xueqing. Zhou Xueqing had been prepared. With a flick of her jade hand, the cold ice spiritual energy transformed into several ice spikes that shot out. Sizzle. The ice spikes pierced through the black smoke, but only hit a residual shadow. The assassin's speed was too fast, swift enough that the ice spikes couldn't catch up to his figure. Damn it! Zhou Xueqing cursed inwardly, retreating repeatedly while erecting 3 ice walls in front of her. Bang! The third ice wall was shattered by the assassin's punch, ice shards scattering everywhere. The assassin's claws were already closing in on Zhou Xueqing's face, less than 3 inches away. At that moment a fierce sword light sliced in from the side, barely blocking the assassin's deadly strike. Clang! Gao Chu's gale sword met the assassin's claws, sparks flying. He was sent staggering back 3 steps by the tremendous impact, his palm tingling. Wow, this strength is quite impressive. Alright then, let's play along. Gao Chu. Zhou Zuiking's voice suddenly tightened. I'm fine. Gao Chu steadied himself, shouting back to Zhou Xueqing, Sister Zhou, watch out behind you. Zhou Xueqing instinctively sidestepped. A glint of cold light swept past her original position, lifting a strand of her hair. Had it not been for Gao Chu's timely warning, she would have likely been seriously injured. Zhou Zuiking's gaze shifted slightly, then turned cold. She formed seals with her hands. Ice seal for 3 feet. The cold air suddenly erupted, causing the temperature within a radius of 3 feet to plummet to freezing point. The assassin's movements slowed slightly, clearly hindered. Now, Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing struck simultaneously, sword light and ice brilliance intertwining, crashing towards the frozen assassin. Boom! The assassin was blasted away, crashing into the rock wall, spitting blood. But he quickly steadied himself, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes as he once again vanished into the darkness. He got away. Lin Jie frowned. Not dead, Zhou Xueqing said in a deep voice. Shadow assassins excel at vanishing into shadows. Once they escape, we will fall into an endless cycle of sneak attacks. Then let's not let him escape. Lin Jie shouted angrily. Gao Chu, are you alright? Gao Chu shook off his slightly numb arm. I'm fine, just a bit sore. His gaze, however, remained locked onto a spot in the darkness. His golden core divine sense had already locked onto the positions of the 3 assassins with clarity. The one on the left is gathering strength, probably to ambush Sister Zhou. No, there are 2 more lying in wait, ready to flank senior brother Lin. They really have calculated this well. Sister Zhou, watch out on the left. Gao Chu warned again. Zhou Xueqing did not hesitate to unleash a sword energy towards the left. Although it did not hit the assassin, it successfully forced him to abandon his ambush. His instincts are spot on. Zhou Xueqing said nothing, only casting a glance at Gao Chu. Meanwhile, the 2 assassins launched simultaneous attacks on Lin Jie. Lin Jie faced off against 2, instantly falling into a disadvantage. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light flickered as Lin Jie barely blocked 2 waves of attacks, but could not strike back. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his breathing became rapid. Senior brother Lin will help you. Gao Chu charged in from the side, unleashing the Gale sword technique, the sword shadows like the wind. Although he deliberately suppressed his speed and strength, he still posed a significant threat to the assassins. The 3 began to cooperate more seamlessly. Lin Jie attacked heat-in, Zhou Xueqing focused on restricting the assassin's speed, while Gao Chu searched for flaws from the side. Now, Lin Jie seized an opening exposed by one assassin, stabbing his sword into the assassin's shoulder. Up! The assassin let out a miserable scream, stumbling. Zhou Xueqing seized the opportunity to release the ice seal technique, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Gao Chu directly struck the ice sculpture with a sword, eliminating 1 assassin. 2 assassins remained, but they no longer engaged directly. Instead, they kept darting in the shadows, searching for opportunities to ambush. This won't work. Zhou Zuiking's brow furrowed tightly. They are consuming our spiritual energy. Then let's force them out. Lin Jie shouted loudly, unleashing all his spiritual energy, the sword light surging. He spun in place, wildly swinging his sword, creating a storm of sword shadows. The assassins were forced to retreat, but still refused to reveal themselves. Gao Chu, Zhou Xueqing suddenly called out, can you locate them? Gao Chu squinted his eyes, his golden core divine sense working frantically. Left side 12 o'clock direction, 3 feet away. Gao Chu shouted loudly. Zhou Xueqing did not hesitate to act accurately, hitting with ice seal for 3 feet. Up! The assassin was forced out, his face filled with disbelief. How could he discover my concealment technique? Lin Jie seized the moment to charge and cutting off his escape route with the sword. Sister Zhou to the right. Gao Chu shouted again. Zhou Xueqing turned around, delivering another ice seal for 3 feet. The 2 assassins were forced to reveal themselves, instantly falling into a desperate situation. Damn! That foundation establishment kid is problematic. One assassin gritted his teeth and shouted. Kill him first. The 2 assassins charged towards Gao Chu. They took Gao Chu for a soft persimmon. Gao Chu displayed a terrified expression, retreating continuously. In reality, his seemingly panicked steps deliberately avoided the assassin's attack routes. Help! Gao Chu shouted in panic. Gao Chu! Lin Jie exclaimed. Zhou Zuiking's pupils contracted. The assassin's claws were almost within reach. It seemed Gao Chu could not dodge in time. At this critical moment, a gleam of light flashed in Gao Chu's eyes. He suddenly crouched down, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. The assassin missed and leaned forward due to inertia. It was in this fleeting moment of weakness. Falling leaf sword technique. Gao Chu shouted lowly as he unleashed the falling leaf sword technique. Countless sword shadows fluttered like falling leaves appearing disordered, yet each strike precisely aimed at the assassin's vital points. Puff puff puff. 3 strikes. The assassin was hit in the shoulder under the ribs, and in the thigh simultaneously, blood spraying. Up. The assassin let out a wretched scream, staggering back. Excellent sword technique. Lin Jie couldn't help but praise. Yet Zhou Xueqing frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Something's off. This sword technique is too exquisite. It doesn't seem like something a foundation establishment beginner could execute. But she did not press further, merely suppressing her doubts. There's one more. Lin Jie shouted. The last assassin, seeing the situation was dire, turned to flee. Trying to run, Zhou Xueqing waved her jade hand, and an ice wall appeared out of thin air in front of the assassin. The assassin crashed into the ice wall and was bounced back. Lin Jie seized the opportunity to deliver a sword strike, ending his life. Puff. Lin Jie exhaled, sheathing his sword, finally resolved. Zhou Xueqing, however, did not lower her guard. Her gaze fell on Gao Chu, calm and steady. The sword technique. Zhou Xueqing paused, but did not press for details. Huh. Gao Chu looked at her with a blank expression. What's the matter? I just swung a few swords at random and happened to hit something. Zhou Xueqing nodded, not pursuing the question further. Just then a killing intent shot out from the— Be careful. Gao Chu's pupils constricted as he pushed Zhou Xueqing away. Puff. The claws tore through his back, leaving a long bloody mark. Gao Chu. Zhou Xueqing's expression darkened. Her body moved faster than her consciousness. There was actually a 4th assassin. He had been lurking, waiting for this opportunity to ambush. The assassin struck successfully, but did not linger. Instead, he vanished back into the shadows. Damn it. Lin Jie shouted angrily. There's still one more. Gao Chu knelt on one knee, clutching his wounded back. Pain was evident on his face, blood seeping through his fingers. I am fine, he said weakly. Zhou Xueqing walked over to Gao Chu, taking healing medicine from her storage pouch. Don't move. Zhou Xueqing's voice was gentle. She gently tore open the fabric on Gao Chu's back, revealing the ghastly wound. The wound was half a foot long, flesh torn away, blood continuously gushing out. The wound is deep. Zhou Xueqing frowned slightly, not asking further. Zhou Xueqing said nothing, gently applying medicine to Gao Chu's wound. Don't speak. Zhou Xueqing focused intently on treating the injury. Gao Chu obediently kept quiet. After applying the medicine, Zhou Xueqing took out a strip of cloth to bandage him. Thank you, Sister Zhou. You don't need to thank me. Zhou Xueqing stood up, her gaze drifting towards the depths of the shadows. It's my fault for dragging you into this. Sister Zhou, you're being too modest. We are teammates. Helping each other is what we should do. Over there. Lin Jie's voice came from ahead. The assassin is that way. The 3 looked simultaneously in the direction of the sound, only to see the 4th assassin finally forced to reveal himself. He was already covered in a thin layer of ice. Zhou Xueqing had quietly unleashed the ice seal technique while bandaging Gao Chu. You? The assassin looked down at the ice on him, his eyes filled with disbelief. When did you? Right when you ambushed, Zhou Xueqing said coldly. Did you think I wouldn't notice you while I was applying medicine to him? Damn it. It's over, Zhou Xueqing said. Lin Jie stepped forward and cleaved down with his sword, severing the assassin's head. All 4 assassins were eliminated, and the battle finally came to an end. Puff. Lin Jie stood with his sword sheathed, exhaling deeply, finally resolved. Gao Chu also stood up. Although his wounds still hurt a bit, the healing medicine had already helped him recover significantly. Zhou Xueqing walked to his side, glancing at his wound, without speaking. Let's go. Zhou Xueqing turned and walked straight ahead. Her back looked as indifferent as ever, and Gao Chu did not think much of it. Brother Gao Chu, you really made a great contribution today. Lin Jie came over, draping his arm around Gao Chu's shoulder. If it weren't for you discovering the assassins' positions every time, we would have probably been done for by now. I just got lucky, Gao Chu said modestly. What luck? I see you have extraordinary talent. Lin Jie laughed heartily. From now on, you'll be our team's eyes, responsible for early warnings. The 3 of them advanced towards the altar when suddenly a series of roars echoed from behind. A mass of sinister creatures was wildly pursuing them from the dark passage. There were rotting zombies, twisted specters, and monsters covered in sharp spikes. Their numbers were overwhelming, at least hundreds of them. Run! Gao Chu yelled without looking back. As he ran, he used his divine sense to scan the terrain ahead. In his mind, the system map was rapidly operating, helping him analyze the optimal escape route. The left path leads to a dead end, while the right leads to the lair of the sinister creatures. Straight ahead there is an underground dark river that can take us to the core of the altar. Follow me. Gao Chu shouted loudly. There is a dark river ahead that can take us to the core of the altar. How do you know? Lin Jie asked in surprise. Intuition. Gao Chu fabricated a reason. Come quickly, there's no time to explain. The three of them rushed towards a rock wall ahead. At the bottom of the rock wall there was an inconspicuous crack just large enough for a person to pass through. This is it. Gao Chu was the first to dive in. Zhou Xueqing followed closely. Lin Jie was last, and just as he was about to squeeze in, a zombie's hand reached out from the crack and grabbed his ankle. Get off! Lin Jie shouted angrily, slashing the zombie's arm with his sword and taking the chance to dive into the crack. The three of them ran wildly while the horde of sinister creatures crowded at the crack, unable to chase after them. Huff! Huff! Lin Jie gasped for breath, finally got rid of them. Don't relax yet. Zhou Xueqing looked around. Where's this place? The three of them found themselves in a deep underground cave surrounded by darkness, with only the faint light of the luminous pearl in Gao Chu's hand illuminating the surroundings. At the end of the cave the sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. It's the dark river, Gao Chu said, the one I mentioned before. Dark river. Lin Jie's eyes lit up. So we can reach the altar through the dark river. In theory, Gao Chu nodded, but there may also be sinister creatures in the dark river. Let's go. Zhou Xueqing walked towards the direction of the dark river. The three of them moved towards the sound of the flowing water and soon arrived at the edge of a wide dark river. The dark river was over 10 zhang wide, its water as black as ink, emitting a pungent fishy odor. Bubbles occasionally surfaced as if something was lurking beneath the water. This water? Lin Jie frowned. It doesn't look clean. It's contaminated. Zhou Xueqing shook her head. We can't cross. What should we do? Going around would take too long. Zhou Xueqing replied. I have a solution. Gao Chu took out a blue pearl from his storage bag. The pearl was crystal clear, and inside it seemed to have a ball of blue flame burning, emanating a cool aura. Water breath pearl. Zhou Xueqing recognized the pearl. Water breath pearl, Gao Chu said. I found it on the way here. It allows the wearer to breathe underwater without being harmed by evil energy. You have something like that too. Lin Jie's eyes widened. Gao Chu, did you save the entire cultivation world in your past life? Lin, you're joking, Gao Chu said with an embarrassed smile. I just got lucky. Is there only one? Zhou Xueqing frowned. It's all right, Gao Chu said. The water breath pearl can release a shield within a certain range covering all three of us. Really? Gao Chu nodded. But the range of the shield is limited. Oh, we have to stay close together. Zhou Xueqing didn't refuse, merely frowning slightly. An arm's length apart, she said coldly. Gao Chu activated the water breath pearl, and a pale blue light shield enveloped the three of them. The light shield emitted a cool aura, isolating the surrounding evil energy. Jump in. The three of them simultaneously leaped into the dark river. The water was icy cold, but the light shield kept it at bay, causing no harm to them. The three sank to the bottom of the river, quickly adapting to the underwater environment. So magical. Lin Jie exclaimed. This light shield really blocks the river water. Don't speak. Zhou Xueqing pointed downstream. The three of them swam downstream along the dark river. The riverbed was pitch black, but Gao Chu, with his golden core divine sense, could clearly perceive everything around him. He noticed that many sinister creatures were lurking in the mud at the bottom of the river. Just then a group of shadows suddenly leaped out from the mud, charging towards the three. Be careful! Gao Chu shouted loudly, drawing his sword. It was a group of dark river water lizards covered in black scales, with eyes glowing a ghostly green and mouths filled with sharp fangs. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing struck simultaneously, their sword lights and ice beams exploding in the water, slaying the first few water lizards. But more water lizards surged in from all directions, densely packed, numbering at least 20 or 30. So many. Lin Jie's expression changed. How could the three of us possibly fight them? Range attack, Zhou Xueqing said gravely. All right. Gao Chu took a deep breath, his sword suddenly glowing. Clear wind sword technique. 10,000 swords unite. He swung his sword and countless sword energy shot forth from the blade, creating a storm of sword energy in the water. Puff, 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 puff. Where the sword energy passed, water lizards fell in droves, their blood staining the river. So strong. Lin Jie's eyes widened. Zhou Xueqing was equally astonished. She had long suspected that Gao Chu's strength was beyond the Foundation establishment initial stage, but seeing this scene still shocked her. This sword energy. Its power was already close to the peak of Foundation establishment. Was he really just at the Foundation establishment initial stage? Don't dawdle. Gao Chu shouted. Now's our chance, let's hurry. The three took advantage of the chaos to break out of the encirclement and continued swimming downstream. Although the dark river water lizards were numerous, they had low intelligence and stopped chasing after being frightened by the sword energy. Huff! Lin Jie let out a breath, finally shook them off. Not yet. Zhou Zuiking's expression tightened. Just as she finished speaking, a group of giant jellyfish rose from the riverbed, blocking the way for the three. These jellyfish were entirely black, but their tentacles emitted an eerie purple light. They floated slowly, and each tentacle was covered with suckers and sharp spikes. Corrosive jellyfish. Lin Jie's face changed. Those tentacles can corrode spirit artifacts. We have to go around. We can't go around. Gao Chu frowned. They've blocked the entire river path. What do we do? Can you block them? Zhou Xueqing looked at Gao Chu. Protect him, Zhou Xueqing said to Lin Jie. I'll clear the way. Okay. Zhou Xueqing formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful chill from her body. Ice system forbidden technique, absolute zero. The temperature of the surrounding river water suddenly dropped, and the jellyfish's movements noticeably slowed. Go! The three charged into the jellyfish swarm. Zhou Xueqing led the way, shooting countless ice spikes from her hands, freezing the nearby jellyfish into ice blocks. Lin Jie protected Gao Chu's flank, slashing through the extending tentacles with his sword. Gao Chu covered the rear, sending out sword energy whenever a jellyfish attempted a sneak attack. The three of them worked together, seamlessly, truly carving out a bloody path. Ahead is the exit. Gao Chu pointed excitedly at a spot of light at the bottom of the river. Hurry! The three rushed towards the light simultaneously. Splash! They burst out of the water's surface and landed in a dry cave. The walls of the cave were carved with ancient runes and patterns, though thickly covered in dust. One could still feel the spiritual energy contained within. Gao Chu recalled the familiar voice of the system as he surveyed the cave. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. Current location detected: ancient ruins, hidden cave. Would you like to sign in? Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Divine Sense Strengthening Pill 1, a Defense Talisman 1 inch, Divine Sense Strengthening Pill, and Defense Talisman. Not bad, not bad. The Divine Sense Strengthening Pill can enhance my Divine Sense strength, while the Defense Talisman could save my life in critical moments. Gao Chu thought to himself. Gao Chu, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Jie approached and asked. Nothing. Gao Chu snapped back to reality. I was thinking about how to proceed next. The three noticed that the cave was becoming increasingly spacious, and the traces of formations on the walls were becoming more apparent. It was evident that this place had once been an important cultivation site. As they continued deeper, the three arrived at a massive underground space. This is the main body of the ancient ruins. Lin Jie exclaimed excitedly. The cave was several dozen zhang tall, constructed entirely of massive black stones, its surface etched with a dense array of formation patterns. Though a myriad of years had passed, one could still sense the terrifying power contained within. The concentration of spiritual energy here. Zhou Xueqing took a deep breath, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Is at least 10 times stronger than outside. 10 times. Lin Jie widened his eyes. Doesn't that mean cultivation would be twice as effective? In theory, yes, Zhou Xueqing nodded. But there is a trace of evil energy mixed in with this spiritual energy. Absorbing it recklessly may lead to demonic deviation. Then let's not risk it, Lin Jie shuddered. I don't want to become an evil cultivator. Let's observe first, Gao Chu suggested, and see if there's any danger in these ruins. The three cautiously approached the entrance of the cave. At that moment, a dull sound echoed from deep within the cave. Crack! Crack! There's movement. Lin Jie's expression changed. Could it be those two men in black robes? Doesn't seem like it. Zhou Xueqing shook her head. This sound is more like the sound of a mechanism activating. As soon as the words left her mouth, the cave's entrance slowly opened, an ancient and powerful aura rushing towards them. Is this an invitation for us to enter? Lin Jie scratched his head. Since we're here, we might as well go in and take a look, Gao Chu suggested. The three walked toward the entrance of the cave. However, what they did not know was that above the cave's entrance, a pair of blood-red eyes were fixated on them. The cave's entrance stood about 3 zhang tall, forged entirely from an unknown black metal, its surface etched with dense formation patterns. On either side of the entrance, 2 stone dragons coiled around the stone pillars, their eyes embedded with 2 red gemstones glimmering with an eerie light in the darkness. This formation. Zhou Xueqing approached the entrance, carefully examining the patterns on the door. Is an ancient sealing formation. To open the door, one must first decipher the formation. Can you break the formation? Lin Jie asked. I can just barely understand some of it, Zhou Xueqing frowned. But this formation is too complex. I need some time. Then we'll leave it to you, senior sister Zhou, Gao Chu said. Lin and I will protect you from the side. Zhou Xueqing nodded and began studying the formation. Gao Chu was surveying the environment around the cave. His golden core stage divine sense had already scanned the entire space, yielding unexpected findings. He discovered that there were residual restrictions and formations inside the cave, which would be dangerous for Foundation establishment cultivators, but for someone at the golden core stage like him, it would pose little problem as long as he was careful. The cave structure consisted of a front hall, a training room, an alchemy room, and a treasure chamber. At the deepest part there seemed to be a special space. Gao Chu, do you see anything? Lin Jie leaned over to ask. Nothing much, Gao Chu shook his head. Just feels like this place is quite ancient. I think so too. Lin Jie sighed. Ruins from 10,000 years ago. I wonder what kind of person that great figure was back then. They must have been an impressive person, Gao Chu casually remarked. Of course. Lin Jie's eyes lit up. To seal away the existence of the soul-devouring demon, they could not have been an ordinary individual. Just then Zhou Xueqing suddenly halted her movements, her gaze brightening. I found it. Zhou Xueqing pointed to a note on the door. The flaw is here, Zhou Xueqing indicated the note. Let's begin. Zhou Xueqing took a deep breath. She placed her palm on the formation node, slowly infusing it with spiritual power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formation patterns on the door began to glow, emitting a faint blue light. An ancient pressure seeped through the crack of the door, causing Lin Jie to involuntarily take a step back. This pressure, so strong. Lin Jie's complexion changed slightly. However, Gao Chu remained unfazed. This level of pressure was nothing to him. Is that it? I expected something much stronger. Crack. The door slowly opened, revealing the world beyond. The front hall. The three strode into the front hall, a musty scent hitting them. The front hall was not large, about 30 zhang square, with various paintings and weapons hanging on the surrounding walls. Though thickly layered in dust, one could still discern the luxury of the past. The front hall was not large, about 30 zhang square, with various paintings and weapons hanging on the surrounding walls. Though thickly— Wait! Zhou Xueqing raised her hand to stop him. After carefully inspecting the area and confirming there was no danger, the three continued deeper. Passing through the front hall, they entered a long corridor. Several rooms lined both sides of the corridor with plaques at the doorways reading, training room, alchemy room, treasure chamber. 3 rooms. Which one should we go to first? Lin Jie inquired. The training room. Zhou Xueqing headed towards the corridor. The three pushed open the door to the training room. The training room was even larger than the front hall, measuring 50 zhang square. A massive gathering formation was carved into the floor. Though it had lost its effectiveness, one could still feel the residual spiritual energy within the patterns. The gathering formation is quite large. Zhou Xueqing's gaze swept across the patterns on the floor. 100-fold. Does that mean cultivating for 1 day here is equivalent to cultivating for 100 days? Lin Jie widened his eyes. But it's ineffective. What a pity. Lin Jie shook his head and sighed. However, Gao Chu's gaze fell upon a stone platform in the corner of the room. On the stone platform lay a scroll of bamboo slips, the dust on the slips having been cleared by some force, making it stand out from the rest. What is that? He pointed at the stone platform. Zhou Xueqing and Lin Jie followed his gaze. A bamboo slip. Lin Jie approached cautiously, carefully picking up the bamboo slip. Could it be a trap? Lin Jie unfurled the bamboo slip, and lines of golden text appeared before his eyes. This is a sword technique. Lin Jie's eyes instantly lit up. A height-ear sword technique. Height-ear. Zhou Xueqing also came over. Let me see. The breaking wind sword technique. Lin Jie excitedly read out the name of the sword technique. The breaking wind sword technique is divided into 9 forms, each capable of cutting through fierce winds, with the final form wind breaking / able to sever all winds in the world. Good fortune indeed. Let's check out the other rooms, Gao Chu said. The three left the training room and headed towards the alchemy room. A faint medicinal aroma wafted from the entrance of the alchemy room, invigorating the three. There are pills here. Zhou Xueqing's eyes brightened. The three pushed open the door, and a rich medicinal fragrance rushed out. The alchemy room was filled with cabinets of various sizes, each drawer labeled with the names of different pills. Gathering Chi pill, revitalization pill, concentration pill. Lin Jie gazed at the labels, his mouth watering. There are so many pills here. They might not be usable. Zhou Xueqing glanced at the cabinets. Lin Jie picked up a bottle of pills, opened the cork, and sniffed it, his expression immediately falling. A strange smell. They really have gone bad. There's a preservation formation. Zhou Xueqing checked the drawers. She opened one and took out 3 pills. Detoxification pill, 7th tier. Zhou Xueqing stored the pills away. 7th tier detoxification pill. Lin Jie's eyes lit up. That stuff is worth a fortune. She opened a few more drawers and found several pills that were still usable. Although the quantity was small, their quality was very high. I've sorted them out. Zhou Xueqing divided the pills into 3 portions. Thank you, junior sister Zhou. Lin Jie excitedly stored his portion in his storage bag. Gao Chu also kept his share, but was thinking about something else. The treasure chamber. Zhou Xueqing walked towards the end of the corridor. The three left the alchemy room and headed towards the treasure chamber. The door to the treasure chamber was distinctive. The entire door was made of golden metal, its surface embedded with various gemstones and runes looking incredibly lavish. But what stood out the most was the pattern in the center of the door, a long sword entwined with chaotic energy. This pattern. Gao Chu's mind jolted. The sword in this pattern is of no low rank. Zhou Xueqing approached the door. Let me break this restriction. The restriction of the treasure chamber was far more complex than the formations in the front hall. Zhou Xueqing studied for a moment and found a breakthrough point. 3 nodes all at once. Zhou Xueqing pointed at the door. Understood. The 3 stood before the door, placing their palms on the 3 nodes. 1, 2, 3, buzz. 3 streams of spiritual power surged into the door simultaneously, causing the formation patterns on the restriction to suddenly light up, radiating brilliant golden light. Crack. The door slowly opened, revealing the interior. The treasure chamber was not large, with various gemstones embedded in the surrounding walls, emitting a soft glow. The room was completely empty. This is the treasure chamber. Lin Jie felt a bit disappointed. It looks more like a dust room. The 3 were greatly disappointed. It seemed the treasure chamber had been thoroughly looted. Just as the 3 were tidying up to leave the treasure chamber, a violent tremor surged from beneath their feet. The door of the cave was forcefully blasted open by a powerful force. 2 figures in black robes walked in, exuding an aura of peak foundation establishment. Ha ha ha. A cold laugh echoed through the cave. 3 little brats are quite lucky to have made it here. But this is where it ends. The other black-robed figure licked his lips, kneeling down to beg for mercy. Will at least leave you with intact corpses. 2 peak foundation establishment. I will handle one, and you 2 deal with the other. Lin Jie decisively prepared to strike. Who says we are at peak foundation establishment? The 2 black-robed figures each took out a black pill and swallowed it. Suddenly their realms surged to early golden core, but it was not over yet. The 2 used a secret technique to elevate their realms to mid-golden core. Can this be done? Gao Chu thought. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing's expressions turned grave. If it were early golden core, a battle would still be possible. But facing mid-golden core, they could only fight desperately. One of the black figures wasted no words and waved his hand, unleashing a black evil energy that transformed into a giant python charging at the 3. Wherever the evil energy passed, the air hissed, and a deep ravine was left on the ground. Be careful, Gao Chu warned as the 3 dodged the attack. At this point we have no choice but to fight them, Heedin, Lin Jie declared resolutely. Don't act impulsively. I have a plan, Gao Chu advised. You have a plan? The second black-robed figure laughed heartily. What other plan can you think of? In the face of absolute power, all methods are futile. Well, find out by trying, Gao Chu murmured. He stealthily looked around. His golden core spiritual sense had scanned the entire structure of the cave, revealing a suppressive formation within. Although most of the cave's formation had failed, the core energy circuit remained intact. As long as spiritual energy was used to activate a node of the formation, it could restart part of the suppression formation. Gao Chu struck a certain formation node on the ground. Boom! The entire cave began to tremble, and the formation patterns on the walls lit up, radiating dazzling light. A powerful force surged from underground, enveloping the 2 black-robed figures. This is the cave's suppressive formation. The first black-robed man's expression changed dramatically. Damn it. The formation of this cave can still operate. How is this possible? The second black-robed man roared. These formations should have already failed. Seize the opportunity and finish them quickly. Lin Jie shouted angrily, seizing the chance presented by the formation to suppress the black-robed figures. He drew his sword and charged forward. Wind sweeping the leaves, countless sword shadows surged toward the first black-robed figure like a torrential storm. The black-robed figure was slowed by the formation's suppression and could only barely defend himself. Damn it, he roared, his body surging with evil energy, shattering all the sword shadows. You think a mere formation can trap me? He formed hand seals, and a blood-red light erupted from within him, forcibly tearing apart the binding of the formation. Not good. Zhou Xueqing's expression darkened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blood-red beams shot toward Lin Jie at a speed that was suffocating. Lin Jie had no time to dodge, and the beams were about to hit. Watch out on the right, Gao Chu shouted. Lin Jie instinctively rolled to the right, and the 3 blood beams grazed his body, leaving 3 deep blood holes on the ground. That was close. Lin Jie felt cold sweat on his forehead. You little brat. The first black-robed figure lunged at Gao Chu. You actually guessed my attack trajectory. Just luck. Gao Chu panicked and retreated, but his foot precisely stepped on the formation node, quietly infusing a trace of spiritual energy. Buzz. The cave's formation activated again, and a golden light wall appeared between Gao Chu and the black-robed figure. Again, the black-robed man struck the light wall with a punch. The wall trembled violently, but did not shatter for now. Sister Zhou, Brother Lin, work with me. Gao Chu shouted loudly, I will control the formation and you two focus on attacking. All right. Lin Jie shouted and charged toward the first black-robed figure again. Zhou Xueqing said nothing, simply forming hand seals her ice blue spiritual energy gathering in her palms. Ice sealing 3 feet. Countless ice spikes shot toward the second black-robed figure from all directions. The black-robed figure snorted coldly and waved his hand, releasing an evil energy barrier that blocked all the ice spikes. But the ice spikes were merely a feint. Zhou Xueqing's real killing move was beneath him. Crack. The ground beneath the black-robed figure suddenly froze, his legs encased in ice, and his movements slowed instantly. Now's the time. Gao Chu controlled the formation, and a golden light beam crashed down from the ceiling, striking the top of the second black-robed figure. Boom. The light beam smashed the black-robed figure into the ground, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. Oh! The black-robed man screamed, spitting blood, and the evil energy around him weakened significantly. Again, falling leaves and flying flowers. Lin Jie launched his attack immediately. Countless sword shadows poured down like a rainstorm, beating the second black-robed figure to a pulp. Damn it, you ants! The second black-robed figure roared in fury, burning his remaining blood essence, a terrifying evil energy erupting from within him, shattering the surrounding ice and sword shadows. Whoosh! A blood beam shot toward Lin Jie at such speed that it was hard to even see its shadow. Brother Lin, Gao Chu shouted. Lin Jie had no time to evade, and the blood beam struck his left arm. Oh! Lin Jie screamed, a blood hole appearing on his left arm, blood gushing out. His sword nearly slipped from his grasp, and he staggered backward. Lin Jie. Zhou Xueqing's face changed dramatically as she rushed toward him. I'm fine. Lin Jie gritted his teeth, holding the sword with his right hand, forcing himself to stand. Gao Chu thought Brother Lin has been severely injured. Continuing like this is not a solution. Though the two black-robed figures were forcibly elevated to early golden core, through secret methods their strength still far exceeded theirs. The battle must be resolved quickly. Otherwise, once the duration of the secret method expires, their backlash will be even more severe, but we will be finished before that. I need to find a chance for a decisive strike. Moreover, it must be done without exposing my true strength. His gaze fell on the formation patterns in the cave, and he rapidly calculated in his mind. The core of the cave's formation is located underground in the training room. If all the energy of the formation can be concentrated at a single point and released instantly, its power would be enough to severely injure a golden core cultivator. But the problem is controlling such a massive amount of formation energy is impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator, unless someone assists from the shadows. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Brother Lin, Sister Zhou, bring them to the training room. Gao Chu shouted loudly, I have a plan. What plan, eh? Lin Jie asked while fending off attacks. Trust me. Gao Chu shouted, lead them to the training room. Zhou Xueqing asked no further questions and directly retreated toward the training room. The two black-robed figures laughed coldly and closely pursued them. Run. Where can you run to? The 5 rushed into the training room. The floor of the training room was inscribed with a huge gathering spirit formation. Although most of the formation's patterns had dimmed, faint spiritual energy still flowed. This is it. Gao Chu stood by the edge of the gathering spirit formation, smiling, you two, it's time to set off. He quietly formed seals in his sleeve, a trace of faint golden core spiritual energy, silently infused into the formation node beneath him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gathering spirit formation suddenly brightened. Countless golden rays surged from the ground walls and ceiling, converging into a massive light beam that enveloped the two black-robed figures. The expressions of the two black-robed figures changed dramatically. Impossible. How can the formation of this cave still possess such strong power? A relic from 10,000 years ago, how can it still have such power? Gao Chu stood aside, his face filled with an expression of I didn't expect this either. The two black-robed figures screamed in the light beam, their evil energy being continuously purified and suppressed by the formation's power. They struggled desperately, but the power of the light beam was too strong, completely sealing their movements. Damn it! This level of formation cannot trap us. The first black-robed figure roared in fury, burning the last of his blood essence, a blood-red, evil energy erupting from within him, forcibly ripping open a crack in the light beam. Attack! Gao Chu shouted. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing struck simultaneously. One sword shatters the heavens. Ice ceiling 3 feet. The sword energy and ice light simultaneously crashed into the crack in the light beam. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the cave. The light beam shattered, and the two attacks accurately struck the first black-robed figure. Puff puff. The black-robed figure spat blood, the sword energy piercing through his chest, and the ice light stabbing through his shoulder. He staggered back, his eyes gradually replacing killing intent with fear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You. The first black-robed figure did not finish his words before slowly collapsing. The second black-robed figure was filled with anger and frustration, but he himself was also battered and bruised. Although the light beam of the formation had shattered, its residual power continued to suppress him. It's your turn now. Zhou Xueqing said little, and a beam of ice light pierced through the heart of the black-robed figure from behind. The three began healing, and Gao Chu, while checking the map from the system, discovered that the cave's treasure chamber had a passage leading to the altar. He informed Zhou Xueqing and Lin Jie about this passage, explaining that he had discovered it by accident. The three arrived at the treasure chamber and found a hidden door behind the wall engraved with formation patterns similar to those on the cave's entrance. Gao Chu placed his hand on the hidden door, channeling a trace of spiritual energy, and the door slowly opened. A deep passage appeared before them, its walls lined with ancient runes that emitted a faint blue glow. The passage was deep and long, with each step intensifying the malevolent energy in the air. The runes on the walls gradually shifted from blue to dark red, clearly struggling to contain the evil energy within the passage. These sealing formations are about to fail. Zhou Xueqing glanced at the wall. Then let's hurry. Gao Chu quickened his pace. The three of them rushed through the passage for about a quarter of an hour when the space ahead suddenly opened up. A vast underground space appeared before them. The space stretched for hundreds of feet, with an immeasurable dome above, countless dark red runes floating in midair like a multitude of red eyes watching. At the center of the space stood a massive altar. The altar was constructed from black stone towering 10 feet high, its surface carved with twisted patterns of array formations. Atop the altar was a gigantic blood pool, the blood within churning and boiling, emanating a nauseating stench. Above the blood pool, a phantom figure was slowly coalescing. The figure wore a blood-red robe, its face gaunt, eyes like blood radiating a terrifying malevolence. Blood demon Ancestor. Li Tianxian. Gao Chu whispered. His resurrection ritual has reached the final stage. Zhou Xueqing's expression darkened. At that moment, the phantom of Li Tianxian opened its eyes. Oh! Its voice was hoarse and chilling, as though it came from the depths of hell. 3 more have come to deliver themselves. Just right, the blood pool needs the last 30%. Lin Jie shouted angrily. Your resurrection ritual ends here. Ends here? Li Tianxian laughed heartily. With just you 3 Foundation establishment ants. He raised his withered arm and waved gently at the 3. Boom. A wave of blood-red energy surged toward the 3, corroding the ground into deep ravines as it passed. Scatter! Gao Chu shouted. The 3 dodged separately, but still were thrown back by the aftershock of the energy wave. Gao Chu struggled to stabilize himself, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Though this guy has not fully resurrected, yet even the phantom possesses such power. If he successfully reconstructs his body, even I might not be able to handle him easily. I must stop him before his resurrection. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. A familiar notification sound echoed in Gao Chu's mind. Current location detected, forbidden area core, altar. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in, Gao Chu immediately replied. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Spirit Tool Fragment 3, Gao Chu's pupils constricted. Detected that the host has collected 10 spirit energy fragments. Can synthesize a spirit tool. Proceed with synthesis. Synthesized, Gao Chu hurriedly answered. Beginning synthesis of Heaven-tier spirit tool, Hongming. The 10 fragments ultimately coalesced into an ancient long sword, the sword itself a light golden hue engraved with Hongming runes emanating an awe-inspiring pressure. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven-tier spirit tool, Hongming sword. Rank lower grade Heaven-tier, characteristics 1. Hongming enhancement perfectly aligns with the Hongming creation scripture, attack power 100, 2. Exorcist of evil, dealing 150 damage to evil entities, 3. Sword chi generation automatically generates a Hongming sword chi every 10 breaths, without consuming spiritual power, 4. Breaking illusions can dispel all illusions and formations, 5. Growth potential evolves with cultivation, can be upgraded to upper grade Heaven-tier, or even higher. Bonus sword technique, Hongming sword technique first form. Opening heaven, cleave everything with the power of Hongming immense strength. Bonus sword technique, Hongming sword technique second form. Rift space. Rift space tear through space causing area damage. A flood of information about the Hongmeng sword technique surged into Gao Chu's mind, instantly mastering the methods of the first two forms. Gao Chu. Lin Jie's voice pulled him back to reality. That guy is about to attack. Li Tiangshuan's phantom was madly absorbing the power from the blood pool, its form becoming increasingly solid, shifting from a phantom to a translucent state. Zhou Zuiking's gaze darkened. He's about to reconstruct his body. Attack! Gao Chu drew the Hongmeng sword and charged toward the altar. At this point, hiding any longer would cost him his life. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing were perplexed to see Gao Chu pull out a sword they had never seen, but the current situation left no room for thought. Overconfident, Li Tianxian scoffed coldly and waved his hand. Several blood-colored tentacles shot out from the blood pool, sweeping toward Gao Chu. Each tentacle was as thick as an arm covered in twisted veins and barbs, emitting a strong corrosive aura. Hongmeng sword technique, second form, rift space. Gao Chu swung his sword. A golden sword chi shot forth from the blade, tearing open a rift in space. Chaotic energy surged from the rift, shredding the tentacles to pieces. What? Li Tiangshuan's face changed dramatically. What sword are you using? The sword that will take your life. Gao Chu shouted loudly. Lin senior brother. Zhou senior sister. Flank from both sides. They'll hold him off from the front. All right. Lin Jie charged towards the altar from the left. Zhou Xueqing said nothing, only flashing her form to flank from the right. Gao Chu faced Li Tiangshuan's attack head-in, wielding the Hongmeng sword to create arcs of golden light. The exorcist of evil trait allowed each strike to deal additional damage to Li Tiangshuan's phantom as the golden sword chi past the blood-red malevolence melted away like ice and snow. Damn it! Li Tianxian roared. A mere foundation establishment initial stage, how dare you? He formed seals with both hands, and the blood in the blood pool suddenly surged, transforming into a gigantic blood-red barrier, enveloping the entire altar. Blood demon domain. Li Tianxian laughed maniacally. In my domain your powers will be continuously devoured, and my power will grow infinitely. Indeed, the three simultaneously felt their spiritual power draining rapidly, as if something were siphoning it away. Meanwhile, Li Tiangshuan's phantom continued to grow larger, nearing full solidity. Not good. Lin Jie turned pale. Our spiritual power is depleting. Gao Chu also sensed the loss of spiritual power, but for him, this level of consumption was negligible. His golden core could continuously generate spiritual power. Hold on. Zhou Xueqing formed seals with both hands. Ice blue spiritual energy erupted around her, forming a layer of frost shield that temporarily blocked the loss of spiritual power. But her shield was also rapidly being corroded. It won't hold for long, she merely stated. Gao Chu looked at Li Tianxuan, who was continuously growing stronger, then at the struggling two, and made a decision in his heart. A swift resolution is necessary. Once Li Tianxian fully resurrects, even if I can defeat him, the uproar from the battle would expose my cultivation. He must be dealt with now. Hongmeng sword technique, first form, opening heaven. He infused all his spiritual power into the Hongmeng sword. Of course, only displaying the spiritual power fluctuation of the foundation establishment stage, while secretly mobilizing the deep spiritual power of the golden core stage. A dazzling golden sword light shot up from the sword, soaring into the sky. Where the sword light passed, the blood demon domain was torn apart like thin paper. Countless blood-red fragments scattered in the air, resembling a rain of blood. Impossible! Li Tianxian exclaimed in horror. My blood demon domain. It's not over yet. Gao Chu stepped forward, and the Hongmeng sword struck again. This time the sword chi was mixed with a faint chaotic energy. An extraordinary power resonated from the Hongmeng creation scripture and the Hongmeng sword. Hongmeng enhancement. The golden sword chi transformed into a roaring giant dragon rushing toward Li Tiangshuan's phantom. Puff! The sword chi pierced through Li Tiangshuan's phantom, exploding behind him into a massive rift. The phantom trembled violently, countless cracks appearing on its translucent body. Impossible, this is impossible, so close. Li Tiangshuan's face was filled with disbelief. But it's alright, I have a backup plan. Li Tianxian activated the formation beneath him, a teleportation array set up as a precaution. Not good, he's trying to escape. Gao Chu realized his intent. Lin senior brother. Zhou senior sister. Attack the blood pool simultaneously. A sword breaks the heavens. Ice seals 3 feet. The blood in the blood pool was instantaneously frozen and then shattered by the sword chi. Countless blood-colored ice crystals scattered in the air, resembling blooming blood-colored fireworks. No! Li Tianxian let out a heart-wrenching scream. The blood pool was the core of the resurrection ritual and the key to reconstructing his body. With the destruction of the blood pool, his resurrection ritual completely failed. The phantom began to collapse, cracks spreading from the center outward like shattering glass. Gao Chu seized the opportunity to charge forward, striking Li Tianxian with his sword. The golden sword Qi tore through space, completely shredding Li Tianxian's broken phantom. Oh! Li Tianxian let out his final scream, his phantom transforming into countless blood-colored light spots, gradually dissipating in the golden light. At that moment, the spiritual light of the teleportation array suddenly dissipated. The operation was complete. Gao Chu, caught off guard, was forcibly teleported away. Heaven and earth spun, and the universe hung upside down. An irresistible force enveloped him, with the surrounding space collapsing and reforming like shattered mirrors. Colors flashed rapidly before his eyes, and spiritual energy surged within him, as if he were being thrust into a gigantic whirlpool. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps an entire day. Boom! Gao Chu's body fell from the sky, crashing heavily into a patch of soft sand. Dust and sand erupted, rising several feet high. Puff! He awkwardly crawled out of the sand, spitting out the grit from his mouth, and surveying his surroundings. Before him lay an endless expanse of desert. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the blazing sun hung high above. A dry, hot wind whipped through, carrying sand particles that made it impossible to open one's eyes. In the distance stood several weathered stone pillars like withered bones, lonely and desolate. What has this teleportation array brought me to? Gao Chu squinted, extending his divine sense outwards. Within 100 miles there was nothing but yellow sand. No water source, no oasis, no hint of life. There wasn't even a single demon beast. All that surrounded him was endless dryness and heat, resembling an abandoned world. Have I been teleported to a desert? Gao Chu pondered. System, give me my location. Ding, mortal sign-in system notification. Current location of host detected: West Desert, Red Sand Wasteland. West Desert. Gao Chu's pupils constricted suddenly. West Desert. Isn't that at the opposite end of the eastern region where Ling Feng's sect is located? That's half a continent away. This teleportation array actually sent me such a distance. Ding, it has been detected that the host has entered a new area, triggering the first sign-in for this area. Do you want to sign in immediately? Gao Chu took a deep breath, suppressing the panic within him. Inner thoughts: why panic? I am a man with a sign-in system. Sign in first, then think of a way. Sign in. Ding, mortal sign-in system is starting. Current location detected: West Desert, Red Sand Wasteland. First time entering the West Desert area, triggering extra rewards. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Cooling Pearl 1, Water Source Seeking Compass 1, West Desert Map Fragment 1 inch, Extra Reward Desert Survival Guide 1. Gao Chu immediately took out the 4 items. The Cooling Pearl was a thumb-sized green pearl. When held in hand, a refreshing aura seeped into his body, and the intense heat sensation instantly diminished significantly. The Water Source Seeking Compass was a copper compass with its needle slowly rotating, seemingly sensing the direction of the nearest water source. The West Desert Map Fragment was a piece of yellowed parchment depicting only a small section of the West Desert, with most areas left blank. The Desert Survival Guide was a thin booklet with the words "Essential for Survival in the West Desert" written on the cover. He opened the map fragment and examined it closely. The map marked several locations: Red Sand Wasteland, Sunset City, Black Wind Valley, Phantom Oasis, Ironbone Pass. Among them, Sunset City was the closest to him, located about 3,000 miles to the northeast. 3,000 miles. Gao Chu smiled bitterly. At his golden core level speed, he could reach there in less than 3 days if he flew at full strength. But the problem was that he couldn't expose his cultivation level now. If he traveled at the speed of a foundation establishment beginner, it would take at least 5 or 6 days. Moreover, he would need to find a water source and a shelter first, otherwise he wouldn't last a day in the desert. He opened the Desert Survival Guide and quickly skimmed through it. The West Desert has extreme temperature variations day and night. A daytime heat can reach 60 to 70 degrees, while at night it drops below zero. Sandstorms occur frequently, directions are hard to discern, and it's essential to carry water sources and sunshade items. In the West Desert, demon beasts mainly consist of sand scorpions, venomous lizards, and bone vultures. Cultivators below the foundation establishment stage find it hard to survive. Cultivators in the West Desert are scarce, with forces primarily consisting of loose cultivator alliances, and a few cities. Sects are extremely rare. A loose cultivator alliance. Cities. It seemed that the cultivation landscape in the West Desert was entirely different from the eastern region. The eastern wasteland is filled with sects, but the West Desert is dominated by cities and loose cultivators. He glanced at the water source seeking compass, which pointed towards the northwest. He tucked the cooling pearl, safely circulated his spiritual energy, and flew northwest. Of course, only displaying the speed of a foundation establishment beginner. Half an hour later, he finally spotted a small oasis behind a sand dune. Although it was called an oasis, it was merely a fist-sized pool of murky water surrounded by a few withered poplars and a cluster of yellow camel grass. The water in the pool was terribly murky, but for someone in the desert, it was already a life-saving spring. Gao Chu filled his water bottle and then sat down to rest under the poplar tree. Gao Chu planned to restore his spiritual energy first, then consider how to get to Sunset City. This city should be one of the larger ones in the West Desert. Perhaps he could find a teleportation array or clues to return to the eastern region. He closed his eyes, circulating the Hongming Creation Sutra, and began to restore his spiritual energy. At that moment, faint footsteps reached his ears. Gao Chu suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a ragged girl staggering towards the water pool from the other side of. She looked about 15 or 16, her skin tanned dark by the sun, her lips cracked, and peeling, her eyes filled with fatigue and despair. A horrifying wound marred her left arm with blood already congealed into a dark red scab, and her right boot had a large hole. Water. She murmured weakly, throwing herself at the edge of the water pool, desperately scooping water into her mouth with both hands. Gao Chu frowned. There were actually people in a place like this. Moreover, judging by her condition, she had been wandering in the desert for quite some time. A 15 or 16-year-old girl alone in the West Desert wilderness. She was either incredibly unlucky or had encountered some trouble. After drinking a few gulps of water, she seemed to regain some strength. She lifted her head and finally noticed Gao Chu sitting across from her. "You!" she exclaimed in shock, instinctively retreating, her right hand reaching for her waist, only to find it empty, clearly indicating that her weapon had been lost long ago. "Don't be nervous." Gao Chu raised both hands, signaling no ill intent. "I just happened to pass by." The girl scrutinized him warily, seemingly assessing whether he was trustworthy. "Are you a cultivator?" Her voice was hoarse and dry. "Foundation establishment beginner," Gao Chu nodded. "What about you?" "8th layer of chi refinement." The girl hesitated for a moment, but still spoke the truth. 8th layer of chi refinement. Surviving in the desert until now is truly a matter of luck. "What is your name? How did you end up alone in the desert?" The girl remained silent for a moment before softly saying, "My name is Su Yao. My master was killed and I escaped." "Killed?" Gao Chu raised an eyebrow. "Who did it?" "The people from Black Wind Stronghold." Su Yao bit her lip, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes. "My master was a loose cultivator living near Phantom Oasis. 3 days ago, the people from Black Wind Stronghold barged in trying to rob my master's spiritual herbs. My master refused and they—" Her voice caught, unable to continue. Gao Chu sighed. Inner thoughts. Black Wind Stronghold. Sounds like a bandit den in the West Desert. In a place like this, the weak are prey for the strong. There's no reasoning to be had. "So what do you plan to do?" "I want to go to Sunset City." Su Yao wiped away her tears, her voice becoming resolute. "There is a branch of the Loose Cultivator Alliance in Sunset City. I want to report Black Wind Stronghold. They killed my master, and I won't let them go." "Sunset City." Gao Chu's eyes lit up. "Perfect, I'm going to Sunset City too." "You are going too?" Su Yao looked at him in surprise. "Yes," Gao Chu nodded. "I was accidentally teleported here by a teleportation array and need to find my way back through Sunset City." "Accidentally teleported by a teleportation array?" Su Yao's eyes widened. "Where did you teleport from?" "Eastern region," Gao Chu replied casually. "Eastern region?" Su Yao gasped, her jaw nearly dropping. "That's tens of thousands of miles away. How did you, bad luck?" Gao Chu smiled wryly. Su Yao fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Can you take me with you to Sunset City?" She lowered her head, her voice small. "I can't make it there alone." Gao Chu glanced at her. The girl was covered in wounds, her clothes in tatters, her eyes redrimmed, yet there remained a stubborn and unyielding gaze. Inner thoughts. It is indeed too dangerous for a young girl to be alone in the desert. And I just happen to need to understand the situation in the West Desert. She seems familiar with this area. Taking her along would be more beneficial than harmful. "All right," he nodded. "But my cultivation isn't high either. I can only try to protect you." "Thank you." Su Yao's eyes brightened instantly. "I know the way. It will take 4 days to get to Sunset City if we take the Merchant Road." "For days, eh?" Gao Chu frowned. "Merchant Road?" "Yes." Su Yao perked up. "There is an ancient path in the West Desert used by merchant caravans passing through Red Sand Wasteland and then to Sunset City. There are relay stations and water sources along the way, making it much safer than traversing the wilderness. However what? However, Black Wind Valley is the territory of Black Wind Stronghold." Su Yao's voice dropped. "They frequently rob merchant caravans and kill for their goods." "No worries," Gao Chu stood up. "Let's go before it gets dark." Su Yao quickly got up and followed him. The two made their way northeast along the merchant road. The refreshing aura from the cooling pearls spared Gao Chu from the heat, but Su Yao did not have such good conditions. She was drenched in sweat, her lips cracked, and each step felt like torture. Unable to bear it any longer, Gao Chu handed her the cooling pearl. Take this. This is yours. I have a good constitution and am not afraid of the heat. Gao Chu waved his hand. You take it and don't get heat stroke. Su Yao hesitated for a moment before accepting the cooling pearl. The moment the refreshing aura enveloped her, she felt so comfortable that she nearly cried. Thank you. Don't mention it, Gao Chu continued on. Tell me about the situation in the West Desert. Su Yao spoke as she walked, explaining the cultivation landscape of the West Desert. The West Desert is entirely different from the Eastern region. The Eastern region is filled with sects dominated by major sects like Lingfeng's sect, Tianjin sect, and Xintian Gate maintaining order. In contrast, the West Desert is a chaotic land. There are no major sects, only a few cities and loose cultivator alliances struggling to maintain order. The largest force is Sunset City, ruled by a nascent soul cultivator named Zhao Tianyang. Sunset City is the trade center of the West Desert, where merchant caravans from all directions gather, offering all sorts of spiritual herbs, spiritual artifacts, and pills. Next is the Loose Cultivator Alliance, spontaneously formed by a group of loose cultivators responsible for maintaining order and mediating disputes in the West Desert. However, the Loose Cultivator Alliance's power is limited, and there are many places it cannot reach. The most notorious is Black Wind Stronghold, the largest bandit group in the West Desert. The stronghold leader is said to be a golden core late-stage cultivator with hundreds of cultivators under his command, occupying the area around Black Wind Valley, specializing in robbing merchant caravans and solitary cultivators. The leader of Black Wind Stronghold is called Sha Wanli. Su Yao said, her voice filled with fear. He is a golden core late-stage cultivator, extremely ruthless. He is nicknamed the Living King of Hell, and it is said that no one who falls into his hands has ever escaped alive. Apart from Black Wind Stronghold, are there other forces in the West Desert? There are the guards at Ironbone. Su Yao explained. Ironbone Pass is the border checkpoint between the West Desert and Central Continent, garrisoned by a cultivator army responsible for defending against demon beast tides from Central Continent. However, they typically do not intervene in internal affairs of the West Desert. Central Continent. Gao Chu became interested. What is Central Continent like? Central Continent is the center of the cultivation world, home to major sects and powerful forces, with cultivators as numerous as clouds. Su Yao replied, a glimmer of longing in her eyes. My master once said that even the weakest sect in Central Continent is stronger than Sunset City. That place is truly a holy land for cultivators. Gao Chu thought to himself, Central Continent. If I can find a teleportation array to Central Continent and Sunset City, perhaps I can return to Eastern Wasteland via Central Continent. After all, Central Continent is the center of the cultivation world, and its teleportation infrastructure is bound to be far more developed than in the West Desert. As the sun set, the evening glow in the sky resembled a burning flame, dyeing the entire desert blood red. The two arrived at a dilapidated post station before nightfall. The station was built of stone and wood, its walls covered in traces of wind and sand erosion, with many missing tiles on the roof. However, it was still able to shield them from the wind and rain much better than sleeping in the wild. We'll rest here tonight, Gao Chu said as he walked into the station, surveying the surroundings. Inside the station, there was a large hall and several small rooms. The hall contained a few worn-out tables and chairs, and in the corner stood a water tank. The tank still had half a tank of water, which, although not very clean, was quite precious in the desert. As soon as Su Yao entered, she slumped into a chair, looking as though she had just been pulled from the water. Having traveled most of the day, it was already the limit for her, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Gao Chu, Su Yao suddenly spoke. Moi, are you really at the early stage of foundation establishment? Her gaze was somewhat strange. Gao Chu's heart tightened. What do you mean? You walked such a long distance today and don't seem tired at all, Su Yao said in a low voice. Moreover, your eyes appear very calm, unlike someone who is here for the first time in the desert. Gao Chu thought to himself, this girl has quite an observation skill. I have a good physique, Gao Chu said without changing his expression. Besides, I've encountered many dangers in the eastern wilderness, so my mindset is relatively stable. Oh, Su Yao said, somewhat doubtful, but she did not press further. As night fell, the temperature in the desert suddenly dropped. It was still scorching hot at 60 or 70 degrees during the day, but it plummeted to near zero at night. The cold wind howled, and the sand grains struck the windows, making a crackling sound. Gao Chu's divine sense quietly expanded, covering several miles around. The night in the desert was far from calm. Some demon beasts wandered in the distance, such as sand scorpions, venomous lizards, and a gigantic skeletal eagle circling in the sky. However, these demon beasts were all between the chi refinement and early foundation establishment stages, posing no threat to him. The next morning as dawn broke, the two set out. The sunrise in the desert was magnificent, yet desolate, as golden sunlight slowly rose from the horizon, casting a warm hue over the vast wasteland. But Gao Chu had no interest in admiring it. All his attention was focused ahead. According to Su Yao, Black Wind Valley was about 300 miles in front. The trade route passed through the valley, which was the only way to Sunset City. What kind of terrain is Black Wind Valley? Gao Chu asked. It's a narrow passage between two sand mountains, Su Yao replied. It's about 50 miles long with steep sand cliffs on both sides, and only one road in the middle. Black Wind Stronghold is situated above the cliffs, allowing for a commanding view to observe and ambush. Gao Chu thought to himself, a typical ambush terrain. A narrow valley-high cliffs with only one road. It was indeed difficult to deal with Black Wind Stronghold, choosing such a place as their lair. If I charge in directly, it would certainly be no problem with my golden core strength, but I don't want to expose myself. I need to think of a clever way. Is there a way to take a detour? There is, but taking a detour would mean crossing the territory of venomous lizards south of the Ghost Oasis, which would at least add 3 more days to the journey. Su Yao shook her head. With my stamina, I can't last that long. Is the territory of venomous lizards very dangerous? Extremely dangerous, Su Yao explained seriously. The reason the Ghost Oasis is called Ghost is because there are too many venomous lizards there. Cultivators who enter will just be sending themselves to death. Those venomous lizards are pack-dwelling demon beasts with as few as dozens and as many as thousands. Each one possesses peak chi refinement strength, and their venom can corrode the spiritual energy shields. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would not survive if surrounded by a group of venomous lizards. Thousands of peak chi refinement venomous lizards. Gao Chu gasped, but his mind was calculating. Thousands of peak chi refinement. That truly is troublesome. Although I can withstand it with my golden core cultivation, if thousands of venomous lizards spit poison together, the consumption of spiritual energy would be too great and the risk of exposure would be high. It's safer to go through Black Wind Valley. There is another route. Su Yao thought for a moment and said, we can detour north from the Red Sand Wasteland, cross Ironbone Pass, and then enter Sunset City from the north. But that route is longer, taking at least 7 or 8 days, and there are often waves of demon beasts from Ironbone Pass, making it not very safe. It seems Black Wind Valley is the only choice left. Gao Chu made his judgment. The two continued along the trade route. The closer they got to Black Wind Valley, the thicker the aura of evil in the air. Although it was not as overwhelming as the evil aura in the Eastern Wilderness Forbidden Area, it was enough to make Su Yao's face pale and her breathing rapid. Gao Chu secretly operated the Hongmeng creation technique. A faint trace of Hongmeng's spiritual energy overflowed from his body, forming an invisible barrier around the two. The evil aura automatically veered away upon encountering the Hongmeng's spiritual energy, and Su Yao's breathing noticeably became smoother. Huh. Su Yao touched her face in confusion. I felt stuffy just now. Why do I suddenly feel better? It might be because we are close to the post station and the evil aura has been purified. Gao Chu said, his expression unchanged. Su Yao was half convinced, but she did not delve deeper. After walking for about an hour, the two passed by an abandoned post station. The roof of the station had already collapsed halfway, and the walls still bore traces of charring, indicating that it had been burned. This was burned by Black Wind Stronghold 3 months ago. Su Yao looked at the ruins, her voice low. The owner of the post station refused to pay the protection fee, so Black Wind Stronghold set the entire post station on fire, including the owner and his family of 3. None escaped. Gao Chu remained silent for a moment, thinking to himself, that damned Black Wind Stronghold. Around noon, the two finally saw the entrance to Black Wind Valley. 2 gigantic sand mountains stood like 2 great gates with a passageway about 10 zhang wide in between. The cliffs on both sides of the passage were about 100 zhang high, and the cliff faces were covered with dense caves. Those were the residences and lookout points of Black Wind Stronghold cultivators. Stop! At the entrance of the passage, 2 black-clothed cultivators blocked their way. Both were at the 9th level of chi refinement, armed with curved knives, their expressions fierce. Toll. One of them extended a hand. 10 low-grade spirit stones per person. 10 stones. Su Yao's expression changed. She didn't have even a single spirit stone on her. Her master's entire savings had been taken by Black Wind Stronghold. No spirit stones. The other black-clothed man revealed a sinister smile. Then leave something valuable behind. Spirit herbs, spirit artifacts, pills, anything will do. Gao Chu stepped forward, placing himself in front of her. Here are 20 low-grade spirit stones. Can we? Gao Chu took out 20 low-grade spirit stones and handed them over. The two black-clothed men, seeing Gao Chu's willingness to comply, thought he might have more to offer, so they changed their tone. Now we need 100 low-grade spirit stones to pass through. Gao Chu heard this, and felt it was clearly. Gao Chu took the spirit stones back, and sighed. Originally he wanted to act discreetly, but they forced him to take action. Just as the two black-clothed men were about to question him as he took back the spirit stones, Gao Chu acted directly, using the wind control technique. The two black-clothed men hadn't reacted yet when they were knocked down. Su Yao's face changed dramatically, as she had not expected Gao Chu to strike directly. She hurriedly pulled Gao Chu to run, saying as they fled, "How dare you act? Their stronghold leader is at the later stage of Foundation establishment. We must leave Black Wind Valley quickly before their reinforcements arrive." Upon hearing this, Gao Chu reassured Su Yao, saying they would face whatever came their way. Just as they reached the exit of Black Wind Valley, a sharp arrow suddenly shot towards them. Gao Chu remained calm and collected as he caught the incoming arrow between two fingers. He looked towards the direction of the arrow and saw a one-eyed man drawing his bow again, preparing to shoot 3 arrows in quick succession. Not yet finished, Gao Chu threw the arrow in his hand towards the one-eyed man. Whoosh! The arrow flew 10 times faster than before, tearing through the air with a sharp sound. The one-eyed man's pupils constricted suddenly. Before he could react, the arrow had already pierced through his right shoulder, the tremendous force pinning him against the stone wall behind him. The one-eyed man screamed in agony, unable to hold on to his bow with his right hand. "Third Master," several men in black exclaimed. Gao Chu quickly flashed forward, eliminating both the Third Master and his subordinates. Just as Gao Chu and Su Yao were about to leave, the cultivators of Black Wind Village suddenly surged from all directions, armed with weapons, surrounding Gao Chu. Dozens of people crowded together, blocking the passage completely. Yet Gao Chu remained unfazed. "You have quite the boldness, don't you?" A chilling voice came from the crowd. The crowd parted, revealing a middle-aged man in gray attire. His face was gaunt, cheekbones prominent, and his eyes were cold like a snake. A short knife hung at his waist, the sheath engraved with snake patterns. He was Mengda, the second master of Black Wind Village, a cultivator at the Foundation establishment midstage. Mengda looked Gao Chu up and down, sneering. "A kid at the Foundation establishment early stage dares to run rampant in Black Wind Village. Are you asking for death? They'll give you a chance." Gao Chu's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard him clearly. "Leave now, and I may spare your lives." A moment of silence fell over the crowd. Then they burst into uproarious laughter. Is this kid insane? One person wants us to surrender. Who does he think he is?" Mengda laughed too, but his smile quickly froze as Gao Chu's gaze remained unchanged throughout. That gaze was neither provocative nor blusterous, but rather calm. Like an adult watching a group of rowdy children, neither angry nor fearful, just serene. Gao Chu took a step forward. Just one step. The Hongmeng's sword shone with golden light, and a sword chi shot from the sword tip, silent, yet carrying the might to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! A sand cliff beside Gao Chu collapsed entirely. The towering sand wall crumbled before the sword chi, like paper, instantly turning to dust. Debris flew and dust filled the air, causing the entire Black Wind Valley to tremble. Su Yao looked at Gao Chu in shock. The cultivators who had mocked him moments ago turned pale, their faces whiter than the moon in the desert. They finally understood. This young man, seemingly only at the Foundation establishment early stage, wielded a sword that they could not provoke. Heaven-grade spirit weapon. Meng De's voice trembled. Gao Chu positioned the Hongmeng sword in front of him. "I say it again, put down your weapons, and I may spare your lives." Silence. A long silence. No one moved. At that moment, a furious voice came from above the sand cliff. Sha Wanli finally appeared. He flew down from the highest cave and landed in the center of the passage. His dark red robe billowed in the morning breeze, his face grim and his eyes sharp like an eagle. Foundation establishment later stage. Sha Wanli, the leader of Black Wind Village. Village Master. The cultivators of Black Wind Village seemed to have found their backbone, straightening their backs. Sha Wanli glanced at Gao Chu, his gaze finally landing on the Hongmeng sword, his pupils contracting slightly. But he quickly suppressed his wariness and coldly said, "Kid, do you think that wielding a heaven-grade spirit weapon allows you to sweep through Black Wind Village? No matter how strong the spirit weapon, it depends on the user's cultivation. As a Foundation establishment early stage, how much power can you unleash from that sword?" "He is the leader of Black Wind Village," Sha Wanli. Su Yao said in fear. Gao Chu comforted Su Yao, assuring her that he could handle it. Sha Wanli snorted coldly and shouted to his subordinates behind him, "Charge. I don't believe that a dozen of us can't take down one Foundation establishment early stage. Kill." The cultivators of Black Wind Village surged forward. Gao Chu faced the incoming attackers and casually swung his sword. Golden sword Qi tore through space, sweeping across the passage. Boom. Where the sword Qi passed, the ground was cleaved open, leaving a deep crack several feet wide with debris flying and dust swirling. The dozen or so Qi refining stage cultivators at the front did not have time to evade, and were directly thrown back by the aftermath of the sword Qi spitting blood and falling to the ground unable to rise. With one sword he took down over a dozen people. The remaining cultivators were terrified, their hearts pounding, and no one dared to charge forward again. Sha Wanli's expression also changed. Although he knew heaven-grade spirit weapons were powerful, witnessing the might of that sword left him feeling cold inside. Mengda, you go, he ordered the second master. Mengda gritted his teeth and drew his snake knife, charging towards Gao Chu. The snake knife danced in his hand like a spirit snake, its blade shimmering and unpredictable. A full-force strike from a Foundation Establishment mid-stage cultivator was indeed much stronger than those Qi refining stage minions. But that was all. Gao Chu didn't even use the Hongmeng's sword. He simply waved his left hand lightly, and a barrier of spiritual power blocked all the blade light. Is that all? He looked at Mengda with an expressionless face. Mengda was horrified. His 7 styles of the snake knife, each containing the full spiritual power of a Foundation Establishment mid-stage cultivator, couldn't even break through the opponent's spiritual power barrier. It's my turn now. Gao Chu clenched his left fist and struck out. This punch had no fancy techniques, just pure overwhelming power. With the physical strength of a golden core stage combined with the enhancement of Hongmeng's spiritual energy, the power of this punch far surpassed the understanding of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. Bang! Mengda was sent flying by a single punch, crashing through a stone wall, embedding himself in it, spitting blood, and losing all vitality on the spot. The entire place fell silent. The second master at Foundation Establishment mid-stage couldn't withstand even one move. Sha Wanli's expression turned extremely grim. He finally realized that the young man before him was far from an ordinary Foundation Establishment early stage. That sword was indeed a heaven-grade spirit weapon, but that punch, just now, was done without using the sword. It was purely physical power. He formed seals with both hands, and a dark red spiritual light shot from his palm, transforming into an illusory sand wolf pouncing towards Gao Chu. This was Sha Wanli's signature technique, Sand Wolf Devour Soul technique. Driven by the spiritual power of Foundation Establishment later stage, the Sand Wolf could not only tear apart flesh, but also erode the soul. Those affected would become disoriented at best, or have their souls scattered at worst. Gao Chu did not take it seriously and did not evade. He simply waved the Hongmeng sword lightly. Break the illusion. A golden light shot from the sword tip, striking the Sand Wolf. The Sand Wolf let out a wail like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, instantly melting away. The dark red spiritual light was completely purified by the golden power of Hongmeng, leaving not even a trace behind. No. Impossible. Sha Wanli's face turned pale. The Sand Wolf Devour Soul technique was his ultimate technique, yet it was effortlessly shattered by the opponent with a single swing of the sword. Your ultimate technique has been used up. Gao Chu looked at him. Now it's my turn. He raised the Hongmeng sword, its tip pointed at Sha Wanli. The golden sword light illuminated Sha Wanli's face, revealing pure fear on his grim visage. Wait. Wait. Sha Wanli retreated repeatedly. I surrender. I surrender. It's too late. A glint of cold light flashed in Gao Chu's eyes. Did you ever say wait to those you killed, eh? Hongmeng sword technique, first style, open heaven. The golden sword light soared into the sky like a blazing sun rising from the ground. Sha Wanli wanted to flee, but that sword intent had already locked onto him, rendering him unable to move. He watched helplessly as the golden sword light descended upon him. Boom. The ground beneath Sha Wanli cracked open, creating a fissure several feet wide. The dark red spiritual light barrier crumbled before the sword light, like thin paper instantly torn apart. Sha Wanli's body was struck by the sword Qi, sending him flying back, crashing heavily against the sand cliff. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. He, the leader of Black Wind Village and a cultivator at Foundation Establishment later stage, was actually defeated in one strike by someone at the Foundation Establishment early stage. You? What exactly are you? His voice was weak and trembling. Just passing by. Gao Chu sheathed his sword. Sha Wanli lay amidst the rubble, slowly losing his vitality. With the village master's death, the remaining lackeys scattered in a frenzy. Su Yao stood by, watching Gao Chu's figure, her eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. Gao Chu, she said softly. Moi. Thank you. Her voice was light, but serious, for avenging my master. All right, let's go to Sunset City, Gao Chu said. Su Yao nodded vigorously, wiping her tears, and the two left Black Wind Valley and re-entered the Merchant Road. The sun rose from the eastern horizon, bathing the entire desert in golden hues. The black wind valley behind them gradually faded away, and the darkness that had lingered for many years was finally dispelled at this moment. As the sun sank, a towering city rose at the edge of the desert. Its walls, hewn from immense sheets of black stone, soared for dozens of zhang, and in the afterglow they shimmered with a muted crimson light. Above the city gate, 3 bold characters were carved in vigorous strokes: Luri City. Along the ramparts, arrow towers stood at intervals of several zhang, each manned by sentinels who held spirit bows in their hands. A long line formed before the gate, caravans, independent cultivators, travelers, people of every sort waiting to enter. Finally, Gao Chu exhaled. The teleportation hall of Luri City was a solemn black stone pavilion standing at the city's very center. Its doors rose 3 zhang high, and the lintel bore intricate teleportation array patterns that pulsed a faint blue light under the drive of spirit stones. Gao Chu and Su Yao stepped into the main hall, and the interior proved far more spacious than it had appeared from outside. In the center lay a vast teleportation array, its formation lines spread across the floor, emitting a soft, steady spiritual glow. Around the array, 8 stone pillars rose, each set with a fist-sized spirit stone. The stone's light flickered on and off, betraying the wear of many years. Beside the array stood a counter. Behind it sat a middle-aged clerk leafing through an account ledger. "Excuse me, when will the teleportation array be open?" Gao Chu walked over and asked. The middle-aged clerk looked up and sized him up with a single glance. "Where are you headed?" "Zhongzhou." "Zhongzhou," the clerk frowned. "The teleportation array is under repair at the moment and cannot be used." "Repair?" Gao Chu knit his brows. "How long will it take?" "At least half a month," the clerk shook his head. "A recent sandstorm damaged several spirit vein pillars that support the array. Repairs will take time. If you are in a hurry, you can travel by land. Leave the western desert through Taieguiguan, cross the border into Zhongzhou, and reach Luoshui City. There is a teleportation array there." "How long would that route take?" "If fast, a month, if slow, 2 to 3 months. Gao Chu fell silent, considering it. Half a month was not so long. He could use the time to learn about Shima, and besides sign in to collect rewards. "Very well. They'll stay in the city for now and return when the array is fixed." "Suit yourself," the clerk murmured, lowering his head to his ledger. "Su Yao, you know Luri City better. Find me a place to stay." Gao Chu said. Su Yao nodded. "There is a street to the east called Tongluo Alley. The inns there are inexpensive and not far from the teleportation hall." They made their way toward Tongluo Alley. The streets of Luri City twisted and turned like a vast maze. Secretly, Gao Chu used his divine sense at the Golden Core stage to record the route while observing the city's layout and the distribution of its powers. Rounding a corner, they heard a noisy quarrel. "This is extortion. These spirit herbs took me 3 months to gather. They are worth at least 500 low-grade spirit stones. Why are you offering only 50? An elderly man, hair and beard white as frost, stood before a cart, his face flushed as he pointed at a young man dressed in an embroidered robe. For stern-faced guards stood behind the young man. "Old Zhao," the youth said, "I give you 50 spirit stones. That's generosity on my part." He toyed casually with a jade pendant in his hand. "Your herbs are mediocre in appearance and weak in effect. If anyone buys them at all, it will be luck. If you refuse to sell," he smiled with false gentleness, beneath it lay a sheet of ice, "then I will simply buy elsewhere. Besides, tell me, what other shop in Luri City would dare accept old Zhao's herbs?" The old man went pale. His lips trembled. He tried to speak, but no words came forth. 50 it is." He surrendered his hands listlessly. Zhou Tianxing drew a spirit stone from his sleeve and tossed it to the ground. The stones scattered. The old man bent to gather them with trembling movements, as if his backbone had been taken from him. "Move out." Zhou Tianxing waved, and his guards lifted the crates of herbs and strode away. Gao Chu watched the scene in silence, his face unmoved. Su Yao tugged his sleeve and whispered, "Let's go, don't watch. That man is Zhou Tianxing. His clan controls the herb trade in Luri City. No one dares to challenge them here. No one dares." Gao Chu raised an eyebrow. City Lord Zhao Tianyang turns a blind eye to such matters. As long as no blood is spilled, he will wink one eye and close the other. Su Yao sighed. That is why Zhou Tianxing can act with such arrogance. It seemed the waters of Luri City ran deep, Gao Chu thought. Su Yao led him through a few alleys and pointed at a modest but neat eatery. "This is the best restaurant in Tongluo Alley," she said. "My master sometimes brought me here." They entered and took a window seat. Su Yao ordered a few dishes: desert roast meat, spiritualized congee, and a pot of clear tea. Not lavish, but after a full day on the road, it was a rare comfort. Between mouthfuls, Gao Chu asked, "You know Luri City well. How long have you and your master lived here?" 3 years. Su Yao lowered her head, her voice catching. My master is a freelance cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. He makes a living by alchemy. We rented a small shop in a western alley to sell spirit herbs and pills. Business was never thriving, but it paid the bills. Then the Hafing bandits came, she said. They demanded my master sell a furnace of foundation establishment pill. That pill batch took my master 3 months to refine and was worth at least 2,000 spirit stones, but Sha Wanli offered only 200. My master refused and She could not finish, her eyes reddened. Gao Chu fell silent for a moment. He had already slain Sha Wanli and raised the Hafing stronghold. Su Yao's vengeance had been achieved, yet what had been lost could not be restored. Your vengeance has been avenged, he said softly. Su Yao looked up at him and gave a firm nod. They finished their meal in quiet. Her emotions slowly settled. She glanced out the window. Night had fully fallen, yet Luri City was only waking. Distant laughter and bright lanterns filled the streets. Gao Chu, shall we visit the night market? Su Yao asked suddenly. The night market of Luri City is renowned in all of Shima, only this place has one like it. The night market. He looked up. Yes, every kind of spirit, herb, spirit implements, monster materials, items you cannot find by day appear at the night market. Her eyes brightened as she spoke. My master often took me there. He loved searching the night market for herbs. Her voice dropped for a moment, then she rallied. Come, I will take you. We are staying here anyway. Gao Chu considered and nodded. They left the eatery and made for the night market. Luri City's night market was louder than daytime. The streets brimmed with stalls selling spirit herbs, spirit implements, monster parts, maps, everything imaginable. Cultivators jostled shoulder to shoulder, bargaining rose and fell like a tide. Su Yao guided Gao Chu through the maze of vendors with practiced ease. She pointed to a herb stall. This boss is from Nanjiang. His herbs are 20% cheaper than elsewhere. She then indicated a talisman vendor. That one's talismans are mediocre. Don't buy from him. After wandering for a while, they sought lodging. Su Yao led him into a modest inn called Fengshan. Small but clean and tidy. The proprietor was a thin, old man, a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, with a ready tongue. Guests, will you stay the night, or just eat? Stay. The 2 of us need rooms, Gao Chu replied. Very well. 2 upstairs rooms, 2 spirit stones per room per day. Gao Chu paid the spirit stones, and they went to their rooms to rest. When he closed the door, Gao Chu at last relaxed. He checked the room. The window faced south with an open view that overlooked the entrance to Tongluo Alley. In the corner hung a bronze mirror, its surface blurred, but enough to show a human shape. The bed was simple but clean, free of vermin and mildew. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate, circulating the Hongming Zhaohua Jing primordial creation scripture. Primordial spiritual energy flowed through his meridians slowly and steadily, nourishing his golden core. Although he had already reached the golden core, one could never be too strong in the unfamiliar reaches of Shima. A chime sounded. The Wanjie sign-in system prompted, detecting current location Shimolori City. Would you like to sign in? He chose to sign in. The system activated, detected current location Shimolori City. Sign in success. Congratulations, the host received Shima Specialty Spirit Tea. 1 calms the mind and steadies the soul, accelerates cultivation. Desert Cloak. 1 protects against sandstorms and drifting sand. He brewed the spirit tea and sipped it slowly. The fragrance refreshed his senses. Spiritual power circulated more smoothly within him as he contemplated his plans for the next day. After settling down in Sunset City, Gao Chu's days were quite peaceful. Though the wind and sand in Tongluo Alley was simple, it was notably clean. Su Yao was very familiar with Sunset City. She helped him purchase some daily necessities and took him to the transmission hall to inquire about the route back to Dongwang. The outcome was not very good. The teleportation array was under maintenance and would not be operational for at least half a month. One day Gao Chu went out alone to explore the loose cultivator market in the city, hoping to find some useful information or supplies. Su Yao stayed at the inn to cultivate. Gao Chu had given her some spirit stones and low-grade pills seized from the Black Wind stronghold, allowing her to focus on breaking through to the 9th level of qi refinement. The loose cultivator market was located in an open area to the east of the city, operating every afternoon and closing after sunset. Although the market was not large, it had everything. Spiritual herbs, pills, spiritual weapons, talismans, materials from demon beasts, and even people selling information. Gao Chu wandered around the market buying some spiritual herbs and rations. Just as he was about to leave his golden core stage, divine sense suddenly caught a familiar aura. It was Zhou Tiansheng who had bullied the old man that day. Gao Chu immediately concealed his aura and slipped into the shadows of a small alley. Zhou Tiansheng walked through the market with his head down, not as arrogant as last time, seemingly avoiding someone's attention. Gao Chu's interest was piqued. He silently followed, keeping a distance of about 100 zhang from Zhou Tiansheng. This guy was acting sneaky. He must be up to no good again. Zhou Tianqing exited the market and turned into a secluded alley. At the end of the alley stood an inconspicuous little shop with a tattered banner at the entrance that read Ghostly Old Man's Miscellany. Zhou Tianqing glanced around to confirm no one was following before pushing the door and entering. Gao Chu did not approach recklessly. Instead, he circled to the back of the shop using his golden core stage divine sense to penetrate the walls and probe inside. The shop was small with various peculiar items hanging on the walls. Demon beast teeth, broken talismans, unknown mineral fragments, and a few rolls of yellowed books. Behind the counter sat a stooped old man, his face gaunt, eyes murky, and his cultivation level indiscernible, but Gao Chu sensed that this person was far from ordinary. Did you bring the items? The stooped old man spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against dry wood. I brought them, Zhou Tianqing replied, taking out a brocade box from his storage bag and placing it on the counter. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, you can check. The old man opened the brocade box, revealing neatly arranged spirit stones. He glanced at them and nodded. He then took out a roll of parchment from under the counter and pushed it towards Zhou Tianqing. This is what you wanted. The map to the Red Sand Ancient Tomb. Gao Chu's divine sense instantly locked onto the roll of parchment. Red Sand Ancient Tomb. A map. Zhou Tianqing was looking for an ancient tomb. Zhou Tianqing eagerly unfurled the parchment, his eyes filled with greed. Is this the one? He pointed at a mark on the map. Are you sure there are treasures inside? The tomb of Zhao Wudao, the brother of the Zhao family's ancestor Zhao Wuji from 10,000 years ago. The stooped old man chuckled. Although Zhao Wudao was sealed by his brother, he amassed numerous treasures during his lifetime. According to my research, there are at least 3 treasures of spiritual weapon level in the tomb, as well as a stash of spirit stones and pills he kept for himself. The tomb of Zhao Wudao. Zhou Tianqing licked his lips. Is the seal still in place? I don't know if it is still there. The old man waved his hand. I only sell the map. I don't take responsibility for tomb exploration. If you're scared, don't go. Scared? Zhou Tianqing sneered. Am I afraid of a dead ghost that has been dead for 10,000 years? He stored the map in his storage bag and left with his followers. Gao Chu waited for Zhou Tianqing to walk far away before stepping out from the shadows. With the mantis catching the cicada, the yellow oriole was behind. He wanted to see what treasures this ancient tomb had. Gao Chu returned to the inn and left a note for Su Yao. I have matters to attend to outside. I will return tomorrow morning. Then he changed into an inconspicuous gray long robe and set off towards the west of the city. According to the map's contents he had just scanned, the Red Sand Ancient Tomb was located about 40 li west of Sunset City, deep in the desert. Gao Chu did not exit the city through the main gate, but climbed over the city wall. At his cultivation level, this was like taking a stroll. Once outside the city, he used the wind control technique to swiftly navigate between the sand dunes. His golden core stage divine sense was fully spread out, capturing everything within several miles. He quickly pinpointed Zhou Tianqing and the others' movements. They were moving northwest, not too fast, but in a clear direction. An hour later, Gao Chu saw Zhou Tianqing and the others in the distance. They stopped in front of a massive sand dune, and Zhou Tianqing took out the parchment map to compare, then ordered his followers to begin digging. The sand was dug layer by layer, revealing a stone slab underneath. The slab was covered in dark red runes glowing faintly in the dusk. Zhou Tianqing took out spirit stones and embedded them in the grooves of the stone slab. The runes lit up and the slab slowly moved aside, revealing a downward passage. Zhou Tianqing took a deep breath and jumped into the passage, first followed closely by the 2 followers. Gao Chu waited a moment, confirming that no deadly traps had been triggered in the passage before silently following them in. The passage sloped downward with various array runes carved on the walls, emanating faint spiritual light. A stale and oppressive atmosphere filled the air, mixed with a slight scent of stone and spiritual herbs. Zhou Tianqing walked quickly, clearly familiar with the route on the map. He led his followers around several bends, arriving in front of a stone door. The stone door was engraved with a mural, a black-robed cultivator holding a token with countless beings crawling at his feet. This is the place, Zhou Tianqing said excitedly. The first tomb chamber. He took out spirit stones from his storage bag and pressed them into the grooves of the stone door. The stone door slowly opened. Inside the tomb chamber were various burial items, spirit stones, pills, low-grade spiritual weapons, and some unknown minerals. Zhou Tianqing's eyes lit up as he rushed forward to stuff them into his storage bag. Young master, be careful of traps. One follower reminded. What are you afraid of? The map marks all the trap locations. Zhou Tianqing replied without looking up. Hurry up and pack. The 2 followers joined in the looting, and the 3 of them swept the tomb chamber clean like hungry wolves. Gao Chu stood in the shadows of the passage, continuing to observe. He did not intervene, but chose to follow quietly. Zhou Tianqing and his followers moved deeper, passing through two more stone doors, arriving at the core area of the ancient tomb. The passage here became wider, and the carvings on the walls were more exquisite, depicting various battle scenes: cultivators battling demon beasts, cultivators dueling each other, and large-scale formation battles. The engraving techniques were exceptionally skilled, with each character's expression vividly portrayed. At the end of the passage stood a massive stone door. This stone door was larger than the previous one, standing 3 zhang high and 2 zhang wide. Its surface was engraved with a huge, ferocious beast, blood-eyed fangtooth with bared fangs and claws, as if ready to pounce down from the stone door at any moment. On either side of the stone door crouched a stone statue, the statue's eyes glowing with a faint red light. Zhou Tianqing stopped in front of the door, his expression finally turning serious. "The map says, behind this door is the main tomb chamber," he whispered. "Zhao Wudeo's coffin is inside, along with his most treasured possessions during his lifetime." "Young master, do we really have to go in?" a follower asked, showing fear. "This place has too strong an aura. The stronger the Yin aura, the better." Zhou Tianqing suppressed the fear in his heart. "A strong Yin aura means high-quality treasures. You two stick close to me. If anything unusual happens, protect me and retreat." He took out a talisman from his storage bag and affixed it to the stone door. The talisman emitted a white light, dimming the ferocious beast's engraving on the stone door, and the stone door began to vibrate. Boom! The stone door slowly opened to both sides. A thick, cold Yin aura surged out from inside the door like tangible cold mist, instantly lowering the temperature in the passage by several tens of degrees. The two followers shivered and instinctively took a step back. A hint of seriousness flashed in Gao Chu's eyes. The Yin cold aura here was so severe that it might prove troublesome. Zhou Tianqing took a deep breath and stepped into the main tomb chamber first. The chamber was extremely spacious, with a ceiling 10 zhang high and walls covered in densely packed array runes. The runes emitted a ghostly blue light, illuminating the entire space. In the center of the tomb chamber stood a dark golden stone coffin with complex array patterns glowing ominously on the coffin lid. In front of the stone coffin was a stone platform on which lay several items. A token engraved with the character Zhao, a pitch-black short sword, and a palm-sized jade bottle. "Treasures." Zhou Tianqing's eye sparkled. "That short sword is at least a ground-level spiritual weapon. And that jade bottle too." He dashed toward the stone platform. However, the moment he stepped within 3 zhang of the stone platform, buzz! The array patterns on the ground suddenly lit up, and a ghostly blue light curtain rose from the ground, enveloping the stone platform. "What?" Zhou Tianqing was blasted away by the light curtain, crashing heavily to the ground. "Young master." The two followers hurried to help him up. "Damn it! There are array protections." Zhou Tianqing gritted his teeth. The map mentioned traps, but it didn't say the arrays would be this strong. He tried several methods, even using spiritual power to forcefully strike the light curtain, but the curtain remained unmoved. In fact, with each impact, the light curtain would rebound a wave of spiritual power, causing Zhou Tianqing to feel dizzy and blood surge. Gao Chu thought this array was at least at the nascent soul stage level. For a peak foundation establishment cultivator to crash into it wasn't that seeking death. Gao Chu observed from the shadows for a while, then quietly left the passage and entered the main tomb chamber from another direction. He noticed an inconspicuous side door in the corner of the main tomb chamber. Behind the door was a narrow passage leading to a small, independent room. This small room seemed to be Zhao Wudeo's secret chamber during his lifetime. Though not large, its walls were covered in writing. Ding! The mortal sign-in system prompt detected. Current location: West Desert Red Sand Ancient Tomb, Zhao Wudeo's secret chamber. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in. Ding! The all-world sign-in system is starting. Detected. Current location: West Desert Red Sand Ancient Tomb, Zhao Wudeo's secret chamber. Detected a special technique nearby. Supreme Induction Chapter. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme Induction Chapter. Technique description: Supreme Induction Chapter. An ancient induction technique that allows cultivators to sense the changes in the aura of all things in the universe, discern the cause and effect of good and evil, and foresee crises. This technique does not enhance cultivation, but can significantly boost divine sense perception and spiritual awareness. Gao Chu was overjoyed. This Supreme Induction Chapter did not enhance cultivation, but improved divine sense and perception. This was exactly what I needed. With Gao Chu's divine sense already far exceeding that of others at the same stage, if combined with the Supreme Induction Chapter, both the range and precision of perception could be elevated to another level. Moreover, the ability to foresee crises was incredibly useful when acting from the shadows. He sat cross-legged, comprehending the Supreme Induction Chapter, while simultaneously circulating the Hongmeng Creation Sutra to aid his understanding. Gao Chu's golden core stage divine sense was already powerful, and with the guidance of the Hongmeng spiritual energy, his entry into the Supreme Induction chapter was particularly smooth. In just half an hour, he mastered the first layer, microsense, which allows him to perceive the aura changes of all living beings within 100 zhang, including those hiding their cultivation levels. He stood up, just about to leave the secret chamber, when a sudden loud rumble echoed from outside. The entire ancient tomb trembled violently. Gao Chu strode swiftly out of the secret chamber and back into the main burial hall, where Zhou Tianqing, having somehow acquired a high-tier formation-breaking talisman, was slamming it repeatedly against the shimmering barrier. A hairline fracture had already appeared across the barrier's surface, yet Zhou Tianqing's expression was grim. Each strike rebounded with intensifying spiritual energy backlash. "Young master, the barrier is about to shatter," his attendant cried elated. "Push harder." Zhou Tianqing gritted his teeth and drew forth another formation-breaking talisman. Crack! The barrier shattered, dissolving into countless ethereal sapphire motes that drifted like stardust. Simultaneously, a deep, muffled thud resonated from the stone sarcophagus. Thump! The sound echoed like a heartbeat, rising from the sarcophagus's depths and reverberating through the burial chamber. Zhou Tianqing recoiled in alarm, but greed swiftly overrode fear. He lunged toward the stone dais, snatching up the obsidian short sword and jade vial, then tucking the bronze token inscribed with the character Zhao into his robes. "We're rich. Rich beyond measure." He danced with glee. A Tier 3 spirit artifact. Primordial spirit pills. This token may well be a treasure too. Thump thump. The knocking from within the sarcophagus grew more urgent. "Young master, something inside the sarcophagus." His attendant whispered, voice trembling. "What's there to fear? A millennia-old sealed ghost, long since decayed to dust." Zhou Tianqing scoffed dismissively. "Let's go, withdraw." He whirled and bolted toward the tomb's exit. But the sarcophagus clearly had no intention of letting him leave. Thump thump thump. The sarcophagus lid convulsed violently, sapphire formation runes fractured one by one, while dark golden fissures spiderwebbed across its surface. An overwhelming aura of dread seeped forth from the sarcophagus. Gao Chu's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he withdrew a mask from his storage pouch, a piece he'd casually acquired at the Sunset City night market, capable of concealing both cultivation level and facial features. He donned the mask and stepped forward from the shadows. "Who's there?" Zhou Tianqing wheeled around. A figure stood at the center of the burial chamber, clad in a pale gray-white mask wreathed in a soft golden spiritual radiance, gripping a spirit blade that gleamed with golden light. From behind the mask, Gao Chu's voice, altered subtly by spiritual energy, emerged low and unfamiliar. "Set down the artifacts and leave." Zhou Tianqing's face flushed crimson, then paled. Two Foundation Establishment midstage attendants stood behind him. He himself stood at Foundation Establishment peak. 3 against 1 unknown adversary. Surely no cause for concern. "Who are you?" he barked fiercely. "Dare you obstruct Zhou Tianqing's path?" A masked passerby, Gao Chu replied coolly. "I repeat, set down the artifacts and leave. Otherwise." With a whisper of steel, the Hongmeng sword slid a mere inch from its scabbard, its golden radiance illuminating half the chamber. Zhou Tianqing's pupils contracted sharply. The pressure emanating from that blade far surpassed Foundation Establishment. This was the aura of a Celestial Tier spirit artifact. "See Celestial Tier." His face drained of color. "Attack together," he roared at his attendants. "He's alone. We're 3. The 2 attendants charged forward, hearts pounding. Gao Chu sighed softly. Thought foolish. Beyond, he did not invoke the Hongmeng sword art. Not only would its power be excessive, but unleashing it within this confined space risked further destabilizing the sarcophagus's seal. Instead, he flicked his left hand. A surge of spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible force, sending the lead attendant hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall, spitting blood, and collapsing unconscious. The second attendant froze, legs turning to water, then spun and fled. "Return," Zhou Tianqing bellowed, but the man had already vanished into the gloom. Gao Chu's gaze settled upon Zhou Tianqing. "Your attendant has fled," he said, beckoning lazily. "Now it's your turn." Zhou Tianqing clenched his jaw and unleashed the newly seized obsidian short sword in a furious downward slash. Indeed, it was a Tier 3 spirit artifact, black chi coiling along its blade, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. Gao Chu sidestepped with effortless grace. Zhou Tianqing struck thrice more, each blow striking empty air. Watching his flustered expression, Gao Chu allowed a faint smile beneath his mask. "My turn." He thrust out a palm. He exerted only 2/10 of his golden core cultivator strength, enough to inflict grievous pain, yet sparing Zhou Tianqing's life. Boom! His palm struck Zhou Tianqing's chest, launching him backward, toppling 3 stone lanterns and carving a long, ragged furrow across the floor. Zhou Tianqing staggered upright, blood trickling from his lips, his chest blazing with agony, as though crushed by a colossal hammer. He looked down, his robe lay in tatters, revealing a livid, swollen palm print across his sternum. "You, what cultivation realm are you?" His voice quavered. He was utterly stripped of arrogance. "Higher than yours." Gao Chu approached, seized the obsidian short sword from Zhou Tianqing's grasp, and retrieved the jade vial and Zhao-inscribed token from his robes. "Give them back, now." Zhou Tianqing tried to resist, but his limbs refused to obey. "These were never yours," Gao Chu declared, sealing the treasures into his storage pouch. "The relics of this tomb belong to no one but fate itself." Thump, thump, thump. The sarcophagus shook with mounting violence. Cracks in its seal multiplied rapidly. The entire chamber trembled, dust and fragments raining from the vaulted ceiling. Gao Chu's expression tightened. He activated the wind-riding art and shot toward the tomb's exit, leaving Zhou Tianqing to his own devices. Emerging from the tomb's mouth, Gao Chu hastened toward Sunset City, when suddenly a faint sense of unease prickled his awareness. He halted, activated his cultivation art, and extended his divine sense across 100 zhang. Beyond a dune 100 zhang away, someone watched him. Unflinching, Gao Chu continued walking, feigning obliviousness. Pretending to lose his way among the dunes, he wound circuitously, then abruptly accelerated at a hidden blind spot, unleashing the wind-riding art at full power. At golden core speed, he vanished from the tracker's spiritual perception in an instant. A quarter-hour later, Gao Chu re-entered Sunset City. He first returned to the inn to check on Su Yao. She sat cross-legged in quiet meditation, her spiritual aura stable, nearing breakthrough. Gao Chu refrained from disturbing her, instead settling by the window to gather his thoughts. He withdrew the Zhao-inscribed token and examined it closely. Cast in weathered bronze, its front bore the single character Zhao. Its reverse displayed a miniature formation diagram, resembling a fragment of a ceiling array. Clutching the token tightly, he gazed out the window. The sun sank westward, bathing Sunset City in molten gold, as if the city itself burned in the afterglow. At dawn the next day, Gao Chu was jolted awake by a violent surge of spiritual energy, not emanating from the inn, but from beyond the city walls, precisely in the direction of the Qisha ancient tomb. His supreme scripture of resonant perception trembled violently within his consciousness, emitting an unprecedented warning. It felt as though someone were hammering relentlessly upon his crown, sending sharp, piercing pains radiating from the deepest recesses of his mind. Gao Chu leapt from his bed and dashed to the window. Outside, Lurie City descended into chaos. Cultivators rushed wildly through the streets. Some gazed anxiously toward the western gate, others dragged their families eastward in desperate flight. In the distant sky, a towering column of black chi erupted from the west, a colossal obsidian pillar bridging heaven and earth, blotting out half the heavens. Where the column swept across the dunes, sand hills crumbled, the air thickened with a nauseating stench of decay. Several desert eagles flying too near froze instantly. No cry escaped them, before plummeting lifelessly from the sky, encased in brittle ice by that chilling, malevolent force. "What is happening?" Su Yao too had been roused. Gao Chu did not answer. With his golden core-level divine sense augmented by the supreme scripture of resonant perception, he had already perceived every detail within several li. At the sight of the Qisha ancient tomb, a terrifying aura swelled with alarming speed. Zhao Wudao had broken free, and his cultivation was rapidly recovering, stronger than what Gao Chu had sensed just yesterday. Though 10,000 years of sealing had eroded his power, once unbound, his profound foundation would allow him to restore himself at astonishing speed. Zhou Tianqing's crude talismans had not merely cracked the seal, they had shattered its integrity entirely. Boom! A thunderous detonation shook the land beyond the city walls, rattling Lurie City to its foundations. Shop doors and windows clattered violently, our pedestrians staggered and dropped to their knees. Several dilapidated earthen houses collapsed under the tremors, unleashing plumes of ochre dust. The black chi column thickened, darkened, swelling as if to devour the entire sky. At its apex, a colossal face materialized, withered, hollow-cheeked eyes, burning crimson, lips twisted in a rictus of mad triumph. It was Zhao Wudao's spiritual projection. He was declaring his return. Nascent soul cultivator. Su Yao trembled uncontrollably. This is the pressure of a nascent soul elder. What has been sealed inside that tomb is a nascent soul cultivator. Her eyes widened in shock, her lips quivered, yet no words emerged. Though her knowledge of the western deserts surpassed Gao Chu's, the concept of a 10th-of-sandy-year-old demonic cultivator breaking free lay far beyond anything she had ever imagined. In her 20-odd years, Lori City's greatest threat had been the Black Wind Bandits, now eradicated, yet now loomed a being 100-fold more terrifying than Sha Wanli himself. Gao Chu resolved to consult the city lord, the sole nascent soul cultivator in all of Lori City. Remain in the inn. Do not step outside. He told Su Yao. You're going where? The city lord's residence, Gao Chu replied, his gaze steely. This matter must reach Zhao Tianyang, and I possess something he needs. Su Yao bit her lip, yearning to follow, but seeing the unyielding resolve in Gao Chu's eyes, she finally nodded. Be careful. Gao Chu pushed open the door and sprinted toward the city lord's residence. Chaos reigned across Lori City's streets. Cultivators ran in every direction, some fleeing toward the gates, others surging toward the city lord's residence, still others cowering silently in alleyways. A few bold shopkeepers kept their doors open, hastily packing wares while cursing under their breath, clearly prepared to flee at a moment's notice. All guards from the city lord's residence had been deployed, patrolling major thoroughfares to maintain order. Squads of uniformed cultivators marched back and forth, striving to calm the panicked populace. Do not panic. The city lord has already intervened. Remain indoors and stay clear of the western sector. A squad leader shouted from a street corner. Yet his voice was swiftly drowned by deeper, more ominous rumbles echoing from afar. When Gao Chu arrived at the city lord's residence, its gates stood wide open, guards assembling urgently. A squad of Foundation establishment-level cultivators received weapons and talismans, preparing to reinforce the western sector. I must see the city lord, Gao Chu declared to the guards. The city lord is, let him in. A calm, authoritative voice resonated from within. The guards parted instantly, and Gao Chu strode inside. Zhao Tianyang stood in the main hall, directing defensive preparations. He wore battle armor, dark gold plates gleaming coldly in the morning light, exuding an aura of grim, implacable resolve. Beside him stood several golden core cultivators, the core defenders of Lori City. Yet Gao Chu noticed Zhao Tianyang's pallor. Though outwardly composed, a fine sheen of sweat glistened on his temples, and his right hand trembled faintly, betraying his true physical strain. His old wounds remained unhealed. Now facing a nascent soul-level demonic cultivator, even iron-willed fortitude buckled beneath the weight of pressure. Zhao Wudao has broken free. Zhao Tianyang's first words upon seeing Gao Chu cut straight to the heart of the crisis. My informants report you entered the tomb yesterday. Did the seal begin weakening after your departure? Gao Chu did not evade. I did not trigger it. Zhou Tianqing did. He concisely recounted the prior day. Zhou Tianqing had acquired a map of the ancient tomb, brought retainers to plunder it, and used array-breaking talismans to forcibly shatter the protective formation guarding the main burial chamber, accelerating the seal's destabilization. Gao Chu himself had followed, covertly halted Zhou Tianqing's desecration, and claimed the tomb's treasures. Zhou Tianqing. Zhao Tianyang's expression darkened. The Zhou family again, always the Zhou family. One of the golden core cultivators beside him paled. Lord, the Zhou clan has overstepped gravely this time. We should, not now. Zhao Tianyang raised a hand, cutting him off. Our immediate concern is Zhao Wudao. He turned sharply to Gao Chu, eye sharpening. That ghost elder you mentioned, I know him. He has operated in Lori City for decades, ostensibly selling sundries, but in truth trafficking intelligence. I assumed he peddled minor rumors. Never imagined his reach extended so far as to sell the map of the Zhao family's ancestral tomb. He sold not only the map, but also instructions for opening the tomb's entrance, Gao Chu added, which implies intimate knowledge of its architecture. A common information broker could never possess such profound guarded secrets. Zhao Tianyang nodded slowly, a glacial light flickering in his eyes. You are correct. The ghost elder answers to someone higher. But now is not the time for pursuit. He strode to a santable model mounted along one wall and pointed toward the west. The model depicted Lori City's surrounding terrain, including the precise location of the Qisha ancient tomb. Half an hour ago the seal shattered completely. Zhao Wudao emerged from the tomb and now wanders nearby, still newly unsealed, his cultivation restored only to the early nascent soul stage, acclimating to his body. Yet my scouts report his recovery exceeds expectations. Though 10,000 years of sealing depleted his spiritual energy, his Dao foundation and divine sense remain intact. Given his profundity, he will reach mid-nascent soul cultivation within 3 days. Gao Chu's brow furrowed deeper. 3 days to mid-nascent soul, faster than Zhao Tianyang himself. When that day arrives, Lori City will stand no chance against him. As Gao Chu and Zhao Tianyang were conversing, a thicker black column of energy than yesterday was wildly expanding on the distant skyline. It resembled a continuously expanding black storm engulfing the sky over the Qisha ancient tomb for dozens of miles. In the center of the storm, a figure could be faintly seen suspended in midair, surrounded by countless dark red threads of spiritual power, each greedily devouring the surrounding qi. Zhao Wudao's cultivation had already restored to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Zhao Tianyang immediately headed to the ancient tomb, intending to reseal him while he was unsteady. Gao Chu pondered for a moment and decided to go take a look. When he arrived, the battle had already begun. In the desert outside the ancient tomb's entrance, two figures were facing each other from a distance. Zhao Tianyang was clad in dark golden battle armor, wielding a silvery white long sword, the blade covered in dense sealing runes. His aura was as imposing as a mountain, and the pressure of the nascent soul stage was unleashed without reserve. However, Gao Chu could tell that beneath that pressure lay weakness. His breathing was not steady, and at times his spiritual power would stagnate. There was even a fine crack trembling slightly on the armor of his right arm. Zhao Tianyang seemed to have an old injury. When Gao Chu looked at Zhao Wudao, he discovered it was Zhou Tianqing. Zhou Tianqing had been possessed by Zhao Wudao in the ancient tomb. The presence emanating from Zhou Tianqing was not merely cold or sinister, but a depthless feeling of oppression akin to an abyss. That sense of oppression was far stronger than Zhao Tianyang's, as if standing there was not a cultivator, but an ancient ferocious beast clad in human skin. Zhao Tianyang. The voice of Zhou Tianqing emerged hoarse and deep, carrying the awkwardness of having not spoken for millennia. Your ancestor Zhao Wujing sealed me for 10,000 years, and now his descendants come to deliver themselves to death. Zhao Wudao, you and our family have long been severed from ties. Zhao Tianyang's voice was as steady as iron. 10,000 years ago you colluded with the blood demon sect, harming the common people. Your ancestor sealing you is a clear matter of heaven's justice. I have come today to conclude this karmic debt. Conclude? Zhou Tianqing let out a low dark laugh reminiscent of an owl's hoot, sending chills down the spine. You, a nascent soul in the early stage with old injuries, what do you have to conclude with me? Is it based on that sealing sword of yours? Or those broken formations you set up in the ancient tomb beforehand? Zhao Tianyang's pupils constricted. Zhao Wudao had actually discovered the sealing formations he set in the ancient tomb. It seems you are not as composed as I imagined. Zhao Tianyang said coldly, since you have discovered the formations, why not destroy them? Destroy? Zhou Tianqing scoffed. The sealing method your ancestor used 10,000 years ago, I have thoroughly researched. The formations he laid, you merely followed the example. Those formations are like child's play to me, just a bit of effort. But today I do not wish to wait any longer. His dark red eyes suddenly blazed with intensity, and his spiritual power surged. 10,000 years. A decade of darkness and solitude. Do you know what that feels like? His voice suddenly rose, filled with the madness and resentment of millennia of repression. Every moment struggling in darkness, every breath tormented by pain. I swear once I escape, I will make the entire western desert taste that kind of suffering. He struck out. The dark red spiritual power transformed into a massive phantom. Its shape like a ghostly face with exposed fangs, entirely wrapped in blood-colored flames, descending upon Zhao Tianyang like a torrential wave. Zhao Tianyang's expression darkened as he slashed with his silver-white long sword. Sealing demon sword technique, fourth form. Subduing demon. The sword light poured down like a galaxy, with the silvery spiritual power clashing heat with the dark red ghostly phantom. Boom. The two streams of spiritual power exploded in midair, shockwaves radiating outward, flattening the sand dunes within 100 zhang. Gao Chu had to operate his Hongming spiritual energy to steady himself, while suppressing his aura, hiding behind a large rock. As the dust settled, Zhao Tianyang staggered back 3 steps, his face slightly pale. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianqing remained utterly still. Is this it? The possessed Zhou Tianqing tilted his head, his tone filled with disdain. After 10,000 years, is this all the Zhao family descendants can do? Zhao Tianyang gritted his teeth and struck again. Sealing demon sword technique, fifth form. Punishing demon. This strike was even stronger than the last, with sealing power contained within the silvery sword light, specifically restraining the techniques of evil cultivators. The sword light shot forth like heavenly punishment, aimed directly at Zhou Tianqing's face. A flicker of caution flashed in Zhou Tianqing's eyes. The sealing demon sword technique indeed had a restraining effect on him. But he quickly suppressed that caution, his left hand grasping nothing as a dark red spiritual long spear coalesced in his palm. 10,000 years ago your ancestor also used this move against me. Unfortunately, He horizontally held the spear to block the sword light. His sealing demon sword technique had already reached the 9th form while you are still on the 5th form. You are 4 forms behind, a whole realm behind. Zhao Tianyang's tiger mouth burst open, blood sliding down the sword handle. He took a deep breath, pouring all his spiritual power into the long sword. The silvery sword light surged 3 zhang, the sealing runes on the blade flashing wildly. That was his final trump card. Sealing demon sword technique 7th form, slashing demon. With this strike, he broke through his own limits, forcibly activating a sword technique beyond his own cultivation. The sword light descended like a bolt of heavenly thunder from the 9 heavens, illuminating half the sky with silvery brilliance. The expression of Zhou Tianqing finally changed. 7th form. You can actually use the 7th form. He had no time to say more. He formed seals with both hands, and dark red spiritual power gathered before him into a massive shield. The shield was inscribed with an intricate array of defensive talismans, a divine ability he had comprehended during his 10,000 years of sealing. 10,000 Ghosts Wall. Boom. The heavenly thunder-like sword light collided head-on with the 10,000 Ghosts Wall, causing the entire desert to quake. The ground was torn open with a fissure several zhang wide, and the sand on either side of the cracks splashed like waves. Shockwaves spread outwards, and even Gao Chu, who was several miles away, felt a jolt of spiritual energy. Dust filled the air, and the world changed color. When everything settled, Zhao Tianyang knelt on one knee, propping himself up with the silver-white long sword. His armor was shattered in most places, and a gaping wound on his chest soaked his inner garments with blood. His complexion was as pale as paper, his breath weak and chaotic. Forcibly activating the 7th form had severely injured his meridians and dantian. In contrast, Zhou Tianqing had his 10,000 Ghosts Wall shattered with a deep sword wound visible to the bone on his left shoulder, dark red blood flowing from the wound, exuding a decayed aura. Yet there was no pain in his eyes, but rather a flicker of frenzied excitement. Good. Good. Truly worthy of being Zhao Wujing's descendant. That strike did hurt me a bit. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. But this is where it ends. He took a step forward. With each step, the spiritual power surrounding him expanded. The pressure of the mid-stage nascent soul bore down on Zhao Tianyang like a mountain, leaving him with no strength to stand. For millennia, I have comprehended countless techniques in my sealing. Do you think I was merely waiting passively? Zhou Tianqing's voice was like that from the depths of the 9 nether. My cultivation will not remain at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Once my cultivation is fully restored, the latest stage nascent soul, the transformation stage, will be a breeze. At that time, I will personally destroy everything about the Zhao family. He raised his right hand, dark red spiritual power coalescing into a light sphere in his palm, a fatal blow prepared for Zhao Tianyang. But before that, let me send you on your way. Say hello to Zhao Wujing for me. Zhao Tianyang lifted his head, gazing at the ever-growing sphere of spiritual power, his eyes holding no fear, only regret. It was my turn to strike. Gao Chu no longer hesitated. He stepped out from behind the boulder, drawing his Hongmeng sword, the golden sword light illuminating the dim skies. Hongmeng sword technique, 2nd form, tearing the sky. A golden sword energy shot from the sword tip, tearing through space, aiming directly for Zhou Tianqing's back. Zhou Tianqing's expression changed slightly as he swiftly turned, activating the dark red spiritual energy barrier around him to block the sword energy. However, the impact still forced him to retreat several steps, scattering the spiritual light sphere in his palm. Hua. His dark red eyes locked onto Gao Chu, his gaze sharp as a blade. A figure wearing a gray-white mask stood 100 feet away, holding a spirit sword that emitted a golden glow. The mask obscured his features, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy were also vague, making it impossible to discern his true cultivation level. But Zhao Wudeo's instincts told him this person was far from ordinary. Heaveneer spirit weapon. His gaze fell upon the Hongmeng sword, his pupils contracting slightly. Who exactly are you? Gao Chu did not respond. His eyes quickly scanned the battlefield. Zhao Tianyang lay heavily injured on the ground, while Zhou Tianqing, despite having an injury on his left shoulder, retained his mid-nascent soul cultivation almost intact. Facing him directly, his golden core cultivation might be somewhat tricky. I cannot fight him, Heeden. I must rely on strategy. Zhao Tianyang had set up a sealing formation inside the ancient tomb, and the Zhao token was the key to activating the formation. As long as I can lure Zhao Wudao back to the main chamber of the ancient tomb, I can use the sealing formation to restrain him again. But Zhao Wudao has already stated that he discovered the formation inside the tomb and looked down upon it, indicating that a regular sealing formation indeed cannot trap him. Unless I can take advantage of the moment he attacks with all his strength. Just now, when he blocked my sword energy, although unharmed, the guardian spiritual energy of his nascent soul was opened for a brief moment. If I can make him attack with full force, releasing his spiritual energy entirely, the sealing formation can be activated in that instant. But he will not cooperate willingly. I must make him have no choice but to strike with all his might. He made a decision. Gao Chu took out the blood demon token from his pocket and held it high. The words, blood demon, on the token exuded a faint red glow, and a chilling and eerie wave of spiritual energy spread out from it. Zhou Tianqing's body suddenly stiffened. His dark red eyes instantly blazed with intensity, fixating greedily on the blood demon token in Gao Chu's hand, as if his desire and madness were tangible. The blood demon token. His voice was hoarse and distorted. How do you have the blood demon token? It marks the location of the true altar. 1,000 years ago I was sealed without finding the true altar. Give it to me. Gao Chu tossed the token towards the direction of the ancient tomb, and it arced through the air heading for the entrance. At this point I can only take a gamble. Give it to me. Zhou Tianqing let out a furious roar, his figure turning into a dark red shadow as he flew towards the direction where the token was falling. With mid-nascent soul speed, he was terrifyingly fast. 100 feet distance was crossed in a single breath. But Gao Chu was even faster. He had been prepared, and at the same moment he threw the token, he had already bolted towards the entrance of the ancient tomb with all his might. Though the speed of a golden core was not as fast as mid-nascent soul, he started earlier and was closer to the entrance of the ancient tomb. The two rushed into the Qi ancient tomb one after the other. The passage was dark and damp, with the formation runes on the walls flickering under the impact of their spiritual energy. Gao Chu dashed forward with all his strength, and Zhao Wudao's furious roar echoed like thunder in the narrow passage. Stop! Give me the token. Otherwise I will make your soul scatter. Gao Chu turned a deaf ear. He followed the route remembered from Zhao Tianyang's jade slip, turned 3 corners, passed through 2 stone gates, and headed straight for the main chamber. The stone doors of the main chamber stood open. This was done by Zhao Tianyang when he set up his formation in advance. Gao Chu rushed in, and before him lay the dark golden stone coffin and stone platform. On the stone platform, the sealing formation set up by Zhao Tianyang was ready to go, with the 4 corners glowing with a ghostly blue light, waiting for the token to be embedded to activate. Gao Chu embedded the Zhao token into the groove of the stone platform. Viru. The formation activated. The first node lit up. But just then, Zhou Tianqing also burst into the main chamber. He saw the formation activate in an instant, and his face changed drastically. A sealing formation. You want to seal me again? His rationality returned. Although the temptation of the blood demon token was strong, the fear of being sealed again outweighed it. He suddenly halted, hands forming seals, dark red spiritual energy gathering before him, preparing to shatter the activating formation. Too late. Gao Chu shouted. He dashed towards the second node to touch it. The second node lit up. Zhou Tianqing's spiritual energy attack arrived. A dark red beam of spiritual energy blasted toward the stone platform, aimed directly at Gao Chu. Gao Chu had no time to dodge, and could only operate the Hongming spiritual energy for protection. Bang! The beam of spiritual energy struck his protective spiritual light, and the immense force sent him flying, crashing against the wall of the chamber. A metallic taste surged in his mouth, and at least 2 ribs were broken. One strike from a mid-nascent soul. Indeed, it was not something a golden core could withstand. If it weren't for the Hongming spiritual energy protecting me, this blow would have cost me half my life. But he succeeded. The second node had already been activated. 2 more to go. Zhou Tianqing clearly also realized the danger. He no longer pursued Gao Chu, but instead poured all his spiritual energy into his palms, aiming to smash the core of the formation on the stone platform. He wanted to destroy it before the formation was fully activated. You won't succeed. Gao Chu sprang up from the ground, disregarding his injuries, and flew towards the third node. Zhou Tianqing diverted a stream of spiritual energy to intercept. Gao Chu waved his left hand, and the blood demon token slipped from his grasp, flying straight towards Zhao Wudao's face. Zhao Wudao instinctively reached out to catch it. In that brief moment of distraction, Gao Chu's fingers touched the third node. Viru. The third node. The sealing power had already covered most of the main chamber, and a ghostly blue light rose from the ground, enveloping Zhao Wudao's lower body. Zhao Wudao sensed the sealing power encroaching upon his spiritual energy and let out an angry roar. Damn it! He suddenly broke free from the constraints of the sealing power, unleashing dark red spiritual energy that shattered the ghostly blue light covering his lower body. But his speed had obviously slowed down. The sealing power, although unable to completely suppress him, was already draining his spiritual energy. The last one. Gao Chu dashed towards the fourth node. A hint of frenzied, murderous intent flickered in Zhao Wudao's eyes. You seek death. He no longer cared about the blood demon token, bringing his palms together, concentrating all his spiritual energy into one point. This was his strongest strike. A full-force explosion from mid-nascent soul was enough to turn a golden core cultivator into dust along with their soul. Dark red spiritual energy gathered in his palms into a sphere the size of a fist, containing the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The air in the chamber was sucked out, the temperature dropping drastically, and even the formation runes on the walls flickered violently. He struck out. Gao Chu felt the breath of death. The speed of that strike was too fast, so fast that the warning from the Taishan Gaining Pian only came less than half a breath before the attack. Half a breath was simply not enough time to dodge. But he did not need to dodge. He only needed 1 moment faster. The Hongmeng's spiritual energy surged madly through his meridians, and his golden core cultivation erupted without reservation. At the same moment Zhao Wudao attacked, his fingers touched the fourth formation node. Virum. All four. The sealing formation fully activated. A ghostly blue light shot up from the ground, enveloping the entire main chamber. Waves of light surged from all directions, wrapping Zhou Tianqing within. No. Zhou Tianqing's full-force attack was intercepted by the sealing power, the dark red spiritual light sphere, clashing violently with the ghostly blue sealing light, erupting into blinding white light. Boom! The shockwave exploded within the sealing light, causing the entire ancient tomb to tremble violently. Debris from the dome fell, and cracks on the ground spread in all directions. Zhou Tianqing's spiritual light sphere was suppressed by the sealing power, the dark red glow gradually devoured by the ghostly blue sealing force. He struggled, roared, and frantically released spiritual energy in an attempt to break through the seal. But after all 4 nodes were activated, the formation's power had reached the level of late nascent soul. This was the formation that Zhao Tianyang had set up with all his lives cultivation, and coupled with the enhancement of the Zhao token, it was enough to seal cultivators at mid-nascent soul. Zhou Tianqing's spiritual energy was being gradually suppressed, the dark red glow, like retreating tides, slowly consumed by the ghostly blue sealing power. His body began to turn transparent, his soul being resealed within the stone coffin. No, I refuse to accept this. 1,000 years. I am to be sealed for another 1,000 years. His voice was filled with madness and despair. Gao Chu stood outside the sealing light, covered in blood, the pain from his broken ribs feeling like knives slicing through him. But he did not retreat. Instead, he placed the Hongmeng sword in front of him, the golden sword light illuminating his eyes beneath the mask. Hongmeng sword art, first style, open heaven. He slashed into the sealing light. The Hongmeng sword's power against evil resonated with the sealing force, and the golden sword light transformed into countless sealing chains wrapping around Zhao Wudao's soul. Zhou Tianqing let out a final scream, his figure gradually becoming ethereal amidst the golden and ghostly blue light. Virum. The lid of the stone coffin thunderously closed. All the formation patterns lit up simultaneously, the dark golden light completely sealing the coffin. The sealing power layered upon itself, thicker and more solid than the seal from 1,000 years ago. The main chamber returned to tranquility. The ghostly blue light slowly dissipated, leaving behind the densely packed sealing patterns on the stone coffin, emanating a faint glow in the darkness. Zhao Wudao had been sealed once more. Gao Chu collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, gasping for breath. The Hongmeng sword slipped from his grasp and struck the floor with a clear, resonant chime. His body trembled, not from fear but from the near-total depletion of his spiritual energy. That final strike had channeled every ounce of his golden core cultivation, and Hongmeng Qi synchronized perfectly with the sealing formation to deliver the decisive blow. Had the formation not already pressed Zhao Wudao to the brink of collapse, that sword stroke would never have succeeded. Too close, one misstep, and it would all have ended. Had Zhao Tianyang's formation not first weakened him, had the blood demon token not distracted him, had the Hongmeng's sword, the bane of malevolent spirits, not precisely countered his essence, any single failure would have left me lifeless upon this stone floor. He raised his gaze toward the stone sarcophagus. The sealing runes pulsed steadily, unwavering. This seal surpassed even the one forged 10,000 years ago by Zhao Wuji. Its power drawn from the fusion of Zhao Tianyang's formation, the amplifying resonance of the Zhao clan token, and the sovereign might of Hongmeng Qi. Zhao Wudao would not break free again, not for a long while. Cough, cough, cough. A faint, ragged cough echoed from the tomb's entrance. Gao Chu forced himself upright and staggered toward the passage. Zhao Tianyang leaned against the corridor wall, his battle armor shattered, blood soaking his robes, his face pale as parchment. Yet his eyes held the quiet relief of one who had cheated death. Sealed. His voice was little more than a whisper. Sealed. Gao Chu reached his side and gently lifted him. Stronger than the ancient seal. This time he will not return. Zhao Tianyang closed his eyes and exhaled. A long, slow release of breath held too long. Good, good. He suddenly opened his eyes, fixing Gao Chu with a gaze both searching and deeply grateful. You are. Gao Chu offered no reply. Leaning on Gao Chu, he limped step by step out of the ancient tomb. The desert sun blazed fiercely, blinding to the eye. The incorruption aura unleashed during Zhao Wudao's attempted breaking had largely dissipated. The sky, now clear and boundless, shimmered in pure azure. In the distance, Lori City stood unshaken upon the dunes. Along its ramparts, guards could be seen cheering. Having witnessed the storm over the tomb subside, they knew the crisis had passed. Zhao Tianyang rested against a massive boulder as Gao Chu removed his mask, revealing a youthful face beneath. So it is you. Today you saved Lori City and all of the western desert. Zhao Tianyang owes you his life. From within his robe, he withdrew a jade communication talisman and placed it in Gao Chu's palm. Crush this wherever you may be. I will sense your location instantly. And should you ever need anything, name it. Gao Chu accepted the talisman with a silent nod. One more matter. Zhao Tianyang straightened with visible effort. The teleportation array. I hear you wish to use it. Is it not under repair? Repair was a pretense, Zhao Tianyang said with a faint smile. I ordered it shut down under that guise. With Zhao Wudao's breaking imminent, I dared not allow cultivators to flee en masse and ignite panic across the city. Now that the danger has passed, I shall order its reactivation within 3 days. So that was it. No wonder the Cultivator Alliance claimed repairs would take at least half a month. Zhao Tianyang had deliberately suppressed the truth. Harsh perhaps, but undeniably effective in preserving order. 3 days hence, at the teleportation hall. I shall see you off myself. Thank you. Supporting Zhao Tianyang, Gao Chu walked slowly toward Lori City. Midway they met the city lord's reinforcement squad, several of Zhao Tianyang's Golden Core subordinates, hastening urgently toward the tomb. Seeing their lord gravely wounded yet alive, they froze in stunned disbelief, then rushed forward in overwhelming relief. Gao Chu entrusted Zhao Tianyang to them and turned silently toward the inn. Back at the inn, Su Yao stood waiting at the threshold. When she saw Gao Chu approach, drenched in blood, her face drained of all color. Gao Chu, are you all right? Don't fret. It's only surface wounds, he waved dismissively, forcing himself into the room. Zhao Wudao has been sealed. The crisis is over. Su Yao's eyes instantly welled with tears. She spoke no further, only poured him a cup of water and retrieved a vial of healing pills from her spatial storage pouch. Gao Chu swallowed the pills, then settled cross-legged upon the floor, guiding the Hongmeng creation scripture to mend his injuries. Hongmeng Qi flowed steadily through his meridians, knitting fractured ribs and repairing ravaged viscera with deliberate sovereign grace. After a long silence, she whispered softly, "It was dangerous, wasn't it?" Gao Chu kept his eyes closed. "Yes. I nearly didn't make it back." She fell quiet for a long while, then murmured, voice barely audible, "You promised you'd return." A faint tender smile curved Gao Chu's lips. "Then I returned." Outside the window, Luri City's setting sun burned like a molten flame, gilding the heavens in magnificent gold and crimson. Far to the west, beyond the red sand ancient tomb, the last wisp of incorruption dissipated into the evening breeze, the desert restored to its ageless solemn stillness. Zhao Wudao was sealed anew. The peril over Luri City had finally passed. And Gao Chu at last could await the activation of the teleportation array 3 days hence, ready to depart for the eastern wastelands and home to Lingfeng's sect. 3 days slipped away like a held breath. Gao Chu's injuries healed far faster than anyone had anticipated. The Hongmeng Zhaohua Jing's restorative power surpassed ordinary arts, and coupled with the self-recovery of a golden core cultivator, his broken ribs and injured organs were largely mended by the second day. By the third day, he felt even a little better than before the battle in the ancient tomb. He sat cross-legged in the inn room, slowly withdrawing his cultivation. Hongmeng's spiritual energy flowed calmly through his meridians, and by a stroke of ill-begotten fortune, he had broken through to the mid-golden core. Outside the window, morning in Luri City was as bustling as ever. Caravan bells chimed from afar, hawkers' cries rose and fell, and cultivators hurried along the streets. After the shock of Zhao Wudao's unsealing, the cultivators of Luri City seemed to cherish the present peace all the more. Shops were busier than they had been days before, and the tea-houses and inns enjoyed brisker trade. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Su Yao pushed the door open. 3 days of rest had brightened her complexion considerably. Her early foundation establishment cultivation had stabilized completely, ice attribute spiritual force flowed freely through her meridians, and she looked far more spirited than before. "You're leaving today?" she asked from the doorway, her voice even. Gao Chu noticed her fingers subtly clench the hem of her robe. "Yes," Gao Chu replied. "City Lord Zhao sent word yesterday. The transmission array has been repaired and will open this afternoon." Su Yao fell silent for a moment, then stepped forward and handed him a small cloth bundle. "This is rations and some spirit medicines," Su Yao said, turning her face away. Gao Chu accepted the bundle, a faint stirring in his chest. "Thank you," he said. "No need," Su Yao replied in her usual cool tone. "You helped me so much. This is nothing." She paused, then lowered her voice. "Is City Lord Zhao healed?" Still recovering, Gao Chu shook his head. Forcing the seventh form of the Feng Tian Jianzhu brought heavy backlash. 30% of his meridians were shattered, and his dantian bears a crack. "Even with medicinal aid, it will take at least half a year to mend," he added. Su Yao nodded, seeming to put aside her worries. The two left the inn and headed for the city lord's manor. At the gate of the manor, Chen Yuan, Zhao Tianyang's stern-faced deputy, and a mid-golden core cultivator was already waiting. "Young master," he greeted. Chen Yuan cupped his hands in a salute. "The city lord awaits you within. Please follow me." Gao Chu accompanied him into the manor. The atmosphere inside was considerably lighter than it had been a few days earlier. The guards' faces were no longer taut, and occasional smiles could be seen. Zhao Tianyang was recuperating in a quiet chamber in the rear courtyard. Upon hearing of Gao Chu's arrival, attendants were sent to invite him in. The chamber was small and simply furnished, but in one corner a bronze censer emitted pale, cyan medicinal smoke, the aroma steeped in tranquilizing herbs. Zhao Tianyang reclined half upright on the couch, bandages wrapped about his body. The dressing over his left shoulder still showed the dark red stain of ointment. Though his face remained somewhat pale, he was noticeably more alert than when Gao Chu had last seen him. On the table beside him lay several jade slips and a pill that gave off a faint radiance. "Sit," Zhao Tianyang said, nodding to the chair. Gao Chu sat and examined him. His recovery had been faster than expected. A nascent soul cultivator's recuperative power was indeed not comparable to that of a golden core. But the crack in the dantian was a grievous wound, not something to be repaired in a short span. Zhao Tianyang wasted no idle chatter. He reached for the pill on the table and rolled it between his fingers. "This is the finest meridian renewal pill from Luri City's apothecary," he said. "I've been taking 3 a day and only now have my meridians barely reconnected to less than half." He smiled wryly. The cost of forcibly driving the seventh form was greater than I expected. Even when the meridians are fully rejoined, who can say how long the dantian's fissure will need to be nursed? He set the pill down, and his gaze turned grave. "But that can wait. I called for you on business. I've arranged the transmission array." Zhao Tianyang spoke plainly. "The array master at the transmission hall completed the repairs and tuning yesterday. It can be activated this afternoon. The route runs from Luri City to Tianshu City in Zhongzhou, and then from Tianshu City to Tianke City near the Lingfeng sect of Dongwang. 2 segments of transmission, about an hour in total," he added, producing a jade token from his sleeve and handing it to Gao Chu. "This is a priority pass for the Tianshu City Transmission Hall. I have spoken to friends there in advance, but once you arrive you need not queue, and may use the VIP channel for the onward transfer." "Thank you," Gao Chu said, accepting the jade pass and the transmission talisman he had been given earlier. Zhao Tianyang then produced another token and offered it to him. "This is Luri City's pass. In future, when you come to the Western Desert, present this, and you will be exempt from the city entry fee and accorded VIP treatment while in the city. I'll return when I have the chance," Gao Chu said as he took the token. "Go then," Zhao Tianyang waved. "The transmission is this afternoon. Do not be late." Gao Chu rose to take his leave. Outside the manor, Su Yao waited at the gate. The transmission hall lay at the heart of Luri City, a lofty stone edifice. The hall towered 3 zhang high and spanned a vast precinct. 2 thick spirit stone pillars stood before its gate, their surfaces carved with array runes that shimmered with faint spiritual light. Within, a middle-aged array master clad in the long robe of his craft was tuning the transmission formation. The array was etched into the ground, roughly 5 zhang in diameter, formed of hundreds of nodes, each inlaid with spirit stones. At the center lay a circular transmission platform, its runes slowly igniting. "Young Master Gao," the array master cupped his hands in salute. "The array has been tuned and is ready to be activated at any time." "Thank you for your efforts," Gao Chu replied with a nod. He turned to look at Su Yao. She stood at the hall's entrance, sunlight pouring from behind her and outlining a faint halo about her figure. Her expression remained composed and cold, yet in her eyes there lingered a barely perceptible reluctance. They held each other's gaze for a moment. Neither spoke first. The western desert sun burned bright and merciless, stretching Su Yao's shadow long across the steps of the transmission hall. In the distance, the city wall of Luri City gleamed a dark red in the light, a silent backdrop to the scene. At last she spoke, halting slightly. When you return to Lingfeng's sect, convey my regards to your senior brother. Su Yao pressed her lips together as if she still had more to say, but in the end, she drew a deep breath, stepped back, and said, let's go. She would not look at him again, turning away and stepping into the hall. Gao Chu watched her silhouette slip into the doorway, and the sunlight swallow at his mouth tightened by a degree. He turned and ascended the transmission platform. The formation runes beneath his feet flared, and a ring of spiritual light wrapped around him. The array master stood at the edge of the formation, hands weaving seals as spiritual power flowed into the array's core like a steady stream. A low hum rose as the formation awakened, its light intensified, and the space itself began to warp. Gao Chu's body grew translucent. Everything around him twisted. The silhouette of Luri City, the stone pillars of the hall, Chun Yuan's stern face, each image bending and fracturing in the shimmering light, as if a pebble had shattered their reflections on water. The spiritual radiance swelled until vision was consumed by white. The transmission had begun. Luri City vanished within the light. The desert sands and scorching sun receded into the distance. What Gao Chu did not know was that less than half an hour after he departed, Zhao Tianyang, dragging his wounded body personally, came to the Fengsha Inn and stood for a long while outside Su Yao's door. From beyond the door, Zhao's voice sounded low and composed. Your master is a lone cultivator. You will not gain much from following him. If you are willing, come to the city lord's manor. I will teach you. There was a long silence within. Then the door opened. Su Yao stood in the doorway, her eyes reddened, but her gaze steady and resolute. Very well, she said. Zhao Tianyang inclined his head, and then turned and left. The sensation of his first long-distance spatial transmission was profoundly unpleasant. Even with the robust physique of a golden core cultivator, Gao Chu felt intense discomfort. The forces of space converged upon him like countless invisible hands pressing inward from every direction, seeking to crush his body into its most fundamental spiritual energy particles, only to reassemble him elsewhere. Before his eyes stretched blinding white light. In his ears rang a piercing metallic hum. Even his bodily awareness blurred, leaving him unable to distinguish up from down, left from right, or even confirm whether his physical form still existed. Silently, he circulated the Hunyuan Zhaohua scripture. Golden spiritual energy coalesced into a delicate gossamer-thin shield along his meridians, repelling the spatial forces eroding his flesh and bones. Spiritual energy depletion exceeded his expectations. Long-distance transmission inherently imposed spatial pressure upon the traveler. Higher cultivation levels conferred greater resistance. A foundation establishment-level cultivator would likely require specialized protective pills before embarking on such a journey. Though the transmission lasted mere heartbeats, it felt interminable to Gao Chu. The blinding radiance gradually faded, revealing his surroundings. The vaulted ceiling of the Tianshu City Transmission Hall. Soaring 20 zhang high, it was carved from a single slab of pure white jade, its surface inscribed with intricate formation patterns. Faint golden luminescence flowed through those patterns like rivers of molten gold coursing across the heavens. Beneath the vault, the vast hall teemed with life. Cultivators streamed in and out, and transmission arrays flickered incessantly, pulsing with radiant spiritual light. Gao Chu steadied himself and surveyed the chamber. Tianshu City truly lived up to its reputation as the largest transmission nexus in the cultivation world. Over a dozen transmission arrays stood ready, each oriented toward a different destination. Long queues formed before each array. Cultivators stood or sat in quiet clusters, some conversing in hushed tones, others meditating with closed eyes. Formation masters darted tirelessly across the hall, guiding wave after wave of travelers. Passengers bound for the eastern region, please proceed to Transmission Array 3. Array 3, Destination Tianke City, Eastern Wastelands. A voice boomed from afar, amplified by a resonance talisman cutting clearly through the hall's cacophony. Just as Gao Chu stepped toward Array 3, a familiar mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Mortal sign-in system alert indetected. Host location, Zhongzhou Tianshu City. In sign-in now. Gao Chu paused mid-stride. In sign-in. In sign-in confirmed. Congratulations, host. You have received Tianshu City Transmission Pass, concise map of Zhongzhou. In bonus rewards, Spatial Stability Talisman 1. In the transmission pass was a golden token engraved with Tianshu City's insignia, granting exemption from all transmission fees within the city. The concise map of Zhongzhou unfurled as a slender scroll of parchment, meticulously marking major cities' sects and transmission array locations across the region. The spatial stability talisman shimmered with silvery light, a seemingly unremarkable charm, yet its formation patterns were exquisitely precise, classifying it as a Tier 3 talisman. A Tier 3 spatial stability talisman could anchor its user's position amid spatial turbulence. Ordinarily of limited utility, it became invaluable in emergencies, such as transmission array failure. After reviewing his rewards, Gao Chu presented Zhao Tianyang's priority passage decree and strode toward Array 3, then abruptly halted. Along one wall of the transmission hall hung a massive proclamation, its bold characters written in Tianshu City Transmission Hall notice. Recently varying degrees of spatial fluctuation have occurred across multiple transmission arrays throughout the cultivation world. Preliminary investigation by the Formation Masters Association attributes this phenomenon to natural oscillations within the spatial structure. Travelers are advised to remain calm during transmission and strictly follow instructions from Formation Masters. In case of emergency, the Hall will activate contingency protocols without delay. Natural oscillation of the spatial structure. What does that even mean? Gao Chu frowned faintly, then shook his head, suppressing his unease for now. Whatever the cause, returning to the eastern region remained his paramount objective. He resumed his path toward Array 3, decree in hand. Array 3's queue stretched longer than any other. Eastern region being the most populous territory on the Yufeng continent, its traffic naturally immense. Yet thanks to his priority decree, Gao Chu bypassed the standard channel, avoiding both the 50 low-grade spirit stones and transmission fees and the protracted wait, and ascended directly onto the transmission platform. Already standing there were several other cultivators, a middle-aged scholar in azure robes, two female cultivators clad in gleaming armor, and a broad-shouldered man bearing a colossal sword upon his back. The scholar had reached the mid-stage of golden core cultivation. The two women stood at latest-stage foundation establishment. The swordsman hovered at peak foundation establishment. Upon seeing Gao Chu, a youth appearing no more than early-stage foundation establishment, enter via the VIP channel, their eyes flickered with surprise. Yet none voiced a word. Destination Tianke City, Eastern Region. Estimated transmission duration 1 incense stick. Intoned the Formation Master perfunctorily. Do not circulate spiritual energy during transit. It may interfere with array stability. Should dizziness or discomfort arise, this is normal. Breathe deeply and maintain composure. And understood, replied the group in unison. The Formation Master infused spiritual energy into the array. Light flared anew, space warped once more. But unlike the first transmission, this one unsettled him from its very inception. The spatial tearing intensified, not the uniform rhythmic pull of standard long-distance transmission, but a chaotic, erratic force surging unpredictably, left then right, strong then weak, as if the transmission corridor itself trembled on the verge of collapse. Gao Chu's brow furrowed. Something was deeply wrong. The route between Tianshu City and Tianke City ranked among the most heavily trafficked and rigorously maintained in the entire cultivation world. Such instability should be impossible. Was it faulty array maintenance? He attempted to regulate his breath, adapting to the turbulent spatial forces. Yet on the 10th heartbeat after transmission commenced, calamity struck. A fissure ripped open along the corridor's sidewall. Not a subtle ripple of energy inherent to normal array operation, but a genuine spatial rift cleaved as though by an invisible celestial blade, exposing the inky void beyond. From that rift surged a terrifying force, void turbulence. Among the most perilous natural disasters in the cultivation realm, void turbulence arose when spatial integrity fractured, unleashing chaotic energies capable of annihilating matter and spiritual energy alike. Even nascent soul cultivators dared not tread near it. Its emergence within a transmission corridor signaled total system failure. Those ensnared risked either catastrophic displacement to unknown realms, or utter disintegration, leaving neither trace nor remnant. His supreme perception scripture shrieked warnings. His consciousness roared like 10,000 war drums, every nerve ablaze with imminent peril. No, the transmission corridor had failed. How could void turbulence manifest within Tianshu City's array? This was the safest transmission hub in the cultivation world. Its formations ranked highest, its maintenance most rigorous. Natural void turbulence here was inconceivable. Unless someone had sabotaged the array. He had no time to ponder further. The void turbulence had already consumed a segment of the corridor, violently warping the intended path toward eastern wastelands Tianke City. He felt his body wrenched by an irresistible force, his destination violently rerouted. And damn it! Then, memory flashed the spatial stability talisman. Frantically, he drew it forth, clutching it tightly in his palm and flooding it with spiritual energy. Silver radiance erupted, forming a fist-sized zone of absolute spatial stasis around him. The devouring force of the void turbulence recoiled, just for an instant. Yet against such primordial chaos, the talisman's power was but a gnat challenging a storm. The silver barrier shrank and thinned under the void's corrosive assault of fissures spiderwebbed across. Gao Chu felt his body tearing apart. His Hunyuan's spiritual energy flared in desperate defense, yet spatial forces seeped through every crevice, slowly consuming even the golden aura, shielding his golden core. The silver veil shattered. Darkness, cold, absolute, infinite, surged like a tidal wave, swallowing Gao Chu whole. In that final fleeting moment, he channeled every ounce of remaining spiritual energy, condensing it into an impossibly thin, resilient shell, encasing his heart and nascent soul. Consciousness dissolved, like a solitary boat capsized by a typhoon, plunging into abyssal darkness. And, boom, in reality inverted. Then, nothing. It is unclear how much time has passed. Perhaps a quarter of an hour, perhaps half a day. When Gao Chu opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar forest. Where have I been transported to? Gao Chu complained. What met his eyes was a sea of green, towering ancient trees blocking the sun, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The air was filled with the aroma of earth and flowers, moist and fresh in stark contrast to the dry heat of the western desert. Colorful little birds were hopping among the branches overhead, chirping cheerfully. Just then a familiar voice echoed in Gao Chu's mind. Ding, the mortal sign-in system notification. Detected host's current location: Nanzhou, Kangwu Mountains. Would you like to sign in? The system's notifications sound like the tolling of morning bells and evening drums completely awakened him from his stupor. Gao Chu took a deep breath and struggled to sit up. The recent chaos in the void had caused his right arm to dislocate, and the wound on his back was throbbing with pain, but at least his consciousness was clear. Fortunately, the space stabilization talisman had blocked the most deadly impact of the void chaos at the last moment, and the primordial spiritual energy protected his heart pulse and spirit, preventing him from being torn apart. Sign in. He first dealt with the system notification. Sign in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained Nanzhou Geography Record 1, Herbal Identification Illustrated Guide 1 inch, additional reward Kangwu Order 1. With a thought, the 3 items appeared in his hands. The Nanzhou Geography Record was a thick booklet, its cover made of spirit beast leather, warm to the touch. Opening the first page, dense small characters and detailed maps came into view. From the overall terrain of Nanzhou to the territorial distribution of the 5 major immortal clans, from major cities to dangerous areas, almost everything was included. The Herbal Identification Illustrated Guide was a book that cataloged various spirit herbs and poisonous plants unique to Nanzhou. Each plant was accompanied by exquisite illustrations and detailed descriptions, including medicinal properties, growth, environment, collection methods, and preparation techniques. The Kangwu Order was a jade green token engraved with the image of a towering ancient tree, the Kangwu tree. The token felt slightly cool to the touch, with a hint of ancient spiritual power circulating within. He flipped through the geography record, quickly browsing. Nanzhou is located in the southern part of the cultivation world, bordering Zhongzhou Donghuang in the western desert. However, the cultivation pattern in Nanzhou is fundamentally different from that of Donghuang in the western desert. There is no unified sect or city here, but rather a multitude of various immortal clans and families. The so-called immortal clans refer to cultivation families centered around bloodline inheritance. Unlike sects that follow master-disciple traditions, immortal clans pass down cultivation resources and techniques through blood ties. The largest immortal clans in Nanzhou possess strength comparable to the major sects of the eastern region. The 5 strongest immortal clans in Nanzhou are Kangwuchen Clan, Biluo Shao Clan, Qian, Zhao Clan, Xianshui Li Clan, and Jinzhui Clan. Each clan occupies its own territory, balancing each other to maintain the fragile equilibrium of Nanzhou. The Kangwu Mountains, where Gao Chu is currently located, is the territory of the Kangwuchen clan. He turned to the map page and carefully examined the markings of the Kangwu Mountains. The mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, traversing the central part of Nanzhou, and is the largest mountain range in Nanzhou. The mountains are rich in spiritual energy and resources, home to both spirit herb mines and various demon beasts. The main city of the Kangwuchen clan, Wuqing, is located at the eastern foot of the mountains and is one of the largest cities in Nanzhou. His current position is approximately in the middle section of the Kangwu Mountains, about 800 miles from Wuqing. 800 miles. At the speed of a golden core cultivator, he could reach there in 2 hours at full speed. But now over 90% of his spiritual energy has been consumed, so he needs to recover a bit first. He sat cross-legged and began to operate the Primordial Creation Sutra. The primordial spiritual energy flowed through his meridians slowly and steadily, replenishing the consumed spiritual energy. The quality of spiritual energy in Nanzhou is significantly higher than that in the Western Desert, and the recovery speed is much faster. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, his spiritual energy had recovered to around 50%. Just then the Taishang Gaining Pian suddenly issued a warning. A presence was rapidly approaching. It was not a demon beast, but a person. And not just one. Gao Chu's eyes snapped open, his golden core divine sense fully expanded. 3 cultivators, 2 in the mid-foundation establishment stage, and 1 in the late foundation establishment stage. They were flying towards him from the southeast direction at a slow speed, but with a clear intent, heading straight for him. He quickly restrained his presence, suppressing the fluctuations of his golden core spiritual energy to a minimum, only revealing the cultivation level of an early foundation establishment. The 3 cultivators soon appeared in his line of sight. The leader was a young man in a blue robe, appearing to be around 25 or 26, with a handsome face, sword-like brows, and starry eyes exuding a natural arrogance. Not a learned haughtiness, but a sense of superiority stemming from his bloodline. His cultivation was in the late foundation establishment stage, and at his waist hung a jade-colored long sword, the sheath engraved with the character Chun, and the sword tassel was made of green silk, complementing his blue robe. Behind him followed 2 middle-aged cultivators, both in the mid-foundation establishment stage, dressed in matching gray outfits, wielding swords at their waists, their steps synchronized, clearly trained family guards. The young man in the blue robe stopped, 10 zhang away, surveying Gao Chu from head to toe. His gaze lingered for a moment on Gao Chu's robe, a rough cloth long shirt in the style of the Western Desert, which was indeed quite conspicuous in Nanzhou. "Who are you?" The voice of the young man in the blue robe was authoritative, tinged with undeniable majesty. "This is the territory of the Kangwuchen clan, and outsiders are not allowed to enter at will." Gao Chu cupped his fists, neither servile nor overbearing. "I am Gao Chu, accidentally transported here due to chaotic void currents during a teleportation. It was not intentional, I hope you can forgive me." Chaotic void currents. The young man in the blue robe raised an eyebrow. Chaotic void currents are a deadly matter. To survive in chaotic void currents, good luck is one thing, but strength and means are indispensable as well. "Is what you said true?" "Absolutely true. My luck has always been quite good. My name is Chun Yifeng, a direct descendant of the Kangwuchen clan." The young man in the blue robe introduced himself, his tone still carrying arrogance, but having softened considerably. "Since you are an accidental intruder, you are not considered an external enemy. However, the Kangwu Mountains have not been peaceful lately. Wandering around alone is very dangerous." "Not peaceful." Gao Chu keenly caught the keyword. 3 days ago, an ancient relic appeared deep within the Kangwu Mountains, Chun Yifeng said. The relic emitted dense fluctuations of spiritual energy, attracting the 5 major immortal clans of Nanzhou and many loose cultivators to explore. However, the dangers within the relic far exceeded expectations. 2 golden core cultivators have already died inside, and dozens of foundation establishment cultivators have also perished. Ancient relic. Gao Chu raised an eyebrow. Signing in at an ancient relic should yield considerable rewards, Gao Chu thought. Just as he was contemplating, the sounds of fighting came from a dense forest in the distance. Fluctuations of spiritual energy rose and fell, mixed with screams and angry shouts. Chun Yifeng shot a glance at his 2 attendants. "Go see what is happening." The 2 sprang forward to scout. They returned moments later, their faces unwell. "Master, there are people fighting ahead. One side is from the Biluo Shao family, the other looks like unaffiliated cultivators. But those unaffiliated cultivators are strong. At least 3 in the late foundation establishment stage, and one. And one what? There is 1 in the early golden core stage," the attendant murmured, voice low. 2 from the Biluo Shao family are already dead." Chun Yifeng's expression darkened. "The Biluo Shao family and our Qin clan are old allies." He gritted his teeth. Gao Chu followed behind, his mind racing. A wandering golden core cultivator attacking the young of the Biluo Shao family. On the southern prefecture's turf, would unaffiliated cultivators dare attack a noble immortal family? Unless they were not ordinary wanderers, or they sought something else altogether. The 4 crept closer to the battle, hiding within the canopy of an ancient tree. Below, within the dense wood, a fierce battle raged. Roughly 7 or 8 cultivators from the Biluo Shao family faced their foes. Their leader was a girl in a pale purple dress, 17 or 18, fair of face, and possessing a refined bearing. Her cultivation was late foundation establishment. She wielded a cyan long whip with sharp technique, locked in brutal combat, with a black-robed cultivator. But the other Biluo Shao cultivators were not so fortunate. The black-robed, unaffiliated cultivators were markedly stronger. The Biluo Shao retainers were being pushed back. Two lay in pools of blood, their fates uncertain. At the edge of the battlefield stood a black-robed man in the early golden core stage, arms folded, watching coldly. He showed no haste to join. Instead, he let his foundation stage subordinates wear down the Biluo Shao forces. Girl of the Shao family, hand over the Biluo Jade token, and I might spare you. The early golden core man finally said, his voice hoarse and icy. Otherwise none of you will live. The girl in purple ground her teeth and lashed her cyan whip in an arc, forcing a pressing black-robed attacker back several paces. The Biluo Jade token belongs to the Shao family. Never. Ungrateful. The early golden core black-robed man snorted and finally moved. He stepped forward. The golden core pressure he exuded descended like a mountain. The purple-dressed girl's face drained of color and her legs trembled. Against a golden core cultivator, a late foundation establishment practitioner, was as if facing an abyss. She could hardly stand. She bit her lip, eyes blazing with unwillingness. Stop! Chun Yifeng sprang from the canopy. To harm people on Chun family territory. Do you take our clan for nothing? Chun Yifeng's jade-hued longsword leapt from its scabbard and slashed toward the early golden core black-robed cultivator. Chun Yifeng! The purple-dressed girl cried, both surprised and relieved. Chun Yifeng's cultivation was only late foundation establishment. He stood no chance against an early golden core opponent, yet he charged. The Kangwuchen family had long been allied with the Biluo Shao family. He could not watch them be slaughtered. Before his blade could reach its mark, a barrier of spiritual power stopped it. The early golden core man did not even look at him. He flicked his hand casually. With a thunderous impact, Chun Yifeng was flung against an ancient tree, spitting blood. Foundation stage. The early golden core scoffed. Another fool going to his death. At that moment, Gao Chu stepped from the canopy. The black-robed man's face registered shock. Gao Chu displayed the aura of an early foundation establishment cultivator, but the golden core's instincts told him this man was far from ordinary. Gao Chu advanced. A handful of unaffiliated cultivators attacking the children of an immortal family on southern soil. Bold indeed. The early golden core man narrowed his eyes. Who are you? He demanded. Just passing by, Gao Chu said lightly. But I have a weakness when I see the strong bullying the weak or the many oppressing the few. I cannot help but intervene. He raised his right hand and summoned the Hongmeng sword. A golden blade of light bathed the entire grove. The early golden core's pupils shrank when he saw the sword. A heaven-rank spirit weapon. His face went pale. Gao Chu struck. Golden light, like a blazing rainbow, tore through the forest's gloom. Hongmeng sword technique, first form. Open the heavens. Gao Chu used only 30% of his strength. Not because he wished to reserve power, but because with only 50% of his spiritual reserve intact, a full strike would leave him drained. On unfamiliar ground, conserving enough spiritual energy for emergencies is a basic law of survival. Even at 30%, the Hongmeng sword's might was cataclysmic. Golden sword light suffused with primal Hongmeng chi coalesced into the phantom of a threes Hanglong great sword, carrying the solemn force of world opening, and descended upon the early golden core black-robed man. The black-robed man's face changed instantly. His instinct screamed that this blade could not be met heeded. An early golden core cultivator who tried to withstand a heaven-rank weapon's blow would be grievously wounded, if not killed. Retreat, he roared, and his figure recoiled violently. At the same time, his hands formed rapid seals, and a black barrier of spiritual power congealed before him. This was his trump defensive move, the Xianming Shield, an exceedingly rare earth-rank defensive secret technique. With a thunderous collision, golden sword light smashed into the black barrier. A storm of spiritual energy erupted from their clash and swept outward in all directions. Surrounding ancient trees were sheared in half by the tempest, turning into cascades of splinters. The earth itself was stripped 3 feet deep, revealing pale rock beneath. Chun Yifeng and his 2 attendants were hurled by the shockwave and slammed heavily to the ground. Even the purple-dressed girl was knocked back several paces, barely able to stand. After the strike, the black barrier bore countless fissures. His pupils constricted. His Xianming shield could withstand the full force of a mid-golden core cultivator's strike, yet a single sword had carved cracks into it. If another sword came, his barrier would shatter. He dared not continue the fight. Fall back. All of you retreat, he shouted to his black-robed followers. Those black-robed, unaffiliated cultivators were still engaged with the Biluo Shao survivors. At their leader's command, they withdrew in disciplined formation, evidently well trained to avoid giving their enemies a chance to pursue. The early golden core man cast one last look at Gao Chu, his gaze full of resentment and fear. Boy, I will remember you, he ground out. This matter is not over today. With that, his form dissolved into a plume of black smoke and vanished into the depths of the forest. Several black-robed followers trailed him and in an instant were swallowed by the dense canopy. Gao Chu did not pursue. Not for lack of will, but because he could not. His spiritual reserves had already been consumed by more than 90%. The sword had just taken another fifth. He now had less than 40% left. Chasing an early golden core man would demand vast spiritual expenditure. If he fell into any countermeasure, he would be at a disadvantage. Besides, he still had to deal with the immediate aftermath. He sheathed his sword and turned to the Biluo Shao survivors. The purple-dressed girl supported an injured companion. Her face was pale, yet her pride remained unbowed. Those who remained had dwindled from 7 or 8 to 4. 2 lay gravely wounded. The other 2 stood barely, bodies drenched in blood. Thank you. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. The purple-dressed girl bowed to Gao Chu, her voice trembling. Not from fear, but from the overwhelming relief of surviving. Gao Chu waved his hand about to reply. His Taishang Gaining Pian issued another warning. Not of a new enemy, but of a faint disturbance emanating from the purple-dressed girl's person. The fluctuation was extremely concealed. Were it not for his golden core-level spiritual sense, he could not have detected it. Could it be the Biluo jade token that the black-robed men sought? Young master. The girl noticed his prolonged stare and startled back a step. Gao Chu returned to himself and withdrew his gaze. It's nothing, he said lightly. Just remembered something. He did not press the matter. Everyone keeps their own secrets, and prying would only breed resentment. Moreover, the jade token's mystery was not the pressing concern now. He turned to Chen Yifeng. Chen Yifeng was being supported by his attendants. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, and his face was ashen. Although the strike had not struck him directly, the aftershock of the early golden core's spiritual power had shaken his internal organs. Brother Chen, are you all right? I won't die. Chen Yifeng gritted, forcing himself upright. It was only a casual strike from a golden core. I'm not dead yet. A complex light flickered in his eyes. That man, though his aura read as only early Foundation establishment, the force behind that sword made even an early golden core recoil. Who was he? Or had he concealed his true cultivation? Master, one attendant said softly, we should return to Wuqing. Your wounds must be tended promptly. Chen Yifeng nodded, but when his gaze fell upon the purple-dressed girl, he hesitated. Miss Xiao, please come back with us to Wuqing, he said. Your injuries are severe and require treatment. Wuqing has Chun clan alchemists who can help heal you. The purple-dressed girl hesitated, then finally inclined her head. Then, thank you, young Master Chun. The 5 of them left the battlefield and set off toward Wuqing. Nearly an hour later, the group finally emerged from the dense forests of the Kangwu Mountains. Before them, the vista opened wide. A vast, boundless plain stretched to the horizon, crowned at its far edge by a majestic city rising sheer from the earth. The city's ramparts soared dozens of zhang high, constructed from colossal bluish-gray stones that shimmered faintly with spiritual light beneath the sun. At regular intervals, every 100 zhang, towers rose along the battlements, their banners snapping in the wind, and patrolling cultivators could be glimpsed moving with disciplined grace. Wu City was the largest metropolis within the Kangwu Mountains, and the ancestral stronghold of the Chun clan of Kangwu. Its permanent population exceeded 100,000, nearly 1/3 of whom were cultivators. Golden core cultivators were commonplace here. Nascent soul elders occasionally passed through the streets. At last, we've arrived, Chen Yifeng exhaled deeply. Though his injuries were not fatal, walking for an hour while wounded had drained his vitality, leaving his face increasingly pallid. 2 attendants supported him as he limped toward the city gate. The gate sentinels recognized Chen Yifeng instantly and bowed low in reverence. Young Master Chen has returned. He waved a weary hand. These are my guests. Arrange lodging for them at the clan's guest house. Also summon Li Dan, the alchemical physician. The young lady from the Shao clan and her companions are injured. Understood. The guards sprang into action, guiding the party through the gates and into the city. Inside, Wu City proved even more splendid than Gao Chu had imagined. Broad avenues teemed with life, shops lined both sides, merchants' cries rose in rhythmic cadence, crowds flowed ceaselessly. Aristocratic heirs draped in brocade robes mingled with humble wanderers clad in coarse cloth, while merchant caravans unloaded wares under the open sky. The air itself carried the heady fragrance of pills and spirit fruits, invigorating the senses and sharpening the mind. Wu City is among the greatest metropolises of the South Province. Chen Yifeng observed Gao Chu's quiet survey of the surroundings and summoned a trace of vigor to explain. All 5 great immortal clans maintain estates here, and many signs from other clans reside within its walls. Though rivalries flared between clans from time to time, no one dared provoke open strife within Wu City. No one dared slight the Chun clan's prestige. They traversed the main avenue and halted before a stately manor. Its lintel bore the simple, powerful characters, Chun residence. Two sentinels stood guard on either side of the grand entrance. At Chen Yifeng's approach, they swung the massive doors wide. "You may enter and rest first." Chen Yifeng nodded toward Gao Chu and the Shao clan's young lady. "I must attend to certain matters. I'll join you shortly." With that, he was led deeper into the residence by his attendants. The Shao clan's young lady offered Gao Chu a graceful bow in parting. "Your noble rescue shall remain etched upon my heart, Lord Gao. I shall surely visit your abode to express my gratitude." "Lady Shao does me too much honor," Gao Chu replied with a courteous nod. Shao Shuiying then departed with her kinsfolk toward another wing of the residence. Gao Chu noticed she kept one hand protectively close to the storage pouch at her waist. A steward of the Chun residence escorted Gao Chu to an elegant guest chamber. Though modest in size, the room exuded refined tranquility. Its furnishings tasteful, its corners perfumed with calming incense that eased the spirit and soothed the nerves. "Please rest at your leisure, sir," the steward said reverently. "Master Chun has instructed that all your expenses in Wu City shall be borne by the Chun residence. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command us." "Thank you," Gao Chu acknowledged with a nod. The steward withdrew and closed the door softly behind him. Gao Chu seated himself beside the bed, drew a deep breath, and began circulating the primordial chaos creation scripture. The spiritual energy in Wu City was denser than in the Kangwu Mountains forests. His qi replenished more swiftly, his meridians healing with renewed vigor. After roughly half an hour, his spiritual energy had recovered to 70%, and his damaged meridians were nearly restored. At that moment, ding, mortal sign-in system notification. Location detected, South Province, Wu City. Sign in. Gao Chu opened his eyes. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, Sovereign Cultivator. You have received Wu City Map 1, Chun Residence VIP Token 1. Bonus reward, Wu City Intelligence Summary Latest 1. 3 items materialized in his palm. The Wu City map unfurled as a supple parchment scroll, meticulously marking every street, shop, faction, stronghold, and landmark of strategic significance. The Chun Residence VIP token was a jade disc of emerald green engraved with the character Chun and a soaring eagle, emblem of the Kangwu Chun clan bestowed only upon honored guests. And the Wu City Intelligence Summary. Gao Chu unrolled the document and scanned it swiftly. It chronicled notable events across the past 3 days. 3 entries stood out. First, 3 days ago, an ancient ruin suddenly manifested deep within the Kangwu Mountains. Radiating intense spiritual fluctuations, it drew waves of cultivators seeking fortune, but its interior arrays proved lethally intricate, claiming countless lives. All 5 great immortal clans dispatched investigators, yet no substantive breakthrough had been achieved. Second, since 3 days ago, Wu City's teleportation array has malfunctioned. Long-range transmissions frequently misaligned. Some deviations spanned thousands of li. Array masters labored urgently to diagnose the cause, but progress remained sluggish. Full restoration was projected to take at least 10 to 15 days. Third, 2 days ago, a band of unidentified wanderers appeared near Wu City, led by a golden core cultivator of mid-stage cultivation. Though discreet in demeanor, intelligence indicated their unusual focus on scions of the 5 great clans. Several minor clashes had already erupted. He carefully rolled the report away and fell into contemplation. The ancient ruin in the Kangwu Mountains, the disrupted teleportation array, the enigmatic wanderers, the Bai Luo Jade token. All seemed to converge upon a single origin. Yet the precise nexus remained veiled. Knock knock. A gentle rap sounded at the door. "Who is it?" "Brother Gao Chu, it's me, Chen Yifeng." Gao Chu rose and opened the door. Chen Yifeng stood in the doorway, his complexion markedly improved, evidently having ingested potent healing pills. Behind him stood an elder robed in ash-gray silk. His aura profoundly restrained, his eyes deep and fathomless, unmistakably a venerable master of extraordinary cultivation. "Allow me to introduce you, Brother Gao." Chen Yifeng stepped aside to reveal the elder. "This is Elder Chun Xianqing, the senior elder of our Chun clan." Chun Xianqing appraised Gao Chu with a single penetrating glance, his gaze flashing with keen insight. "Young man, your cultivation foundation is no ordinary thing," he intoned, voice resonant and commanding. Gao Chu's pulse quickened. He neither denied nor confirmed, merely inclined his head in respectful silence. Elder Chen's perception is as sharp as a celestial sword. Chun Xianqing stroked his beard, a glint of quiet admiration warming his stern expression. "Indeed, a straightforward youth," he murmured, stepping into the chamber and settling into a chair. "Do not tense yourself. I come not to accuse, but to converse. I am listening attentively, Elder. Chun Xianqing nodded, direct and unadorned. The golden core cultivator you repelled in the Kangwu Mountains. He has been identified. He belongs to the Xianming Pavilion. The Xianming Pavilion. Gao Chu's brow lifted slightly. A clandestine sect shrouded in shadow. Chun Xuanqing's tone grew grave. Its members infiltrate every corner of the South Province, masquerading as lone cultivators, yet sworn in absolute fealty to a hidden sovereign. This sect has existed for millennia, yet remained submerged, until 3 days ago when the ancient ruin emerged in the Kangwu Mountains. Do you suggest the Xianming Pavilion is connected to the ruin? Highly probable. Chun Xianqing nodded. Since the ruin's appearance, their activity has surged, focused with chilling precision on the sacred artifacts and lineage tokens of the 5 great clans. The Bai Luo Jade token of the Bai Luo Shao clan. Precisely, Chun Xianqing glanced at him. The token borne by the Shao clan's young lady, the very one you saved, is one of their most revered lineage tokens. Legend holds it contains a secret left by the Shao ancestors, one intimately tied to the ancient. Within his thoughts, if the sacred artifacts of all 5 great clans conceal secrets linked to the ruin, then what of the Kangwu Ling, the Kangwu Qin clan's token? Could the Kangwu Ling I obtained through sign-in in the Kangwu Mountains also hold a key to the ruin? He withdrew the Kangwu Ling from his storage pouch and presented it to Chun Xianqing. Elder, this token. At the sight of the Kangwu Ling, Chun Xuanqing's pupils contracted violently. Where did you acquire this? His reaction surpassed even Gao Chu's expectation. He surged upright, hands trembling visibly. This is the Kangwu Ling, the lost Kangwu Ling of our Qin clan, missing for 3,000 years. How could you possibly possess it? Gao Chu was startled and quickly explained, this is what I accidentally obtained in the Kangwu mountain range. I was transported to the Kangwu mountain range by chaotic void currents 3 days ago, and found it while recuperating in the mountains. Chun Xianqing took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Found it, he murmured. The Kangwu order recognizes its master automatically. It has chosen you. This means... He looked at Gao Chu, his expression becoming complex. Kid, do you know what the Kangwu order is? I would like to hear more. Chun Xianqing fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. The Kangwu order is a relic of the ancestor Kangwu Xianzuan of the Kangwu Qin family. Legend has it that before Kangwu Xianzuan ascended to the immortal realm, he hid his entire legacy and treasures in a certain place deep within the Kangwu mountain range, and the Kangwu order is the key to unlock that treasure. 3,000 years ago, the Kangwu order was lost in an accident. The ancestors searched the entire Kangwu mountain range, but found nothing. In the 3,000 years that followed, successive family heads searched for the Kangwu order, but to no avail. And now the Kangwu order has appeared in your hands, in the hands of an outsider. His gaze was fixed firmly on Gao Chu. Can I ask you, who exactly are you? Why was the Kangwu order? Gao Chu felt the pressure in Chun Xuanqing's words. Even the unintentional pressure from a nascent soul stage cultivator weighed heavily upon him. Yet he remained calm. Senior, I truly am just an ordinary disciple of Lingfeng's sect, he said sincerely. I don't understand why the Kangwu order would choose me. I can only say that my arrival here was entirely unexpected. I encountered chaotic void currents during the transportation and ended up in the Kangwu mountain range where I met young Master Chun. That's how it all happened. Chun Xianqing stared at him for a long time, seemingly judging the truth of his words. After a while he sighed deeply. Well, I believe you're not lying. He sat back down. The Kangwu order is a relic of the immortal. Its choice has its own reasoning. Since it chose you, take good care of it. Senior. Don't call me senior. Chun Xianqing waved his hand. With the Kangwu order in your possession, you are qualified to enter the forbidden grounds of the Kangwu mountain range, where the treasures of Kangwu Xianzuan lie. If you can obtain that treasure, it would benefit both you and our Qin family. He stood up, looking at Gao Chu with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Young friend, I have a proposal. How about exploring the ancient ruins of the Kangwu mountain range together? Chun Xuanqing's words echoed in the quiet room, carrying an air of authority that could not be refused. Gao Chu fell silent, thinking to himself, exploring the ancient ruins. To be honest, I am indeed a bit curious about that ruin. The timing and spatial fluctuations match. The power within the ruins might be the reason I was caught in the chaotic void currents. If I can clarify this point, perhaps I can find a way to repair the transportation array, or at least figure out if there is a hidden hand behind the scenes. Senior. He hesitated to speak. Just call me Elder Chen. Chun Xianqing waved his hand. Or you can call me Old Chen, it's up to you. Old Chun, Gao Chu corrected himself. I have a few questions I'd like to ask. Ask away. What exactly is this ancient ruin? Why did it suddenly appear? According to the records in our Chun family's ancient texts, there is indeed an ancient ruin deep within the Kangwu mountain range, but that is merely a legend. No one has truly seen it. 3 days ago, the ruin suddenly manifested, releasing a rich spiritual power fluctuation. To be honest, even our Chun family did not anticipate this. However, after the appearance of the ruin, we invited the clan's grand elder, who carefully sensed the spiritual power fluctuations emitted by the ruin and reached a conclusion. What conclusion? That ruin is related to the ancient immortal mansion that was lost 3,000 years ago. Gao Chu frowned slightly. Ancient immortal mansion. Exactly, Chun Xianxing nodded. Legend has it that in ancient times there were 3 immortal lords who successfully ascended in the cultivation world. Kangwu Xinzuan was one of them, the other 2 being Biluo Xinzuan and Shuyue Xinzuan. Before ascending, each immortal lord left behind their own legacy and treasures hidden in various places within the cultivation world. Kangwu Xianzan's legacy is hidden in our Kangwu mountain range. Biluo Xianzan's legacy is in Biluo Zhe, also known as the territory of the Biluo Shao family, and Shi Xianzan's legacy is said to be in the far west, with no one knowing its exact location to this day. 3,000 years ago, the 3 immortal mansions simultaneously manifested, triggering a great chaos in the cultivation world. During that war, 3 immortal orders were scattered. The Kangwu order was lost, while the Biluo order is said to have been lost even earlier, and the whereabouts of the Shuyue order remain a mystery. But 3 days ago, everything changed. The ruins of the Kangwu mountain range suddenly appeared, and the spiritual power fluctuations emitted perfectly matched the characteristics of the ancient immortal mansion. This means the legacies of the 3 immortal lords may be converging once again. Gao Chu smiled. Inner thoughts: the legacies of the 3 immortal lords converging once again. If this is true, then the sudden appearance of the Kangwu order and the Biluo jade tablet attracting the attention of the Xianming pavilion all make sense. These sacred objects are the key to opening the immortal mansion. Whoever possesses them may obtain the legacy of the immortal lord. So the Xianming pavilion's attempt to seize the Biluo jade tablet is for the legacy of Biluo Xianzan. It's quite possible, Chun Xianxing nodded. Xianming Pavilion is an extremely secretive force that has reportedly existed since ancient times. They have been secretly collecting the keys to the 3 immortal mansions, attempting to monopolize the legacy of the immortal lords. The appearance of the Kangwu ruins 3 days ago indicates that the seal is loosening. This is an opportunity they have waited for countless years. The Kangwu order is the main key to opening the Kangwu immortal mansion, while the Biluo jade tablet is the sub-key to opening the Biluo immortal mansion. Only when both keys are activated simultaneously can the immortal mansion be truly opened. So the Xianming Pavilion is willing to go to great lengths to seize the Biluo jade tablet. Exactly, Chun Xianxing nodded. Without the Biluo jade tablet, even if they have the Kangwu order, they cannot enter the Kangwu immortal mansion. Conversely, the same applies. This is why they are targeting all 5 immortal clans simultaneously. As long as they gather all the fragments of the keys, they can open the immortal mansion and monopolize the legacies. Gao Chu pondered thoughtfully. Just then, ding, mortal sign-in system notification. Detected that the host is facing a major choice, triggering a hidden task. Task name: Immortal Mansion Exploration. Task description: the host possesses the Kangwu order recognized by the Kangwu Immortal Mansion. This is a rare opportunity. In 3 days, the 5 immortal clans will unite to explore the Kangwu ruins, and the host needs to join the team to explore the mysteries of the Immortal Mansion and uncover the shocking secrets from 3,000 years ago. Task requirements: 1. Accept the invitation from the Chun family and participate in the exploration of the ruins. 2. Explore at least 3 key areas within the ruins. 3. Obtain at least 1 item related to the legacy of the Immortal Mansion. Task rewards: God-level movement technique Shun Kong Bu 1. Immortal Mansion Exploration Treasure Pack 1. Space Law Comprehension Fragment 1. Gao Chu's breath quickened slightly. The rewards for this task were unexpectedly abundant. The next morning, outside the west gate of Wu City, 5 figures hovered in midair. Gao Chu, dressed in a blue robe, stood at the front of the group. After a night of recuperation, and with the aid of the healing elixirs from the Shao family, his spiritual power had recovered by 80% and his injuries were nearly healed. Behind him stood 3 individuals. The first was Chun Xuanqing, the elder of the Kangwu Chun family, a seasoned powerhouse in the nascent soul stage. As the initiator of the relic exploration, he of course would not be absent. The second was Chun Yifeng, a direct descendant of the Kangwu Chun family, with cultivation in the late foundation establishment stage. Although he had been injured in the Kangwu Mountains yesterday, he had mostly recovered after a night of rest. He looked at Gao Chu with a complex gaze filled with respect, curiosity, and a hint of unwillingness. The third was Xiao Shuang, the young lady of the Biluo Xiao family, also in the late foundation establishment stage. She was present as a representative of the Biluo Xiao family for this exploration. Is everyone here? Chun Xianqing surveyed the surroundings. Is there anyone else? The members of the Qian Zhao family and the Jinjue family should have arrived. Chun Yifeng said. It seems that the Xianshui Li family does not intend to participate in this exploration. The head of the Li family said they are not interested in the immortal mansion inheritance. What do you mean by not interested? Chun Xianqing sneered. They clearly think the risks are too great and want to wait for us to clear the way before coming to pick the fruit. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with them. So what do we do now? Before he could finish his words, a figure rushed in from the direction of the city gate. It was a young woman dressed in a white robe, around 18 or 19 years of age, with a cold demeanor and a frosty air. Her cultivation was at the early golden core stage, but the aura she exuded made others wary. This was a sharpness that could only be honed through countless battles. Apologies for being late. Her voice was like an icy spring, cold and devoid of emotion. I had some personal matters to attend to. Miss Bai? Chun Xianqing nodded. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Gao Chu scrutinized the young woman in white. In his heart, Miss Bai. Is her surname Bai? There shouldn't be anyone with the surname Bai among the 5 great immortal families in the southern region, right? Could she be from some hidden family? Xiao Shuang seemed to notice his confusion and explained in a low voice. She is from the Bai family. The Bai family is a hidden family near the Kangwu Mountains with strength not inferior to the 5 great immortal families. Senior Bai is the current head of the Bai family and requested to participate in the exploration. Requested to participate? Gao Chu raised an eyebrow. Why does she want to join? I don't know. Xiao Shuang shook her head. My father didn't tell me. Gao Chu cast a thoughtful glance at the Bai family girl, choosing not to ask further. The 5 of them flew toward the Kangwu Mountains. Half an hour later, deep within the Kangwu Mountains, a vast valley appeared before them. Surrounded by mountains, a towering stone structure stood in the center. The structure was 10 zhang high, covering several hundred zhang, entirely sculpted from a single massive stone, with an ancient and mysterious design. The entrance of the building was a 3 zhang high stone door covered with dense runes that emitted a faint emerald glow. In the open space in front of the stone door, a group of people had already gathered. They were divided into 2 factions, one wearing crimson robes and the other clad in golden armor. The crimson-robed individuals belonged to the Qian Zhao family, led by a burly middle-aged man with fiery red hair, standing on end and eyes like lightning at the peak of the golden core stage. The golden-armored individuals belonged to the Jinjue family, led by a stout elder in heavy armor, wielding a massive war spear at the early nascent soul stage. Chun Laodi, you're quite slow to arrive. Zhao Lai of the Qian Zhao family laughed heartily. We've been waiting for you for half a day. Brother Zhao, you jest. Chun Xianqing cupped his hands. Some matters delayed me on the way. Forget it, let's not mention that. Zhao Lai waved his hand, his gaze landing on Gao Chu. Who is this kid? He looks unfamiliar. This is Gao Chu, young Master Gao from the Lingfeng sect in the eastern region, Chun Xianqing introduced. He is the holder of the Kangwu order. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What the holder of the Kangwu order? This kid? Members of the Qian Zhao family and the Jinjue family all showed expressions of shock. The Kangwu order has been lost for 3,000 years, and yet it has been found by a young outsider. How is that possible? Zhao Lai narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Gao Chu. Interesting. A playful smile appeared on his lips. A kid in the early foundation establishment stage actually found the Kangwu order. Chun Laodi, you can't be mistaken, right? Absolutely true, Chun Xianqing replied indifferently. The Kangwu order has recognized its master. This cannot be faked. Humph. Wei Wuqing from the Jinjue family scoffed. So what if it has recognized its master? An outsider has no right to participate in our 5 great immortal families' exploration. Wei Laodi, that's not right. Chun Xianqing shook his head. The Kangwu order is the key to entering the immortal mansion. Without it, no one can enter. Since young Master Gao is the holder of the Kangwu order, he naturally has the right to participate. Moreover, his tone grew stern. This is a consensus recognized by the Chen family and the Biluo Xiao family. If your 2 families have objections, you may leave now. Wei Wuqing's face changed, but he did not speak further. Zhao Lai also put away his playful smile, his expression becoming serious. The 5 great immortal families exploring the immortal mansion require the Kangwu order as the key. Without it, they cannot move an inch. Since both Chun Xianqing and the Biluo Xiao family have recognized this outsider, they had no reason to oppose. Forget it. Zhao Lai waved his hand. Since both Chun Laodi and the Xiao family have agreed, we of the Qian Zhao family have no objections either. However, he looked at Gao Chu, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. Young Master Gao right. I look forward to your performance in the Immortal Mansion. Gao Chu smiled, faintly not responding. At that moment, the previously silent by family girl suddenly spoke up. The seal is loosening. Everyone turned to her voice only to see her staring intently at the runes on the stone door, her brow slightly furrowed. What do you mean? Wei Wuqing asked. 3,000 years ago, the seal set by the Kangwu Immortal was breaking apart. The Bai family girl's voice was cold. In about half an hour, the seal will completely disappear. At that time, the stone door will open automatically. Half an hour. Chun Xianqing nodded. Then let's wait. The group dispersed, finding places to rest in front of the stone door. Gao Chu sat cross-legged on a rock, closing his eyes to recuperate. The Bai family. That girl is not simple. In the early golden core stage, yet she can see through the seal set by the immortal. This level of insight and experience far surpasses that of her peers. Why does she want to participate in this exploration? Is it purely for the Immortal Mansion inheritance, or does she have other motives? He opened his eyes and glanced at the Bai family girl. She seemed to sense his gaze, turning her head to meet his eye. Half an hour later. Boom. A deep rumble echoed from within the stone door. Everyone opened their eyes and looked toward the stone door. They could see the runes on the stone door rapidly dimming, the originally emerald glow gradually fading, replaced by fine cracks. The cracks multiplied and deepened, resembling a parched riverbed akin to glass on the verge of shattering. The seal is about to break. Zhao Lai sprang to his feet. Step back. Chun Xianqing shouted. Everyone hurriedly retreated, distancing themselves from the stone door. In the next moment, crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out. The runes on the stone door completely extinguished, transforming into countless specks of light that dispersed into the air. Following that, the entire stone door collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending debris flying in all directions. A rich wave of spiritual energy surged out from the stone door, sweeping through the entire valley like a tidal wave. It's open. Wei Wuqing's eyes brightened. Behind the stone door was a dark, deep passage. The walls on both sides of the passage were embedded with fist-sized luminous pearls, emitting a soft white light. At the end of the passage, a broader space could be faintly seen where the true Immortal Mansion lay. As the stone door opened, Zhao Lai rushed in, eagerly followed closely by the members of the Qi Yen Zhao clan. We should go too, Chun Xianqing said. Stay alert and cautious. Everyone streamed in one after another. Gao Chu walked in the middle of the group with Xiao Shuang by his side and Chun Yifeng and the girl from the Bai family in front and behind him, while Chun Xianqing brought up the rear. The passage was long, and it took them 300 zhang to reach the end. At the end was an even larger stone door inscribed with the 4 characters Kangwu Xianfu. The inscription was vigorous and powerful, emanating a faint spiritual glow. Kangwu Xianfu. Xiao Shuang murmured, it really exists. Open it. Chun Xianqing looked at Gao Chu. Use the Kangwu token. Gao Chu nodded and took out the Kangwu token. The emerald green token emitted a glow in his palm, resonating with the runes on the stone door. Boom. The stone door slowly creaked open. Behind the door was a vast hall measuring 1,000 zhang in area. In the center of the hall stood a giant stone statue depicting a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, exuding an imposing aura like a celestial deity descending from the heavens. It was the statue of the Kangwu Xianzuan. The Xianfu truly exists. Wei Wuqing exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The inheritance. The inheritance of the Xianzuan is right here. Everyone hurried deeper into the hall. Gao Chu did not rush to move. His Taishang Gaining Pian was frantically warning him, indicating that this place was dangerous. Everyone be careful. Before he finished speaking, a blood-red light shot out from the depths of the hall. Who? Zhao Lai reacted the fastest, raising his hand to meet it with a flame. Boom. The flames collided with the blood light, erupting in a deafening roar. Ha ha ha. A chilling laughter echoed from the depths of the hall. The people of the 5 great immortal clans have indeed fallen into my trap. Amidst the swirling blood mist, figures emerged from the shadows. Those figures were dressed in black with a blood-red crescent moon embroidered on their chests. Xiaming Pavilion. The leader was a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe with a cultivation level in the late nascent soul stage. Blood. Shui Wuhan. Wei Wuqing's face turned pale instantly. Aren't you supposed to be in the blood moon Xianfu? Shui Wuhan. The man in the blood robe sneered. What is he? How can he be compared to me? He stepped forward, and a terrifying aura of blood slaughter pressed down on everyone like a tangible force. My name is Shuiyu. Shuiyu. Chun Zhuangqing's face changed drastically. Shuiyu Xianzuan. Impossible. You should have perished already. Perished. Shuiyu laughed at the sky. How dare mere mortals speak of the life and death of an Xianzuan? 3,000 years ago, I merely fell into a slumber. Now the time has come for me to awaken. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Gao Chu. Kid, you have the Kangwu token. Good. Hand it over to me, and I can spare your life. Gao Chu tightened his grip on the Hongmeng, soared his gaze sharp as lightning. You want the Kangwu token? He smirked slightly. Come and take it then. A trace of anger flashed in Shui Yu's eyes. Court death. He waved his hand, and a blood-red sword energy slashed toward Gao Chu. Although there was only one beam of sword energy, the power it contained was terrifying. That was the strength of Xianzuan. Even if it was just residual power, it was enough to crush anyone into powder. Protect young Master Gao. Chun Xianqing shouted loudly. He and Wei Wuqing made their moves, simultaneously attacking Shui Yu from both sides. Two mere early nascent soul cultivators dare to oppose me. Shui Yu sneered, waving his left hand to block Chun Xianqing and his right to block Wei Wuqing. Both were knocked back simultaneously. Chun Xianqing and Wei Wuqing spat out blood at the same time, their faces pale. Their early nascent soul cultivation level couldn't withstand even one of Shui Yu's attacks. Is this the power of Xianzuan? Zhao Lai's expression also turned serious. Chen Wei, we must join forces. Just then a booming sound came from deeper within the hall. A green light rose from the statue of the Kangwu Xianzuan. What is happening? Shui Yu's face changed drastically. The green light grew brighter and ultimately transformed into an illusory figure. It was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, exuding an imposing aura like a celestial deity descending from the heavens. Kangwu Xianzuan. Shui Yu. The illusory figure of Kangwu Xianzuan spoke, his voice resonating like an ancient bell. It has been 3,000 years. Do you still not give up? Kangwu. Shui Yu gritted his teeth. You truly left behind a backdoor. Back in the day you betrayed Biluo, wanting to monopolize the inheritance of the three Xianzuan. The illusory figure of Kangwu Xianzuan replied calmly. Biluo and I joined forces to seal you away. I thought you would dissipate, but your obsession has proven to be so strong that you haven't given up in 3,000 years. So what? Shui Yu sneered. Now the seal is broken and the inheritance is at hand. You're merely a remnant soul. What can you do to me? I indeed cannot do anything to you. The illusory figure of Kangwu Xianzuan nodded. But someone can. He looked at Gao Chu. Could I leave the next matters to you? Gao Chu was taken aback. Me? You possess the Kangwu token and can receive my inheritance. The illusory figure of Kangwu Xianzuan smiled faintly. He waved his hand, and a green light shot toward Gao Chu. Boom. The light entered Gao Chu's body, and a powerful force erupted within him. It was the inheritance of Kangwu Xianzuan. No. Shui Yu roared in anger. Kangwu, you won't succeed. He charged madly towards Gao Chu, attempting to interrupt the inheritance. Stop him. Chun Xianqing shouted. The cultivators of the 5 great immortal clans all simultaneously made their moves, blocking Shui Yu. You ants dare to stand in my way. Shui Yu was furious, and the aura of blood slaughter erupted violently. But just as he was about to break through the defensive line, a figure blocked his path. It was the girl from the Bai family. Bai girl. Gao Chu was surprised. The girl from the Bai family did not turn back, merely saying coldly, focus on receiving the inheritance. I will handle this person. You, Wei Wuqing sneered. You, an early golden core cultivator, think you can stop Shui Yu? Even if I can't stop him, I must try. The girl from the Bai family spoke coldly. This is a promise I made. A promise to whom? The girl from the Bai family did not answer. She waved her hand, and countless white sword energies slashed toward Shui Yu. Court death. Shui Yu slapped out a hand, and the blood-red palm wind scattered all the sword energies. But in the instant he attacked, a blinding white light erupted from the girl of the Bai family. The power contained within that white light was not weaker than Shui Yu. You. Shui Yu's pupils constricted. Who are you? My name is Bai Lingshuang, the girl from the Bai family said, a descendant of Biluo Xianzuan. Bai Lingshuang spoke coldly. My true identity is the direct descendant of Biluo Xianzuan. 3,000 years ago, when Biluo Xianzuan fell, he sealed a trace of his bloodline within my ancestor's body. This bloodline has been passed down through generations until it reached my generation. I have waited for 3,000 years just to personally slay you, the traitor. Bai Lingshuang's aura surged, and her early golden core cultivation level unexpectedly broke through to the late nascent soul stage at that moment. The bloodline inheritance of Biluo Xianzuan. Biluo. Shui Yu roared. 3,000 years ago, I couldn't kill you. Today, I will slaughter all your descendants. Then let's see you try. Bai Lingshuang transformed into a white light, engaging in battle with Shui Yu. The clash of two great masters was terrifying beyond belief. In the hall, the blood light and white light intertwined, and a spiritual energy storm swept everything. The cultivators of the 5 great immortal clans, and those from Xianming Pavilion were all forced to retreat by this storm, many even spitting out blood from the impact. Gao Chu paid no attention to these. He was fully absorbing the inheritance of Kangwu Xianzuan. Waves of information flooded into his sea of consciousness. Techniques, secret arts, magic treasures, restrictions. The lifetime accumulation of Kangwu Xianzuan was being absorbed bit by bit. Ding, the mortal sign-in system prompt. Detected that the host is receiving the Kangwu inheritance. Inheritance progress 10, 30, 50. Ding, inheritance progress 70, 90. Gao Chu felt his strength rapidly increasing. He directly advanced to the late golden core stage. No. Shui, you sensed something, his face changing drastically. The inheritance is about to complete. He frantically tried to break through by Ling Shuang's obstruction, but Bai Ling Shuang clung tightly to him, not allowing him to take a step forward. Your opponent is me. Bai Ling Shuang shouted coldly. Damn it. Ding, inheritance progress 100. Inheritance complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the inheritance of Kangwu Xianzuan. Congratulations, host, for obtaining control of Kangwu Xianfu. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Xianfu map. Congratulations, host, for completing hidden mission secrets of Xianfu. Issuing task rewards, divine level movement technique Shenkong step has been issued. Xianfu exploration gift pack has been issued. Fragments of spatial law comprehension have been issued. Congratulations, host, for comprehending a new skill, spatial law beginner. Gao Chu opened his eyes. His aura had changed. His cultivation level, originally at the mid-golden core stage, had now risen to the peak of the golden core stage. Moreover, he felt that his perception of space had greatly enhanced. He had completely understood the reason for the chaos of the teleportation array. It was the residual will of Shui Yu attempting to disrupt the spatial structure to create conditions for his revival. As long as he eliminated the residual will of Shui Yu, the teleportation array would naturally return to normal. With this in mind, Gao Chu raised his hand, and a golden light shot out from his palm. The light seemed ordinary, but the moment Shui Yu saw it, his face turned pale. What is this? The golden light entered Shui Yu's body. Oh! Shui Yu let out a mournful scream. His body began to disintegrate, and the blood slaughter aura rapidly dissipated under the illumination of the golden light. No, I refuse to accept this. He let out his final roar. 3,000 years. I have waited 3,000 years. Just like this. Before he finished, his body completely shattered, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated in the air. The complete destruction of Shui Yu's residual will. After the blood moon was destroyed, Gao Chu let out a sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Ding! The mortal sign-in system prompts you. Hidden task completed. Eliminate the remnants of blood moon. Additional reward granted. Blood moon inheritance fragment X1. Gao Chu stored the blood moon inheritance fragment in the system space. In the hall there was a profound silence. The cultivators of the 5 great celestial clans and the remnants of the Xianming Pavilion stared blankly at all of this, unable to believe their eyes. Blood moon. Just like that, it died. A remnant of a celestial sovereign was eliminated by a mere golden core brat. Ding! The mortal sign-in system prompts you. Detected host's current location, Kangwu Immortal Mansion. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Kangwu Immortal Pill X1, Immortal Mansion Key X1, Spirit Stone X10. Additional reward, permanent access to Immortal Mansion X1. Gao Chu stored the items. The Kangwu Immortal Pill could significantly enhance cultivation. The Immortal Mansion Key allowed free entry and exit from the Kangwu Immortal Mansion. The Spirit Stone contained pure celestial spiritual power, 100 times more precious than top-grade Spirit Stones. The permanent access to the Immortal Mansion. Having this, he could enter the mansion to cultivate at any time. Ding! The mortal sign-in system prompts you. Detected that the host has gained control of the Kangwu Immortal Mansion. Would you like to teleport to the core area of the Immortal Mansion? Yes. Gao Chu's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. The next moment he appeared in the core area of the Immortal Mansion. It was a space filled with verdant spiritual energy, in the center of which floated a jade tablet radiating a soft glow. That was the essence of the Kangwu order. Welcome back, heir. An ancient voice echoed in the space. Kangwu Immortal Sovereign. Gao Chu. No, I am the spirit left by Kangwu Immortal Sovereign, the voice replied. From now on, I shall be the steward of this Immortal Mansion. You may call me Elder Wu. After understanding the situation of the Immortal Mansion, Gao Chu left the core area. In the hall, everyone was still waiting for him. Young Master Gao. Xiao Shuang was the first to rush up. Are you all right? I'm fine. Gao Chu smiled. Everything is over. Blood Moon is dead, and the inheritance has been obtained. He looked at the crowd. The exploration of the Immortal Mansion was a complete success. The cultivators of the 5 great celestial clans exchanged glances. They originally thought this exploration would be a bloody contest, but unexpectedly, it ended just like that. The inheritance was taken by an outsider, and the remnants of the Xianming Pavilion were nearly wiped out, yet they got nothing. Young Master Gao Zhaolai began, "What about the inheritance of the immortal mansion?" "The inheritance has already been absorbed by me," Gao Chu said indifferently. "I apologize for your wasted trip." Wei Wuqing was furious. "The inheritance belongs to the 5 great celestial clans. You an outsider, what right do you have?" "What right?" Gao Chu interrupted him. "By the right of having eliminated the remnants of Blood Moon. By the right of having saved all your lives." His gaze became sharp. "Without me you would have long perished at the hands of Blood Moon. And now you still want to compete with me for the inheritance?" Wei Wuqing's expression changed, speechless. Chun Xianqing coughed lightly, mediating the situation. Young Master Gao is right. This exploration was thanks to him, and the inheritance rightfully belongs to him. He looked at the crowd. "Does anyone have any objections?" Zhao Lai and Wei Wuqing exchanged glances, and ultimately shook their heads. They were not fools. Gao Chu could eliminate the remnants of Blood Moon. His strength was unfathomable. Even if they joined forces, they might not be his match. "In that case, we shall take our leave for now. Thank you, Elder Chen, for your care these past 3 days." "You're welcome." Chun Xianqing waved his hand. "You've helped our Chen family so much we haven't had the chance to properly thank you." He took out a jade token from his sleeve and handed it to Gao Chu. "This is the VIP token of the Chun family in Wuqing. In the future, when you come to Nanzhou, you can freely enter Wuqing with this token, enjoying the highest level of treatment in the Chun family's enterprises." "Thank you." Gao Chu accepted the VIP token and stored it in his Shumi ring. "And this?" Chun Yifeng also stepped forward, handing him a Shumi ring. "This is something my father asked me to give you, containing some local specialties and spiritual herbs from Nanzhou, a small token of appreciation." Gao Chu accepted the Shumi ring, his divine sense probing inside, discovering a large amount of spirit stones, pills, and some rare spiritual herb materials. "Thank you, young Master Chun. Just call me Yifeng." Chun Yifeng cupped his hands. "If we have a chance to meet again in the future, I will certainly treat you to a meal." "Definitely." Gao Chu turned and walked towards the teleportation hall. He stepped onto the teleportation array and stood firm. The array master infused spiritual power, causing the runes of the teleportation array to begin glowing. A faint golden light surrounded his body as the space began to distort. Before the spiritual light completely engulfed him, he took one last look outside the teleportation hall. He saw Xiao Shuang standing among the crowd, her purple dress gently swaying in the morning breeze. Her eyes were slightly red, but a smile graced her lips as she waved to him. Chun Xianqing and Chun Yifeng stood beside her, nodding in his direction. The spiritual light surged, and his vision was swallowed by the white light. The teleportation began. Eastern Region. Tianke City, the Transmission Hall. Tianke City is the easternmost city in the Eastern Region, with the East Sea at its back, and facing an endless wasteland. The city has a permanent population of about 2,000, with 40 being cultivators, making it one of the most prosperous cities in the Eastern Region. The gate of Lingfeng sect is located 50 miles outside Tianke City, easily reachable in a moment from the city. The transmission hall of Tianke City is similar to that of Wuqing, a grand building made of blue stone. However, unlike Wuqing, there are many more transmission arrays here, over 20 each, leading to various locations in the Eastern Region, as well as to the Western Desert and Central Continent. Gao Chu stepped out of the transmission array. The air of the Eastern Region hit him dry and firm, carrying a familiar wave of spiritual energy. It was a unique aura belonging to the Eastern Wasteland, distinctly different from the softness of the Southern state. Finally back. A surge of indescribable warmth filled his heart. Ding, a reminder from the mortal sign-in system. Detected current location, Eastern Wasteland, Tianke City. Would you like to sign in? Gao Chu's lips curled slightly upwards. Sign in. Detected current location, Eastern Wasteland, Tianke City. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained Peaceful Return Talisman 1. The Peaceful Return Talisman is a talisman glowing with golden light, feeling smooth and warm like jade. Gao Chu stored it in his storage bag. He did not linger in the transmission hall. His figure flashed as he sped towards the city outskirts. Lingfeng sect, I have returned. Gao Chu flew at full speed, and just 10 miles away from the gate of Lingfeng sect, his Taishang Gaining Pian suddenly emitted a sharp warning. It was not a beast nor a formation, but an extremely terrifying, killing intent and aura of destruction. Gao Chu abruptly stopped, his pupils constricting. Ahead, the originally lush mountains had turned to scorched earth. In the direction of Lingfeng sect's gate, thick smoke billowed and flames soared into the sky. Those familiar pavilions and towers were now reduced to broken walls and ruins. The stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters, Lingfeng's sect, had shattered into several pieces, the words stained red with blood. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood and charred remains. Inside he thought this is Lingfeng's sect. Gao Chu's mind went blank. He desperately told himself it was an illusion, but the scene before him was too real. Scorched earth, collapsed buildings, scattered corpses. Every detail was a cruel fact. Lingfeng's sect. Something has happened. Fatty. Senior brother Lin. Senior sister Zhou. He let out a roar, his figure turning into a blur as he raced towards Lingfeng's sect. Lingfeng's sect in ruins. Gao Chu landed at the gate, and the sight before him seemed to freeze his blood. In the plaza in front of the gate, dozens of corpses lay haphazardly. Some wore the robes of Lingfeng's sect disciples, while others were in unfamiliar sect attire. Most of the Lingfeng's sect disciples bore fatal wounds. A sword pierced through the heart, decapitation, or shattered by spiritual energy. Blood stained the entire plaza, pooling into small streams that trickled down the stone steps. Gao Chu's feet squelched in the blood. He frantically searched among the corpses for familiar faces, but each one twisted his heart like a knife. Just then a coughing sound broke through. Cough, cough. A faint coughing sound emerged from the ruins. Gao Chu turned sharply. The sound came from the direction of the inner courtyard of the sect, which was once home to core disciples, now reduced to a broken courtyard. He flashed over. In the ruins of the inner courtyard, a figure leaned against a broken wall covered in blood, barely clinging to life. It was a woman in white, her long white skirt stained dark red with blood. Her long hair was disheveled, her face pale as paper, blood at the corners of her mouth, yet her cold eyes still glimmered with faint light. Senior sister Zhou. Gao Chu rushed over, lifting her up. Zhou Xueqing was severely injured. Her left arm was severed, and there was a deep wound on her chest with many of her meridians shattered. With her mid-stage golden core cultivation, her survival, until now, relied entirely on her power. Gao Chu. Upon seeing Gao Chu, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. There was surprise, sorrow, and an indescribable feeling. It's me, I'm back. Gao Chu's voice trembled. What happened to you? Who did this to you? Zhou Xueqing's lips moved a few times as if trying to say something, but more blood surged from her throat. Don't speak. Gao Chu quickly took out a healing pill and placed it in her mouth. First, heal your wounds. As the pill entered her throat, a warm force circulated within Zhou Xueqing, temporarily stabilizing her injuries. Where is senior brother Lin? Gao Chu asked urgently. A flash of sorrow crossed Zhou Xueqing's eyes as she shook her head slightly. Gao Chu's heart sank. He is at the back mountain. She struggled to utter a few words. He is heavily injured. Gao Chu gently laid her down, his figure flashing as he raced towards the back mountain. Lingfeng's sect back mountain. The once spiritually rich back mountain had turned into a battlefield. The mountain path was littered with dozens of corpses, some belonging to Lingfeng's sect disciples, others to outsiders. The stench of blood in the air was suffocating, with traces of the battle everywhere. Broken trees, shattered rocks, and ground corroded by spiritual energy. Gao Chu ran wildly and finally found Lin Jie at the mountain peak. Lin Jie knelt beside a large rock covered in blood. His left arm hung limply, clearly broken. A deep wound on his chest revealed bones, blood gushing out. The blood on his face obscured his features, but his familiar bright eyes remained shining, filled with pain and anger. Beside him lay several corpses dressed in unfamiliar sect attire, clearly enemies that Lin Jie had fought to the death. Senior brother Lin. Gao Chu rushed over. Gao Chu. Lin Jie looked up, surprise flickering in his muddled eyes. You're back. It's me. I'm back. Gao Chu lifted him up. How are you? I won't die. Lin Jie coughed up blood, but I'm afraid it won't be good for me. Gao Chu's divine sense entered his body and his face turned ashen. Lin Jie's injuries were worse than he had imagined, with 70% of his meridians shattered. Who did this? Gao Chu's voice was icy. Tell me. Lin Jie's lips curled into a bitter smile. It was Zhao Tianhua. Zhao Tianhua. Gao Chu did not recognize this person. He was previously an elder of Lingfeng's sect, later expelled from the sect. Lin Jie said with difficulty. He allied with the Tianyuan sect from Central Continent and ambushed us. Tianyuan sect. Gao Chu frowned tightly. The sect master was ambushed by Zhao Tianhua, heavily injured. Now his life or death is unknown. Lin Jie's voice grew softer. Elders and junior brothers have all perished in battle. Lin Jie's tone was filled with sorrow. Gao Chu gripped his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping. Senior brother Lin, his voice was low and cold. Rest assured, I will make them pay back this debt 100-fold. What are you going to do? Lin Jie forced himself to look up. Kill them all. Gao Chu's tone was calm, but the killing intent in his eyes was palpable. Not a single one will be spared. Gao Chu laid Lin Jie against a nearby large rock and took out healing pills obtained from the southern state, feeding them to him. Hold on for now, I will look for other survivors. Gao Chu, be careful. Lin Jie weakly warned the Tianyuan sect people. Haven't gone far. They are after the sect master. I know. Gao Chu stood up, his gaze sharp. His divine sense expanded, fully covering the entire area of Lingfeng's sect. His peak golden core divine sense spread out like an invisible net, sweeping through every corner. Soon he found other survivors. In a cave on the back mountain, over a dozen Lingfeng sect disciples were hiding, mostly low-level disciples in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, injured, but still alive. In the ruins of the inner courtyard, an early-stage golden core elder was healing several seriously injured disciples, his own aura also weak. In a further direction, at the entrance of Lingfeng sect's forbidden area, several figures were moving quickly. They wore the attire of the Tianyuan sect and were all above the golden core stage. The leading figure was at the mid-nascent soul stage. A cold glint flashed in Gao Chu's eyes. The people from Tianyuan sect haven't left yet. Good, then I will make sure they won't return. At the entrance to the forbidden grounds of Lingfeng's sect, Gao Chu sat upon a great stone, his gaze cold and fixed upon the scene ahead. 5 figures were locked in a fierce skirmish at the mouth of the restricted area. 3 of them hailed from Lingfeng's sect. One was a late golden core elder, his face ashen and clearly grievously wounded. The other 2 were disciples in the late foundation establishment stage, barely holding on. Their opponents were 5 cultivators clad in the robes of Tianyuan sect. Leading them was a middle-aged man in mid-nascent soul, his features harsh and his strikes merciless. The other 4 were golden core cultivators, their cooperation flawless as they pressed the Lingfeng trio relentlessly backward. People of Lingfeng's sect surrender obediently. The man in mid-nascent soul sneered coldly. Your sect master has been gravely wounded by Elder Zhao and is now being pursued by us. If you are sensible, hand over your sect's heirloom artifacts, and I may spare your lives. In your dreams, the late golden core elder bellowed. Even if the last of us bleeds out on this ground, Lingfeng's sect will never bow to you despicable fools. Unreasonable. A flicker of killing intent passed the mid-nascent soul man's eyes. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. He raised his hand, and a terrible aura congealed in his palm. A full-force strike from a nascent soul cultivator could slay a golden core master in a single blow. In that moment of grave peril, a golden sword light descended from the heavens. With a thunderous impact, the golden blade struck before the mid-nascent soul man, as if it were divine retribution. The fearsome force sent him flying, slamming him into an ancient tree. He spat a mouthful of blood. Hua! The 4 remaining Tianyuan sect cultivators were aghast and recoiled. When the dust cleared, Gao Chu's figure slowly emerged. The mid-nascent soul man pressed a hand to his chest and struggled to his feet, pallid and filled with shock and rage. You, who are you? How dare you interfere in Tianyuan sect affairs? He spat. I am a disciple of Lingfeng's sect, Gao Chu replied evenly. Gao Chu, I ask you, why did you attack Lingfeng's sect? The mid-nascent soul man fell silent for a moment, then sneered. Why? Boy, are you familiar with the Lingfeng? Gao Chu's brow tightened. The Lingfeng secret is the sect's treasured technique, he replied coolly. How does it concern Tianyuan's sect? It concerns you greatly. Greed gleamed in the man's eyes. 3,000 years ago, the Lingfeng secret was stolen from Tianyuan's sect. It was our inheritance. Lingfeng's founding ancestor was nothing but a traitor. His voice turned icy. Therefore we have come to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Gao Chu fell silent, yet he quickly suppressed the doubts stirring within him. Regardless of the Lingfeng secret's origins, the Tianyuan sect had taken advantage of Lingfeng's sect's unpreparedness and launched a surprise attack that cost many disciples their lives. This was an undeniable fact. No matter what reasons you offer, Gao Chu's voice chilled, none of you will leave today. He raised the hong. A golden sword radiance shot skyward. Ha ha ha. The mid-nascent soul man spat blood from the corner of his mouth, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. You, only a golden core, dare tell us we cannot leave? He wiped blood from his lips, the malice in his face obvious. I admit your blade had a peculiar edge, boy, but do you think such power can stand against Tianyuan's sect? Today you will learn what. His words froze as Gao Chu moved. Gao Chu vanished from his original place, and in the next instant stood above the mid-nascent soul man's head. Hongmeng sword technique, second form. Earthrending. Golden sword light fragmented into countless blades of qi, raining down like a raging storm upon the nascent soul cultivator. No. His face paled as he hastily formed hand seals. Tianyuan bodyguard. A golden protective dome coalesced around him, Tianyuan-sect's hallmark defensive art renowned for its astonishing fortitude. The sword chi pelted the dome like incessant hail, each impact detonating in rapid succession. Cracks spidered across the shield, yet it held on precariously. It held. The mid-nascent soul man exhaled in relief. Boy, though your assault was fierce, breaking my Tianyuan bodyguard. His words faltered as his pupils snapped wide. Gao Chu was already behind him. Third form, soul-shattering. Golden sword shadows bearing apocalyptic force descended upon his back. No. The blade fell. Before the sword shadow, the Tianyuan bodyguard proved as fragile as the protective barrier shattered. The sword struck his back, spraying blood. He screamed, was torn forward by the blow, and slammed to the earth. He struggled a few convulsive moments, and lay still. A mid-nascent soul was cleaved by a single sword. Elder. The remaining 4 Tianyuan-sect cultivators went pale and turned to flee. Wanna run? Gao Chu's voice was as cold as winter. He flashed, and the Hongmeng's sword unleashed for consecutive cuts. For crimson bursts erupted into the sky. The 4 golden core cultivators of Tianyuan-sect never had the chance to beg. The sword chi pierced through their hearts, and they died on the spot. From the first strike to the end it took no more than 3 breaths. The 3 Lingfeng disciples stared in stunned disbelief. A late golden core in 3 breaths had slain a nascent soul and 4 mid-golden core cultivators. How is this possible? The late golden core elder muttered, his voice trembling. Gao Chu sheathed his sword and turned to him. Elder, are you all right? I am fine. The late golden core elder recovered himself and hastily cupped his hands. My gratitude for saving our lives. No thanks necessary. Gao Chu shook his head. The most important matter now is to find the sect master. He was grievously wounded by Zhao Tianhua. If he does not receive treatment. He left the sentence unfinished, yet all present understood. Without further words, Gao Chu swept into the depths of the forbidden grounds. Deep within the Lingfeng sect's restricted area, a figure knelt half on the ground. It was Yunxiao Jinren, his body crisscrossed with wounds and his robes darkened by blood. His breath was a fragile thread, as if he might expire at any moment. Opposite him stood another figure, a middle-aged man in black robes, his face sullen and his gaze brutal. He cultivated at the late golden core stage, yet an uncanny sinister aura clung to him like a foul mist. Zhao Tianhua sneered at Feng Qingyang. You have no avenue of escape left. Yunxiao Jinren lifted his head with great effort, his voice rasped. I treated you well. Why betray Lingfeng's sect? Betray, eh? Zhao Tianhua laughed, a sound laced with madness and venom. I have served Lingfeng's sect faithfully for 300 years, toiling without complaint, and yet the master passed the succession to you. I will not accept it. I refuse. His voice tore like a beast's roar, his face contorted. He raised his hand, and a black spiritual force gathered in his palm, intent on slaying Yunxiao Jinren then and there. At that moment Gao Chu arrived. With a flash he appeared behind Zhao Tianhua and struck his back with a palm. P.F. Zhao Tianhua had no time to react. He spat blood and collapsed, rendered helpless. Gao Chu's sword hand fell and ended Zhao Tianhua in a single stroke. He turned and helped Yunxiao Jinren to his feet. Sect master will take you out of here. Yunxiao Jinren lifted his head to look at Gao Chu. A mixture of emotions flickered through the sect master's eyes. Relief, gratitude, and a feeling difficult to name. Gao Chu. His voice was hoarse. You have grown faster than I imagined. He allowed Gao Chu to support him as they walked toward the exit of the forbidden grounds. Lingfeng's sect temporary camp. After the attack on Lingfeng's sect, the survivors established a temporary camp in a cave on the back mountain. A dozen disciples sat around the fire, their faces filled with exhaustion and sorrow. This incident resulted in countless casualties among the disciples and elders within the sect. An oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. At the cave entrance, Gao Chu supported Master Yun Shao as he walked in. Master! The disciples all stood up, their faces brimming with joy and excitement. The master is still alive. Master Yun Shao weakly waved his hand, signaling everyone to keep quiet. I am fine. His voice was hoarse. It was all Gao Chu who saved me. The gazes of the disciples suddenly fell on Gao Chu, filled with admiration and gratitude. Senior brother Gao. Senior brother Gao is mighty. Gao Chu nodded slightly, helping Master Yun Shao to sit down aside. The urgent matter now is to stabilize the situation. He looked at the law enforcement Elder Zhou Dihai and said, Elder Zhou, please arrange for someone to care for the injured and tally the supplies. Senior brother Lin and senior sister Zhou are seriously injured and need immediate treatment. Yes. He then turned to Master Yun Shao. Master, I need to know the whole story behind this incident. Master Yun Shao looked at him, silent for a moment. All right. 3 days ago, Zhao Tianhua suddenly contacted Tianyuan's sect. He said that his connection with Tianyuan's sect could be traced back 300 years. 300 years ago. Yes. Master Yun Xiao nodded. Zhao Tianhua was originally a disciple of Tianyuan's sect, but for certain reasons he defected and wandered to the eastern wasteland, joining our Lingfeng sect. For 300 years, he has been secretly waiting for an opportunity. Until 3 days ago, he finally contacted the higher-ups of Tianyuan's sect, agreeing to collaborate in destroying Lingfeng's sect. Tianyuan's sect promised him that as long as he helped them retrieve the Lingfeng formula, he would be allowed to rejoin Tianyuan's sect and would be granted a higher position and resources. This traitor. Zhou Dihai gritted his teeth. 300 years. He actually concealed himself for 300 years. Not only that. Master Yun Xiao continued. According to Zhao Tianhua, the reason Tianyuan's sect wants to retrieve the Lingfeng formula is not merely because of the historical grievances from 3,000 years ago. What other reason is there? He said. Master Yun Xiao's voice grew solemn. Within the Lingfeng formula lies a shocking secret. This secret relates to the rise and fall of Tianyuan's sect, which is why they will go to any lengths to obtain the Lingfeng formula. What secret? I don't know. Master Yun Xiao shook his head. Zhao Tianhua didn't clarify. But one thing is certain: the origins of the Lingfeng formula are far more complex than we imagine. Gao Chu fell silent. He sensed a massive web unfolding behind this. But now was not the time to pursue these matters. No matter what secret the Lingfeng formula holds, he spoke. The most important thing now is to restore the vitality of Lingfeng's sect. Tianyuan's sect has suffered a great loss and will not let this go easily. We must be prepared. Zhou Dihai nodded. I will contact other sects in the eastern region to seek their support. He turned to leave. In the cave, only Gao Chu and Feng Qingyang remained. Gao Chu. Master Yun Xiao suddenly spoke. What does the master command? There is something I must tell you. Master Yun Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze profound. Regarding the origins of the Lingfeng formula, I actually know a bit. Gao Chu paused. What? 3,000 years ago, the founder of Lingfeng's sect, Ling Feng, was indeed not a person from the eastern wasteland. Master Yun Xiao slowly said. He came from a very distant place to the eastern region and established Lingfeng's sect. Where did he come from? From Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou. Gao Chu frowned slightly. Yes, Master Yun Xiao nodded. And according to ancient records, Ling Feng came from a prominent family in Zhongzhou, the Ling family. The Ling family. Yes. Master Yun Xiao's voice grew serious. 3,000 years ago, the Ling family was one of the most powerful families in Zhongzhou. But later the Ling family was destroyed in a great war, leaving only Ling Feng to escape. He came to the eastern region, established Lingfeng's sect, and continued the lineage of the Ling family. And the Lingfeng formula is the clan's ultimate skill passed down through generations. Gao Chu fell silent. Internally, Ling Feng came from Zhongzhou's Ling family. The Ling family was destroyed. The Lingfeng formula is the Ling family's heritage. Then why does Tianyuan's sect claim it was stolen? Gao Chu spoke. Master Tianyuan's sect says the Lingfeng formula belongs to them. What is going on? Master Yun Xiao was silent for a moment. I don't know, he finally said. It's very difficult to verify events from 3,000 years ago. But one thing is certain: there is indeed a grievance between Lingfeng's sect and Tianyuan's sect. What? It is said. Master Yun Xiao's voice was low. The family of Ling Feng and the founding family of Tianyuan's sect, the Yuan family, were sworn enemies. 3,000 years ago, the two families erupted in a shocking war. Both sides suffered heavy losses and were destroyed. Ling Feng fled to the eastern wasteland to establish Lingfeng's sect, while the remnants of the Yuan family established Tianyuan's sect. Since then, Tianyuan's sect has always wanted to retrieve the Lingfeng formula and eliminate Lingfeng's sect to avenge the great hatred of that year. Gao Chu's pupils constricted. Internally, the feud between the two families. The battle 3,000 years ago. The grievances between Ling Feng and the Yuan family. How complex is all of this? So he slowly spoke. Tianyuan's sect's sudden assault on Lingfeng's sect is not only for the Lingfeng formula, but also to avenge the extermination of their family 3,000 years ago. Very likely, Master Yun Xiao nodded. For 3,000 years, Tianyuan's sect has not forgotten the hatred of that year. They have waited this long for this moment. Gao Chu fell silent. But no matter what, the urgent matter now is to rebuild Lingfeng's sect and resist the retaliation from Tianyuan's sect. Other matters can be investigated slowly later. He looked at Master Yun Xiao. Master, you should rest first. I will handle some matters. Go ahead, Master Yun Xiao nodded. Be careful of Tianyuan's sect's people. They have suffered a great loss this time, and will definitely return with a vengeance. I know. Gao Chu turned and walked out of the cave. Night fell, and the stars twinkled. The ruins of Lingfeng's sect appeared particularly desolate under the moonlight. Those broken walls and shattered stones seemed to tell of past glory and today's sorrow. Gao Chu stood at the cave entrance, overlooking the devastation. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. I will avenge the Lingfeng sect. Lingfeng sect temporary camp on the back mountain. As the morning light shone, golden sunlight poured over the ruins, casting a layer of warmth over the charred land. However, this warmth could not dispel the lingering scent of blood and sorrow in the air. Gao Chu stood on a large rock outside the cave, overlooking the busy crowd. The surviving disciples were tidying up the aftermath, carefully collecting the bodies of their fallen brothers for burial later. Zhou Dihai led a few remaining disciples to clear the ruins, trying to salvage some useful supplies from the broken walls. The injured were placed in makeshift huts with people assigned to look after them. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing were housed in the innermost cave, personally cared for by Gao Chu. Gao Chu entered the cave. Lin Jie lay on a bed of straw, his breath weak but steady. The healing pills from Nanzhou had significant effects. Although they could not fully mend his shattered meridians, they at least saved his life. Gao Chu. Lin Jie struggled to open his eyes. Seeing Gao Chu, a faint smile appeared on his lips. You've returned. Senior brother, don't speak. Just rest well. Gao Chu squatted down, taking out a few high-quality healing pills. These are the pills I obtained during my trip. They have miraculous effects on meridian repair. You killed the vice sect master of Tianyuan sect. Lin Jie's voice was weak. That's a mid-nascent soul. Just a single sword strike. Gao Chu replied lightly, it's nothing. One sword. Lin Jie forced a bitter smile. You've kept it well hidden. What have I hidden? Gao Chu smiled faintly. I am merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. Can an early foundation establishment kill a nascent soul, eh? Lin Jie rolled his eyes, but the movement caused him pain, making him grimace. Forget it, I won't ask. You are now the pillar of the sect, of my life depends on you saving me. Senior brother, don't worry. Gao Chu fed him the pills. You will be fine. As the pills went down, a warm force circulated within Lin Jie, repairing his damaged meridians. Though he couldn't fully recover, at least his condition was stabilized. Gao Chu stood up and walked toward the cave, where Zhou Xueqing was recuperating. Her injuries were even more severe than Lin Jie's. Her left arm was severed, and there was a deep wound on her chest, exposing bone, with multiple shattered meridians. If it weren't for her profound cultivation, she would have likely succumbed long ago. Senior sister Zhou. Gao Chu called softly. Zhou Xueqing slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze remained cold, but as she saw Gao Chu, a barely perceptible ripple flashed in her icy eyes. You have returned. Her voice was hoarse and intermittent. Yes, I'm back. Gao Chu squatted down. Senior sister, you've suffered. Zhou Xueqing said nothing, simply gazing at him quietly. In her cold eyes it seemed like 1,000 words were hidden, but she did not know where to start. After a long while she finally spoke. Just a single word. But from that one word Gao Chu heard too much. Relief from surviving a calamity, trust in Gao Chu, and a hint of unspoken feelings. He took out a completely green pill from his storage bag. This was the Kangwu Immortal Pill, obtained from Kangwu Immortal Mansion, possessing miraculous life-restoring effects. Senior sister, this is the Kangwu Immortal Pill. He held the pill to Zhou Xueqing's lips. After taking it, your injuries should recover significantly. Zhou Xueqing looked at the softly glowing pill, her eyes flickering with surprise. As the pill went down, a surge of immense vitality erupted within her. At the severed arm, new bones grew rapidly. At the shattered meridians, new ones reconnected. The deep wound on her chest was healing at a visible rate. In just a moment, Zhou Xueqing's complexion changed from pale to rosy, and her breath stabilized considerably. How do you feel? Gao Chu asked. Much better. Zhou Xueqing tried to sit up, finding her body still somewhat weak, but the earlier feeling of being on the verge of collapse was gone. Thank you. No need to thank me. Gao Chu stood up. Senior sister, please rest well. I have some matters to attend to. Where are you going? Zhou Xueqing asked, her voice still cold, but with a hint of concern. To Tianyuan sect. A glint of cold light flashed in Gao Chu's eyes. They owe Lingfeng's sect a debt, and I will make them pay it back tenfold. Zhou Xueqing fell silent for a moment. Be careful. She only said 2 words. Don't worry. Gao Chu smiled slightly. A mere Tianyuan sect cannot do anything to me. He turned and walked out of the cave. Behind him, Zhou Xueqing's gaze followed his back until he disappeared at the entrance. In the central region, on the official road to Tianyuan City, Gao Chu had been away from Lingfeng's sect for 3 days. He traveled northwest, crossing the towering mountains of the eastern wilderness, traversing endless plains, and finally entered the territory of the central region. The spiritual energy in the central region was even denser than in the eastern wilderness, and the spiritual power in the air felt substantial, refreshing the mind. Lush spiritual herb gardens lined both sides of the road, and one could frequently see cultivators flying by on their swords hurrying to and fro. He came to the central region with only one purpose, to make Tianyuan's sect pay the price. Ding the mortal sign-in system prompt. Current location detected central region outskirts of Tongtian City. This location is the first sign-in point. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations host, you have received central region map 1, disguise mask 1. Extra reward Tianyuan sect intelligence summary 1. Gao Chu's lips curled up slightly. He opened the intelligence summary and quickly browsed. The intelligence detailed information about Tianyuan sect, the sect layout list of elders, distribution of experts, the structure of the mountain protection array. Even the cultivation techniques and commonly used moves of Yuan Wuqing were recorded. He put on the disguise mask. It was an exceedingly ordinary mask. Once worn, his appearance would change to that of a middle-aged man, and his aura would also alter accordingly. Even an expert at the late stage of nascent soul would find it hard to detect his presence if they were not careful. He continued along the official road. Tongtian City was the largest city in the eastern region of the central region, backed by the Tongtian mountain range and facing endless plains. The permanent population of the city exceeded 8,000, with cultivators making up about 40, serving as an important hub for trade between the central region and the eastern domain. In Tongtian City, on the bustling streets, Gao Chu walked while observing everything around him. There were shops lining both sides of the street offering various pills, spiritual weapons, and magical treasures. Cultivators flowed continuously through the streets. Among them were many golden core and even nascent soul experts. He arrived at a tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and sat in a corner listening to the discussions around him. Have you heard? The vice sect master of Tianyuan's sect was killed. What? Yuan Patian was killed. He was a mid-nascent soul expert. Who did it? It's said to be a disciple of Lingfeng's sect from the eastern domain, named Gao Chu. Lingfeng's sect? What kind of small sect is that? How could they possibly kill the vice sect master of Tianyuan's sect? Who knows? Anyway, everyone in Tianyuan's sect is on edge, fearing that Gao Chu will come looking for trouble. Let him come. Tianyuan sect is one of the top sects in the central region. No matter how strong Gao Chu is, can he surpass sect master Yuan Wuqing? That's hard to say. I've heard that Gao Chu wields a terrifying sword technique, killing Yuan Patian with a single strike. Is that true? What sword technique is so powerful? I don't know. But the people from Tianyuan's sect now turn pale at the mention of it, afraid to go out. He continued to listen, quickly gaining more useful information. Tianyuan's sect was conducting a citywide manhunt for him, reportedly offering a high bounty. The mountain protection array of Tianyuan's sect had been fully activated, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. Several elders of Tianyuan's sect were convening in the council hall to discuss strategies. It seems I need to find an opportunity to infiltrate Tianyuan's sect. Gao Chu muttered to himself. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a familiar voice came from behind him. Oh, isn't this junior brother Gao? As Gao Chu was about to leave, a familiar voice came from behind. Gao Chu's body trembled, and he turned around abruptly. He saw a stout figure in a brocade robe striding towards him. It was Xiang Pengzi. But what shocked Gao Chu was that Xiang Pengzi was here. He hadn't seen Xiang Pengzi at Lingfeng's sect, and thought he had turned to ashes in the battle. Senior brother Xiang, how come you're here? Gao Chu suppressed his confusion and asked in a low voice. When Lingfeng's sect was attacked, you? I ran away quickly, Xiang Pengzi chuckled, sitting down opposite Gao Chu. When those people from Tianyuan's sect barged in, I happened to be outside the mountain gate gathering herbs. Seeing something was wrong, I took off running. Your senior brother Xiang may not be capable in other areas, but when it comes to escaping, I'm top-notch. Then why didn't you go back to help? With my cultivation level, going back to help would be courting death. I planned to wait until the commotion died down before returning, but I didn't expect to run into you on the way. He lowered his voice, leaning closer to Gao Chu. Junior brother Gao, I heard you killed the deputy sect master of Tianyuan's sect. Is it true? Yeah, Gao Chu nodded. He deserved to die? Impressive. Xiang Pengzi gave a thumbs up. No wonder you are the genius of Lingfeng's sect. Killing a nascent soul with a single sword strike, who would believe such a feat? He beckoned the waiter to bring wine and dishes, as if eager to reminisce with Gao Chu. Come on, junior brother Gao, let's have a good chat. It's rare to meet a fellow sect member in Zhongzhou. We won't leave until we're drunk. Gao Chu looked at Xiang Pengzi's enthusiastic demeanor, but a hint of unease flickered in his heart. After all, what normal person would come to such a distant place in Zhongzhou? His Taishang Gaining Pian suddenly gave a subtle warning. It wasn't a hostile intent directed at him, but an extremely subtle sense of incongruity. Inner thoughts, there's something off about this fat guy. He quietly activated his divine sense, probing towards Xiang Pengzi. His divine sense at the peak of golden course swept over Xiang Pangzi's entire body like invisible tentacles. In the next moment, Gao Chu's pupils constricted. The fluctuation of spiritual power within Xiang Pangzi was actually at the early stage of nascent soul. Moreover, that aura of spiritual power carried a hint of familiar bloodthirst. He is from Tianyuan's sect. Gao Chu suppressed the shock in his heart, maintaining a calm expression. Senior brother Xiang, he began to probe, what are you doing in Zhongzhou? Me. Xiang Pangzi stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, speaking indistinctly. I came to Zhongzhou to travel. Yes, travel. I heard Zhongzhou is prosperous and wanted to see the world. Travel. Gao Chu raised an eyebrow. You traveled all the way from the eastern region to Zhongzhou, crossing the endless wilderness alone. What's strange about that? Xiang Pangzi said dismissively. Although your senior brother Xiang's cultivation isn't high, I had good luck and met some kind people along the way who brought me here smoothly. What kind people, eh? Just, some reclusive seniors. Xiang Pangzi's eyes flickered. They took a liking to me and gave me a lift. Gao Chu stared at him, his gaze piercing. Senior brother Xiang, he suddenly spoke. I heard there's a young master from Tianyuan's sect who has been traveling around and rarely shows his face. Do you know about it? Xiang Pangzi's chopsticks paused slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Is that so? He laughed heartily. I haven't heard of that. The young master of Tianyuan's sect. That's a big shot. How could a small outer disciple like me know? Is that so? Gao Chu smiled faintly. Stop acting. I've seen through you. You're not Xiang Pangzi. Xiang Pangzi's expression finally changed. The originally murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a sharp light, completely different from his earlier nonchalant demeanor. Junior brother Gao, his voice changed, no longer that slick tone. When did you find out? Indeed, I am not Xiang Pangzi. I am Yuan Wushuang, the young master of Tianyuan's sect. As for Xiang Pangzi, a cold smile crept across his lips. He died long ago. 3 days ago, I killed him with my own hands. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Gao Chu's eyes. You killed senior brother Xiang. Killing a pawn who was about to expose his identity. What's so strange about that? Yuan Wushuang said indifferently. He was an undercover agent I planted in Lingfeng's sect, responsible for monitoring the sect's every move. On the day Lingfeng's sect was attacked, he happened to be outside, giving me the chance to silence him. You? Don't be hasty to act. Yuan Wushuang waved his hand. I'm here to find you today, not to fight. Then what are you here for? I'm here to tell you a truth. Yuan Wushuang picked up a teacup and took a gentle sip. The truth from 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago, there were two extraordinary talents in the cultivation world, one named Lingfeng and the other Yuan Shun. They were fellow disciples taught by a mysterious transformation stage expert. That expert only took these two disciples in his lifetime and imparted all his knowledge to them. Among them, his most prized technique was called Lingfeng Ju, a legendary skill with which he roamed the cultivation world for a century without ever being defeated. Later, that expert failed to transcend the tribulation and perished under the heavenly calamity. Before his death, he passed on the Lingfeng Ju to his eldest disciple Lingfeng, but did not pass it on to the second disciple Yuan Shun. The reason was, Lingfeng was steady and pure-hearted, while Yuan Shun, despite his extraordinary talent, had wicked intentions and was somewhat impatient for success. The expert feared that if he received Lingfeng Ju, he would stray onto the evil path. But Yuan Shun was unconvinced. Yuan Wushuang's voice grew somber. He couldn't accept being inferior to his senior brother, nor could he tolerate his master's favoritism. Thus, he betrayed Lingfeng, ambushed him when he was unprepared, and stole a copy of Lingfeng Ju. Though Lingfeng was severely injured, he still managed to escape. He fled eastward, reaching the eastern region, where he established Lingfeng's sect, passing down Lingfeng Ju for generations. Meanwhile, Yuan Shen stayed in Zhongzhou and founded Tianyuan's sect. Though he obtained a copy of Lingfeng Ju, many of the crucial mental methods were incomplete because they were obtained through treachery. Thus, while Tianyuan's sect's techniques were similar to Lingfeng Ju, they always fell short. For 3,000 years, Tianyuan's sect has been seeking an opportunity to reclaim the complete Lingfeng Ju. Lingfeng's sect is our target. Now you understand, right? Lingfeng and Yuan Shun are brothers, and Lingfeng Ju is their master's technique, but the master only passed it to Lingfeng. Yuan Shen's dissatisfaction triggered this series of grudges. Do you understand now? Yuan Wushuang looked at Gao Chu. Lingfeng Ju originally belonged to our Yuan family. Your ancestor Lingfeng was just a thief who stole the technique. Have you lost your mind? Gao Chu shouted angrily. Whoever your master passes it to, that's who it belongs to. You Yuan family can't get it, so you team up with outsiders to destroy our Lingfeng sect. Is this how Tianyuan's sect operates? The victor is king. What's there to discuss? Yuan Wushuang sneered. The fall of Lingfeng's sect is only a matter of time. Rather than resist uselessly, it's better to obediently hand over Lingfeng Ju. Perhaps I might spare your lives. Spare my life. Gao Chu laughed coldly. Just based on you. I think you've had too much to drink. Yuan Wushuang suddenly retreated, taking out a token from his bosom. Disciples of Tianyuan sect, obey my orders. Surround and kill this person. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of figures suddenly surged around the tea house. Those people wore black robes of Tianyuan sect, all at the golden core stage, or above. The two leaders exuded an aura that had already reached the early stage of nascent soul. Gao Chu Yuan Wushuang stood outside the encirclement, sneering. Do you think I didn't know you would come to Zhongzhou? Tianyuan sect spies are spread throughout Zhongzhou. The moment you stepped into Zhongzhou, I knew. I've already set up a net around this tea house. Today you won't escape. Gao Chu surveyed his surroundings. Dozens of golden core experts +2 at the early stage of nascent soul. And Yuan Wushuang, the young master, at the early stage of nascent soul. This lineup is enough to encircle and kill any golden core cultivator. Is this all? Gao Chu's lips curved slightly upward. Your deputy sect master is not my match. Oh, what makes you think you can kill me? You're dreaming. Yuan Wushuang sneered. You must have succeeded through a sneak attack. Oh, do you think you can escape? Escape, eh? Gao Chu laughed. Why would I want to escape? He raised the Hongmeng's sword. None of you will escape today. Tongtian City, a tea house. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from within, blasting the entire three-story building to rubble. Passers-by screamed and scattered while nearby cultivators leapt into the air, eager to investigate. A streak of golden sword light weaved through the crowd. Each flicker took a life. Cries of awe and help rose in an endless chorus. The golden core disciples of the Tianyuan sect were as fragile as ants before Gao Chu. One sword, one soul. Two swords, two deaths. In a moment, more than half of the dozens of golden core masters had fallen. Damn it! Yuan Wushuang roared. Two elders attacked together. Two early nascent soul elders struck in unison. Tianyuan palm. Tianyuan sword. Three dread attacks thundered toward Gao Chu at once. Early nascent soul, eh? Gao Chu sneered. Is that all? With the instant void step, his body vanished, reappearing behind one of the elders. Earth split. Golden sword chi cascaded down. No. The elder screamed as the Bladiki tore him apart on the spot. Another one down. Yuan Wushuang's pupils shrank. Do not be afraid, this is merely another beginning. Gao Chu's voice was icy. His figure faded and materialized before another elder. Soul shatter. A golden sword shadow descended. With a thunderous blast, the elder's protective aura was smashed, and he was cleaved in two. Two early nascent soul elders, each felled by a single sword. Yuan Wushuang's face drained of color. He had never imagined Gao Chu could be so terrifyingly powerful. Even early nascent soul cultivators could not endure a single strike from him. Young sect lord, Gao Chu looked at him, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. It's your turn. You? Don't come any closer. Yuan Wushuang retreated in panic. But Gao Chu's speed was incomparable. With the instant void step, he appeared directly before Yuan Wushuang. Please. Spare me. Terror filled Yuan Wushuang's face. I can tell you more secrets about the Lingfeng Ju. Secrets? Gao Chu mocked. You've already told me enough. Then, I can take you back to the Tianyuan sect. Let you meet my father. Yuan Wushuang struggled. I can reveal all of the Tianyuan sect's secrets. No need. Gao Chu raised the Hongmeng sword. I can cut my way in. A flash of blade light. The young sect lord of the Tianyuan sect was no more. Gao Chu stood amid the ruins, surrounded by the corpses of Tianyuan sect cultivators. Blood spattered his clothes, yet his expression remained calm. The young sect lord of the Tianyuan sect, he said coldly, looking at Yuan Wushuang's body, was nothing more than this. He rifled through Yuan Wushuang's corpse and found a Shumi ring, probing it with his spiritual sense. He slightly raised an eyebrow. Inside the storage ring, besides a great number of spirit stones and pills, lay several jade slips. One of the slips contained the complete text of the Lingfeng Ju. The complete Lingfeng Ju. Gao Chu murmured. With this, perhaps I can unravel the hidden secrets within it. He placed the jade slip into his storage pouch. Ding, mortal check-in system notification. Host detected acquiring complete Lingfeng Ju. Learn. Ding, congratulations, host has mastered complete Lingfeng Ju. A vast torrent of information surged into Gao Chu's mind. The complete heart method of the Lingfeng Ju, including core secrets never once passed down by generations of sect leaders. So that's it. Gao Chu opened his eyes, a flash of comprehension within. Zhongzhou, Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City is one of Zhongzhou's greatest cities, backed by the Tianyuan Mountains and looking out over endless plains. The permanent population exceeded 1.5 million of them cultivators, making it the most bustling cultivation sanctuary in all Zhongzhou. The mountain gate of the Tianyuan sect sat in the Tianyuan mountains north of the city, stretching for hundreds of miles with imposing majesty. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Tianyuan sect's great hall was unbearably grave. In the center of the hall, a body lay motionless. It was a corpulent figure in brocade robes, his face frozen in the terror of his final moments. The young sect lord of the Tianyuan sect, Yuan Wushuang. Who killed my son? From above the hall, an elder in dark red robes bellowed. His voice rolled like thunder, reverberating through the chamber and causing eardrums to ache. That was the sect leader of the Tianyuan sect, Yuan Wuqing, a peerless late nascent soul powerhouse. Sect leader, a golden core disciple stammered. The disciples who fled Tongtian city say. It was Gao Chu. Gao Chu. That was the sect leader of the Tianyuan sect, Yuan Wuqing, a peerless late nascent soul powerhouse. Sect leader, a golden core disciple stammered. The disciples who fled Tongtian city say. It was, first he killed my brother, now my son. Does this brat think the Tianyuan sect has no one? Sect leader, calm your wrath. An ancient white-haired elder hurried forward. We grieve the young sect lord's death, but now is not the time for rage. That Gao Chu's strength is extraordinary. Even early nascent soul cultivators are no match for him. The elder was the supreme elder of the Tianyuan sect, Yuan Tongshuan, a late nascent soul cultivator of the highest seniority in the sect. Uncle Tongshuan, you mean? Yuan Wuqing forced down his fury. What I mean is. Yuan Tongshuan's voice was hoarse. This time, we must prepare thoroughly. Although the young sect lord brought many with him, most were ordinary experts. And that Gao Chu is said to possess an extremely fearsome body technique, arriving without shadow and departing without trace. We must set a far more intricate trap to slay him. Relay my orders. Yuan Wuqing ground his teeth. The entire sect stand on guard. Activate all mountain protecting formations. At the same time, plant watchers throughout Tianyuan city. The moment Gao Chu is sighted, report immediately. Yes. Meanwhile, outside Tianyuan city, atop a desolate mountain peak, Gao Chu stood and gazed down at the distant city. Tianyuan city was more magnificent than he had imagined. Its walls rose dozens of zhang built from golden monoliths that shed a faint spiritual radiance beneath the sun. The city's buildings lay in ordered arrays, streets thronged with people. Its prosperity far surpassed any city in the eastern wastes. Zhangzhou's foremost city, its reputation was well earned. His purpose in coming to Zhongzhou was singular: to make the Tianyuan sect pay. Yuan Wushuang was dead, but the sect leader Yuan Wuqing still lived. The blood debts owed to the Lingfeng sect had to be repaid. Time to settle accounts. Gao Chu's figure flashed as he swept toward Tianyuan city. The Tianyuan mountain range, the main gate of Tianyuan sect. The main gate of Tianyuan sect is situated atop the highest peak of the Tianyuan mountain range, surrounded by layers of towering mountains that form a natural barrier. The protective array's light shield envelopes the entire mountain gate, radiating a faint golden glow. Gao Chu hides behind a massive rock in the distance, observing the layout of the Tianyuan sect's main gate. According to intelligence, the protective array has a total of 9 checkpoints, each guarded by expert cultivators. However, to me, he smiled faintly. Spatial step. His figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared within the confines of the Tianyuan sect's main gate, completely ignoring the protective array. The interior of the Tianyuan sect is even more magnificent than he had imagined, with countless pavilions and towers built along the mountainside exuding grandeur. The spirit herb garden is filled with various rare herbs, emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. In the training grounds, disciples can be seen sparring, flashes of sword light and fist shadows flickering. However, at this moment, the atmosphere inside the mountain gate is exceptionally tense. The disciples are bustling about, their faces full of worry. The elders are gathered in the council hall, seemingly discussing some countermeasures. Gao Chu quietly approaches the council hall. His concealment technique is executed to perfection, making him blend seamlessly with the air. Even a late-stage nascent soul expert would find it difficult to detect his presence without deliberate probing. That Gao Chu will definitely come. An ancient voice emanates from within the hall. The young sect master died at his hands, and the sect leader will never let this go unpunished. We must be prepared. Uncle Tongshuan, where do you think he will attack from? Another voice inquired. Hard to say. Yuan Tongshuan's voice is hoarse. That kid's movement technique is extremely strange. The protective array cannot stop him at all. We can only strengthen our internal defenses and station heavy troops around the council hall. What if he directly charges in? Humph, a cold voice interrupted him. How strong can a mere golden core peak be? It was none other than Yuan Wuqing speaking. Yuan Wuqing sneered. I will let that kid know what true power disparity means. Gao Chu's lips curled slightly. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared at the entrance of the council hall. No need to wait, his voice was icy. I have arrived. As the doors of the hall swung open, Gao Chu's figure appeared before everyone. Inside the hall, over a dozen elders dressed in dark red robes stood up in unison, their faces filled with shock and anger. Yuan Tongshuan's pupils constricted. How could you possibly get in? The protective array. The protective array. Gao Chu smirked. That thing is useless against me. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Yuan Wuqing at the highest position. You are Gao Chu. Yuan Wuqing's gaze was as solid as substance, fixated on Gao Chu, the murderer of my brother and son. Yuan Patian was killed by me, Gao Chu replied nonchalantly. And so was Yuan Wushuang. They both deserve to die. You have guts. Yuan Wuqing roared. You dare to be so arrogant after killing people from Tianyuan's sect. Today I will make you pay with blood for blood. He suddenly stood up, a terrifying aura crashing toward Gao Chu like a tsunami. That was the aura of a latest-stage nascent soul, enough to crush a golden core cultivator into dust. Yet Gao Chu remained unfazed. Blood for blood. He sneered. When your Tianyuan sect slaughtered the lives of Lingfeng's sect, why didn't you mention blood for blood? Today he raised the Hongmeng sword, golden sword light, sword into the sky. I have come to seek justice for them. Die. Yuan Wuqing was the first to strike. He raised his hand, and a golden palm imprint, 3 zhang in size, slammed down toward Gao Chu. That palm imprint contained power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, producing a shrill whistling sound. Tianyuan palm. The ultimate skill of Tianyuan's sect. Well done. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Gao Chu's eyes. Hongmeng sword technique, first form. Open heaven. The golden sword light erupted, colliding thunderously with the golden palm imprint. Boom. The two terrifying forces clashed, resulting in a deafening roar. The entire council hall trembled from the shockwave. The roof was blown away, and the walls were riddled with cracks. In a single strike, both of them retreated simultaneously. Gao Chu stepped back half a pace while Yuan Wuqing also retreated half a pace. What a... Yuan Wuqing's pupils constricted. He was a latest-stage nascent soul. Yet the opponent was merely at the peak of golden core. They had faced off directly, and it ended in a draw. A latest-stage nascent soul, just like that. Gao Chu's lips curled upward. It seems the foundation of your Tianyuan sect is even weaker than I imagined. Impudent. Yuan Wuqing roared, his hands swiftly forming seals. Disciples of Tianyuan's sect, listen up. Surround and kill this scoundrel. Disciples of Tianyuan's sect outside the hall surged in dozens of figures encircling Gao Chu. Among them were over 20 golden core disciples, including several elders at the early and mid-stage of nascent soul. Kill. Everyone attacked together, various spiritual lights bombarding Gao Chu. With these useless trash. Gao Chu sneered. Spatial step. His figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment he appeared behind a latest-stage golden core elder. Split the earth. Golden sword energy poured down. Up. The elder screamed in anguish, instantly cut down by the sword energy. Another one dead. Yuan Wuqing roared in anger. This is just the beginning. Gao Chu's voice was cold. His figure vanished again, appearing behind another elder. Shatter soul. Golden sword shadows fell. Another elder was slain. Don't let him escape. Surround him. Yuan Tongshin bellowed. But Gao Chu was not someone they could encircle. Spatial step. This divine movement technique allowed him to come and go like the wind, his movements unpredictable. Each disappearance took a life. Each appearance left behind a corpse. In just a moment, Tianyuan's sect had lost 5 or 6 latest-stage golden core elders and over a dozen golden core disciples. Damn it. Yuan Wuqing could no longer contain himself, his figure flashing as he lunged toward Gao Chu. Tianyuan 3 styles. Heaven shattering, earth cracking. This was Yuan Wuqing's ultimate move. He raised his arms high, a golden sword energy, nearly 10 zhang in size, coalescing above his head. The sword energy radiated a terrifying aura, as if it could tear apart the heavens. Kid, die for me. The golden sword energy slashed down toward Gao Chu. This blow had the power to split a mountain in two. Finally serious are we. A glimmer of sharp light flashed in Gao Chu's eyes. Then come. Hongmeng sword technique, third form, shatter soul. The golden sword shadow erupted once more. The two world-destroying attacks collided thunderously. Boom. The entire Tianyuan sect shook from the shockwave. The buildings and the mountain gates swayed from the shockwave. Disciples were blown about chaotically. Even the distant Tianyuan city felt the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power. In a single blow, the golden sword energy shattered. No. Yuan Wuqing's pupils constricted. His Tianyuan 3 styles had actually been broken. The golden sword shadow pierced through the sword energy, slashing down toward him. Protect! Yuan Wuqing shouted loudly. A golden shield of light coalesced around him, the protective light of a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator, 10 times stronger than ordinary defenses. Crack! The golden sword shadow struck the shield, a deep crack appearing on its surface. Blocked it. Gao Chu's brow furrowed. The protective barrier of a latest-stage nascent soul was indeed not so easy to break. Block once but not a second time. Gao Chu swung his sword again. Split the earth. Countless sword energies poured down upon Yuan Wuqing. Boom, boom, boom. The dense sword energies hammered against the golden shield, each strike deepening the cracks. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks grew more numerous and deeper. This is impossible. Yuan Wuqing shrieked in terror. Boom. The golden shield shattered completely. The golden sword shadow struck Yuan Wuqing's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Up. Yuan Wuqing screamed, his body sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, a wound deep enough to see bone appearing on his chest. Sect leader. Everyone. The elders gasped in shock. Yuan Wuqing lay on the ground, blood gushing from his chest. His aura had weakened to its utmost limit, clearly suffering from a fatal injury. You? He struggled to lift his head, looking at Gao Chu, disbelief filling his eyes. How could you possibly be so strong? Nothing is impossible. Gao Chu sheathed his sword, looking down at him. I told you today I come to collect debts. The debts your Tianyuan sect owes to Lingfeng sect. Today it is time to pay them back. You can't kill me. A flicker of fear crossed Yuan Wuqing's eyes. I am the sect leader of Tianyuan sect. If you kill me, the entire Tianyuan sect will not let you go. The Tianyuan sect won't let me go? Gao Chu sneered. Let's see when your Tianyuan sect has the strength to seek revenge on me. At that moment, Yuan Tongxian suddenly made a move, attempting to sneak attack Gao Chu, but Gao Chu was already prepared and sent him away with a single sword strike. Immediately after, another flash of sword light appeared. No! Yuan Wuqing's head flew off, blood gushed forth. The sect leader of Tianyuan sect had fallen. Sect leader. The elders shouted in anger. Kill him. Avenge the sect leader. Take revenge for the sect leader. The remaining dozen or so elders charged toward Gao Chu, various spiritual lights flashing. Revenge. Gao Chu sneered. With you. His figure vanished once more. In the next moment, golden sword light blossomed among the crowd. Ah! Cries of anguish echoed. One by one, the elders were pierced, strangled, or cut in half by the sword energy. In just a moment, the remaining elders all fell. Only Gao Chu stood alone in the entire council hall. All around, the ground was littered with the corpses of Tianyuan sect elders. Tianyuan sect. Gao Chu surveyed his surroundings. From today onward it shall cease to exist. The Tianyuan sect. The plaza at the mountain gate. Gao Chu stepped out of the council hall and arrived at the plaza. Hundreds of Tianyuan sect disciples gathered in the plaza, looking at Gao Chu with fear in their eyes. Everything that happened in the council hall just now they all felt. The sect leader is dead. Over a dozen elders are also dead. The elite forces of Tianyuan sect have been completely wiped out overnight. You all. Gao Chu looked at the crowd, his voice cold. Is there anyone who wishes to take revenge for Tianyuan sect? Everyone exchanged glances, and not a single person dared to speak. Even the latest-stage nascent soul sect leader was not his opponent. Oh, what could these ordinary disciples do against him? Since no one wishes to take revenge, Gao Chu said indifferently, then disperse. From today onward, Tianyuan sect is disbanded. Each of you return to your own homes and find your own mothers. Do not let me hear the name Tianyuan sect again. Otherwise, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Kill without mercy. As his words fell, the entire plaza fell silent. No one dared to retort, no one dared to question. Under the awed gazes of the crowd, Gao Chu turned and walked toward the mountain gate of Tianyuan sect. After stepping out of the mountain gate, a wave of gasps and wails erupted behind him. The Tianyuan sect was thus obliterated. In the eastern region lies the Lingfeng sect. It has been half a month since the fall of the Tianyuan sect. During this time, the Lingfeng sect has been busy with reconstruction efforts. The mountain gate, once destroyed by war, is gradually returning to its former glory. Collapsed pavilions are being rebuilt, shattered stone steps are being restored, and the scorched earth is being plowed anew, planted with spiritual herbs and flowers. Gao Chu stood in front of the main hall of the sect, watching the busy disciples, feeling a slight sense of comfort in his heart. Inner thoughts: although the losses are severe, the foundation of the Lingfeng sect still remains. As long as the people are here, the sect will not perish. Senior brother Gao. A young disciple ran over, a look of excitement on his face. Elder Zhou has called for you, saying there is an important matter to discuss. Understood. Gao Chu nodded and followed the disciple towards the back mountain. In a cave on the back mountain, the core members of the Lingfeng sect were holding a meeting. Master Yinxiao sat at the head, looking much better than he did half a month ago. Although his meridians had not fully recovered, he could at least move normally now. Lin Jie and Zhou Xueqing sat on either side. Lin Jie had also recovered well, and could now channel his spiritual energy, as Zhou Xueqing had fully healed, and after her rebirth from a severed arm, her cultivation had advanced further, breaking into the early stage of golden core. Zhou Dihai and several other elders were also present. Gao Chu, you're here, Master Yunxiao said with a smile upon seeing him. Please take a seat. Sect Master, Gao Chu sat down beside Zhou Xueqing. What is it? It concerns the reconstruction of the sect, Master Yunxiao replied. Thanks to the spirit stones and pills you provided over the past half-month, the reconstruction has been progressing smoothly. At the current rate, the sect will be restored to its former state in no more than 3 months. That's good to hear, Gao Chu nodded. However, Master Yunxiao's expression turned serious. There is something I must tell you. What is it? It's about the remnants of the Tianyuan sect, Master Yunxiao said. According to the reports from our scouts, although the Tianyuan sect has been destroyed, there are still some high-ranking members alive. They have fled to the western part of Zhongzhou, where they have allied with several other sects, seemingly plotting something. Plotting what? Revenge. Their voice was heavy. They claim to avenge the Tianyuan sect and make the Lingfeng sect pay blood for blood. Gao Chu sneered. Revenge. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Did they not initiate the slaughter against my Lingfeng disciples? Now they dare to seek revenge. Exactly, Zhou Dihai nodded. Moreover, I have learned that they have allied with several medium-sized sects in Zhongzhou, seemingly looking to form a coalition to deal with us, the Lingfeng sect. A coalition? Lin Jie scoffed. With such a rabble, Gao Chu could wipe them all out by himself. We must not be complacent. Master Yinxiao shook his head. Though those sects are not powerful united, they form a force that cannot be ignored. Moreover, I fear they might attract even more powerful forces. More powerful forces? Gao Chu pondered. Are you suggesting the top sects of Zhongzhou? Master Yunxiao said, such as the Taishan sect, Xiantian sword sect, and Zhixiao palace. If our Lingfeng sect appears too overbearing, it may provoke their apprehension. Apprehension? Lin Jie sneered. If they dare to come, we'll kill them one by one. Senior brother Lin is right, Gao Chu said calmly. No matter how many come, I can handle them. However, the sect master also has a point. We cannot be on the defensive. We must take the initiative. Take the initiative? Master Yunxiao looked surprised. What do you mean by that? I will head to Zhongzhou once more, Gao Chu said. While their alliance has not yet formed, I will strike them down one by one. Gao Chu thought to himself that when his strength did not allow it, he had to remain low-key. Now that he had the strength, it was time to strike with all his might. This? Master Yunxiao hesitated. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Rest assured, sect master, Gao Chu smiled slightly. With my current strength, I can fight against those in the late nascent soul stage. Those medium-sized sects in Zhongzhou are at most in the early nascent soul stage, not worth fearing. Master Yunxiao looked at him, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. All right, he finally nodded, but you must be careful. If things turn dire, retreat immediately, but do not engage in a hard fight. Gao Chu stood up. Then I will set off tomorrow. Wait a moment. Zhou Xueqing suddenly spoke up. Gao Chu turned to look at her. Zhou Xueqing's gaze remained cool, but there was an added hint of concern. I will go with you. You? Gao Chu was taken aback. Your injuries have just healed. I am fine now, Zhou Xueqing interrupted. Besides, I have some grievances that I need to avenge myself. A glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. Gao Chu looked at her, knowing exactly what she meant. When the Tianyuan sect launched a surprise attack on the Lingfeng sect, Zhou Xueqing's master, a latest-stage golden core elder of the Lingfeng sect, was slain by the Tianyuan sect's people. That hatred had always been etched in her heart. All right, Gao Chu nodded. Then let's go together. Gao Chu and Zhou Xueqing rose early, packed their belongings, and after bidding farewell to Master Yunxiao and the others, took flight on their swords towards Zhongzhou. The two flew for a while and soon left the borders of the eastern region, entering Zhongzhou. 3 days later, they arrived at Tongtian City. This largest city in the eastern part of Zhongzhou remained as bustling as ever. The streets were filled with vehicles, shops lined the roads, and cultivators came and went, creating a lively scene. After taking a brief rest at an inn, they gathered information about the location of the remnants of the Tianyuan sect and continued their journey. West of Tongtian City, the Sunset Mountain Range. This is a massive mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, named for the fact that every evening, as the sun sets, the entire range is dyed in golden red. The mountains are rich in spiritual energy, with ancient trees towering high and spiritual herbs growing everywhere, making it one of the famous cultivation sanctuaries in Zhongzhou. 3,000 years ago, this was a branch territory of the Lingfeng sect. After Master Lingfeng ascended, the Lingfeng sect gradually declined and was eventually consumed and annexed by the Tianyuan sect of the Yuanshan lineage. Now the Tianyuan sect has also been destroyed, but remnants of the Lingfeng sect's relics and restrictions still remain in these mountains. Yet at this moment, this ancient mountain range was shrouded in an atmosphere of murderous intent. The remnants of the Tianyuan sect were hiding deep within these mountains. Gao Chu and Zhou Xueqing took 2 days to finally reach the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain range. Gao Chu and Zhou Xueqing stood atop a hill, gazing down upon the dense forest below. Distant mountains stretched endlessly into the horizon, shrouded in mist and cloud, while occasional streaks of spiritual light flickered between their peaks. Cultivators soaring through the sky. Stop! Gao Chu suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it ahead. What is it? Zhou Xueqing paused beside him. Someone is there. His voice dropped low. And not just one. His divine sense had already spread outward, enveloping a radius of several li. 300 zhang ahead, deep within a thicket, he sensed at least 10 presences. Cultivators ranging from late Foundation establishment to early Golden Core. They concealed themselves among the treetops, having erected a rudimentary vigilance formation, clearly on patrol. They're patrolling. Zhou Xueqing murmured, her own senses confirming it. A sentry post. So they're not fools after all. Gao Chu's lips curved faintly upward. They anticipated trouble and set up defenses in advance. Yet such feeble vigilance was utterly meaningless before him. He observed carefully, though few in number, the patrol team was widely dispersed, maintaining constant communication via spirit voice talismans. To eliminate them all required absolute speed. Any delay risked alerting the stronghold, giving its occupants time to prepare. Swift and decisive, Gao Chu said coolly. We've come to eradicate them, not play hide and seek. Zhou Xueqing nodded. Follow me, Gao Chu instructed. You take the left flank, cut off any escape. I'll handle the front. Remember, speed is paramount. Do not let them trigger their spirit voice talismans. Understood. Their eyes met once. Then both blurred into twin streaks of afterimage, vanishing toward the thicket. Gao Chu activated his instant void step, his form weaving through the forest like a phantom, swift beyond measure, yet silent as falling snow. Zhou Xueqing followed closely behind. Frost blue spiritual light shimmered along her icebound sword, chilling the air with creeping cold. 300 zhang vanished in mere heartbeats beneath Gao Chu's stride. Within the thicket, 10 disciples of the Tianyuan sect patrolled. Their leader, a middle-aged man named Yuan Tong of a collateral branch, had reached early Golden Core cultivation. Gaunt-faced with high cheekbones and narrow predatory eyes gleaming with cunning malice, he spoke softly to his companions. Stay sharp. The sect master warned us. Yuan Tong continued, scanning the surroundings warily, that Gao Chu of the Lingfeng sect is treacherously clever, and his strength unfathomable. We must not underestimate him. No sooner had the words left his lips than a golden sword beam slashed violently into the thicket. Boom! Trees, centuries-old giants, shattered cleanly in its path, canopies collapsed thunderously. A chasm over 30 zhang long split the forest floor, its edges blackened and scorched by residual sword chi. 2 outermost disciples never even cried out. Their bodies cleaved cleanly in 2, blood staining the undergrowth crimson. Who dares? The remaining 8 recoiled in shock, weapons drawn in unison. Yuan Tong's face paled, spiritual energy surged wildly within him as he pushed his defensive artifact to its utmost limit. Lingfeng sect, Gao Chu. A voice icy and detached pierced the dust-choked air. In the next breath, a young man clad in azure robes emerged calmly from the swirling haze. He held a golden longsword whose blade pulsed with faint spiritual radiance, an aura of dread emanating from it, like a storm's gathering breath. His features were youthful, yet stern, his eyes blazed like distant stars. Though his spiritual energy remained tightly contained, an immeasurable depth lay coiled beneath, vast, ancient, and terrifying. Gao Chu. Yuan Tong's pupils contracted violently, terror choked his voice. Kill him, he roared, suppressing his dread. Avenge the sect master. Avenge the Tianyuan sect. All 8 disciples struck as one. Blades, palm strikes, and arcane spells erupted in a dazzling, suffocating net of force converging upon Gao Chu. Though individually unremarkable, these disciples fought with seamless coordination, evidence of years of disciplined training. Foolishness. Gao Chu sneered, sweeping the Hongmeng sword sideways. Hongmeng sword art. First form, heaven splitting. Golden sword light tore across reality like primordial chaos, cleaving the void. Its destructive might overwhelming all creation. Space itself warped in its wake, every attack dissolved. Blade energies shattered, palm winds evaporated, spells disintegrated, as if frost melting beneath noon sun. The sword light surged onward, unstoppable. Crack, crack, crack. 3 more disciples fell, bisected mid-stride, viscera spilling onto the blood-soaked earth. This cannot be. Yuan Tong's face turned corpse pale, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. 1 strike, 3 lives erased in an instant. This man's power dwarfed even his darkest fears. Golden core. Preposterous. He wielded the might of a nascent soul cultivator. No, greater still. Run. Flee. The remaining 4 abandoned vengeance entirely, survival instinct overriding all else. They spun and fled without hesitation. Simultaneously, Yuan Tong slipped the spirit voice talisman from his sleeve, desperate to summon reinforcements. But Gao Chu granted them no such mercy. Instant void step. He flickered, reappearing behind 1 fleeing disciple. The Hongmeng sword slid forward, piercing his back and erupting crimson from his chest. The disciple stared down at the blade's tip protruding from his sternum, despair flooding his eyes, before collapsing lifeless. Another flicker, another disciple silenced. Shink. A throat slit clean. A 3rd disciple had barely sprinted 10 zhang when icy cold pierced his back, golden steel bursting forth from his chest, still dripping warm blood. In 3 breaths, all 4 fugitives lay dead. Yuan Tong's spirit voice talisman shattered into frozen shards before it could activate. He whirled in terror, only to find a serene, frost-eyed woman standing silently to his left, her sword exhaling waves of glacial chill. It was Zhou Xueqing. She had sealed the left flank instantly, dispatching the lone escapee who'd slipped past the others, then freezing Yuan Tong's talisman with surgical precision. Now only Yuan Tong remained, trembling amid the carnage, surrounded by his comrades' corpses. Blood soaked the ground, the air reeked thick with iron-rich death. Please spare me. His plea died mid-breath as Gao Chu's sword flashed. Thwick. A head sword skyward, arterial spray arced like crimson rain. Yuan Tong's headless body swayed twice, then crashed into the pool of his own blood. Gao Chu sheathed his sword, expression unreadable. With the Tianyuan sect disciples eradicated, he and Zhou Xueqing transformed into twin streaks of light, vanishing into the heart of the Luri mountain range. Sunset Peak, the main stronghold of the remnants of the Tianyuan sect. This mountain stands at an extremely high altitude, one of the most majestic peaks in the Sunset Mountain range. Shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, its steep terrain makes it easy to defend and hard to attack. At the summit, there is a sizable stronghold with walls towering 3 zhang, constructed of massive stones adorned with the patterns of defensive formations that shimmer with faint spiritual light. At the center of the stronghold is a tall conference hall, brightly lit. Dozens of core members of the Tianyuan sect gather in the hall, the atmosphere heavy and tense. At the forefront is a burly middle-aged man, his face thick with flesh, his eyes like lightning, and a dense mustache beneath his jaw. He is clad in a black robe, exuding a powerful wave of spiritual energy. His cultivation level at the early stage of nascent soul is evident. He is Yuan Ba, the cousin of the Tianyuan sect's leader Yuan Wuqing, and the current supreme leader of the remnants of the Tianyuan sect. Seated to his right is another person. This individual wears a gray robe, the hood obscuring much of his face, revealing only a pale and emaciated chin. An aura of coldness emanates from him, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Though his appearance is unremarkable, the aura he exudes sends a wave of deep unease through everyone present, a terrifying pressure far surpassing that of the early stage of nascent soul. Yuan Ba, the man in gray, began, his voice hoarse and low like 2 rusty iron pieces grinding against each other. I do not have much time to give you. That kid from Lingfeng's sect could show up at any moment. Rest assured, senior, Yuan Ba hurriedly replied, his tone tinged with flattery. We have strengthened the defenses of all outer lines and set up 3 layers of defensive formations. Even if that Gao Chu comes, he won't be able to breach our stronghold. Unable to breach. The gray-robed man scoffed, his laughter sending chills down the spines of everyone present. You don't even know how you'll die. Your sect's protective formation can't deal with him. Do you think your flimsy formations can hold him off? Yuan Bai's expression shifted as he suppressed the unease within. Then, does that mean? What I mean is, the gray-robed man slowly stood up, the corners of his gray robe fluttering gently with the surge of spiritual energy. Instead of passively defending, we should take the initiative. Take the initiative? How? I have received word that Gao Chu has left Lingfeng's sect and is making his way toward the Sunset Mountain range. The man in gray said coldly. He is accompanied by only one woman whose strength does not exceed the mid-stage of Golden Core. This is our opportunity. But that Gao Chu's strength is too formidable Even the sect master is not his match. You need not worry, the gray-robed man replied indifferently, his voice carrying an absolute confidence. I have my own ways to deal with him. You just need to do your part, arrange your men well, and ensure that kid does not easily break in. And the gaze of the gray-robed man grew fervent. Bring me the Ling Feng technique. A glimmer of greed flashed in Yuan Bai's eyes, quickly replaced by fear. Rest assured, senior, he nodded eagerly. As long as we can obtain the Ling Feng technique and unlock the Hongming immortal mansion, our Tianyuan sect can rise again. Humph. The gray-robed man snorted coldly, falling silent. His gaze pierced through the window, looking into the distant night sky. The Hongming immortal mansion. The Hongming creation classic. These things were always meant to belong to me. Lingfeng Yuanqin, you have all been dead for 3,000 years. The things you are unworthy of possessing should return to their rightful owner. A cold smile crept onto his lips as his pale fingers gently clenched within his sleeve. Just wait. Soon all of this will be mine. Meanwhile, within the Sunset Mountain range, Gao Chu and Zhou Xueqing lay hidden in a dense forest, using the thick canopy to conceal their forms, carefully observing the stronghold on Sunset Peak. As dusk fell, lights flickered atop Sunset Peak. Every 10 zhang along the stronghold's walls a guard patrolled, while the defensive formations emitted a faint spiritual light, enveloping the entire stronghold. The defenses are very tight, Zhou Xueqing whispered, not easy to deal with. I sense an aura at the peak of nascent soul, Gao Chu inquired. I feel it too. Zhou Xueqing's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of seriousness appearing on her cold face. Very strong at the late stage of nascent soul, perhaps even at the peak. Gao Chu's brow also knitted together. The peak of nascent soul. That is a presence just a step away from becoming a divine transformation. To deal with him would likely require some effort. Internally, a direct confrontation won't work. I must outsmart them. First, clear out the outer strongholds to weaken their strength. Then find a way to lure that gray-robed man out of the stronghold. As long as I can separate him from Yuan Ba and battle in the wilderness, my instant void step will have enough room to maneuver. If a hard fight won't work, then we must rely on strategy. He whispered to Zhou Xueqing, lure him out to fight. How do we lure him? Gao Chu pondered for a moment and took out a crimson talisman from his storage pouch. The talisman was covered in intricate patterns, radiating a scorching wave of spiritual energy. This is the exploding flame talisman I obtained in the Kangwu immortal mansion. He said, its power is equivalent to a full-force strike from an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. I will use it to bombard the outer edges of the stronghold, creating chaos. While they are in disarray, you will infiltrate from the side and rescue the captured scattered cultivators. I have learned that the Tianyuan sect has captured many scattered cultivators to use as labor, locking them in the cells on the eastern side of the stronghold. And you, I will take advantage of the chaos to slip in and find an opportunity to lure that gray-robed man out. We will fight far away, not giving them a chance to encircle us. Zhou Xueqing fell silent for a moment and looked at him. Be careful. She spoke only 2 words. Rest assured, Gao Chu smiled slightly. I won't gamble with my life. He took a deep breath, stood up, his gaze sharp as lightning. Let's move. The night was deep and the village atop Falling Sun Peak was brightly lit. Gao Chu and Zhou Xueqing had quietly approached the outskirts of the village. The two crouched behind a massive rock, their eyes fixed intently on the village's gate. The gate was forged from fine iron, standing 2 zhang high, covered in defensive array symbols. 8 guards stood at attention before the gate, their expressions vigilant. Explosive flame talisman, Gao Chu whispered, retrieving a crimson talisman. He took a deep breath and infused his spiritual power into the talisman. The talisman was instantly activated. Boom! A massive fireball shot out from the talisman, crashing into the village gate like a falling meteor. The explosion's sound was deafening. Flames soared into the sky, warping the air within dozens of zhang. The shockwave spread outward from the point of the explosion, violently shaking the defensive formations on the walls, causing the spiritual light to flicker erratically. The gate was blasted away. Iron fragments scattered like shrapnel, knocking the 8 guards to the ground with the force of the shockwave, 3 of whom were engulfed by the flames, their screams piercing the night sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The village erupted into chaos. The alarm bell rang loudly as countless disciples of the Tianyuan sect rushed out from their quarters, fumbling to organize a defense. What an opportunity! Gao Chu signaled to Zhou Xueqing. Zhou Xueqing nodded, her figure darting like a silver flash, silently infiltrating the village from the side. Her target was the prison on the east side, where the captured rogue cultivators were held. Meanwhile, Gao Chu took advantage of the chaos, boldly striding through the blasted open gate. Who goes there? A latest-stage golden core elder of the Tianyuan sect spotted Gao Chu and shouted sternly. Lingfeng's sect, Gao Chu. He stated his name, nonchalantly drawing the Hongmeng sword. Hongmeng sword technique, first form. Open heaven. A golden sword light swept forth directly, cleaving the elder and the 3 disciples behind him into pieces. It's Gao Chu. It's Gao Chu. Quick. Go report to Lord Yuanba. Stop him. Don't let him near the council hall. The village was in complete disarray. Dozens of disciples from the Tianyuan sect surged in from all directions, surrounding Gao Chu. He remained expressionless as he twirled the Hongmeng's sword in his hand. Come at me. His figure suddenly vanished. Instantaneous step. In the next moment he appeared in the center of the crowd. The Hongmeng sword traced a golden arc, the sword energy spreading outward like a storm. Bang, 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 bang. Several disciples were sent flying by the sword energy, spewing blood as they crashed heavily to the ground. Form a formation. Quickly form a formation. Amidst its golden core, elder bellowed. The remaining Tianyuan sect disciples quickly gathered, forming a defensive formation. Various colors of spiritual power intertwined, creating a massive spiritual energy shield. Gao Chu looked at them coldly, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He raised the Hongmeng sword high, its blade shining with golden light. Hongmeng sword technique, second form. Split the earth. This sword was not a sweep, but a downward strike. The golden sword light descended like a massive golden dragon from the heavens, carrying the might to destroy worlds as it struck the spiritual energy shield. Crack. The shield shattered like glass. The sword energy pierced through the shield, cleaving the 5 disciples behind it in half. Blood rained down like a storm, the scene utterly horrific. The remaining disciples were terrified, retreating in panic. Don't be afraid. He's just one person. A latest golden core elder shouted bravely, let's attack together. Before he could finish, Gao Chu's figure had already appeared before him. The Hongmeng sword pierced through his chest. Gao Chu withdrew his sword, casting a glance at the remaining disciples. Who else? No one dared to step forward. Meanwhile, on the east side of the village, Zhou Xueqing had silently dealt with the guards outside the prison and opened the prison door. Inside the prison were over 30 rogue cultivators, ragged and emaciated, clearly having been imprisoned for a long time. Are you from the Lingfeng sect? An older rogue cultivator asked cautiously. No, Zhou Xueqing replied with just 2 words, leave. Though frightened, the instinct for survival compelled them to act swiftly. Under Zhou Xueqing's escort, they retreated towards the village's exit. Boom. Another loud explosion resonated from the center of the village. Gao Chu was rampaging through, defeating the disciples of the Tianyuan sect utterly. Hurry. Now's our chance. Zhou Xueqing urged. The rogue cultivators streamed out, rushing towards the village exit. In the council hall, Yuanba and the man in gray robes stood up simultaneously. Gao Chu has arrived. Yuanba's face turned grim. What talisman did he use to blow up the gate? Useless, the man in gray robes scoffed. I told you before, your formations can't stop him. What do we do now, senior? Yuanba asked, anxiously, beads of sweat on his forehead. The man in gray robes did not respond, instead closing his eyes and extending his divine sense outward. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing within. He is in the center of the village, slaughtering your people, the man in gray robes said flatly. Moreover, his companion is evacuating a batch of rogue cultivators from the east side. What a... Yuanba roared in fury, daring to rescue people in my village. Split the troops into 2 routes, create a diversion. The man in gray robes analyzed. This kid is no simple character. But it's fine. I will deal with him. You stay here and guard the village. Can you handle him alone, senior? The man in gray robes chuckled coldly. Do you take me for someone else? His voice turned suddenly cold. 3,000 years ago, I was a fellow disciple with your ancestor Yuan Shun. The inheritance of the Hongmeng immortal venerable should rightfully include me. Yuanba's pupils constricted suddenly. My name is Yuan Xian, he said lightly. Yuan Shun is my ancestor. And I am the successor of the Blood Moon immortal venerable. Yuanba gasped in shock. The Blood Moon immortal venerable. That was an existence renowned alongside the Hongmeng immortal venerable 3,000 years ago. It was said that he practiced a particularly sinister technique, which involved devouring the cultivation of others to strengthen himself, ultimately being suppressed by the combined forces of the Hongmeng immortal venerable and the Bai Luo immortal venerable. However, everyone thought the inheritance of the Blood Moon immortal venerable had been severed, yet unexpectedly, there was still a descendant. Your cultivation? Yuanba stammered. Peak nascent soul, Yuan Xian said flatly, just 1 step away from transformation. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Outside the mountain stronghold in a wasteland 3 miles away, Gao Chu stood there grasping the Hongmeng sword, his gaze heavy as he looked ahead. He could already sense an aura of a peak nascent soul rapidly approaching. Boom. A gray shadow shot out from the stronghold like a cannonball, crashing into the ground 100 feet in front of Gao Chu, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a middle-aged man in a gray robe stood at the spot. His face was pale, his eyes dark red, and a nauseating, bloodthirsty aura surrounded him. "You are Gao Chu." Yuan Xian surveyed Gao Chu from head to toe, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, the Lingfeng technique should be with you." "You want the Lingfeng technique?" Gao Chu asked. "Indeed," Yuan Xian unabashedly revealed his intentions. "Hand over the Lingfeng technique, and I can spare your life." "And what if I refuse?" "Then you shall die." Yuan Xian's figure suddenly vanished. Fast. Too fast. This person's speed far exceeded all the opponents he had faced before. Clang. The Hongmeng sword blocked a punch that came from the left rear at the last moment. The immense impact sent Gao Chu flying back dozens of feet, leaving 2 deep trenches in the ground beneath his feet. Interesting, Yuan Xian appeared before Gao Chu, a hint of surprise flashing in his dark red eyes. "A peaked golden core able to withstand my punch. Your physical strength far exceeds that of your peers." "Just a warm-up," Gao Chu replied coldly. He steadied himself, and the golden light on the Hongmeng sword blazed brightly. Hongmeng sword technique, first style, opening the heavens. The golden sword light streaked towards Yuan Xian like a bolt of lightning. Yuan Xian sneered, not dodging, as he extended his right hand to directly grasp the sword light. "What a—" Gao Chu's pupils constricted sharply. The first style of the Hongmeng sword technique, capable of killing initial stage nascent soul cultivators, was unexpectedly caught barehanded by Yuan Xian. The golden sword light struggled violently in his grasp, but could not escape even a fraction. "The Hongmeng sword technique is indeed powerful," Yuan Xian remarked coldly, "but your cultivation level is too low. The sword technique executed by a peak golden core is merely child's play in my presence." With a squeeze of his hand, he crushed the golden sword light. At the moment the sword light shattered, a backlash force surged from the Hongmeng sword, numbing Gao Chu's grip. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "Since the first style is not enough, then let's try the second style. Hongmeng sword technique, second style, rending the earth." This strike was even more violent than the first. The golden sword light transformed from a mere sword aura into a massive golden dragon, dozens of feet long, roaring as it charged towards Yuan Xian. With its mouth wide open and fangs like swords, every scale of the dragon contained terrifying sword chi. A serious expression finally appeared on Yuan Xian's face. "Not bad," he nodded. "This sword has some merit." He clasped his palms together, and a dark red spiritual power erupted from within him. Blood Moon, devouring spirit. The dark red spiritual power morphed into a massive blood-red maw, lunging towards the golden dragon. Boom! The golden dragon and the blood maw collided in midair, producing an earth-shattering explosion. The shockwave spread outwards, obliterating all trees within 100 feet, leaving deep fissures in the ground. Gao Chu was knocked back dozens of steps by the shockwave, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yuan Xian remained completely unbothered. "A peak golden core can compel me to use Blood Moon devouring spirit. You can take pride in that. But this is where it ends." Yuan Xian looked coldly at Gao Chu, his figure vanishing again, reappearing in front of Gao Chu, and threw a punch. His dark red spiritual power enveloped his fist, carrying a terrifying aura that corroded everything. Gao Chu hurriedly raised the Hongmeng sword to block. Clang! The enormous impact sent Gao Chu flying. Yuan Xian did not pursue, merely watching him coldly, a hint of mocking smile on his lips. Gao Chu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning cold. "It's time to end this battle." He gripped the Hongmeng sword with both hands, positioning it in front of him. The golden light on the Hongmeng sword surged explosively. At the same time, a subtle change appeared in Gao Chu's eyes. His pupils seemed to show countless tiny cracks, as if space itself was fracturing and reorganizing before him. Space law activated. Hongmeng sword technique, third style. Yuan Xian's expression finally changed. He sensed a terrifying aura capable of threatening his life coalescing around Gao Chu. "I cannot let him complete this move." Yuan Xian's figure surged up, transforming into a gray lightning bolt, charging towards Gao Chu. "Shatter, soul." Gao Chu swung his sword. This strike bore no golden sword light, no thunderous sound. The entire world seemed to fall into silence at that moment. And then the space before Yuan Xian shattered, appearing like a mirror with countless cracks, with Yuan Xian standing at the center of this broken mirror. "What a—" Yuan Xian's pupils constricted sharply. He felt an invisible force pressing against his body from all directions. That was the power of space itself. The cracks produced by the shattered space acted like countless invisible blades slicing at his protective spiritual power from every angle. Blood Moon Protection. Yuan Xian roared dark red spiritual power, surged wildly forming a blood-red shield. Crack. The spatial cracks cut into the Blood Moon shield, causing it to tremble violently, with numerous tiny cracks appearing on its surface. Yet it held. Oomph. Yuan Xian sneered, Space Law. You think you are the only one. His words were not finished. Gao Chu's voice came from behind him. Yuan Xian turned abruptly only to see Gao Chu had appeared 3 meters behind him without him noticing. Space Law. Instant transmission. The Hongmeng sword had already thrust out. The tip of the sword precisely pierced into a crack on the Blood Moon shield. This was the gap created during the space rupture, perfectly aligning with the weakest point of the shield. Puff. The Hongmeng sword pierced through the shield, stabbing into Yuan Xian's back. Off. Yuan Xian let out a piercing scream. The power of Hongmeng surged into his body like fire meeting oil, wildly devouring the Blood Moon's spiritual power within him. How could you? Space Law. Yuan Xian's voice was filled with disbelief. Space Law, one of the legendary supreme laws. Even celestial sovereign-level experts may not comprehend it. How could a peak golden core cultivator possibly master Space Law? You talk too much. Gao Chu replied coldly. He yanked the Hongmeng sword out fiercely, simultaneously kicking Yuan Xian in the back. Yuan Xian was sent flying, tumbling through the air for several dozen flips before crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a massive deep pit. Gao Chu did not give him a moment to breathe. He descended from the sky, raising the Hongmeng sword high. Hongmeng sword technique, third style, Shatter Soul. The second sword. This time the power of the shattered space was even more terrifying than the first sword. Because Yuan Xian's protective spiritual power had already been broken by the first sword, this strike directly shredded both his physical body and his divine soul. No. Yuan Xian will not. His screams were abruptly cut off amidst the spatial shattering. The dark red spiritual power dissipated like a tide, and the peak nascent soul expert Yuan Xian fell. Gao Chu landed beside his corpse, gasping for breath. After using Shatter Soul twice along with the Space Law, his spiritual power had already been depleted by more than half. Every part of his body ached, his grip had split, blood gushing forth. A peak nascent soul expert had been slain by him, a peak golden core. Though the price was steep, the outcome was favorable. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. Congratulations, host has obtained Shatter Soul Pill 3, a sacred healing medicine for nascent soul space fragment. 1 can be used to enhance understanding of Space Law. Mid-grade Spirit Stones 5,000. Gao Chu stored the rewards in the system space, then crouched down to search Yuan Xian's corpse. He rummaged through Yuan Xian's body and found several items in his storage ring. A few bottles of pills, some spirit stones, and a black token. The token was about palm-sized, entirely black like ink, with an ancient rune carved on the front and a line of small characters on the back. Hongmeng, Immortal Mansion, never betray. Gao Chu picked up the token and examined it closely. The material of the token was neither metal nor jade, feeling icy to the touch, exuding an aura of ancient and profound age. What shocked Gao Chu even more was that a trace of the Hongmeng Immortal Sovereign's aura lingered on the token. That aura was identical to the source power he felt while cultivating the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. This token is actually related to the Hongmeng Immortal Sovereign. Why would Yuan Xian, a descendant of the Blood Moon Immortal Sovereign, possess the token of the Hongmeng Immortal Sovereign? The depths of this matter are even more profound than I imagined. He cautiously stored the token in his storage bag, then stood up, looking towards the direction of the setting sun peak. The battle in the mountain stronghold was nearing its end. Without Yuan Xian and Yuan Bas commands, the remaining forces of the Tianyuan sect were left leaderless and quickly defeated by Gao Chu and Zhou Xueqing working together. Most of the disciples surrendered while a few stubborn ones were killed. Yuan Ba was also slain by Gao Chu with a sword to his throat amid the chaos. Gao Chu took a deep breath, circulating the Hongmeng Creation Sutra to recover his spiritual power. The effect of the Shatter Soul Pill was immediate. After taking one, the spiritual power within him rapidly recovered, and his wounds healed at a visibly fast rate. The inheritance of the Hongmeng Immortal Sovereign. The descendant of the Blood Moon Immortal Sovereign. This token. He muttered to himself, his gaze growing profound. Behind all of this lies a tremendous secret, and he was stepping closer to the core of this secret step. At Sunset Peak, the stronghold of the Tianyuan sect, the battle had come to an end. The stronghold lay in ruins, with collapsed houses, shattered walls, and remnants of the fierce battle scattered about, silent witnesses to the carnage. Over 300 remaining disciples of the Tianyuan sect surrendered, with more than 100 yielding, while dozens were slain. The rest fled into the depths of the Sunset Mountains amidst the chaos. Gao Chu stood in the conference hall surveying his surroundings. The furnishings were in disarray, and the resources accumulated by the Tianyuan sect over the years, spirit stones, medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and jade slips of techniques, filled several rooms. Though not comparable to the peak period of the Tianyuan sect, it was still a considerable fortune. Gao Chu Zhou Xueqing approached and handed him a storage ring saying, "This is for you." Gao Chu took the storage ring and probed inside with his divine sense. Indeed, there was a fragmented version of the Lingfeng technique, but it was incomplete, missing the crucial latter half compared to the complete version he had obtained from Yuan Wushuang. In addition, there were some spirit stones and medicinal pills, as well as a few jade slips recording the secret techniques of the Tianyuan sect. "What about the scattered cultivators who were captured?" Gao Chu inquired. "They have been released," Zhou Xueqing replied. "They have been released." Gao Chu nodded. "Count the resources in the stronghold, take away everything that can be moved." The spirit stones and medicinal pills were to be distributed among the disciples of the Lingfeng sect, while the magical artifacts and jade slips of techniques would be addressed later. For the next half-day, the disciples of the Lingfeng sect thoroughly counted and transported the resources from the stronghold. The hall was quite substantial. There were thousands of high-grade spirit stones and countless mid-grade spirit stones. Various supplies, including medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and spiritual herbs, filled dozens of storage bags. Gao Chu handed over most of these resources to the Lingfeng sect for the reconstruction of the sect, keeping only a few items: the storage ring of Yuan Xian, the mysterious token, and several key jade slips. That evening, Gao Chu and Zhou Xueqing bid farewell to the members of the Lingfeng sect and set off to return to the main sect. Throughout the journey, Gao Chu studied Yuan Xian's storage ring. There were not many items in the ring. Most were medicinal pills and spirit stones for cultivation. However, 3 items drew his attention. The first was a black token. The front of the token bore an ancient rune while the back inscribed the words, "Hongming, Immortal Mansion, Never Betray." The token still retained a trace of the aura of the Hongming, Immortal Lord. The second item was a jade slip containing a technique, the Blood Moon Devouring Heaven technique. This was the sinister technique of the Blood Moon Immortal Lord and the core method practiced by Yuan Xian. The third item was a letter written on a piece of yellowed beast hide with faded ink that clearly belonged to a long bygone era. Gao Chu unfolded the letter and read it carefully. The content was brief. "To my descendants, if you are reading this letter, it means I have passed from this world. I have pursued the Tao throughout my life, but went astray. The path of the Blood Moon relies on devouring the cultivation of others to strengthen oneself. It appears powerful, yet is truly a road of no return. When I was defeated by Brother Hongming years ago, I was unwilling to accept it, which led me down this path. In retrospect, Brother Hongming's refusal to pass on the Hongming Creation Sutra was not due to stinginess, but because he knew my temperament was unsuitable for this cultivation. The Hongming Creation Sutra requires a heart dedicated to saving the world, whereas my heart has long been consumed by greed. I entrust this letter to future generations to convey one matter: within the Hongming Immortal Mansion lies the complete legacy left by Brother Hongming. That legacy is divided into 2 parts. The Hongming Creation Sutra is the body, while the Lingfeng technique is the application. Only by uniting the 2 can one open the gates to the Immortal Mansion. But remember, there is one other thing within the Immortal Mansion, the greatest inheritance left for future generations by Brother Hongming, and also the greatest danger. That thing is called the Heart of Hongming. It is the crystallization of Brother Hongming's lifelong cultivation, containing power that transcends the realm of immortal lords. Obtaining it grants you the chance to step beyond the realm of immortal lords. However, if your heart is not righteous, it will consume everything you possess. My final words, I hope you remember them. Yuan Qin's final note. Gao Chu finished reading the letter, left in deep thought. Yuan Qin's final letter. It turned out that he only understood at the end of his life why the Hongming Immortal Lord did not pass on his techniques. Temperament. It seems that cultivating the Hongming Creation Sutra requires not only talent and opportunity, but also a heart dedicated to saving the world. The Heart of Hongming. The power that transcends the realm of immortal lords. This is the most precious and dangerous thing within the Hongming Immortal Mansion. Yuan Xian, the descendant of Yuan Chen, clearly knew of the existence of the Hongming Immortal Mansion. His aid to the remnants of the Tianyuan sect was aimed at obtaining the Lingfeng technique to unlock the Hongming Immortal Mansion. But he underestimated me. Gao Chu carefully stored the letter and picked up the black token, examining it closely. He could not recognize the rune on it, but the aura of the Hongming Immortal Lord was distinctly clear. He infused spiritual power from the Hongming Creation Sutra into the token, causing the runes on its surface to faintly glow. Ding, a crisp prompt sounded. Detected a special item Hongming token relic of the Hongming Immortal Lord. Item appraisal in progress. Appraisal complete. Hongming token personally refined by the Hongming Immortal Lord 3 were created in total. This one is the Faith token, the other two are the Righteousness token and the Dao token. When the three tokens unite, they can guide one to the path leading to the Hongming Immortal Mansion. Sign-in system triggered special rewards. Sign-in successful. Congratulations host, you have obtained Hongming token sensing technique. Can sense the location of other Hongming tokens within a radius of 10,000 miles. Hongming Creation Sutra Nascent Soul Volume Cultivation Insights X1. Gao Chu size brightened. Internally the Hongming token. 3 tokens. Faith Righteousness Dao. If the 3 unite, they can find the Hongming Immortal Mansion. With 1 Faith token in hand, and the system granting him the sensing technique to locate the other 2, he immediately activated the Hongming token sensing technique, channeling his divine sense into the Hongming token. After a moment, he received the results. The direction of the Righteousness token, southeast approximately 3,000 miles away. That direction seemed to be the southeastern region of the central state where the Biloxian Mansion is located. The direction of the Dao token, north extremely far, at least 10,000 miles away. That direction is the northern wilderness. Gao Chu put away the token, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate his next plan. 3 days later, at Lingfeng's sect. The scenery along the way rushed past Gao Chu's eyes, but he had no heart to appreciate it. His mind was replaying every detail of the battle at Sunset Mountain Range. Yuan Xian's strength left a profound impression on him. Indeed, a peak nascent soul cultivator is not easily opposed by a peak golden core. If it weren't for the combination of the third style of the Hongming sword art and the spatial laws, the outcome of the battle could have very likely ended with his death at Yuan Xian's hands. Winning this time involved a great deal of luck. Yuan Xian practiced the Blood Moon evil art. Although his combat power was formidable, he had a fatal weakness in defense. The resistance of Blood Moon's spiritual power to spatial laws was very low. If I hadn't happened to discover this breaking through his protective spiritual power with spatial fragmentation, I would have had no chance at all. Next time I encounter an opponent of this level, I cannot take such risks. I must break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible to truly possess the capital to confront peak nascent soul experts hidden. Zhou Xueqing flew beside him, remaining silent. After flying for about 2 hours, she suddenly spoke. Your injury. Gao Chu looked down at himself and gave a wry smile. The after effects of using the soul fragmentation technique twice were still present. There were subtle cracks in several of his meridians. Although they weren't serious issues, if not repaired in time, they could affect his future cultivation. It's nothing. After returning, he'll recuperate for a few days with the soul fragmentation pill. Zhou Xueqing looked at him, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just turned her head away and continued to fly in silence. Gao Chu noticed her unusual behavior, but didn't ask further. He understood Zhou Xueqing's character. Though she spoke little, her concern was genuine. The outline of Lingfeng's sect appeared in his view. Although it was still in the reconstruction phase, the sect's momentum had already begun to take shape. The new mountain gate was built from green giant stones, standing 5 zhang tall, and the 3 large characters Lingfeng's sect shone brilliantly in the sunlight. On either side of the mountain gate stood stone sculptures of cranes, lifelike and vivid. In front of the mountain gate, Master Yunxiao led a group of elders and disciples lined up to wait. Gao Chu and Zhou Xueqing landed in front of the mountain gate. The reconstruction work of the sect was progressing smoothly. Lingfeng's sect, which had been a ruin just half a month ago, was now completely transformed. The new mountain gate was even more magnificent than before, and the main hall had been refurbished, filled with spiritual energy, with cranes soaring around, exuding a celestial ambience. Master Yunxiao, Lin Jie, and others were at the sect gate to welcome them. Gao Chu, you've returned. Lin Jie shouted from a distance, excitement shining on his face. I heard you single-handedly destroyed the Tianyuan sect's lair. Incredible. Gao Chu glanced at Zhou Xueqing. It was just a bunch of rabble, not worth mentioning. Senior Sister Zhou also contributed greatly. All right, let's go inside and talk. Master Yunxiao smiled as he approached. I've already arranged a banquet to welcome you back and wash away the dust. At the banquet, Gao Chu briefly recounted his experiences at the Sunset Mountain Range. Of course, he omitted the core secrets, such as the Hongming creation scripture and the spatial laws, only mentioning how he used the Hongming sword art to slay Yuan Ba and the gray-robed man at the late nascent soul stage. Even so, everyone was left wide-eyed. Peak nascent soul. Lin Jie exclaimed, his eyes widening. You killed a peak nascent soul expert all by yourself. Yes, Gao Chu nodded. It was very difficult. If it weren't for the third style of the Hongming sword art and a bit of luck, I might have already died. You little brat. Master Yunxiao sighed. When you first entered, you couldn't even perform Qi introduction. Who would have thought that in just a few short years you would grow to this extent? You're too modest, sect master. Gao Chu replied humbly. What is the origin of that gray-robed man? Zhou Dihai asked. As the law enforcement elder, he was particularly concerned about such mysterious experts. His name is Yuan Xian, Gao Chu said. He is a descendant of Yuan Xian from 3,000 years ago, practicing the evil art left by the Blood Moon Immortal. Blood Moon Immortal? Everyone present changed color. The legend of the Blood Moon Immortal, although not as widely known in the cultivation world as the Kangwu Immortal and the Biluo Immortal, was a name that the older generation of cultivators all recognized. In that great battle 3,000 years ago, the Blood Moon Immortal was suppressed by the Hongmeng Immortal and the Biluo Immortal working together, and his techniques were classified as forbidden. The Blood Moon devouring heaven technique he practiced is an extremely evil art, Gao Chu continued. It strengthens oneself by devouring the cultivation of others, allowing for rapid advancement, but it comes with severe aftereffects. Yuan Xian's lifespan is already running low, and the reason he is so eager to find the Hongmeng Immortal's abode is likely to obtain the heart of Hongmeng to extend his life before his lifespan runs out. I see, Master Yunxiao pondered. Then what exactly is in the Hongmeng Immortal's abode? According to Yuan Xian's last letter, the Hongmeng Immortal's abode contains the complete inheritance of the Hongmeng Immortal, as well as a heart of Hongmeng, the crystallization of the Hongmeng Immortal's lifelong cultivation. There was silence in the secret chamber. Everyone realized that they were touching upon a secret far more immense than they had imagined. Gao Chu, Master Yunxiao said solemnly, this matter is far more complicated than you think. The Hongmeng Immortal's abode, the heart of Hongmeng, the inheritance of the Blood Moon Immortal. If these things leak out, they will attract the covetousness of countless forces. I understand, Gao Chu nodded. So I need to decipher the encrypted text in the Lingfeng art as soon as possible to determine the exact location and method of opening the Hongmeng Immortal's abode. Until we are prepared, we cannot let others know about these secrets. Rest assured, Master Yunxiao said gravely, the entire sect will keep tight-lipped. Thank you, Sect Master. After the banquet, Gao Chu found Master Yunxiao and secluded himself in a secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, Gao Chu sat cross-legged and took out the jade slip of the Lingfeng art, suspending it in front of him. All right, he took a deep breath. Let me see what secrets you are hiding. He infused his spiritual power into the jade slip of the Hongmeng creation scripture while operating his divine sense, carefully touching the restriction of the encrypted text. The restriction was like a tangled mass with countless strands of spiritual power intertwined, forming complex seals. Gao Chu tried various methods, but could not find a breakthrough. This restriction is not an ordinary formation restriction. It seems to be a special application of the Hongmeng creation scripture. To break it, I may need to use a specific operational method of the Hongmeng creation scripture. He closed his eyes and recalled the various spiritual power operating routes recorded in the Hongmeng creation scripture. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. Wait. If this restriction was set using the spiritual power operating method of the Hongmeng creation scripture, then the method to break it should also be in the Hongmeng creation scripture. He re-examined the spiritual power operating routes recorded in the Hongmeng creation scripture, comparing them one by one with the structure of that restriction. An hour later, he found the breakthrough point. I see. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The key to this restriction lies in the frequency of the spiritual power's operation. The spiritual power operation of the Hongmeng creation scripture has a specific frequency, and as long as I use this frequency to touch the restriction, it will automatically resolve. He operated the Hongmeng creation scripture, adjusted his spiritual power to that specific frequency, and touched the restriction again. This time the reaction of the restriction was obviously different. Those strands of spiritual power no longer resisted and sealed, but instead, as if they had found the correct key, they began to loosen and disassemble one by one. Indeed, Gao Chu felt delighted. He continued to output spiritual power, injecting it into the jade slip according to that frequency. The speed of the restriction's disintegration increased, and layer upon layer of seals melted away into nothingness like snow. After the first hour passed, 1/3 of the restriction was lifted. After the second hour, half of the restriction was lifted. Buzz! By the third hour, the jade slip trembled violently. The restriction of the encrypted text disintegrated layer by layer like a lock being opened. The encrypted text finally revealed itself. Gao Chu opened his eyes, looking at the golden words floating before him, taking a deep breath. Let me see. Hongmeng Immortal, what exactly do you want to tell us? Gao Chu gazed at the golden characters materializing before him. They were an ancient script, far more primal and archaic than the characters commonly used in today's cultivation world. However, after years of practicing the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, Gao Chu was not unfamiliar with this ancient script. The sutra itself was written in this very script. He took a deep breath and began to read the contents of the cryptic text. The text was lengthy, spanning thousands of characters. Yet with each word Gao Chu read, his expression grew increasingly grave. The contents of the cryptic text were a long farewell message left by the Hongmeng celestial sovereign for his disciple Ling Feng. Ling Feng, my disciple, when you read this letter, your master is no longer in this world. You may wonder how your master fell. As a celestial sovereign, my lifespan is boundless. How could I have perished? The answer is simple. Your master did not fall naturally, but was killed. The one who killed your master was an entity from the upper realm. You may not know what the upper realm is. The so-called upper realm is a higher dimension beyond our world. Our world is merely a lower realm of the upper realm. In the upper realm, there are beings far more powerful than celestial sovereigns. Their strength far surpasses what we could imagine. 30,000 years ago, after breaking through to the celestial sovereign realm, your master attempted to glimpse the mysteries of the upper realm. During that attempt, your master was inadvertently discovered by an entity from the upper realm. That entity called itself the Messenger of Destiny. It informed your master that our world, which it referred to as the dust realm, is part of the upper realm. All living beings in the dust realm are seeds of the powerful beings from the upper realm. When a seed reaches the celestial sovereign realm, it will be harvested by the upper realm. The so-called harvesting means stripping away everything from the celestial sovereign. Cultivation, enlightenment, understanding of the laws, turning it into nourishment for the beings of the upper realm. Your master did not wish to be harvested, so he fought against the Messenger of Destiny. But your master was defeated. The strength of the Messenger of Destiny far exceeded your master's expectations. It was merely a low-tier being from the upper realm, yet it rendered your master helpless. In the final moments of life, your master divided his lifelong insights into two parts. One part was the main body of the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, which your master dispersed throughout the dust realm, waiting for a fated person to discover it. The other part is the Ling Feng formula passed on to you. The Hongmeng Creation Sutra is the body carrying your master's cultivation path and understanding of the laws. The Ling Feng formula is the use containing the key to unlocking the Hongmeng celestial manner. Only by combining the two as one can you find your master's celestial manner and obtain his complete legacy. And within that legacy, the most crucial aspect is not the cultivation method nor the magical artifacts, but your master's memories. Your master's memories contain the weaknesses of the Messenger of Destiny and methods to resist the upper realm. Ling Feng, my disciple, I entrust all of this to you. Your master believes that one day a person capable of inheriting my legacy will emerge in the dust. This person will not only unlock the Hongmeng celestial manner, but also complete your master's unfinished business, resisting the harvest of the upper realm, allowing the beings of the dust realm to attain true freedom. That person may be you, or perhaps a successor thousands or tens of thousands of years later. But your master believes that day will eventually come. The final words of the Hongmeng celestial sovereign. Gao Chu finished reading the cryptic text, rendered speechless for a long time. His heart surged with tumultuous waves. The upper realm. The Messenger of Destiny. Harvesting. These words exploded in his mind like thunder, shattering all his previous understanding of the cultivation world. The Hongmeng celestial sovereign did not fall naturally. He was killed by the Messenger of Destiny from the upper realm. The upper realm. It turns out our world is merely a lower realm of the upper realm. All cultivators in the dust realm are seeds of the powerful beings from the upper realm. When we reach the celestial sovereign realm, we will be harvested. Is this the truth of the cultivation world? The so-called celestial sovereigns are merely livestock raised by the powerful beings of the upper realm. When the livestock grows sufficiently fat, will they be slaughtered? The urgent task is to increase one's strength. Without strength, knowing all the secrets is of no use. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is initializing. Current host's realm detected as Golden Core Peak. Reward, Hongmeng Creation Sutra. Nascent Soul Transformation Scroll. Law Fragment Space 5. Celestial Essence Stone 20. Breaking through Pill 1. The information of the Hongmeng Creation Sutra Nascent Soul Transformation Scroll has merged into Gao Chu's mind, and he immediately felt the vast information contained within. It was the complete cultivation method for progressing from the Golden Core stage to the Nascent Soul period, including the routes of spiritual energy operation, key points for breaking through bottlenecks, and various unique divine abilities and laws applicable to the Nascent Soul stage. With this, breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage is just around the corner, Gao Chu murmured. He then took out the Breaking Through Pill. The Breaking Through Pill is an extremely precious elixir that provides tremendous assistance during breakthroughs. One breaking through pill is enough to increase the success rate of a breakthrough by over 30%. Days passed one by one. Gao Chu diligently cultivated in the secret chamber, his spiritual energy continuously growing under the operation of the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. A large amount of Yunmeng spirit liquid and celestial essence stones were consumed, transforming into his internal spiritual energy reserves. On the 18th day of his retreat, Gao Chu sat cross-legged in the secret chamber, with spiritual energy surging around him like a tide. In front of him lay 10 celestial essence stones, 7 of which had already been consumed. The remaining 3 were rapidly dimming their spiritual energy, being continuously absorbed by Gao Chu. Most of the Yunmeng spirit liquid had also been used up. The empty jade bottles around him resembled fallen soldiers. Within Gao Chu's body, the golden core was undergoing violent changes. That golden core had expanded to its limit, with countless tiny cracks appearing on its surface. Each crack emitted dazzling golden light akin to an egg on the verge of hatching. Now is the time. Gao Chu swallowed the breaking through pill in one gulp. As the pill entered his abdomen, a gentle, yet powerful force rapidly spread throughout his body. This power acted like a protective shield, enveloping his meridians Dantian and golden core, providing a stable guarantee for the upcoming breakthrough. Hongmeng Creation Sutra Nascent Soul Transformation Scroll. Golden core shatters, nascent soul is born. Gao Chu exerted all his strength, fervently channeling all the spiritual energy within him into the golden core. Crack. The cracks on the golden core rapidly widened. The cracks spread like a spider web, covering the surface of the golden core. Golden spiritual energy overflowed from the cracks, forming a golden vortex in the Dantian. Shatter. Gao Chu let out a low shout, pouring the last trace of spiritual energy into the golden core. Boom. The golden core exploded. Endless golden spiritual energy erupted from the shattered golden core, like a small sun exploding in the Dantian. The medicinal power of the breaking through pill played a crucial role at this moment. It transformed into a layer of golden membrane, steadily wrapping around the explosive spiritual energy, preventing it from dissipating. At the same time, a tiny figure slowly rose from the shattered golden core. It was a miniature version of Gao Chu, entirely golden, sitting cross-legged with a serene expression. That was the nascent soul. Congeal. Gao Chu gritted his teeth, operating the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, continuously injecting the spiritual energy, surging from all directions into the nascent soul. The nascent soul absorbed the spiritual energy like a sponge, its size continually increasing, from the size of a fist to that of a bowl, then to that of an infant. This is the nascent soul. But the breakthrough was not over. During the condensation of the nascent soul, Gao Chu felt a strong resonance with the laws of space. That was the power of the Ling Feng formula. Rumble. An extraordinary phenomenon suddenly erupted over Ling Feng's sect. The originally clear sky darkened abruptly, with thick, dark clouds rapidly gathering around Ling Feng's sect. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the dark clouds, with golden lightning weaving like dragons through the layers of clouds. A spiritual energy storm. The spiritual energy from the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles surged wildly, swirling like a gigantic vortex centered on Ling Feng's sect. The scale of the spiritual energy vortex grew larger and more intense, shrouding the entire Ling Feng sect in a gray mist of spiritual energy. What is happening? Disciples of Ling Feng's sect rushed out of their rooms, fearfully gazing at the phenomena in the sky. It's a breakthrough. Someone is breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Yunxiao Zhenren flew out from the main hall, his face filled with excitement. It's Gao Chu. He is breaking through. Nascent soul stage. Lin Jia widened his eyes. Gao Chu is about to break through to the nascent soul stage. Wasn't he at Golden Core Peak? How could he suddenly break through? Enough chatter. Yunxiao Zhenren shouted. All disciples immediately return to your cultivation rooms and shut the doors and windows. The spiritual energy storm from breaking through to the nascent soul stage affects lower-tier cultivators. They do not come out. The disciples hurriedly scattered. Yunxiao Zhenren and several elders hovered in midair, observing the phenomena above Gao Chu's retreat chamber. The dark clouds thickened and the spiritual energy vortex intensified. Golden lightning struck down, but all hit the roof of the retreat chamber, blocked by a layer of golden shield. That was the self-protection mechanism of the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. Such a strong aura. Zhou Dihai murmured, this is only the beginning of the nascent soul breakthrough, and the aura is already so terrifying. Not just a breakthrough. Yunxiao Zhenren's eyes were filled with shock. Look at the law fragments mixed within those spiritual energy vortices. That is the law of space. He is not only breaking through, but also comprehending the law of space. What a The elders exchanged glances. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage was already astonishing enough, and to comprehend the laws simultaneously. What terrifying talent is this? In the secret chamber, Gao Chu was completely immersed in the breakthrough process. He was unaware of the extraordinary phenomena outside. All his attention was focused on the nascent soul in his dantian. The nascent soul had already formed entirely golden, sitting cross-legged. Its features resembled Gao Chu's, but were purer and more perfect. The nascent soul was surrounded by countless golden threads. Those were fragments of the law of space. These threads continuously rotated, interwove, and fused, gradually forming a net of laws that covered the entire nascent soul. The final step, the laws returned to the source. Gao Chu exerted all his strength, operating the Hongmeng Creation Sutra and the Ling Feng formula simultaneously, injecting both streams of spiritual energy into the nascent soul. Buzz! The nascent soul suddenly opened its eyes. A pair of golden eyes contained the profound power of the law of space. The nascent soul slightly parted its lips, and a powerful aura erupted from within. Boom! The spiritual energy in the secret chamber was swept away by this aura, leaving countless cracks on the walls. Breakthrough complete. Nascent soul initial stage. Gao Chu sensed the surging power within his body, and a faint, confident smile curved his lips. His nascent soul had fused with the spatial law from its very inception, granting him strength far surpassing that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators the moment he broke through. And if one added the Hongmeng sword and the Hongmeng sword art? A chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Mortal sign-in system activated. Host detected breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Breakthrough reward triggered. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired spatial law, intermediate upgraded from beginner Hongmeng sword art. Final form Unity, the fourth and ultimate form, requiring Nascent Soul Cultivation Guide for the Nascent Soul Realm 1, Immortal Chi Stones 50. New abilities unlocked: Nascent Soul Projection, Spiritual Consciousness, may depart the physical body and act independently. Our range expands with Cultivation Level Law Domain exclusive to Nascent Soul Cultivators. Creates a Tenjong radius where spatial laws exert suppressive force. Gao Chu absorbed the torrent of new knowledge flooding his mind and took a deep breath. Spatial law. Intermediate meant his comprehension had ascended from mere entry level to true mastery. Beyond instantaneous teleportation and spatial rupture, he could now execute spatial cutting, spatial imprisonment, and even rudimentary spatial folding. The fourth form of the Hongmeng sword art, Unity. This was the ultimate and most formidable technique of the Hongmeng sword art, the culmination wherein the first three forms converged into one seamless whole. The forces of heaven-splitting, earth-shattering, and soul annihilation merged flawlessly within Unity, yielding power exceeding the sum of its predecessors by a vast margin. Excellent. Gao Chu clenched his fist. The fourth form of the Hongmeng sword art. Once perfected, even nascent soul cultivators at the peak of their realm shall fall before me with ease. He rose and pushed open the stone gate of his secluded chamber. At the instant it parted, a golden pillar of light erupted from within, piercing the heavens. Outside, the spiritual energy storm reached its zenith, then receded like a tide. The dark clouds dissolved, sunlight once again bathed the lands of Lingfeng's sect. Gao Chu stood stretching his limbs. The power of the nascent soul realm existed on an entirely different plane from that of the golden core realm. He casually threw a punch. Boom! A thunderous gust tore through the air, gouging a basin-sized indentation into the chamber wall. Shards of stone flew outward, dust billowed thickly. A mere casual strike. Yet this is its power. Gao Chu observed, his fist nodding in quiet satisfaction. Back when I was at the golden core stage, such force would have demanded full mobilization of my spiritual energy. Now it required nothing more than a thoughtless motion. He then attempted to manipulate the spatial law. Spatial imprisonment. With a subtle clench of his hand, a cubic foot of space before him instantly solidified. Spiritual energy molecules, airborne dust particles, even light itself, froze mid-flight, coalescing into a transparent spatial prison. Spatial cutting. With a graceful slash of his finger, an invisible rift tore through the air, a blade unseen, yet lethally precise. Where it passed, the stone wall cleaved as effortlessly as tofu, its edge smooth as polished mirror. Disciples of Lingfeng's sect, witnessing Gao Chu emerge from the chamber, gathered around him eagerly. Gao Chu, now that you've reached the nascent soul realm, how does it feel? Lin Jie asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. It feels excellent, Gao Chu replied calmly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become profoundly clearer in my perception. It's as though I once viewed the world through gauze. Now I see it bare, unobstructed. Is this the perceptual acuity of the nascent soul realm? Master Yunxiao murmured awestruck. When I broke through to the nascent soul realm decades ago, I experienced something similar, but your breakthrough bore far greater resonance than mine ever did. Perhaps due to differences in cultivation techniques, Gao Chu said, lightly unwilling to elaborate on the extraordinary nature of the Hongming creation scripture. News of Gao Chu's ascension to the nascent soul realm spread across the eastern wastelands like wildfire. Though Feng Xingyang publicly claimed credit for the breakthrough, the thousand-li-wide spiritual energy storm left no room for plausible deniability. Numerous sects dispatched envoys to investigate how Lingfeng's sect had suddenly produced a new nascent soul expert. Master Yunxiao deflected inquiries with the explanation, "Our sect master achieved breakthrough." Yet certain well-informed factions began suspecting the truth, that the real breakthrough belonged not to Master Yunxiao. After all, his cultivation had stagnated at nascent soul early stage for decades. A sudden monumental leap, accompanied by such overwhelming celestial resonance, defied all logic. Still, regardless of external speculation, Lingfeng's sect's response remained flawless, impenetrable. Meanwhile, Gao Chu continued moving through the sect under the guise of a foundation establishment early-stage disciple. On the 10th day after his breakthrough, Lingfeng's sect received a distinguished guest. Envoy of the Taishan sect requests audience with sect master Feng. The envoy was a middle-aged man clad in violet Taoist robes, his face lean, his eyes sharp and piercing. His cultivation stood at nascent soul midstage, his aura profound, unmistakably that of a formidable expert. The Taishan sect, the preeminent sect of Zhongzhou, boasted immense heritage and countless elite cultivators. Its sect master, the Taishan True One, cultivated at the divine transformation realm, ranking among Zhongzhou's most revered figures. Master Yunxiao received the envoy in the Hall of Deliberations. Gao Chu attended as a Lingfeng sect disciple. Upon seating himself, the envoy did not speak immediately. Calmly sipping tea, his gaze swept slowly across the hall, absorbing every detail with meticulous precision. Master Yunxiao likewise remained silent, savoring his tea. For a time, only the gentle ripple of liquid in porcelain cups disturbed the stillness. Gao Chu observed the envoy quietly from the side. This man was no ordinary cultivator. Though his cultivation ranked merely nascent soul mid-stage, that was not what mattered most. What mattered was his divine sense, extraordinarily potent, far exceeding that of peers at his level. Within 3 breaths of sitting down, he had already scanned the entire hall with his spiritual perception. Were it not for the concealment afforded by his disguised mask, Gao Chu's true cultivation would have been exposed instantly. Moreover, his observational acuity was exceptional. From the moment he entered, his gaze had traversed every corner, down to the intricate patterns of defensive formation etched upon the walls. He was assessing Lingfeng's sect's defensive capabilities. At last, the envoy set down his cup and began polite conversation. "May I inquire, esteemed friend, what brings you here today?" Master Yunxiao responded coolly. The envoy smiled faintly, lifted his teacup, and took a delicate sip. "Sect Master Feng need not be anxious. The Taishan sect sends me forth with no ill intent," he continued. "We merely heard Lingfeng's sect has recently welcomed a new nascent soul expert, and came to offer our congratulations." "Our thanks," Master Yunxiao replied, expression unchanged. "I was fortunate enough to break through, hardly worthy of such praise." The envoy lingered half a day, touring the sect grounds thoroughly before departing. As he took leave, he said to Master Yunxiao, "Sect Master Feng, Taishan sect bears no grudge against Lingfeng's sect. So long as Lingfeng remains dutiful and compliant, we shall pose no hindrance. But should Lingfeng harbor ambitions beyond its station—" He left the sentence unfinished, the implication unmistakable. "We appreciate the warning." Master Yunxiao replied evenly, "Lingfeng's sect seeks only steady growth, no further aspirations." "Then all is well," the envoy said, bowing respectfully before taking his leave. In the following days, envoys from other sects arrived in succession, some offering sincere congratulations, others probing covertly, and still others seeking to recruit Lingfeng's sect into their alliances. Gao Chu handled each with quiet composure, maintaining his low-profile identity as a foundation establishment early-stage disciple, ceding all public attention to Master Yunxiao. Within 3 days, most envoys had departed. Lingfeng's sect regained its calm. Yet Gao Chu knew this tranquility was but the hush before the storm. The tempest loomed ever closer, until at last an unexpected visitor arrived. That evening, Gao Chu was practicing the 4th form of the Hongming sword art in the back mountains, when he suddenly sensed a presence rapidly approaching. That presence was very special. It was cold and pure, like the ice and snow of a high mountain. It was powerful and restrained, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure. Gao Chu stopped his training and turned to look. He saw a woman in white slowly descending from the sky like a drifting white cloud. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s with a stunningly beautiful face, skin whiter than snow and features like a painting. Her long hair was tied up with a blue ribbon flowing with the wind. At her waist hung a green jade pendant carved with the character Xiao. Xiao clan of Biluo. Gao Chu's pupils constricted. He recalled a person, Xiao Shuiying. She was a friend he had met in Nanzhou, the daughter of the Xiao clan of Biluo. But this woman was clearly not Xiao Shuiying. Xiao Shuiying was only at the late stage of foundation establishment, while this woman was at the late stage of nascent soul. Are you Gao Chu? Her voice was clear and melodious. My name is Bai Qingyi, the woman said, a descendant of the Biluo immortal and the sister of Bai Lingshuang. Gao Chu was momentarily stunned. Bai Lingshuang. She was an ally Gao Chu had met in Nanzhou, a descendant of the Biluo immortal and a powerful nascent soul. And this person was actually Bai Lingshuang's sister. Lingshuang asked me to find you, Bai Qingyi said. She wants me to convey a message to you. What message? The messenger from the upper realm has descended into the mortal realm. He is searching for the legacy of the Hongmeng immortal. You must open the Hongmeng immortal mansion as soon as possible, or else everything will be too late. Gao Chu's pupils suddenly constricted. The messenger from the upper realm. His voice grew low. That's right, Bai Qingyi nodded, her expression turning grave. 3 days ago, an entity claiming to be the destiny messenger descended into Zhongzhou. His strength was at the transformation stage. That was the pinnacle of existence in the mortal realm. Even the sect master of the Taishian sect, Tai Xianjinren, was merely at the transformation stage. He has already swept through 3 medium-sized sects in Zhongzhou. Bai Qingyi continued. Ziyun sect, Tianjin sect, Lingxiao palace. The nascent soul elders of these 3 sects were utterly powerless before him. He is searching for something, a legacy of the Hongmeng immortal. The destiny messenger. The existence mentioned in the Hongmeng immortal's last words. Someone sent by the upper realm. His purpose for coming to the mortal realm is to harvest legacies at the level of immortals. If he finds the Hongmeng immortal mansion. Where is Bai Lingshuang now? Gao Chu asked. In the Hongmeng immortal mansion, Bai Qingyi replied. She is working hard to gather intelligence on the destiny messenger. But she asked me to tell you. Time is running out. The destiny messenger is getting closer to the location of the Hongmeng immortal mansion. If he finds the mansion before you. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already very clear. Gao Chu remained silent for a moment. I understand, he said. Please thank Lingshuang for me. What do you intend to do? Bai Qingyi asked. Find the Hongmeng orders, Gao Chu said. Open the Hongmeng immortal mansion. Obtain the legacy of the Hongmeng immortal. How many Hongmeng orders do you have? 1. The Xian order. The E order is in the Hongmeng immortal mansion, Bai Qingyi said. I can really? The Hongmeng immortal mansion is the territory of my Bai family, Bai Qingyi replied calmly. The E order is in the treasury deep within the mansion. I know its location. What about the Dao order? Gao Chu asked. The Dao order is in the north wilderness, Bai Qingyi replied. It's too far for me to reach. But you can sense its location with the Hongmeng order in your possession and go retrieve it yourself. All right, Gao Chu said. Let's do this. I will first go to the Hongmeng immortal mansion to get the E order, and then head to the north wilderness for the Dao order. Once the 3 orders are combined, I will go find the Hongmeng immortal mansion. I will accompany you to the Hongmeng immortal mansion, Bai Qingyi said, to have someone watch over on the way. Moreover, the treasury of the Hongmeng immortal mansion is guarded by restrictions. You won't be able to enter without me guiding you. Okay. The 2 agreed on a departure time. 3 days later, Bai Qingyi took her leave, transforming into a beam of white light that vanished into the horizon. Watching her leave, Gao Chu suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today. System, I want to sign in. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. Current location detected, Donghuang Lingfeng sect. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Spirit Stones 15,000, Rule Comprehension Pills, 2, Nascent Soul Stage Technique, Jade Slip, 1, Space Teleportation Talismans 3. 3 days later, Gao Chu and Bai Qingyi set out on their journey to the Hongmeng immortal mansion. But just before departing, a shocking news from the north disrupted all plans. After the destiny messenger descended into Zhongzhou, the first thing he did was sweep through 3 medium-sized sects. Ziyun sect, a major sect in the eastern part of Zhongzhou, had 3 nascent soul elders stationed. The destiny messenger took only half a day to annihilate it. The 3 nascent soul elders united were no match for him. One by one they were killed. Tianjin sect, a top sect in Zhongzhou known for sword cultivation, had a sect master at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The destiny messenger also took only half a day. The sect master was slain in a single strike, and the Tianjin sect's library and treasury were completely plundered. Lingxiao Palace, a colossal presence in southern Zhongzhou, had a palace master at the early stage of transformation. The destiny messenger battled the palace master for 3 days and nights, ultimately defeating him. Lingxiao Palace surrendered, and became a vassal of the Destiny Messenger. In total, it took less than 10 days for the three sects to go from annihilation to surrender. The entire cultivation world was shaken. Transformation stage. How could he be this strong? His expression was more serious than ever. Even Tai Xianzhenren couldn't possibly destroy three sects in 10 days. He is not an ordinary transformation stage cultivator. Gao Chu's voice was low. He comes from the upper realm. The transformation stage from the upper realm is completely different from that of the mortal realm. As Gao Chu and Bai Qingyi set out, a terrifying aura swept in from the north, heading straight for the eastern region. The intensity of that aura was far beyond the transformation stage. Gao Chu stood in the sky above Lingfeng's sect, straining his eyes to look northward. He saw a white beam of light shooting up into the sky from the northern sky. In the light beam, a figure in a white robe was slowly descending. He, or rather it, had a face like a blank sheet of paper with no features whatsoever. Only two golden light patterns crossed the face, resembling two indifferent eyes. Gao Chu quickly made a decision. I must first obtain the E-order. He said to Bai Qingyi, where is the Hongming Immortal Mansion? In the southeast of Zhongzhou, 3,000 miles away. Bai Qingyi replied, with our speed, we can arrive in 2 days. Let's go. The two transformed into beams of light racing towards the southeast. On the way to the Biluo Immortal Manor, Bai Qingyi introduced Gao Chu to the situation of the manor. The Biluo Immortal Manor is a temple established by the Biluo Immortal thousands of years ago. She said, after the fall of the Biluo Immortal, the manor has been guarded by her descendants, the Bai clan. After thousands of years of inheritance, the Bai clan has developed into a medium-sized cultivation family, with 3 nascent soul elders and dozens of golden core cultivators. It seems that the strength of the Bai clan is not weak, Gao Chu said. In the central state, the Bai clan can only be considered a second-tier force. Bai Qingyi shook her head. The truly first-tier forces are the Tai Xian sect and the Xiantian sword sect. But the Bai clan has one advantage, the legacy of the Biluo Immortal. The manor preserves a vast amount of techniques and magical artifacts left by the Biluo Immortal, which other forces cannot compare to. What is the relationship between the Biluo Immortal and the Hongming Immortal? Gao Chu asked. According to family records, the Biluo Immortal and the Hongming Immortal were friends, Bai Qingyi said. After the Hongming Immortal was killed by the Celestial Messenger, the Biluo Immortal attempted to avenge him. But she realized that her strength was far from being a match for the Celestial Messenger, so she abandoned a direct confrontation and chose to secretly protect the legacy left by the Hongming Immortal. So the E-character token is kept in the Biluo Immortal Manor. Exactly, Bai Qingyi nodded. The Biluo Immortal knew that one day someone would come to take the Hongming token. She kept the E-character token in the deepest part of the manor, setting up the strongest restrictions, all to wait for that person. That person is me. Perhaps, Bai Qingyi smiled slightly. At least for now, you are the only one who possesses both the Hongming Creation Sutra and the Lingfeng technique. The person the Biluo Immortal was waiting for is most likely you. Gao Chu remained silent. A sense of unprecedented mission filled his heart. The Hongming Immortal foresaw everything that would happen today. The threats from the upper realm, the arrival of the Celestial Messenger, and the crisis faced by the mortal realm cultivators. He laid out his plans in his own way, dispersing the inheritance to wait for future generations to inherit. The Biluo Immortal inherited the will of the Hongming Immortal, guarding the E-character token and the Hongming pill. 2 days later, they finally reached the Biluo Immortal Manor. Gao Chu and Bai Qingyi flew at full speed, arriving at the outskirts of the manor after 2 days. The Biluo Immortal Manor is situated in a vast valley, surrounded by mountains with spiritual energy, so dense it seems tangible. Is this the Biluo Immortal Manor? Gao Chu exclaimed. The temple of the Biluo Immortal, Bai Qingyi said. Although the Biluo Immortal has fallen for thousands of years, remnants of her laws still linger within the manor. The concentration of spiritual energy here is over 10 times that of the outside world. Bai Lingshuang was waiting for them at the entrance of the valley. You have arrived. Bai Lingshuang looked at Gao Chu, smiling slightly. Her smile was as warm and serene as a spring breeze. Gao Chu said, the Celestial Messenger has already descended into the mortal realm. I know. Bai Lingshuang's smile slightly faded. He has been searching in the eastern part of the central state for 2 days. His perception ability is extraordinarily terrifying. Any fluctuation of spiritual power within a radius of 1,000 miles cannot escape his senses. Where is the E-character token? Follow me. Bai Lingshuang led the two through the outer part of the Biluo Immortal Manor to a hidden cave. The entrance of the cave was sealed by a powerful restriction emanating the unique aura of the Biluo Immortal, a green spiritual light interspersed with golden law patterns. The treasure vault is inside, Bai Lingshuang said, but the restriction is too strong and my strength is insufficient to open it. It requires the cooperation of 2 nascent soul cultivators to break it. Let's do it, Gao Chu said. He and Bai Qingyi simultaneously activated their spiritual power and launched an assault on the restriction. Gao Chu used the spiritual power from the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, while Bai Qingyi used the power from the Biluo Heart Sutra. The 2 different attributes of spiritual power intertwined, forming a powerful combined force. Boom! The restriction shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. Again, boom! With the second impact, the restriction finally shattered. The cave entrance swung wide open, and an ancient wave of spiritual power surged out from within. The 3 entered the cave. The interior was far more spacious than it appeared, clearly expanded in space. Countless glowing spirit stones were embedded in the cave walls, illuminating the cavern as brightly as day. In the center of the cave was a stone platform upon which lay 3 items: a green jade pendant, the E-character token, an ancient bamboo scroll, seemingly notes left by the Biluo immortal, a golden elixir, emitting a faint aura of Hongmeng, the E-character token. Bai Qingyi quickly stepped forward and took the jade pendant in her hand. Gao Chu, on the other hand, noticed the golden elixir. The aura of Hongmeng from the elixir was very faint, but Gao Chu had cultivated the Hongmeng Creation Sutra for many years and was quite familiar with this aura. This is the Hongmeng pill, he exclaimed in surprise. Bai Lingshuang nodded. The notes of the Biluo immortal recorded that this elixir was gifted to the Biluo immortal by the Hongmeng immortal in ancient times. Consuming it can greatly enhance a cultivator's comprehension of the Hongmeng laws. However, it has extremely high requirements for the cultivator's aptitude. It can only be consumed by those who practice Hongmeng system techniques. Gao Chu's heartbeat quickened. Those who practiced Hongmeng system techniques. Throughout the mortal realm, there was likely only him. This elixir. It is yours, Bai Lingshuang said. In the teachings of the Biluo immortal it is stated, items of Hongmeng should belong to those of Hongmeng. Gao Chu took the Hongmeng pill, feeling the lingering aura of the Hongmeng immortal, and was overwhelmed with emotion. This was all thanks to the system which granted such an opportunity. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. Current location detected: Central State, Biluo Immortal Manor. First sign-in triggered. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fragment of the Biluo Heart Sutra 1. Biluo Immortal's prediction technique. 1 passive skill. Can predict fortune and misfortune. Spirit stones 30. Law comprehension pills 5. Special item detected: Hongmeng pill. Item appraisal complete. Hongmeng pill refined by the Hongmeng immortal himself. Consuming it can raise understanding of Hongmeng laws to intermediate level. It resonates with the host's current spatial laws intermediate, providing a chance to comprehend the compound law, void law. Gao Chu gasped. The compound law, void law. A fusion of spatial laws and Hongmeng laws. If he could comprehend this compound law, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. But the potency of the Hongmeng pill is extremely fierce, Bai Lingshuang reminded. After consuming it, you will need to enter seclusion for at least 7 days to fully absorb it. During these 7 days, you will have no combat power. 7 days. Gao Chu frowned. The celestial messenger was in the eastern part of the central state, just a few thousand miles from the Biluo Immortal Manor. 7 days is enough time for him to find this place. There is no time to hesitate. Gao Chu made his decision. I will enter seclusion here for 7 days to absorb the potency of the Hongmeng pill. Bai Lingshuang, you help me guard. If the celestial messenger comes, I will delay him, Bai Lingshuang said. Although I am not his opponent, I can at least buy some time. Good. Gao Chu found a quiet stone chamber and sat cross-legged. He took out the Hongmeng pill and looked at the golden elixir. The elixir was perfectly round, radiating a soft golden light. Countless tiny runes surfaced on its surface, each containing fragments of the Hongmeng laws. Let's begin. He swallowed the Hongmeng pill. Boom. A surge of violent spiritual power erupted from the elixir, exploding like a small sun in his dantian. Gao Chu gritted his teeth and fully operated the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, beginning to absorb this overwhelming power. Golden light overflowed from his body, illuminating the entire stone chamber. The seclusion began. Time passed second by second. In the stone chamber, Gao Chu's body radiated an increasingly dazzling golden light. The potency of the Hongmeng pill was being absorbed and fused by his body little by little. Fragments of the spatial laws clashed, intertwined, and fused with the fragments of the Hongmeng laws within him. A new law, the void law, was slowly taking form. On the 7th day, a terrifying aura erupted from the stone chamber. The ground of the Biluo Immortal Manor shook violently, and the spiritual energy within a radius of several miles was swept away by this aura. Countless tiny spatial rifts appeared in the sky, shimmering with eerie light like shattered mirrors. Bai Lingshuang and Bai Qingyi both looked up, their eyes filled with shock. This aura. Bai Qingyi gasped. The stone door of the chamber slowly opened. Gao Chu walked out. His appearance had not changed much, but his aura was completely different. If the previous Gao Chu was a sharp sword, then now he was a knife capable of cutting through space. The aura of the void law flowed around him, causing slight tremors in the surrounding space with every breath. Did you succeed? Bai Lingshuang asked. I succeeded, Gao Chu nodded. The absorption of the Hongmeng pill is complete. The void law has been initially comprehended. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. Current location detected, Central State Biluo Immortal Manor. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Void Law Intermediate Hongmeng Sword Technique. Return to 1 style power, increased by 30, spatial teleportation talismans, 5, spirit stones 50. In the Bai Luo Immortal Mansion, within a secret chamber, Gao Chu closed his eyes, sensing the newly comprehended Void Law within his body. The Void Law is a fusion of the Space Law and the Primordial Law. It possesses abilities such as teleportation, cutting, and confinement from the Space Law, as well as creation, destruction, and rebirth from the Primordial Law. The perfect fusion of these two laws has elevated Gao Chu's strength to an entirely new level. The power of the Void Law far exceeds my imagination. If I could previously protect myself against experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage, now I have the confidence to battle those in the early stages of the transformation stage. Gao Chu, Bai Lingshuang, entered the chamber, her expression serious. There is an urgent situation. Speak. The Destiny Envoy has left the eastern part of Zhongzhou and is moving southeast. Bai Lingshuang continued. According to the monitoring array of the Bai Luo Immortal Mansion, his direction of movement is right towards us. Gao Chu furrowed his brows tightly. Suddenly a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Lingshuang, is there a formation in the Bai Luo Immortal Mansion that can accelerate long-distance teleportation? Yes, Bai Lingshuang replied in surprise. The 10th Sand-Mile teleportation array left by Bai Luo Xinzuan. It can teleport people to any location within 10,000 miles. But that array requires a large amount of spirit stones each time it is used, and it needs at least a month of recovery time after teleportation. As long as it can be used, that's enough. Gao Chu said, I will use the 10th Sand-Mile teleportation array to teleport directly to the North Wilderness, retrieve the Dao character order, and then teleport back. This round trip will only take a day. Bai Lingshuang's eyes brightened. Great. I will prepare the teleportation array right away. The 10th Sand-Mile teleportation array is located deep within the Bai Luo Immortal Mansion and is one of the ultimate life-saving methods left by Bai Luo Xinzuan. The array has a diameter of about 3 zhang, constructed of countless precise runes and spirit stones. The Bai clan has meticulously maintained it for hundreds of years, and its condition is excellent. I have already set the target location for the teleportation, Bai Lingshuang said. It is an abandoned mine at the border of the North Wilderness. It is rarely visited, making it suitable for landing. The Dao character order is located 3,000 li north of the mine. 3,000 li. At my current speed, I can make the round trip in half a day, Gao Chu nodded. That is sufficient. He stepped into the teleportation array and took out enough spirit stones to fill the energy slots of the array. Wait for my return, he said to Bai Lingshuang and Bai Qingyi. Be careful, Bai Qingyi said. Bai Lingshuang remained silent, merely nodding, her eyes filled with concern. Gao Chu smiled faintly and activated the Void Law. Activate. The array roared to life. Countless runes illuminated and spiritual light surged into the sky. A white beam of light shot from the array, completely enveloping Gao Chu's figure. Buzz! Gao Chu's figure gradually blurred and became transparent in the beam of light before finally vanishing completely. North Wilderness. This is a vast and boundless wasteland perpetually covered in snow with a biting cold wind. The spiritual energy in the world is so thin that it is almost negligible, and only a few cultivators are willing to practice in such a place. The cold of the North Wilderness exceeded Gao Chu's imagination. Although he is already a cultivator at the nascent soul stage and is not afraid of ordinary cold, the chill of the North Wilderness is not merely a matter of low temperature. It is a cold that penetrates the soul, as if the most primordial cold law of the world has solidified into a substance here. The entrance to the abandoned mine has been buried by heavy snow. Gao Chu emerged from the snowdrift and scanned the surroundings. A world of white stretched as far as the eye could see. There is no distinction of color between heaven and earth. Everything is pure white, vast and boundless. The cold wind howled, whipping up snowflakes that struck his face like knives. The Dao character order is just ahead. Gao Chu sensed the signal from the primordial order and then flew northward with all his might. The enhancement of the Void Law allowed his speed to far exceed that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. His figure flickered in the snow each step, leaving a shallow footprint that was soon covered by the heavy snow. After flying for about an hour, the scenery ahead began to change. The white snowfield was gradually replaced by gray rocks. Jagged peaks emerged from the snow, resembling slumbering behemoths. The spiritual energy in the air became even thinner, replaced by an ancient and weathered aura. The entrance to the abandoned mine has been buried by heavy snow. Gao Chu emerged from the snowdrift and surveyed his surroundings. A world of white stretched as far as the eye could see. There is no distinction of color between heaven and earth. Everything is pure white, vast and boundless. The cold wind howled, whipping up snowflakes that struck his face like knives. The Tao character order is just ahead. Gao Chu sensed the signal from the primordial order and then flew northward with all his might. The enhancement of the Void Law allowed his speed to far exceed that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. His figure flickered in the snow each step, leaving a shallow footprint that was soon covered by the heavy snow. An hour later, he arrived at the target location. It was a massive ice peak towering 1,000 zhang high, composed entirely of tints of sandy-rolled profound ice. The surface of the ice peak radiated a bone-chilling cold. Ordinary people would be frozen into ice sculptures if they approached within 100 zhang. But Gao Chu is no ordinary person. The Void Law formed a protective shield around him, completely isolating the cold air. The Tao character order is beneath the ice peak. Gao Chu sensed the signal from the primordial order and then flew towards the base of the ice peak. At the base of the ice peak, there was a massive ice cave. Deep within the ice cave, a golden light point was flickering. That was the location of the Tao character order. Gao Chu flew into the ice cave, passing through layers of ice walls, and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. In a natural ice chamber, a golden token floated in midair, emitting a soft glow. The front of the token bore an ancient rune, while the back was inscribed with the words Primordial Immortal Mansion, Tao Law Natural. The Tao character order. Gao Chu reached out to take the token. The moment his fingers touched the token, the three primordial orders produced a strong resonance. Ding, the mortal sign-in system is starting. 3 primordial orders have been detected merging. The primordial order sensing technique has been upgraded to primordial guidance technique. Location of the primordial immortal mansion has been confirmed. Location: North Wilderness, Tianzhu Peak. 1,500 li from the current position. Note: opening the primordial immortal mansion requires a large amount of spiritual power, and during the opening process, there will be strong fluctuations of spiritual power that may be sensed by nearby strong cultivators. Gao Chu's pupils constricted. Tianzhu Peak, one of the most famous landmarks in the North Wilderness. It is said to be the place in the mortal realm closest to the heavenly realm, where golden thunderclouds shroud the peak year-round, and no cultivator has ever reached the summit. Gao Chu did not delay. He used a spatial teleportation talisman to directly teleport to the outskirts of Tianzhu Peak. The peak of Tianzhu Mountain is even more majestic and spectacular than that of the setting sun peak. It stands like a pillar reaching up to the heavens, piercing the clouds. The mountain is made entirely of an unknown black rock, its surface adorned with ancient patterns, traces of laws that contain the remnants of the Hongmeng Immortals principles. The golden thunderclouds at the summit swirl like a massive vortex, slowly rotating. Within the clouds, lightning flashes and thunder roars, with golden bolts darting like swimming dragons, producing deafening rumbles. Gao Chu took a deep breath and soared towards Tianzhu Mountain. Void Law, Void Shield. A layer of translucent void energy formed a shield around him. He flew into the golden thunderclouds. Boom! A golden lightning struck the void shield, and the immense impact made Gao Chu's form tremble slightly. However, the void shield remained as steady as a rock, absorbing all the power of the lightning. As expected, the Void Law can withstand the thunderclouds of Tianzhu Mountain. Gao Chu felt a surge of joy in his heart. He continued to ascend. Golden lightning struck again and again, but all were blocked by the void shield. Gao Chu flew higher and higher, getting closer to the summit. He finally broke through the thunderclouds and reached the top of Tianzhu Mountain. The peak was even more magnificent than he had seen from afar. From the foot of the mountain, looking up, the peak resembled a gigantic sword piercing the heavens, with the black mountain body radiating a mysterious glow under the illumination of the golden thunderclouds.